Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Inherited Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, a legendary Bloodlines movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi are two of the great shinobi of Konoha no Sato, members of the Uchiha and Senju clans, bearers of the legendary Sharigan, one of the most powerful dojutsus in the entire village. But that's not all. Uchiha Izuna is the son of Uchiha Madara, the true leader of the clan, but after what happened to his former friend Senju Hashirama, he faked his death and, after meeting an Uzumaki woman, had his beloved son. For her part, Senju Hitomi is a descendant of Senju Hashirama, something that no one except her husband knows. The leader of the Senju clan hid this fact even when he went to his grave, unaware that his great friend Madara was still alive. From the union of Izuna and Hitomi, Uchiha Naruto was born, a boy with black hair with brown highlights and dark blue eyes inherited from his mother. This boy, the true leader of the Uchiha clan, carries the dojutsu of the Uchiha, the vitality and resistance of the Uzumaki, and the regeneration of the Senju. Uchiha Naruto, descended from two great shinobi of all time. The beginning. Narrator. Konoha no Sato, one of the 5 most important villages, as well as the strongest. From this village, which was founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, came great shinobi, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3 Sannin. Jiraiya, Senju Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were students of the one who would become the Sandaime Hokage. Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, student of Jiraiya. Uchiha Fugaku, rival of the blonde Namikaze. Hyuga Heihachi, who was a genius in his time, like the Namikaze and the Uchiha. Then came the 4 pillars of Konoha, who were disciples of the Senju. Uzumaki Kushina, the bloody habanero and princess of Uzushiogakure. Hyuga Hana, companion and friend of the Uzumaki. Uchiha Mikoto, known as the goddess of black fire thanks to her control of Amaterasu, one of the powers of her Mangekyo Sharingan. And Inuzuka Tsume. These are great shinobi of the older generation. After these, would come those who were known as the Golden Age of Konoha. Hada Kakashi, son of the White Fang, Uchiha Obito and Nahara Rin, students of Namikaze Minato. Yuzuki Yugao, a Kenjutsu expert and Yuhi Kurenai, a Genjutsu expert, students of Uzumaki Kushina. Then there would be Mito Gai, Sarutobi Asuma, thus, up to a long list, which there is no need to remember. Many of these great ninjas have already passed away and are legends for future generations. Others live on, guiding new shinobi forward with their teachings and advice. But are all great shinobi really recognized in the world? No. Many of them died before the books recounted the great deeds they had accomplished in the world or for their village. Others were simply overshadowed by others and sank into obscurity, erased from the history of the elemental nations. And a very small portion of heroes simply kept their exploits a secret from the people, but not from the high command of their respective villages, who would always be in their debt even if the other people didn't know it. This was the case with Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi, although the latter always kept her daughter a secret. Only one person knew, and that was Sarutobi Hiruzen, besides her husband, of course, who was the first. The couple were direct descendants of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama respectively, something that could have consequences if the council knew whose children they were. Both the Uchiha and the Senju carried half of their genes being Uzumaki, therefore any offspring they had would carry blood from the 3 great clans of the world. And it didn't take long for this to happen. After the 3rd Great Ninja War, where many of the shinobi gained some fame, the couple married as well as many others. Namikaze Minato with Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Fugaku with Uchiha Mikoto. Hyuga Heihachi and Hyuga Hana as well as many others, up to Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi. No one, except for certain people, knew about this wedding that would end up leading the world to a great change in the future. 4 years after these great and precious moments, all these couples, like so many others, became pregnant, although it was mostly the women in these couples. But something happened. Kyubi no Yoko. That word makes people tremble and flee. Yes. A simple word can break people. This beast, with 9 waving tails and the appearance of a giant fox, was released from its container. Uzumaki Kushina. This was possible because the seal weakened while the woman gave birth to her children, Namikaze Uzumaki Menma and Namikaze Uzumaki Mito, children of this red-haired woman, and the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, one of those legends. Just after giving birth to her children, a boy with golden hair and blue eyes and a girl with red hair and purple eyes, a masked man appeared at the birthing site. Someone sold the couple. After some events, Minato faced Uchiha Madara, as the masked man called himself, who ended up releasing the Kyubi, thanks to some threats against the older blonde's children. Minato managed to defeat this stranger and then confront the Kyubi. But there wasn't much he could do after driving this beast away from the village. He made a decision and carried it out. He sealed the yang half of the Biju into Menma and the yin half into Mito, much to his mother's chagrin. But it was the only way to save the village, and so 2 new heroes were born less than a day old. Thus, the attack on Konohagakure no Sato ended, leaving many orphans and many dead ninjas as well as civilians, and a village destroyed by the enormous beast, thanks to the masked man who fled the place. One of those orphans was a baby with dark blue eyes. He was the son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi, something almost no one knew. His name was Uchiha Naruto, the true heir to the Uchiha clan. The boy's parents, known to the world as Black Lightning and Moonstorm, died defending the village while protecting the hospital, leaving their child unprotected and without parents. If anyone knew of their ancestry, now would be the time to take this child and take him away. No one would be the wiser. And those who knew of his existence would believe he died during the attack. And a shadow appeared in the child's room, with crimson eyes and 3 black marks on each eye. When the light from the fire outside filtered into the room, the shadow's appearance could be seen. A man with snow-white hair and a stoic face that seemed unfazed by anyone or anything emerged from the shadows. He wore dark red samurai mail armor. "My grandson, son of Izuna, my dear son, and the daughter of my great friend Hashirama," came a cry from the room as the boy's eyes fell upon this legendary figure. A chuckle escaped the boy, who didn't seem intimidated. "You will live great adventures. This old man will take care of them. It will be the last thing I do." And without further ado, the white-haired man picked up the baby named Uchiha Naruto and disappeared from the room while covering this little one with a blanket with the Uchiha logo. No one would know about this. For everyone, the son of 2 legends of the blade never existed. For others, he died. But in reality, now a legend began. Prodigy. Narrator I. Empty. Devoid of life. That was the room where an Uchiha child should have been. Everyone would think that no one noticed that the child was taken from the hospital. That would be false. A lie. Sarutobi Hiruzen did know. In fact, after the Kyuubi attack, he went looking for the baby when he learned of the death of both of the child's parents. Not a trace. Where the Uchiha should have been, there was only an empty crib inside the hospital room assigned to the little one, given his status and condition. According to reports, his chakra network was dead. Not a drop of this energy was running through the young baby's body. But as no one knew, what was really wrong with him was that he had enormous reserves of it, which, at his young age, prevented it from circulating properly through the body's internal pathways. Yes, that baby would be a monster as an adult. But back to the topic. Sarutobi went looking for the boy to take him into Anbu custody and, later, send him to the Uchiha, where he should be, given his origins. Eyes wide and almost bulging. That's how the Sandaime Hokage's eyes looked when he saw the boy had disappeared, much to the frustration and grief of the man who wanted to do something for those people who had been in his service and who had become legends in the shadows. Frustration. Anger. Grief. Old Sarutobi felt a variety of emotions. He wasn't dead, for there was no body, and the nurses, selected by the child's mother herself, didn't know where he was. No one had entered the room. But Hiruzen couldn't waste much time searching for the creature. The village was in crisis after the Bijuu's attack. At least the Yondaime Hokage and his family were safe and sound, now counting on 2 young Jinchuricas in their ranks, being the children of 2 great legends. Sarutobi stroked the bridge of his nose. There was nothing he could do for the missing Uchiha. Perhaps, the next day, he could take care of him with his personal Anbu. But he didn't expect to get lucky. No one knew of the boy's existence, except for about 10 people at most, and all of them were completely trustworthy. He sighed in resignation at the loss of such a precious child. In the future, he could have become a great shinobi, equal to his parents, and perhaps, with a little luck, surpassed his 2 grandfathers. That child would be sought after by all the villages if they knew of his lineage, in addition to the fact that he descended from the Uzumaki royalty. From Nieto and from another woman, who was Madara's wife. He blew out white smoke as he put his thoughts aside. He had no place to start his search. And if he did, the council would surely force him to continue it for years. Civilians wouldn't miss the opportunity to have a weapon. He would only search within Konoha, with the help of his faithful Anbu. He couldn't risk those rabble finding out whose son he was. He felt sorry for his student Tsunade. They were both cousins and the last Senju in the village. Place far from the elemental nations. The white-haired man, wearing red armor riddled with cracks from various fierce battles, was advancing slowly, while the strands of his white hair moved slightly, revealing eyes as black as night. The man, with a cold, perhaps arrogant appearance, covered with his body a small figure that he carried inside a blanket with a red and white fan as an emblem. Uchiha. That was the surname that came to mind when the emblem was displayed. And they wouldn't be wrong. Perhaps that child was the last descendant of great legends and great shinobi. Without a doubt, a promising future awaited him. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There were still a few years to go before the world would know the child's name. The old man carrying this burden, if you could even call it that, given his younger appearance, arrived at his home, a village filled with shinobi who no longer had anything to do with the elemental continent. The armored man had been living there since his wife's death. When he learned that he was going to have a grandson, someone who could bring honor to the Uchiha family, he did not hesitate to return to the place from which he was expelled as one of the greatest traitors, Konoha no Sato, the village that he and his clan full of traitors helped to found. He crossed the threshold of the last house in the village. It wasn't bad at all. It was bigger than the rest, bearing the Uchiha emblem and a dojo for training. It took a lot of work for the man to build it, but when he did, he was the happiest man in the world. She closed the front door, listening to the crackling of the flames burning brightly on the cold night. She threw off her cloak and placed the tiny baby in a crib. He would have expected his son and daughter-in-law to visit him. That's why he had a crib ready. As soon as he found out he was having a grandson, he built it. He covered the creature with a blanket he'd used to protect the child from the cold. And he saw his grandson, with his dark blue eyes, smile at him. For a moment, though, he thought he saw his eyes take the form of a 3-volume Sharigan, something that surprised the adult. Without a doubt, my grandson, you will be a great shinobi in the Temrin course. I will prepare you for the future, he said, while slowly caressing the face of his precious grandson. You will be a worthy grandson of mine and of that blockhead Hashirama. He left the room, leaving his grandson alone as he removed the armor he had worn his entire life. The time had come for another to take his place. Then Konoha. Chaos. That simple word was what defined the village hidden among the leaves at that moment. The Kyuubi's attack had left many dead and seriously injured, filling the hospital, as well as causing great destruction to buildings throughout the village. The blond man with blue eyes sighed as he looked out the window of his office. He could see people moving around. They were searching for more bodies and wounded. The white cape with red flames had the word Yondaime written on it. The door to his office opened. "Minato," a voice said. The blonde turned, stumbling into the former Hokage's face, a small cloud of smoke surrounding the old man. He still had his pipe in his mouth. "The council has called a meeting." Sigh. "I knew it would come to this." "Thank you, Sarutobi. I'll be right there." For a few more seconds, he looked at the village, then left the office to face the council. He wouldn't let his children be turned into weapons. But Madara. Time passed. Seconds turned into minutes. Minutes into hours. Hours into days. Days into weeks. Weeks into months. And months into years. Uchiha Madara, the greatest ninja of old, who was only matched by his friend and rival, Hashirama, could not be more happy. When he saw that flash of Sharingan in his grandson's eyes, he knew he would be one of the strongest shinobi of this time, and he couldn't have been more right. At first, he babysat the little boy, having him play with other children his age in the area, so he wouldn't be as antisocial as he was. His grandson's attitude reminded him of his son and daughter-in-law. For one thing, he could be as cold as his son, and for another, as kind as his daughter-in-law. It was a strange combination, but oh well. When the boy turned 5, Madara decided to begin his training. For now, he wouldn't teach him jutsu. This time, he would use it to control the immense amount of chakra he possessed. If he was still alive when he turned 13, he would teach him ninjutsu. But in case his life came to an end prematurely, every jutsu he knew was written on a sealed scroll, so only the boy or his children could open it. And he kept it secret. Madara knew the genes his grandson carried. He was in Uzumaki, so his affinity for Fuinjutsu was clear. He didn't know much about the art. He was an Uchiha. A warrior. But perhaps, with the scroll his wife, the boy's grandmother, gave him, he could learn the art. He was also a Senju. He would have great regeneration and physical strength, and he could also awaken Mokuton. Fortunately, he copied Hashirama's seals made during their battle with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He couldn't perform the jutsus himself, since he didn't have an affinity for that Kekkei Genkai, but he copied the seals onto the same ninjutsu scroll. After all, the boy was an Uchiha, and those genes were strong within him. Surely, he would be akin to the Kaiten, like all Uchiha. He was greatly surprised when he discovered, thanks to a chakra paper, that he was only akin to the Raiten, as Izuna had once been. Later, perhaps he would awaken some other affinity. Furthermore, he possessed a 3-volume Sharingan from the very beginning, right from birth. That meant he would possess all of its abilities and its evolutions. Madara knew it. He possessed many, but not all of them. When he awakened the Sharingan, it was with 2 tomos at the age of 11. He smiled at his grandson. He was a prodigy as soon as he arrived in the world. Over the next few years, the boy's training began, leaving him little time to spend with other children his age. But that didn't matter to him. He enjoyed spending time with his grandfather and being trained by him. It was his dream and greatest dream. They began with chakra control exercises, which the boy understood almost immediately. He knew from his grandfather that he possessed a vast reserve of it and could only be compared to a Biju. He didn't know if any other human could match him, but he would have to gain tremendous control over it if he wanted to perform great techniques. He started holding a leaf above his head. He spent the entire year doing this while studying politics and history. He didn't like it much, but he understood that not everything was physical. He also needed to keep his mind sharp. When he turned 6, he began climbing trees with his feet. This was difficult for the young man and quite frustrating. He couldn't properly ration his chakra reserves, which he built up as his training progressed. He also continued studying, adding a few hours of Fuinjutsu. Madara believed his grandson should be well versed in that art, so he'd rather instruct me right away, though he let the kid do most of it. He was quite intelligent. At 7, he replaced walking through trees with walking on water. He stopped studying history and replaced it with military strategy. Grandfather and grandson often played shogi in great silence. It's worth noting that Madara never lost. At 8 years old, he switched from wading through water to wading through a waterfall. Once again, the exercise became difficult for the boy, who saw it as a challenge to overcome. Along with military strategy and Fuinjutsu, physical exercises were added to get the boy's body in good shape. This was quite tiring for the boy, although thanks to being a Senju and an Uzumaki, he had great stamina. The legendary Uchiha Madara watched his grandson's progress with a smile. In many ways, he resembled his father. When he failed, he never stopped until he achieved his goal. He had Izuna's never-say-die attitude. At 9 years old, the young man abandoned the practice of cascading in favor of swinging a senbon. Anyone would think this was easier, given the small object. They couldn't be more wrong. The smaller the object, the more difficult it was to handle with chakra alone. He put strategy aside and focused on Fuinjutsu and the physical exercises his grandfather taught him. There was no doubt about his great talent. At 9 years old, he had already mastered every Fuinjutsu lesson in his grandmother's scroll. Madara just smiled at that. At 10 years old, I switched from senbon to sand. I had to separate the different pebbles. That was the most difficult exercise to date. He returned to the study of shinobi and civil laws of the different villages and to the study of strategy. He added the use of kunai and shurikens, as well as the rest of the shinobi implements, to his range of exercises and increased his experience in Fuinjutsu. I create the Fuinjutsu. Uzumaki. Past summoning seal. But this seal, the 10-year-old boy brought various spirits, including his paternal grandfather, Uzumaki Akeno. Both Madara and Akeno had a pleasant day. The following year, at the age of 11, he began studying Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, continuing in the evenings with all the theory, Fuinjutsu, physical exercises, and chakra control. He was to manipulate it as he pleased. This was the case for the next 2 years, where I trained as mentioned. 3 months before his 13th birthday, Madara taught him some Raiten Jutsu and the Kaiten. Great Fireball Jutsu. Although he didn't have an affinity for the latter element, he could awaken it later, as his father did. Finally, the birthday of Madara's young grandson arrived, but it was not as he expected. The old and legendary Uchiha had been feeling ill for some time. A few stabbing pains were what accompanied him constantly. And, like any older man, especially if you were a little over a century old without looking it, the legendary Uchiha Madara found peace and finally joined his wife. But first, he gave a few words to his grandson. Listen, my grandson. You are an Uchiha, but never let yourself be driven by hatred. Follow your path, but always help the weak. Be a true shinobi. And if you can, find that person who is precious to you. With those words, the life drained from the old man. The 13-year-old boy cried for several hours. He had lost the only family he had in the world, at least as far as he knew. When he opened his eyes, the 3-volume Sharigan was shining on his face. He had finally unlocked it, unaware that, as a mere day-old baby, he had already awakened it. Uchiha Naruto. Narrator I. Rain. Wind. These 2 elements of nature lashed down heavily on a town bordering Iwagakure no Sado. Lightning and thunder occasionally flashed through the dark clouds that adorned the sky at the moment. The hooded man walked through the rain and wind, doing his best not to be blown away. The wind really seemed to want to uproot everything on the ground. The hooded figure didn't seem too worried about being blown away. A small dark red flash could be seen under his cloak, while a huge gunbai that had belonged to someone important to him adorned his back, along with a large scroll that adorned the back of his waist. This guy stopped at the entrance to the town as the rain continued to fall on the mortals. He raised his face slightly, revealing black locks with brown highlights. He liked the rain. It seemed to wash away all the bad feelings he'd felt lately. He let the water gently caress his face, then focused his attention once more on his path. He still had much to learn, but his teacher and grandfather had already died, vanished from this world. Now, he would have to seek out his own sensei to improve. He moved forward, buffeted by the wind, toward what appeared to be an inn. He preferred the outdoors, but in this weather, and with no caves nearby, he'd have to sleep in a village. Thanks to the lights in the houses, the boy could be seen making a slight grimace of disgust. He stared for a few minutes at the door that would lead to the hostel, then entered, where he was greeted by a woman no more than 20 years old, with blonde hair, pale skin, and eyes as green as the forest. Our traveler stands in front of the woman and looks at him with a forced smile. That boy seemed to give off an aura of power. "Good afternoon, miss," a slightly cold voice came from the hood. The young woman shuddered slightly. It was almost as if that simple voice had frozen her. "I'd like a room." The receptionist nodded, then handed the traveler a key. He took it with his bare hand. The moment it touched the man's skin, the girl flinched. She'd never felt anything like it. He bowed and started to walk towards his room, which was number 7. The hostel seemed empty. No one else lived there except him, which surprised him at first. But maybe it wasn't the best in town. It was better that way. He liked the solitude and the silence. A young man with black hair and a ponytail crossed paths with the hooded man. He had pale skin and black eyes. He wore an Anbu suit with a chikudo on his back. This boy, he pondered for a few seconds at the hooded man, then continued on his way, as the hooded man did. The traveler arrived at his room and decided to go in. It was time to rest. The next day. Rain and wind had vanished along with the black clouds. Lightning and thunderbolts vanished as if they had never existed. A radiant sun next to a blue sky, adorned with white clouds, was what was now visible in the sky. The hooded figure was leaving the border town, heading around the border and then marching to the land of lightning. He was supposed to continue his training and see some of the scrolls he was carrying. He stopped in a small wooded area among so many rocks. "HMP, you should go out. I know you've been following me for a while," he says, to nothing. Birds chirp while a light wind moves the tree branches. This creates a strange effect on the sun's rays. A shadow appeared in front of the hooded figure. The black-haired boy, wearing Anbu attire, stood before the traveler. His face was calm, though a glimmer of interest seemed to linger in his eyes. Firmness, seriousness. That's what that boy's gaze seemed to convey. Anbu stood up, since he was on one knee, and faced the bearer of the scroll and gunbai on his back. "You radiate a great chakra," he says. The crow mask adorns his waist. The locks of hair that adorn either side of his face move slightly in the wind. "Perhaps you are who I'm looking for." Sigh. Apparently, he'd have to show himself. He doesn't want any trouble with shinobi right now. "I don't think so, Anbu-san. I'm a foreigner on this continent." His voice sounds emotionless. It sounds like a typical Uchiha. "Now if you'll excuse me, I must continue my journey to the land of lightning." The dark-haired man didn't move. He seemed rooted to the spot, staring at the hooded man. He had a mission to fulfill, his last mission on the side of his beloved village. The sigh escaped the hooded figure's throat. He would have to face the Anbu if he wanted to continue on his path. Swiftly, the dark-haired man appeared in front of the hooded man. Chikudo moved, slashing. A second later, he was behind the mysterious gunbai wielder. Pieces of black cloth fell to the ground. The cloak covering the young man had been cut. Now, his youthful face could be seen. He had a long flowing black mane, a lock of hair covering his right eye. Brown highlights appeared in the sunlight. He sighed again. He didn't want any confrontation. He discarded what remained of the cloak he'd been wearing until a few minutes ago, revealing the red samurai armor once worn by the legendary Uchiha Madara. He turned, looking with his dark blue eye at the jet black man. "I didn't want any confrontation today, Anbu-san." He picks up the gunbai his grandfather gave him on his 10th birthday. It was the one he himself had once carried. "I'd like to know your name." The Anbu turned around, staring in surprise at the young man standing in front of him. He looked very similar to Uchiha Madara. I'd even say he resembled him when he was young. "Uchiha Itachi, Anbu of Konohagakure no Sato," he replied, stoic as always. A slight smile appeared on the almost expressionless face bearing the gunbai. "Okay, Itachi-san. I'm Uchiha Naruto. Shall we dance?" In Konoha. 13 years had passed since the Kyuubi's attack. It cost the current Hokage dearly that the Kyuubi's Jinchurikis were not trained as weapons or given to Shimura Danzu. That man was hungry for power. He would undoubtedly do anything to achieve his goals. Now, both boys were treated like heroes, almost like gods, which only increased their arrogance. The counselors practically licked the feet of both boys, who were now in the academy and still had 2 years left before leaving. Soon they would be genin. The Sandame looked at the paperwork in front of him. Even though he wasn't the current Hokage, you still had a great deal of influence in shinobi matters, as well as a voice and vote on the council and an office in the Hokage Tower. But the Yandame handled most of the paperwork. I put the paper on the table and glanced out the window. I was still thinking about Izuna and Hitomi's child, who had disappeared and I couldn't find her. He turned around as an Anbu appeared in a crow-shaped shushin. He wore a crow mask and was kneeling in front of the Sandame. "Sandame-sama," his voice was calm, as always. Hardly anyone could unnerve this cold, serious Anbu. Mission accomplished. Good. I'm expecting the report tomorrow, Cuervo. And what about the other stuff? The Anbu stood up as he removed his mask, revealing the face of Uchiha Itachi, the firstborn of the Uchiha clan and future leader. I'm ready, Hokage, he says, his voice emotionless. The old monkey seems to want to dismiss the raven-haired youth, but the latter speaks again. I have something to tell you. 1 year later. Lightning Country border. It was a cold day, like any other. Lately, it seemed like bad weather had been following the Gunbai Traveler, as the brunette with chestnut highlights had become known. This was Uchiha Naruto, a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Madara. He wore the same hairstyle, which sometimes caused him problems. All those who knew the legend were afraid of the 14-year-old boy who wandered from town to town, wearing the armor he had to repair after their last encounter. That Uchiha Anbu nearly killed him with all the skill he possessed. He left a scar with his shakudo on his left side. But thanks to the fact that the Anbu wasn't evil, he managed to live, although badly injured, and seriously so. He had to stay in a fishing village until the wound healed. He smirked. Despite losing that fight, he learned the Uchiha's Crow Shushin. That might come in handy someday. Despite having great control over his chakra reserves, he still lacked combat experience, nor did he have more jutsus in his repertoire. He hadn't looked much at the ninjutsu scroll his grandfather had given him. He continued on his way, watching as a retinue of Kumagakure ninjas approached. He saw the Raikage's insignia on it. The guards took up battle stance. Nothing good seemed to separate him from this day, like the one he'd faced Itachi, the most talented ninja he'd ever met. They stopped, and a muscular man with blonde hair and a goatee stepped out of the carriage. He had massive muscles and seemed to possess great physical power. The look she gave him told him that this day wouldn't be normal. The Gunbai traveler simply sighed. Then Konokagakure. Applause and cheers, along with various shrill screams from a large number of girls, could be heard throughout the courtyard of Konoha Academy, where the future genin, who could take their positions within a year if they passed the tests, were currently gathered. All this attention was directed towards a specific duo who were crushing their rivals, a pair of civilians who wanted to become shinobi. One was blonde, with sapphire blue eyes and 3 marks on each cheek. This was Namikaze Menma, the self-proclaimed next shinobi god. And he didn't seem to be far from wrong. He was a prodigy within the academy and the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. The other 14-year-old was Uchiha Sasuke, one of the last Uchiha and the last male Uchiha loyal to the Leaf. His older brother, Uchiha Itachi, nearly wiped out the clan. Only Sasuke, his mother, his younger sister, and several other girls were spared by the clan's prodigy. This duo were the best shinobi of this generation, being a diamond in the rough. The girl with blood-red hair simply denied what most of her classmates did. They were hopeless fangirls. This girl was Namikaze Mito, very similar to her mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Her eyes were purple, and she looked very similar to the eldest of her age. But she was smarter than her twin brother, and she didn't have those marks on her face. She was one of the 3 princesses of the Leaf. This is going to be a long year with these girls, she sighed, irritated. If they knew the evidence, they'd die like bait. Border with Kurigakure. Pog, that was what spread across the area. Kurigakure no Sato was located at sea, almost always surrounded by fog, which didn't seem to surprise a certain silver-haired man who was moving quickly toward the coast. He had to get to his ship to escape. He was wearing Anbu clothing, and a dog mask hid his face. A ninja mask adorned his back. He paused for a few minutes on a tree branch. He had managed to kill his target and now he was heading back to his village. He had to give the information to the Yondaime Hokage so he could take a break. He noticed a person walking slowly toward him. A gunbai adorned his back and his resemblance to Uchiha Madara made him shiver. It was the gunbai traveler. He frowned behind his dog mask. He would have to face this enemy and then return to Konoha. It was an enemy that might soon become stronger. He made some stamps. Berkiri. In Konoha. Mito rested her head in her hands. She was exhausted from so much training. She had spent 3 years perfecting the use of chakra chains, the Uzumaki's Kekkei Genkai, which she had awakened thanks to her training. This had led to some clashes with her older brother. She sighed. He raised his face when a leaf touched his head. He looked at its contents. Bingo book. Name. Unknown. Nickname. Gunbai Traveler. Age. Unknown. Appearance. He bears a strong resemblance to the legendary Uchiha Madara, suggesting he is one of his descendants. He always carries a gunbai on his back along with a scroll and armor similar to that of the legendary figure. Village. Unknown. Abilities. It is known that he uses Raiten Jutsus and being an Uchiha he will use the Kaiten type. Rank. He is a C-rank shinobi. If he fights seriously, he can reach B rank. Description. You can face him if you are an elite Chunin or a low Jounin. He is an average Chunin, reaching elite if he fights seriously. Reward. Kumagakure. 1 million alive. Mito opened her eyes slightly. She'd never heard of this ninja before. He might not be very powerful, but something told her he would become so in time. And that he was similar to Uchiha Madara, he assured her of that. I wish I knew him. In Kurigakure. Explosions. Jutsus. The sound of metal against metal. The screams of pain and agony. All of that could be heard, but barely seen. In some areas, dense fog covered them. Corpses. Blood. All of that could be seen, while a man with green hair and brown eyes walked among this vision. It was Yonde Mizukijigura, Jinchuriki of the Sanbi. Many of the dead had fallen before him. And now, he advanced to kill a Redeed with green eyes. With that, the civil war would end. The woman, known as Terumi Mei, leader of the resistance, was low on chakra. They had launched an attack against the Mizukige's forces, but they seemed to be outmatched. And she was already praying for death. The water dragon sprang up around the boy and with a simple movement of his hand, he threw it at the woman, who closed her eyes. Raiden. Great lightning dragon. Lightning bolts formed to form an immense dragon made of blue lightning, with yellow eyes like those of the immense water dragon that went for the woman. They both collided. A huge explosion erupted from the scene and both vanished while a cloud of dust rose. Igura tucked his arm in puzzlement. Who had the strength left to confront him? A strong wind blew away the cloud of dust created by the collision of the two dragons. The current Mizukige covered his face with his arm, preventing the sand from getting into his eyes. He lowered himself as the air faded and he saw something that made him shiver. In front of him was Uchiha Madara, but younger. Alright. Mei stared in amazement at the young man beside her. His black hair fluttered in the light wind, revealing his dark blue eyes. The fire, caused by Kaiten Jutsus, made his dark wine-colored armor glow. Unbai was what this young man held in his right hand while resting it on the ground. His face was serious, unwavering. He actually gave the impression of being Uchiha Madara. Hi, she whispered. How could someone so young make her feel nervous? She didn't know the explanation. That boy made her tense. He took a step forward, watching the Mizukige tremble. Was it from fear? From excitement? He didn't know, but he had to face this enemy who was clearly beyond him. A 3-volume Sharingan appeared in his eyes as they swirled furiously. Jinjutsu was what he detected. He had to fight the Jinchuriki before he transformed into a sanguine. He bit his finger and rubbed the blood on the gunbai. Bloodfuin Jutsu. Chains of the Night God. But the sweep of the immense gunbai, a strong wind surged forth. This seemed to force the man with short green hair back. He used chakra to anchor himself to the ground. Some seals, 3 in particular, appeared forming a triangle and in the center was Yugura, exerting force due to the wind. 3 black chains surrounded the Mizukige, draining the staff man's chakra and preventing him from accessing the evil chakra. The gunbai traveler appeared before the Sanbi's Jinchuriki, forcing his Sharingan. With Yuan Jutsu, he forced the Uchiha to look. I release you from this Jinjutsu. The Nami no Kuni. Narrator I. A year had passed since the confrontation between the gunbai traveler and the Mizukige, thus giving victory. The rebel side won. Terumi Mei was named Gade Mizukige after this bloody war, which was provoked by the Sanbi's Jinchuriki, who had been controlled by Uchiha Madara. He placed her under a Jinjutsu. The traveler corroborated that part. He pointed to his eyes, smiling. Thanks to the Sharingan I knew I was being controlled. A year had passed since that conversation. During this time, Uchiha Naruto, better known as the Gunbai Traveler, remained in Kurigakure no Seido, helping with construction and training under the supervision of the Gade Mizukige and Yugura. The two decided to express their gratitude for the young man's efforts and he requested a year of training. They both accepted. He spent a month retraining his chakra control. His reserves had increased significantly, reaching the level of elite Jounin or low cage, which amazed both adults. According to Yugura, Naruto was at the mid-Chunin level and using the Sharingan he reached mid-Jounin, something that sincerely surprised both of them. When they asked him when he obtained said dojutsu, they were surprised that he said it was at 13 years old when someone he loved died in front of him. But his surprise was even greater when he mentioned that said Sharingan awakened when he was fully mature, to the surprise of his new mentors. Mei decided to train the young Uchiha in Kaiten, while Yugura helped him improve his Sharingan. By the end of the year, the black-haired youth's level had reached low Jounin. He had more control over his chakra and much greater reserves. He looked at the group in front of him. Terumi Mei, Yugura, Ao, Chijuro, the Shinobigatana wielder of the Hiramekure, and some of the older members of the council. Yes, he had earned the friendship of the Kurigakure people, which surprised him at first, especially since he wasn't a very talkative young man. He always remained calm. I guess this is goodbye or something like that, he said seriously. It didn't matter what situation the young man was in. His demeanor, rooted in the time he lived with his paternal grandfather, didn't change. He almost seemed more like an adult than a 15-year-old. The god Mizukage embraced the young man with the long black hair. If it weren't for this strange shinobi, she would be dead and the land of water would still be embroiled in war. Not knowing what to do, Naruto moved his arms and reciprocated the woman's hug. No one had ever shown him such affection. His grandfather wasn't very prone to showing the affection he had for his grandson. Although the young man knew the old man loved him. Minutes passed until they decided to part ways. Yes, the reddish-brown-haired woman had grown quite fond of the boy whom she saw as her little brother. Yugura had begun to feel the same way as the new Mizukage. He didn't know how, but he would feel strange without the young man's serious attitude. On the way to Nami. Two groups of shinobi were seen advancing along a path surrounded by trees. With this large group was a civilian man, looking tired and a little unkempt. It was the great bridge builder Tizuna who had hired the ninja to accompany him home. These two groups, 6 of whom were young people no older than 15, proudly displayed the Hide. I think that's what it is with the symbol of Konoha no Sado, the village hidden among the leaves. This symbol was that of a leaf. Very obvious to some. Each team was led by one of the two jounin present. One was a silver-haired man with his left eye covered, a mask covering his lower face, and carrying an orange-covered book. This man was a former Anbu in the service of the Yondaime. The latter convinced his former student to become a team sensei. Now, he led Team 7, confirmed by Uchiha Sasuke, the last male Uchiha loyal to the village. After the massacre, only his sister, his mother, and other Uchiha girls remained alive. The genin was one of the two geniuses of this generation. Another member was Haruno Sakura, the daughter of a city councilwoman, with pink hair and jade eyes, a squeaky voice, and a completely fangirl attitude. That girl frustrated him. And the last member of his team was Namikaze Uzumaki Menma, heir to this clan, bearer of the yang part of the Kyuubi no Yoko. This boy has blonde hair, sapphire eyes and 3 marks on his face. Without a doubt, a copy of his father. And also quite skilled. He mastered the Rasengan, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and his Futon and Kaiten elements, which came to him from his father. The other jounin was a kunoichi with red hair, lilac eyes, and a cheerful smile named Uzumaki Kushina. She was the wife of the Yondaime and mother of the heroes of Konoha, as the Namikaze Uzumaki children were called. Her mastery in Kenjutsu far surpassed any swordsman in the blade, being able to face without a doubt the 7 shinobi katana. His team was number 6. It consisted of Sai, a boy with black hair, pale skin, and who carried an Injado on his back along with a scroll to use his ink beasts. Another member was Uchiha Satsuki, the Uchiha's twin sister. This girl wasn't as arrogant as her brother, but she still wanted to kill Itachi. She was a great user of Kaiten. And finally, Namikaze Uzumaki Mito was the last member of this team led by Kunoichi. A spitting image of her mother, she was a Jinchuriki of the Yin part of the Kyuubi no Yoko. She possessed the Rasengan like her brother, along with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, but she only possessed the Suiton element, which made her brother make fun of her. And that, she found frustrating. Both teams were hired to protect the elderly Tizuna while they went to Nami. However, an attack by Nunakan from Kurigakure, more specifically the Demon Brothers, promoted this C-rank mission to an A-class 1, requiring them to reach S. They were defeated, and both senseis decided to continue with the mission. Little did they know what would soon happen. Down on the ground. He shouted after Menma tried to kill a white bunny and Haddock realized it was Kawarimi. A huge sword pierced the tree. Atop its handle appeared a man with short dark brown hair, bandages over his mouth, a sleeveless shirt, and arm warmers. Kakashi's Sharigan and the bloody habanero, his voice sounds, once he recognizes both jounin. If anyone paid attention, they'd see he was excited. I'm not surprised by the death of my companions. Lamachi's Abusa, Shinobigatana of Kurigakure no Sado, the demon of the mist he says, taking a step forward. Team, Manji formation. The 3 members of Team 7 stand in this position, followed by Team 6. He picks up his enormous sword, while at his side appears a ninja from AIM and Nunakan from Konohagakure. HMP Aoi, I hope you know what you're doing. The former Leaf Ninja, now of the Rain, draws the Raijin, the sword that once belonged to Senju Tabarama the Nidaime Hokage. Damn, she runs blood through a stream, summoning her prized katana that always accompanies her. Konoha's Nunakan, Aoi. The one who stole the Nidaime Hokage's sword. 3 AIM genin, dressed in slightly yellow overalls, appear, leading a tall man with a scar on his face and a torn Kumagakure sash. Konoha, he growls, annoyed. He still wore Kumo's jounin suit. He hadn't joined Gato long before. More for the money than for the ability to kill and enjoy women. I think today will be a good day. Well, at this point, Haddock revealed his Sharingan in his left eye while raising his ninja headband. This was really bad. There were 3 high to elite rank jounin, plus some elite to low rank genin from chunin to jounin. It would definitely be dangerous to fight. His students wouldn't be able to last long. He wouldn't even be able to use the Sharigan for long. He wasn't an Uchiha. Kushina unsheathed her katana, moving it slightly and ready to be used. Seeing this, I don't think I need to use fog. Kubikirabacho will drink his blood, he says, while moving the huge sword. HMP, my name is Mizuyuda, renegade of Kumo, while lightning envelops his fists. Your end has come, shinobi of Konoha. The fight began, with 3 jounin against 2. Although both Kakashi and Kushina expected Aoi to be weak, he had truly become an elite jounin under the command of the Megakure no Sado. And that was going to cost them. Zabuza defeated the Haddock and imprisoned him in his water prison, while Yuta paralyzed the Uzumaki, rendering her immobile. He liked strong girls. Aoi laughed lightly as he and his genin walked forward towards both groups of genin. The Yondame's children are here, huh? He says, looking at Menma and Mito, who are staring at the Omegakure native with defiance. The boy will be good for Iwa and the girl for Kumo. She'll be able to give birth to powerful babies. Menma snarled as he took a step forward. He wouldn't allow traitors to get away with this. I look at a certain dark-haired man, and both of them lunged at Aoi. What a shame. The AIM genin intervened, thus beginning a new fight under the watchful eyes of their sensei. Menma overcame the genin and went for Aoi. He ended up electrocuted by the Raijin and kneeling. The Uchiha, seeing this, along with Sai and Satsuki, separated the AIM genin and faced the jounin. With a smile, he proceeded to do the same with the trio. Oh, Uchihas. That's great. Many people will pay for you, he smiles, as he walks past the 4 paralyzed genin standing in front of him. He only had 2 kunoichi left. The trembling Pinkette and the Yondame's daughter. But he would be quick. At least, if he attacked driven by his emotions. Mito charged. He ran at medium chunin speed, surprising everyone, including the enemies, and inches away from Aoi, he pulled out a kunai. Rain moved and deflected the genin's stab, who threw a punch. She caught his fist and headbutted the girl, who fell to the ground. Aburama's ancient sword swung again, intending to paralyze the younger Retid. She rolled, dodging the downward slash and getting back to her feet. She formed her Rasengan and attacked. The lightning-edged sword blocked the attack, creating an explosion and throwing the girl backward, who was picked up by Haruno. HMP. Suiton. Water dragon missile. After the seals, a dragon came out of the man's mouth and shot towards both kunoichis. Raiden, negative field. Both techniques collided. They cancelled each other out, revealing a hooded figure. Hanging from his back was a scroll and a gunbai. Who are you? I point with the Kubikirabacho. The new intruder simply stared at the shinobi katana. He knew the Kubikirabacho. In fact, his friend asked him to retrieve it. He moved his hand swiftly and took down his scroll. He left it leaning against a tree. Then he walked calmly. TCH. Genins. Kill him. AIM's genin trio charged at the hooded figure with kunai in hand. They didn't expect what was next. And wind. He swung his massive gunbai. A huge wave of wind forced the genin to stop. A grave mistake. Raiden. Electric killer. Lightning struck the trio. They screamed in pain and suffered massive electric shocks. They fell dead after 15 minutes of this. Mito, who had recovered from the shock, looked at the new fighter. Her purple eyes stared at the man's gunbai. The gunbai traveler. He shouted. Everyone stared at the hooded figure. Haddock growled. He remembered his confrontation with that guy. He was strong, C or B rank, even though he was a mid-level chunin. His strategies were always the ones that got the better of him. He thought he'd killed him. Uzumaki Kushina turned her head slightly, looking at the mercenary wanted by Kumagakure with some fear. He was too close to Mito. The gunbai traveler turned his head slightly as the renegade stared at this man. He placed his weapon back on his back. He wouldn't need it if he faced that Aoi. He wasn't that strong. That sword he carried was powered by his chakra. Damn it. He growled, looking at his dead genin. He was really pissed off and could do anything. Mainly, kill that guy. Zabuza and Yuta watched this with amusement. Apparently, the Konohagakure shinobi had gotten a little help from a stranger who had appeared 2 years ago. With a gesture, a Zabuza clone formed from the lake water. He couldn't break the flow of chakra currently sending the Haddock into the water sphere. Yuta, for his part, frowned as he watched the man. He'd been in the Raikage's entourage when he'd confronted that boy. He couldn't believe that boy was still alive. Are you okay? He crouched down in front of the redeeded Kunoichi, who was being held by Haruno, as they both stared at the hooded man. They couldn't see his face, but they thought they saw a hint of a smile. Hi. She said, her eyes forming little stars. She seemed to be looking at him with admiration. He nodded imperceptibly as he stood up again. He was tired from the journey from Kurigakure no Sado, but he had to help these leaf shinobi. It was the village his grandfather had helped found. He turned, facing the wielder of the Raijin, his great-uncle's sword. He made a grimace of disgust, which went unnoticed by everyone there, but especially by Aoi. He didn't know what was coming to him when he wielded that legendary sword. The Nunakan of Konoha charged forward, wielding said sword. The gunby traveler didn't wait long. He engaged him in combat. A thrust was launched and he had to move his head to the side. Rain moved with the intention of severing his head. The traveler was forced to duck. He jumped back. Aoi lunged forward. He couldn't let him get any further away from him. He had to kill him once and for all. An invisible smile formed on the face of Uchiha Madara's grandson, who remained calm as ever. He knew that Omegakure's new jounin would try to kill him quickly. He had a volatile temper. He flared up quickly. He watched as she approached him, raging ready to chop off his head. He stood on the ground. His fingers flew in a sequence of seals that the haddock saw thanks to his Sharingan. Aoi slashed. I didn't expect what was coming next. Rain. Electric darts. From the gunby traveler's hand, blue senbons shot out, small fragments of lightning. The Nunakan was unable to dodge the attack and suffered great damage. He dropped the sword created by the Nidaime Hokage and fell to his knees. The gunby wielder picked up the weapon and deactivated it as everyone watched. I keep it between the folds of my cloak. HMP looked now at the clone of the Kubikirabacha wielder. He was walking along calmly. That enemy would be even worse. He was ranked ARS and the one from Kumagakure was definitely Su. This was getting complicated. He'd have to use the Sharingan to keep up with both of them. A sigh escaped his throat. Those from Konoha were injured and he would face both renegade jounin alone. Zabuza, the clone, launched himself at the hooded figure. He was forced to dodge slashes from the enormous sword the Nunakan wielded as if it were his own arm. Kunai emerged from the mercenary's cloak and blocked one of those downward slashes. He could feel the power of that Nunakan from Kurigakure. It was the clone, but he could see the strength the real one would have. He growled. He couldn't take on two jounin by himself. He could see that. He wrapped said kunai in Raiten chakra and took advantage of a gap in the clone's defenses, killing it. Too bad it wasn't the original. The Shinobigatana's eyes widened. That boy was definitely quite strong. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Kakashi's Sharingan. If he broke free from prison, he would have to face two powerful enemies, one with a Sharingan. The Unbai traveler began slowly with a sequence of seals. With this attack, he would force Mamachi's Abusa to release that jounin from the blade and would also remove the paralysis from the genin and the other jounin. Raiten. Rupture. Great beast devastation. Lightning began to gather around the mercenary. The paralysis that the Konoha genin and jounin had suffered vanished thanks to the Raiten chakra that had been responsible for paralyzing them, joining with the chakra that was gathering in the mercenary. Yuta growled. His Raiten fists were gone. This is bad, he grunted. He was pretty tired. The gunby traveler swung his arms. A huge beam of Raiten launched itself at them both. Zabuza leaped, freeing Haddock Kakashi, and Yuta tried to dodge. He didn't expect the cut made by the Uzumaki to prevent him from moving. He received the jutsu and was thrown to the bottom of the lake, severely injured. Kubikirabacho's Shinobigatana growled. He had to escape. One of his clones picked up Aim's clones and the other swam to retrieve Mizuyuta. Gato's hired renegades vanished. The mercenary sighed. That jutsu hadn't been perfected yet. A silver-haired Sharingan-wielding man emerged from the lake and covered his Sharingan. He had expended a lot of chakra maintaining the dojutsu his friend had given him. He approached his group as the genin were getting up. They were all slightly exhausted. Because of the former Konoha ninja, they hadn't been able to move. Menma stood up and stroked the Raigen's blow. The attack still hurt. Uchiha Sasuke and his sister glanced at the haddock. They would have to see how he had obtained it. Mito stood up, still looking at the gunby boy, who was collecting his scroll and hanging it on his back, along with the gunby. Then, she looked at the Konoha people. I thought this would be difficult, but not this difficult. I look at the stranger who helped them. I guess we should thank you. Ishina nodded as the genin tried to see inside the hood. They couldn't see anything. The younger Riteed felt sad. You're welcome, I suppose, he answers calmly. Then he bows. It's a pleasure to meet Uzumaki Kushina. The Yondame's wife blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Same here, Dadabane. No one understood how that boy was calm after fighting with tremendous guys, but the two Uchihas would want to train with him. I would like to meet the famous gunby traveler. I look at the jounin. HMP, I guess that's okay. Slowly, he removed his hood, revealing a head of black hair with brown highlights that covered his right eye. He resembled the legendary Uchiha Madara. I'm Naruto, Uchiha Naruto. Battle on the bridge. Narrator I. Hunger. Death. Destroyed. Those were the first 3 words that could be used to describe the village Izuna lived in. In the streets, children orphaned by Gato were searching for something to eat. Many of the houses were destroyed, as were the food stalls or other stores. The food, besides being scarce, was in poor condition. Perhaps it was edible, but one risked getting sick. But no one had any decent food. It was either eating what the stores sold or searching for food in the forest. That option was the most common, but you might not return. Those from Konoha watched this with a certain astonishment and anger. A certain rage could be seen in the Jounin's eyes. Sorrow shone in the Kunoichi's. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The boy's eyes, on the other hand, were very different. Menma clenched his fists, holding back the urge to go after the mercenaries who did this. He wasn't that stupid, but the rage was there, along with that strange glimmer in which growing arrogance could be seen. Sai simply maintained a monotonous gaze. He didn't let any emotion show through, which might lead people to think he wasn't human or some kind of puppet or mannequin. The only way you could tell he was a person was by seeing how his chest moved as he breathed. Sasuke, for his part, viewed this with annoyance, but he didn't feel the need to let his anger get the better of him. To him, those people didn't matter. They weren't part of his clan. He had no need to protect those people. He was there for the mission, nothing more. Unbai traveler Uchiha Naruto watched this with an impassive expression, inherited from his grandfather. The handle of his large fan protruded from his right shoulder, and his armor gleamed in the rays of the sun. Izuna started walking, and he followed. The others had no choice but to follow the two. Especially since their contractor was the one supposed to take them to the house, and they couldn't leave their client's side for a moment. If the encounter with the Demon Brothers and the Renegades wasn't enough to make it clear they were after him, then nothing was. The 10 people arrived at a 2-story wooden house near the lake. It was clearly in need of some repairs. The builder entered through the door, followed by the shinobi and the mercenary with the long black hair. Izuna. Daughter. I'm home now, he announced, leading the group into the living room. Footsteps were heard, and someone began to descend the stairs leading to the second floor. Some of them creaked slightly when pressed and weight was placed on them. Concern replaced by slight joy was what was reflected in the black eyes of a woman with black hair and civilian clothes. That face, as well as the woman's body, was very similar to that of a certain Uchiha who was in Konoha. For those of the Leaf, it was undoubtedly a surprise to see someone resembling one of their strongest Kunoichi, the most shocked being the Raven and his sister, who, if they didn't know that their mother was in the village, would undoubtedly have believed that she was standing in front of them at this moment. The man was hugged by her and then turned his attention to the shinobi hired by his father. She never expected him to actually make it. Her hope was short-lived. The bow was his gesture of greeting. It's a pleasure to meet the shinobi who protected my father. He stands up, a smile on his face. It wasn't one of complete happiness. It hid some nervousness and worry, which didn't escape a certain young man in armor. My name is Tsunami. Each and every one bowed at the woman's presentation. Naruto. Excuse me, Tsunami-san, called the long-haired Uchiha. Could you lend me a room to change? The woman blinked a couple of times as she looked at the young man who returned her a penetrating and indifferent look. Tsunami. Sure. Follow me, please. He nodded as the woman ascended the stairs, followed by the Gunbai bear. Their footsteps could be heard upstairs, heading toward one of the bedrooms. Kakashi stopped looking at the stairs. It felt strange to see that boy. He thought he'd killed him using Rikiri. Maybe it wasn't that accurate. How had he survived her assassination jutsu? The silver-haired Jounin snorted as he turned to the two genin teams. If it hadn't been for that mercenary, maybe they wouldn't have counted her. While the Hada continued with his thoughts, the red-haired girl, Kushina's daughter, couldn't stop jumping internally. She was happy. She had finally met the Gunbai traveler, the mercenary who was being sought by various villages. Menma. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki couldn't help but feel a certain anger toward that boy. Who did he think he was? Maybe he had saved him and thanks to him he was still here. But he couldn't stop seeing him as a rival. Kushina, for her part, was worried about the confrontation with those Jounin. They were quite good and nearly finished her and Kakashi off. Shinobigatana Mamachi's Abusa was the most dangerous, along with that Nunikin from Kumagakure. Aoi, for her part, wasn't a big problem. The 3 renegades would take a while to recover, at least for Mizuyuta, who had taken the mercenary's jutsu head-on. The Uzumaki didn't believe he was still alive. When the Kurigakure Nunikin pulled him from the lake, she saw the serious injuries the Kumo native sustained. Unintentionally, a sad, nostalgic sigh escaped her throat. She looked at her companions. None of them noticed that glitch in the purple eye. A smile spread across his face as he watched Mito speak to the black-haired Uchiha, who seemed to be ignoring the redeed as she stared at her brother, whose eyes remained closed. The Uchiha heir was thinking about the newest member of his clan. He was no longer the only male. The blue-eyed blonde man still gritted his teeth. He couldn't calm down, and it seemed that the darker half of the Kyuubi he carried seemed to be tempting the young man, who still held resentment toward the young mercenary. But when he opened his eyes, the Yondame's son was calm, his back pressed against the wall. Kakashi. I have something to tell you. The genin looked at the silver-haired boy. Sai had just appeared for a while, until Momochi's Abusa makes an appearance with his fellow mercenaries, your training will resume. Sasuke and Menma stared at their sensei, not letting on what they were feeling or thinking. Both of them, being the best genin of Konohagakure no Sado, were calmer when they could continue with their respective training. They were both used to strict training, always with the intention of improving themselves. For her part, only Satsuki of Team 6 had that thirst for power. In her mind, all she could think about was killing her older brother, Uchiha Itachi, and avenging the clan. But with the arrival of this boy, also from her clan, things changed slightly. Perhaps he would help her and Sasuke kill the traitor. That was her duty as a member of the clan. Although she felt sorry for her mother, the only one who still cared about Itachi. That stopped mattering to her when she saw her father dead. Unconsciously, she gritted her teeth, a gesture seen by Menma, who didn't understand the brunette's behavior. She simply stopped thinking about it when her sensei spoke again. With Naruto. The unbiased traveler, or Uchiha Naruto, was looking out the window in his room. The entire sea could be seen from that spot, or at least a tiny part of it. Drops of red rose color fell from the hands of the boy with hair just like Madara's. And if one looked closely, they were trembling slightly, a sign that the nerves in his hands had been slightly affected. This was seen by Tsunami, who had already brought bandages. Forced the armored boy to sit on the edge of the bed while he started on his right hand. Naruto had both eyes closed. His right eye, however, was hidden by a bang, a black color with brown highlights. The mercenary let it happen, an idea running through his mind as he felt the woman's fingers brush against his skin while she rubbed the bandage after cleaning the wound. Naruto, thinking. That Raiten jutsu almost destroyed my hands. I can barely feel them right now. I'd say I don't have hands. He watches the civilian continue with her work. If it weren't for my resistance and regeneration, I wouldn't be able to use my hands now. Sigh. He'd have to go all out if he wanted to kill those Nunakin. He couldn't do it alone, so he'd use those leaf shinobi for his own benefit. That's all they were good for. When the bridge builder's daughter finished bandaging both hands of Madara's Uchiha grandson, he dismissed her with an indifferent gesture, and the woman left without a word. That boy, despite his youth, was quite intimidating. Even though he was respectful, something told her he could kill her without flinching. He stood up again and proceeded to remove his armor. It wasn't difficult. The strap slid off, and the entire set fell to the ground without a sound. With great skill, the mercenary shinobi prevented the armor from falling sharply. He left the armor his grandfather had given him, hanging it on the wall next to his bed. His arms moved, and the sleeveless shirt he'd worn under his breastplate fell off his body, leaving his torso bare. A shiver ran through his body as he felt the cold of his own fingers trace the scar that Uchiha had left. He also had an X-shaped scar on his chest, courtesy of a Konoha Anbu wearing an Inu mask. I still didn't understand how he was still alive. The next day. Both leaf teams were in a clearing in the forest near the village. The genin formed a line in front of the two jounin. The blonde Namikaze next to the Uchiha seemed slightly impatient. Kakashi. Okay guys, today we'll be training chakra control by climbing trees. Everyone started to growl, or rather Sasuke and Menma. But before they could continue replying, the former Anbu cut them off. It will be using your feet while you pump chakra into your feet. A small demonstration came after by the Cyclops jounin. Kunai were thrown at the genin's feet so they could mark their progress. They had no time to reply, and they began to carry out their sensei's command. Haddock and Uzumaki watched their genin fall and get back to their feet. Only Haruno, the civilian daughter of a counselor, had managed to climb to the top of the tree, given her low chakra reserves. The others had a hard time, due to their large amounts of it, especially Menma, the boy with blonde hair, marks on his cheeks, and sapphire blue eyes, and the Uchiha with hair like a duck's ass. This duo was pretty good. Mito, the redeeted Uzumaki daughter of Kushina and sister of Menma, fell to the ground on her butt again, causing the genin to puff out her cheeks in frustration. HMP, I expected a bit more from Konoha genin, but I guess you can't have everything. He raised his head to meet the dark-skinned man with dark blue eyes, and the gunbai wielder. The handle of the gunbai could be seen jutting out from his right shoulder. Mito. Naruto. She shrieked, causing him to look at the genin with some indifference, who certainly lost her joy. I'm sorry, those words came out weakly as she looked down. She intimidated him. Naruto. You just need to channel chakra into your feet. Close them and think of your favorite place, he advised as he disappeared. The lilac-eyed girl closed her eyes as the mercenary had said. She began to imagine herself in the head of the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama, just as the last rays of the sun began to disappear. One of the best sunsets she had ever experienced. A burst of applause made the girl open her eyes, not understanding. These widened as he realized he was standing on a branch over the heads of his companions and family. I can't say anything. When he took a step, he slipped and started to fall while screaming. The Shino also screamed and went to summon the chains that marked her so much. But a dark figure caught the Kunoichi and fell to the ground with her in its arms. The Yondame's wife ran to see her daughter, who was there in the arms of Uchiha Naruto, who continued to keep his face serious and indifferent. Mito, for her part, kept her eyes closed. She felt arms holding her, but she didn't want to open them. Naruto. I knew that would help you, he said, surprising the girl who opened, now yes, her lilac eyes, just like her mother's. The blush began to creep across her face, matching it, making it resemble her hair and her mother's. The Kunoichi couldn't believe she was in the Uchiha's arms. The mother watched the duo, while the others continued with their tree climbing training. She didn't like that boy. He gave her a bad feeling. The young shinobi mercenary carrying a huge gunbai left the Jinchuriki of the good half of the Kyuubi on the ground, standing, joining her fingers from time to time, imitating her friend. A week later. The week had passed, and now both Konoha teams were on the famous bridge Izuna was finishing. But his workers were on the ground, with senbon stuck all over their bodies. Kakashi twitched. He felt a strange sensation, like cold air approaching them. He turned slightly, seeing a chakra-infused mist surround them. Four shadows emerged from the center of it, the Nunakan serving Gato. Momochi Zabuza was now wearing a sleeveless shirt as he looked at the Konoha shinobi. His eyes searched for the mercenary who had nearly ruined his plans. Bakusho Aoi, with bandages on her body, was also there, without the famous sword of the Nidaime Hokage, and with an angry face directed towards the Leaf Ninjas. Izuyuta, Kumagakure's Nunakan, looked bored. And he really was. He was just waiting for the gunbai traveler to appear to test his level, although he was still slightly injured after that devastating Raiten jutsu the brunette had used. For his part, the Anbu of Kurigakure, the one who was next to Zabuza, only waited for orders like any tool. Paddock uncovered his Sharingan eye and began to organize the next battle. Kakashi, Menma and Sasuke, you will take care of the Anbu alongside Zabuza. But be careful and don't underestimate your enemy, the two Vero of Team 7 nodded while looking at the Anbu Mito and Satsuki, you will take care of the Aim Jounin, Aoi. Watch what that green-haired man does, the girls nodded. Sai and Sakura will protect Izuna and Kushina will take care of the Kumagakure Nunakan and I will take care of Zabuza. Once everyone had their target, they split up to face their rival. Menma and Sasuke goes Anbu. The boys from Team 7 quickly launched themselves at their target, who jumped back in a leap. Menma turned around and placed his hands and threw the Uchiha into the sky. He was holding a kunai in his hand. Kunais collided in the sky. The jet black man's onyx eyes glared at the masked man with flashes of anger. Kurigakure Anbu fell to the ground but had to move his arm and block the stabbing attempt by the blue-eyed blonde, who made a grimace of disgust. He ducked and dodged the Uchiha's fist. He grabbed his arm and threw it at the Namikas, knocking them both down as he stepped back a few meters, breathing calmly as he watched the two of them get back to their feet. Sasuke. You're good, Anbu fast, threw some kunai while his blonde partner made hand seals, thus turning the pair of kunai into hundreds. Zabuza's Anbu partner simply made a seal. Anbu. Himeton. Ice barrier wall of pure ice appeared in front of the brunette Anbu, protecting him. The kunai dug into it as both genin stared in amazement at their opponent's jutsu. How had he done that? They didn't have time to say anything. The wall collapsed on its own and the pieces flew towards them. Sasuke acted quickly. Sasuke. Kaiten. Great fireball. He inhaled air, then exhaled. Instead of carbon dioxide, what emerged was a large ball of reddish fire. The ball, expelled by the jet black man, intercepted his opponent's second jutsu. To his amazement, many of the ice chunks were intact and nearly pierced the brunette. If it hadn't been for a Fuiton jutsu from his cheek-marked companion, he would have been dead. Anbu sighed. He didn't want to kill, but for his master's Zabuza, he would do anything. He couldn't allow anyone to get in his master's way. He let Himeton's chakra lightly cover his body. Anbu. Himeton. Demonic ice mirrors. 21 mirrors made of pure ice surrounded the young men, who stood back to back while the Anbu entered one of the mirrors. Menma. What the hell is this? A kunai appeared in his right hand as he waited to see what his enemy would do next. They didn't have to wait long. Thousands of senbons were launched at the genin, who began to swing their kunai to deflect the thrown weapons. For 15 minutes they remained like this, with Sasuke Sharingan already awake, 2 tomos in his right eye and 1 in his left. Menma was already tired. Sasuke fell to his knees, 100 senbon wounds on his body. He couldn't hold on any longer and the boy closed his eyes, allowing himself to be carried away by the darkness. Menma glared at the Anbu, letting the Kyuubi's chakra envelop him. A tail flicked into the air while his eyes turned red and slanted. The Anbu were shocked. But there was nothing they could do. The demonic chakra shattered the mirrors, freeing them and forcing the Anbu to flee. Namikaze Uzumaki Menma reappeared behind the masked man. Menma. D. bastard. A purple sphere appeared in his hand, resembling a Biju lady of the Bijuus Bijura Sengen. The attack struck the Anbu in the stomach, sending him flying backward and crashing into the bridge wall. His mask fell off, exposing his effeminate face. Venma calmed down, making the Biju King's chakra disappear. A smile appeared on his face. Mito and Saivai Aoi. The little Uzumaki looked at the Konoha Nunakan, who was laughing softly. She had to face two genin who were undoubtedly weak. Although she no longer had the Raijin because of that mercenary, she could still face this duo. He dodged the slash of the black-haired boy, who moved his tanto with the intention of severing the Nunakan's head. He was surprised by the boy's speed. Was he really just a genin? Water bullets flew at him. The red-haired genin was trying to finish him off with Suiton. Aoi sighed. They were on water, so she had an advantage over him. Mito appeared in front of him and tried to move. Ink-like tigers descended upon him. He hadn't expected that jutsu, and he was still weak thanks to the mercenary who had joined the Konoha team. Before he knew it, he was tied up and sealed with chakra suppression seals. It had all been so easy. Luckily, no one would find out that Naruto had erased the AIM Jounin's chakra system. Kakashi vs Zabuza. Haddock looked at the Shinobigatana of Kurigakure, wielder of the Kubikirabacho. Zabuza also looked at the silver-haired man. Neither of them moved, even though they both wanted to go to their comrade's aid. Momochi for the Anbu, and Haddock for Kushina. He knew which genin had been the winners. Although Aoi herself didn't put up much of a fight. Zabuza. We should begin. Sharingan no Kakashi. Two water clones appeared on either side of the swordsman. These clones launched themselves at the dog summoner Haddock. Kakashi, thanks to the Sharingan in his left eye, was able to dodge the slashes of the Shinobigatana copies. He blocked a Kubikirabacho with his kunai just as it was about to decapitate him. He had to use Kawarimi to dodge the second clone slash, which ended up splitting the one he attacked head-on. He took the opportunity to stab the remaining one, causing both clones to turn into puddles of water. He jumps, dodging a water dragon that tries to take him down, and spins, stopping the Kubikirabacho with his kunai. Both Haddock Kakashi and Momochi Zabuza stared at each other for about 30 seconds as they tried hard to push each other back. The silver-haired Jounin's left eye began to spin, but the Shinobigatana saw this and jumped back. He knew that if the Konoha shinobi looked at him with a Sharingan, he could get inside his head. Zabuza spun around, unleashing a spinning slash. Haddock was forced to back away, his breathing ragged, but the Shinobigatana didn't give the Sharingan wielder time to think of anything. He launched himself at the copy ninja again, the Kubikirabacho moving parallel to the ground, raising a light cloud of dust. He raised the immense sword. Drops of blood fell to the damp ground. They merged with a little water remaining on the bridge's floor. The silver-haired Jounin brought his hand to the cut area while looking at Zabuza with the Sharingan spinning furiously. Zabuza. It seems this is your limit, Sharingan no Kakashi here recited, while his eyes kept looking at Konoha's, who was covering his wound. The sound formed under his mask. He took a scroll from one of his pockets and quickly expanded it, passing blood over it. He made stamps. Kakashi. Kuchius no Jutsu. Earth Fang. He shouted after hitting the ground hard. Black marks spread across the ground. Moments later, several dogs emerged from the ground and bit the Shinobigatana hard, preventing it from moving. Zabuza. What? Kakashi quickly began another series of seals, then extended his arm toward the ground. Raiten chakra began to gather in his hand and he looked at the wielder of the Kubikirabacho. Kakashi. This is my signature jutsu, Zabuza. Your time has come, and as fast as lightning, he shot towards the Nunakan of Kurigakure. His bandages were stained with blood as the silver-haired man's jutsu pierced the swordsman's chest. This jutsu was Rikiri. Haddock watched as the life drained from the shinobi's dark eyes. Kushina vs Yuta. Uzumaki Kushina, better known as the Bloody Habanero, was facing the renegade of Kumagakure no Sato, Mizu Yuta, an expert in the Raiten element who betrayed his village a year ago. The scarred man, wearing the Jounin uniform of his former village, looked at the Reteed. A look of boredom was what started this fight. The katana blade passed close to Yuta, who quickly moved aside. He knew how the Jounin moved. She was too well known to her people, and now she could have her revenge. Her brother died at her hands. Mizu Yuta reappeared behind the Uzumaki. Chains emerged from his back, intent on impaling him. And they did. But it exploded into lightning bolts that slightly paralyzed the woman. The real Yuta threw a punch at her, hitting her in the jaw and sending her flying upward. Quickly, the Nunakan reappeared over the woman with both hands wrapped in Raiten. Yuta. Raiten. Lightning hammer. And the blow hit the woman squarely and she was thrown to the ground, creating a crater and a cloud of smoke that hid the woman. He fell in front of it, waiting for it to fade away to see the Uzumaki's condition. Once again, a golden chain emerged from the cloud and forced the Nunakan to jump. If the thing caught or pierced him, it would begin to drain his chakra. That's why he was extremely careful when the woman's Kekkei Genkai appeared. The smoke cleared, revealing Kushina, still in good condition. She was bleeding slightly from her stomach, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. Yuta wrapped himself in lightning. And disappeared. Uzumaki Kushina opened her eyes slightly. She swiftly swung her katana and blocked the scarred man's punch. The force sent her flying, cracking the ground, and the effort she was making to stay in place was reflected on her face. The shock ran down it until drops fell to the ground. New chains appeared behind the man, and he jumped, but not before being impaled on one in his left shoulder. He grunted, but broke free before it drained too much of his chakra. Blood trickled down his arm as he held it with the other. He hadn't expected that. He certainly had great skill with his Kekkei Genkai. He spat out a bloody phlegm to one side. Before Kushina could do anything, he hit the ground, creating a path of light. Her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't dodge that. The huge explosion, accompanied by smoke, was what emerged when the attack hit its target. Yuta smiled slightly. He stood up, expecting to see a badly injured Kushina. His surprise was immense when he saw a wolf with electric blue fur standing in front of the woman. She came out from behind the yellow-eyed animal, surprised. "If I had arrived later, this would be a different story," said an indifferent voice. Yuta turned around, seeing the gunbai traveler with the dark blue armor, his hair blowing through the air. "You were injured by that jutsu I used, which surprised me, although not that much." He put aside his cloak and his enormous scroll while looking at the Nunakan. "Denki, you can go. And send my regards to Kaiara." The blue wolf nodded and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Yuta looked at the mercenary and the jounin. He was at a disadvantage. Yuta. "Heh, looks like I'm at a disadvantage. But I'll take you guys on, Uchiha Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina." He made a single seal before he started to glow like a light bulb. "Bye." Naruto didn't wait. He finished his chain of seals, and a Raiden armor enveloped the boy, something surprising for Kushina and Yuta. The Uchiha disappeared, reappearing in front of the Nunakan. He received a blow to the stomach and was thrown backward. This cut off the flow of chakra he was using and unintentionally undid the jutsu. He couldn't win this battle. He was seriously injured and facing an elite jounin. Besides, that mercenary was certainly good for a 15-year-old. Sigh. Konoha. Everything seemed to be moving slowly on the bridge Izuna had built with the Konoha teams. Bloody battles had taken place there, leaving the Konoha shinobi group victorious for the moment, which didn't seem too difficult given their high level of skill. Only one of the Nunakan who were on Kat's side remained standing. That was Mizu Yuta, the Kumagakure Nunakan still wearing his jounin uniform. Blood trickled from his left shoulder as he stared at a young man in dark blue samurai armor. His hair, black as night with hints of brown, was moving slightly, not because of the wind, but because of the lightning armor surrounding him. He was using the Raiden no Yoroi, a jutsu that at the time had only been used by the Yondaime Reikage. How was it possible for a 15-year-old boy to know how to execute it? It was truly astonishing for those who knew the jutsu. Yuta groaned slightly, blood draining from his hands. He was lost. He was facing a jounin and a mercenary. He didn't know how to face him without turning his back on the Uzumaki. Naruto, for his part, calmly looked at his rival. Perhaps he lacked the experience to defeat someone like that Kumo shinobi. He was at the low jounin level, while that man was at the elite jounin level, perhaps at the low Anbu level. He didn't want to use his resources in this battle, but to kill this renegade, perhaps he should use them. Yuta. This is going to take a long time. Uchiha, his voice sounds deep, letting out a few moans of pain and a little blood from his mouth. "But I'll have to kill you if I want to get paid." His fists wrapped in lightning. He was enduring the pain of using chakra with his left arm. But he had to do it. He couldn't fight that boy with only 50%. He had to take cover. An explosion sounded and Yuta backed away several meters, arms crossed. The Uchiha launched himself again, Raiden no Yoroi active. He tried again to hit the Nunakan. He protected himself with his fists despite the wound on his left arm, which continued to bleed and cause pain to the Mizu. Both Raiden users clashed fists and were separated by the shock sling. Naruto. Unbai Traveler took a Taijutsu stance, waiting for his enemy to charge at him. But Yuta knew that with a wound like that, he wouldn't be able to hold his own against the boy in Taijutsu. He was wearing the Reikage's lightning armor and who knew what else he had up his sleeve. Madara's grandson launched himself at the Nunakan in a burst of speed, clashing fists again, but Yuta had to back away. The pain from his wound forced him to retreat. Had he continued the clash, his arm would have been beyond repair. He could still heal it, but as the fight progressed, the chances of his arm being restored to its former state diminished. For her part, Uzumaki Kushina watched the fight between the Kumagakure Nunakan and the gunbai-wielding mercenary unfold. She should have been worried about her comrades and children, but that wasn't necessary. With just a glance, she realized that the rest of the rogue shinobi had already been defeated by Kakashi and the rest of the genin. The only ones who hadn't fought were Satsuki and Sakura, who had been tasked with protecting the bridge builder, who was strangely sober. He returned his attention to the battle, realizing that Mizuyuda, Kumagekur's raten expert, was weighing all his options. He certainly knew that in this state he couldn't face the mercenary who so resembled Uchiha Madara, but he also couldn't just run away. Uchiha Naruto simply moved his right foot forward a few inches, giving the signal for the Cloud Renegade to launch himself at him with his fists wrapped in light blue lightning. He tried, by every means possible, to land a blow on the dark-haired youth, but it was impossible. The wound continued to open wider with the movements he was forced to make. Normally, he would have defeated this boy in one fell swoop, but the confrontation he had with Uzumaki Kushina, the bloody habanero, and the after effects of receiving the jutsu from the boy in front of him directly, made it difficult, if not impossible. His rival was undoubtedly an elite Chunin or a low Jounin, and that was without using the Sharigan. Although the Kumo Nunikin assumed he hadn't awakened it yet, otherwise, why hadn't he used it? If the boy in front of him were to use the Uchiha clan's famous dojutsu now, he would be finished and dead in less than 5 minutes. That is, if he wasn't mature enough. I grab the mercenary's right arm as he tries to hit him, and I throw him to the right, knocking him away. If some kind of miracle didn't happen, he'd be dead. As if Kami heard him, applause was heard across the bridge, causing everyone there to fix their eyes on a superb dwarf who was supported by 100 mercenaries, who carried weapons to the point of being enough. I see that Zabuza and his lapdog were of no use, he blurted out, with all the venom he was capable of, when he saw the Shinobigatana and the Anbu dead, one from a Raten jutsu and dog bites, and the other with a strange coil in his stomach. The Uzumaki Jounin stood next to the haddock, while her students stood behind them, and the builder looked at everything in horror. Naruto also died, neglecting the Nunikin in front of him, who took advantage of the opportunity to escape, jumping into the water and letting himself be carried by the current. He sighed, then walked forward and stood next to the Konoha shinobi, while the Raiden no Yoroi disappeared, returning his hair to its normal movement. I arrived in time to see the Anbu thrown into the water and the Kubakirabacho ripped from the hands of the Shinobigatana who could not defend himself. I narrowed my eyes as I saw the covetous looks the dwarf and his people had. The Uchiha knew guys like them very well, full of greed and evil intentions. Guys like them shouldn't exist. He knew Zabuza was hired by Gato, the dwarf who now led those 100 men, but he did it for a noble reason. To earn money for the revolutionaries and thus overthrow the Yonde Mizukage. It was a shame he didn't know about the end of the war. And there was nothing he could do. They had to kill that man. He clenched his fists and, for the first time in a long time, let his emotions flow. Everyone looked at him as a great killing intent surged across the bridge, while small flashes of lightning surrounded him until they once again formed the Raten no Yoroi. In the blink of an eye, the 100 mercenaries were butchered like pigs at the slaughter. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the Uchiha's hands, whose armor now more closely resembled that of Senju Hashirama, the only known Mokuton user. He slowly turned his head, now looking at the dwarf behind him. A week later. After the massacre on the bridge, it was called the Great Naruto Bridge, after their hero, who, along with the Konoha shinobi, freed them from the evil that plagued their land. Madara's grandson left 2 days after that, without saying anything to anyone and without even saying goodbye, which left the little Uzumaki very hurt, and she wished she could talk to that boy before parting ways. Satsuki had a very different idea. Her pet, as she considered the mercenary, was gone, and she couldn't use him for her plans. That frustrated her, but maybe if the council found out, they'd send Anbus after him. His twin brother felt the same way, but he also wanted to return to the village to train as soon as possible. He had accepted the offer to train alongside the younger Namikaze, and they both wanted to get to Konoha as soon as possible to improve their skills. They were upset after seeing what that mercenary had done. Sai and Sakura were unaware of this, but the pale young man planned to report everything that had happened to his leader to see what they would do with this new Uchiha they were unaware of. Team 6's Jounin, Uzumaki Kushina, still saw the mercenary as a danger and wished he would never come near her daughter and son again. She had a bad feeling about him. For his part, former Anbu Haddock Kakashi felt a little admiration for the young Uchiha and hoped to find him. But this time, he wouldn't try to kill him. With these thoughts, the two teams set off towards the large village of Konohagakure no Sato. With Naruto. The young Uchiha, wearing blue armor, walked calmly along the riverbank. His beloved armor finally shone with its true color once it had been washed. Her encounter with shinobi from the village her two grandparents founded had left a bitter taste in her mouth. She didn't know why, but something was calling her to go. Perhaps it would be to know the place where he was born and that his parents protected even at the cost of their lives when the Kyuubi no Yoko was released from the famous Uzumaki Kushina. He still didn't know why he wanted to visit this place, but he definitely would. He'd spent a lot of time as a mercenary, and if he wanted to become like his two grandfathers, who were the greatest shinobi in history, he'd have to go to Konoha to visit the Uchiha and Senju libraries. And perhaps, his grandfather Hashirama's student would help him advance his career as a shinobi. He stopped, looking out to sea. Then Konoha. The two genin teams arrived at the village after 3 days of marching. They would have arrived sooner, but they had to stop when a strong storm caught up with them. Kakashi said goodbye to his students, and the Yandame's wife did the same, and then both headed to the Hokage tower to give the mission report. It didn't take long. They both wanted to rest, and so they quickly headed toward the place. Without being shown the Yandame's secretary, they both entered, encountering a blond man dressed in a white cape with red flames and the kanji for fourth on it. 2 sideburns adorned his face as he raised his eyes, blue eyes like sapphires, which rested on his wife and student. Kushina. Senseis from Team 7 and 6 reporting from the mission, said the woman, 5 meters away from her husband, who stopped signing papers and paying attention to what his wife was going to say. She looked slightly tired and surely wanted to leave there as soon as possible to rest. The mission was a success, thanks to the help of a mercenary. The Namikaze raised an eyebrow. A mercenary had gone to the trouble of helping shinobi. That was strange. Kakashi. He faced the Nunakan Rakusho Aoi, Mamachi's Abusa and Mizuyuta once, saving us from death. The Uzumaki interrupted. Kushina. Later, during the battle that took place on the bridge, the mercenary acted, once again facing Mizuyuta, the Nunakan of Kumagakure. She continued, while her husband said nothing. The attitude of that mercenary was too strange. The renegade fled, but he was the only one. Mamachi's Abusa died, Rakusho Aoi is in custody after our arrival in Konoha, and the Anbu loyal to the Shinobigatana of Kurigakure was thrown into the sea, inert. This mission was promoted to S. Mina-kun. The Yandame nodded as he stood up. It was all very strange. Why would a businessman need to take control of Nami? There was almost nothing to be gotten out of that place, except seafood. He also hired several high-level Nunakan and asked Megakure for help. Minato. Who was the mercenary? Haddock's eye. Kakashi. The traveler of the gunbai, Uchiha Naruto. The former Anbu replied, while the Uzumaki frowned and the blonde Namikaze turned around. He had been staring at the window since the story began. Minato. Uchiha. How can there be another Uchiha, and also no record of him anywhere in the village? He said, while lowering his gaze and resting it on some papers. In total, after the Uchiha massacre only 12 people had survived, all of them women, except for Fugaku's youngest son, the next leader. But these were beyond reproductive age, except for Sasuke's twin sister and perhaps Mikoto. Another male for that clan would not hurt. And if it was also that mercenary he had heard so much about, even better. In fact, he sent his sensei Jiraiya to look for him so that he could join their ranks. Although perhaps, that would not be possible. At the entrance of Konoha. The hooded figure walked slowly along the main path leading to the northern gate of the Leaf Village. It was guarded by 2 Chunin from the village, although the word guarded was debatable. They were sleeping at their post. The man stopped and looked at both shinobi. He couldn't believe that in the strongest village on the elemental continent, such poor security existed. He thought so, until he was surrounded by 4 Anbu, wearing cat, bear, crocodile, and eagle masks. These Anbu drew their tantos, preventing him from moving. He reached for his kunai holder to pull one out and defend himself. In a swirl of leaves, an older man appeared, with gray hair and a pipe in his mouth, spitting smoke every so often. This man made a subtle gesture, which was barely noticed by the hooded man, but by the Anbu who separated their weapons from the young man and gave him his space. You're finally coming. The hooded figure moved his hand away from the kunai he was about to draw, slightly raising it. His dark blue eyes were visible for a few seconds. I see you don't talk much, gunbai traveler, he says, taking a step forward and removing his pipe from his lips. My name is Saratobi Hiruzen, Sandame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado. He extends his arm forward. Sandame Hokage. What's an important person like you doing, welcoming a visitor right at the entrance to the village? Saratobi smirked. Hiruzen. Well, I'm simply welcoming the child of someone important to me. He frowned, although no one saw him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Anbu tense, alert in case he made any strange movements. I don't know what. Hiruzen. When you appeared in the world, he cut short, placing the pipe back between his lips. I kept an eye on you. As soon as the spies discovered you, he gestures, and the Anbu with the eagle mask took a step forward. This is Guru, my personal Anbu, and your mother's former student, he says, while the Anbu begins to remove his mask, revealing the face of a young woman of about 24 years old. Her cherry pink hair stood out with her black eyes, which looked at the hooded man. This is Hitomi, Noyara Hitomi. The woman makes a slight bow, while the hooded man begins to remove the hood of his black robe, revealing black hair with brown highlights, cut at the tips, revealing his two dark blue eyes like Obito's hair when he was older that looked at Hitomi and the Sandame, who did not stop looking at him. HMP I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Naruto, son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi. Shinobi of the Leaf. A man with black hair tied in a ponytail. His eyes are black, or at least his left eye, which was the only one visible. His outfit was the standard Jounin one. The only thing that differentiated him was the Uchiha clan logo on the left side of his chest, above his heart. Beside him, a beautiful woman with brown hair and blue eyes smiled, while resting her head on the man's shoulder, who kept his expression serious, without showing any sign of affection towards the woman, who was dressed the same as the man, but with the logo of the Senju clan on the right side of her chest. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi, those were the names that were written under the painting. Fingers ran very slowly over the man's and woman's faces, as if trying to recreate and record that image in their minds. A few drops of water fell to the ground from the face of the owner of the fingers. Uchiha Naruto was looking at the last portrait his parents had painted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apparently, the Sandame Hokage was an expert in drawing. The author of that painting watched as the young man lingered over the painting, paying no attention to anyone in the room. Although there weren't many people at least in sight. The room was full of Anbu belonging to the former Hokage's security detail. Sarutobi smirked as he sipped his cup of green tea. He had finally met the son of two of the most exceptional shinobi who had once been in the village, although few people knew of the missions they both carried out as members of Tsuki no Maire Moon Pack, a group of the Leaf that ceased to exist after the Third Great Ninja War. This group was made up of great shinobi with Sannin level, or even higher. No one gave a title to these Tsuki no Maire ninja, but they were clearly superior to a Kage. Hiruzen sighed and opened his eyes, looking at the Uchiha who had finished looking at the painting. He wasn't wearing his trademark armor, but rather a black sleeveless shirt, black Anbu pants, and scarlet ninja sandals. The only thing that stood out about him was his sandals. Naruto. That's what my parents were like, he whispered, sitting in front of the Sandame. Hiruzen. Yes. I tried to make them just as they were. Although it seems that Izuna didn't like your mother, you're wrong. He loved her, although he never let it be seen in public, he pointed out, going back to drinking tea. Hitomi, for her part, never left his side, always by his side and showing the love she had for him. They were like yin and yang, complementing each other. Uchiha nodded. He was happy to learn about them. His grandfather didn't tell him much. Probably out of grief over losing his son, who bore his late brother's name. For Madara, that must have been a crushing blow. Naruto. What did they do? Hiruzen. As you may know, Izuna and Hitomi were Konoha shinobi, although there were not many records of them, which is why they are not well known by the village or by the new generations. The boy's eyes widened at that knowledge. Naruto. So, no one knew about them? He asked, not letting his eagerness to know more show. The old monkey laughed softly. Hiruzen. Well, there are still people who know about them. My son Asuma knew them and worked alongside them on several missions. In fact, Izuna and he were on the same genin team along with a Kunoichi who disappeared during the war. He finished his tea and put down the cup. After that, your father was part of Tsuki no Maire along with another group of shinobi, but they would never be recognized. Nobody would know of his achievements. A chuckle escaped him. The Uchiha listened to every word the old man said. Very soon, Izuna became the undisputed leader of the group thanks to his skills and strategies. He had great control over the Raiten element and very rarely used the Kaiten, which set him apart from the other Uchiha. Then Hitomi arrived after the death of her teammates and joined the team. She proved to be a great Kunoichi, far superior to Tsunade or even Uzumaki Kushina at her age. And without knowing how, they both fell in love regardless of which clan they came from, although their relationship was kept secret. No one knows about you, except me and the members of Tsuki no Maire who are still alive. Well, and my son also knows about all this. He stood up and looked at the boy with some seriousness. There are two more things I must tell you. Your father was classified as an SS ninja and was also named Kamurihant, the first of them. After his death, there were only two more, being the Nidame and Sandame Kamurihant respectively. Naruto. And that title, what did it give him? It seems more like a nickname than anything else, the young man refuted. Hiruzen. The Kamurihant were the leaders of Tsuki no Maire. After the desertion of Sandame Kamurihant, the group was disbanded due to lack of personnel. Although the 9 remaining members left the village. No one knows where they are or if they are still alive. He places his hand on the shoulder of the black-haired young man. You are the legacy of the Shodame Kamurihant, the Shodame Hokage and Uchiha Madara, Naruto-kun. I would like you to be a shinobi of the Leaf, as they once were. Uchiha Naruto bowed his head. He knew more about his parents now, although he still had much to learn and discover about them. The blood of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the greatest shinobi of all time, flowed through his body. He was also the son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi, two other great shinobi from Konoha's golden age. Sarutobi moved on, leaving the boy to his thoughts. He approached a trunk with a symbol carved into it, a symbol belonging to an extinct clan that played a significant role in the founding of the leaf. He opened it and took out a scroll from inside, then closed it again. When he was once again in front of the boy with deep sea-colored eyes, he handed it to him, continuing to expel smoke as if he were a locomotive. Here, Naruto-kun. This scroll contains what your family left you. I hope you read it. With myth. The little Uzumaki member of Team 6 was walking quietly while being praised by the civilians and Chunin rank ninjas that crossed her path, something that bothered her slightly. She never did anything to earn such affection from the citizens of the Leaf, just being the daughter of the Yonde and the Jinchuriki of the Ying part of the Kyuubi. He sighed for the 10th time that day and decided to head to Ichiraku Ramen, his favorite restaurant. Myth. I need to find a sensei to teach me. The Chunin exams are coming up soon, and if I train with my Ka-san or Otu-san, I won't advance at all. Menma receives the same training, but he possesses the Fuetin and Raiten elements, or so it seemed. I'd like someone to train me in Suitin. She said all this between murmurs as she sat down on the stool to order some miso ramen as was her custom. Without paying much attention, he began to eat his miso ramen calmly. He heard the stool next to him move, making a small metallic sound as its legs scraped against the floor. Hello, good morning young man. What would you like to drink? Asked a young woman with brown hair. HMP a miso ramen, please. Hearing that simple phrase, the redhead turned her head, finding herself facing someone she thought she would never see again. Mito. Naruto. She screamed as she looked at the black-haired boy who rescued her on her last mission. Uchiha looked at the girl while receiving her order. Naruto. Team 7 girl, he says, his voice emotionless as he separates his chopsticks. Itadakamasu. He takes his chopsticks to his bowl of ramen. He stirs it and brings some noodles to his mouth. This food tasted like a delicacy for the gods. Mito. I am Uzumaki Mito. The girl introduces herself with a big smile while invading the Uchiha's personal space. Naruto. A pleasure, I suppose, he answers without paying much attention to the girl. The genin tilts her head. Myth. So Naruto, what are you doing in Konoha? I thought we'd never hear from you again, gunby traveler. The Uchiha continued eating, paying no attention to the girl named Mito's words. He wasn't really interested. He preferred to continue with his thoughts rather than pay too much attention to a girl he barely knew and who seemed very annoying. Maintaining his indifferent and slightly cold demeanor, he continued devouring his ramen. This was the best ramen he'd ever tasted, even though he'd traveled across almost the entire elemental continent. Myth. Oh, come on. Tell me the reason for your visit, the girl begged as she got closer and closer to the boy. Naruto. Visit. I didn't come to visit, Kunoichi, he replies, while continuing to eat his ramen, trying to avoid looking at the Uzumaki genin. It was undoubtedly too much of a nuisance for him, who was accustomed to solitude and always stoic, like his late grandfather Madara. He finished the bowl of noodles he'd ordered and placed the money equivalent to his meal on the counter. After the transaction, he prepared to leave the outpost. Thanks to the Sandame, he now had a place to sleep, but he still had to present himself to the Yondaime Hokage in the council. He didn't quite know why, but those counselors didn't give him a very good feeling. Perhaps the fact that his grandfather Madara had told him how they had faced him and his other grandfather gave him that feeling. Mito finished her 5th ramen and followed the Uchiha. He still hadn't answered any of her questions. He was too mysterious and she wanted to find out who he was. For 2 hours, the Uchiha walked, closely followed by the Yondaime's daughter, who believed she was still undetected, which wasn't entirely true. The brunette had sensed the young Kunoichi's presence for a while, but decided to do nothing. He wanted to see how far she would follow him. If she had noticed the Anbu following him, how could she not notice the genin? She simply smiled very imperceptibly and continued on her way to what they called the Hokage Tower, a building with the kanji for fire on it. This was one of the most important buildings in the village, next to the Hokage monument, which depicted the faces of the current Hokage and those before him. He was able to recognize his grandfather Hashirama and his great-uncle Tobirama. He had seen images of them before, thanks to some photos his grandfather Madara had of them. He entered the building and started up the stairs to stand in front of a large door. He knocked several times and proceeded to enter. The room was large, enough to accommodate a certain number of counselors. Most of them appeared to be civilians and others from the minor clans. Only a few stood out in the room. Yamanaka Inoichi, a blond man with a ponytail, leader of the Yamanaka clan and expert in mental jutsu. He was part of the legendary Ino Shujucho, a fairly established trio. Next came Nara Shikaku, the Nara leader, perhaps the smartest man in Konoha and one of the best strategists on the continent. Behind him was Akamichi Chauza, leader of the Akamichi clan and one of the toughest shinobis of his clan. Then Yuzuka Tsume looked at everyone with apathy and boredom. She was the leader of one of the best tracking clans. Hyuga Hiashi kept his face serious as usual while looking at the black-haired boy. Aburam Shibi was the leader of the Aburam clan. The only thing visible of this man's face was his black sunglasses. Uchiha Mikoto looked with interest at the brunette, this boy who was from her clan. She still couldn't believe that one of the famous Uchiha was out of the village. For her part, Uzumaki Kushina frowned. That boy gave her a bad feeling. She didn't know what she would do next. He looked too much like a man she knew from the same clan, Uchiha Izuna. She clenched her fist slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quietly smoking with his pipe in his mouth, sitting next to the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who seemed slightly interested in the boy. The last notable members of this council were Kahura and Hamura, two of the three councillors, along with Shimura Danzu, the man who stood to the Hokage's left. This man had the right side of his face bandaged, as well as the arm in that area. Everyone kept their eyes on the boy with short black hair who was now standing in the middle of the room, without gunbai or armor to identify him as the mercenary known as the Gunbai Traveler, that mysterious Ronin who hunted Nunakan from all the villages. Uchiha Naruto simply stood, arms behind his back, staring only at the Hokage, who towered over the others as the most important figure in the room. Even so, he could feel the chakras of the Anbu present, watching what was happening in the room. Hamura. Uchiha Naruto, better known as the Gunbai Traveler, a mercenary shinobi, he said, standing up and looking at the teenager who couldn't take his eyes off the Hokage. The bespectacled man cleared his throat to earn a look from the blue-eyed raven. What is someone like you doing here? Uchiha looked back at the blonde Hokage who kept his sapphire blue eyes on the boy's dark eyes. Naruto. My path brought me here, that was the simple answer that escaped the Uchiha's no. Hamura didn't seem happy. The boy remained calm, his breathing even and his gaze slightly indifferent. He just stared at the Namikaze. Kahura. That's not a very normal answer, young man. If you want to stay in the village, you'll have to answer truthfully. Sigh. Naruto. Konoha was in my way, that's the only thing you're going to get out of me, he replied, looking coldly at the old woman belonging to the Hokage's trio of life advisors. The old woman felt a chill run through her body. Those cold eyes had left her frozen. Danzu. I see you're not going to talk, young man. I'll ask you another question that I hope you'll answer. The bandaged man broke the silence. As an Uchiha, did you grow up far from the village? There are no records of your birth in the village. Naruto. That simple. He stopped looking at the old woman, who sat down as soon as the boy took his eyes off her, and directed them to the man who was now speaking to him. Not all Uchiha have remained here, in Konoha. Some, like me, grew up outside. But those words, he made it clear he wouldn't share anymore. Why did they deserve to know about him? They had no right to ask him for anything. He was an Uchiha, period. If they tried to find out more, they'd end up with their throats slit. The leader of Rude half closed his one visible eye. The boy was clever and very patient. He never expected to encounter such a patient 15-year-old. He almost resembled his Anbu, Sai, without betraying any emotion. Before he could speak, the Uzumaki matriarch stood up, staring at the boy. Kushina. Who are your parents, boy? I asked sharply. Naruto. That's none of your business, Kushina-san, he replied, without even looking at the woman, which angered her slightly. Nadia had ignored her like that, as if nothing mattered. Irideed was going to open her mouth again, but a certain blonde spoke first. Minato. Enough. He interrupted, standing up. They weren't getting anywhere. The boy evaded each question and answered curtly. I don't know who you think you are, kid, but you can't come here and insult the most important people in the village. We're calling for you to answer every question, regardless of your opinion. If you don't, you'll be sentenced to prison for contempt of court. An eyebrow rose on the Uchiha's face. This was really funny. Naruto. I don't have to answer. I'm not from this village, so your authority over me is of no importance. No matter how much you want to stop me, you'll have to let me go. Makoto. Calm down, Gaki. Our clan is loyal to the village, so you. Naruto. What about me? The boy cut off the Uchiha matriarch, who frowned. Just because the stupid Uchiha clan is loyal to the leaf doesn't mean all of its members are. I'm not, and you, Uchiha, will not be my leader for the rest of your life. Now I look at the Sandaime, who stood up. Hiruzen. I think we've had enough of this childish nonsense, he says, blowing out smoke. We've wasted enough time here. He turns to the Uchiha who is oblivious to the leaf. Uchiha Naruto, you will be appointed as a shinobi of this village, being watched over by members of the Anbu Corps. Your team will be led by Sarutobi Asuma. Welcome to the village of Konoha. Angura Tora. Uchiha Naruto approached training camp number 10, where he was supposed to meet the team led by the only son of the Sandaime Hokage left alive. He had expected the council's reaction when he refused to answer the questions. But the Sandaime had supported him and appointed him a Konoha ninja. He could sense the councilor's annoyance, but it was more at not knowing about him than at having him in the village. The crooked smile appeared on his face. Now, the ninja headband was visible on his forehead, glinting in the sunlight that fell on the metal plate on it bearing the leaf symbol. Of Team 10. Nara Shikamaru was leaning against a tree, watching the clouds slowly pass above them. The pineapple-headed boy sighed again. He just wanted a normal life, or at least a normal team. The female voice shouted. Nara raised his head slightly to watch a blue-eyed blonde scold his wide-eyed friend. How can you keep eating? Asuma-sensei will be arriving soon for a mission, and you're here eating. The broad-boned, dark brown-haired boy moved a potato to his mouth. He began chewing it with his usual calmness. Jiaoji. Well no, you should get like that, refuted the Akamichi while eating his potatoes. Members of the Akamichi clan had to eat a lot to keep their bodies in the proper physical condition for their expansion techniques. They also created special pills that only their clan could withstand, given their effects. Ino. I can't stand it. Between you and Shikamaru, you're going to drive me crazy with your attitude, she said, tired of having to deal with that duo. Yamanaka Ino was Inoichi's daughter and therefore the future leader of the clan. She had been placed on Team 10 alongside Akamichi and Nara to form the new Ino Shikacho. However, the two boys on the team often stressed her out. One for being lazy and the other a glutton with a bottomless stomach. The cloud of smoke appeared on the training grounds. From it emerged a man with dark brown hair, a cigarette between his lips and wearing an elite Jounin uniform. A band designating him as one of the Fire Guardians, I believe that's exactly what it is, appeared on his arm. The leader of Team 10 walked up to stand in front of his students. Nara stood up, standing next to Akamichi and Yamanaka. I'm glad you're all here, the man said once he approached them. Shikamaru. What's wrong, Asuma-sensei? Normally we would have had a mission by now, the Nara asked, as sharp as ever. Sarutobi scratched the back of his neck, looking at the trio with a slight smile. Asuma. Well, today is a special day. You're going to have a new member on the team, at least for a while. Ino Shikacho opened his eyes. It wasn't very common for teams of more than 4 members to form, including the Jounin. It was probably because that shinobi didn't have a team. Ino. But why now? I mean, maybe it's for something special, right? Asuma nodded. Asuma. Yes. That boy just joined the village. But since all the teams are full, the Sandaime decided he'd join ours for the time being, the man declared, blowing smoke from his mouth just like his father had done. I believe he'll be here shortly for you all to meet. As if fate had it in his favor, a young man appeared at the training grounds. He had black hair and a leaf band on his forehead. His eyes were as dark blue as the deepest sea, and his blue armor matched them. What stood out most, aside from the gunbai on his back, were his scarlet shinobi sandals. The serious-faced boy stopped walking when he reached Sarutobi, who glanced at the boy out of the corner of his eye. For the Sandaime's son, this boy gave off an aura of immense power for his age, but that was impossible. This boy was barely at the level of a lowly Jounin. I looked back at his students. Asuma. This is Uchiha Naruto, your new partner for a while, introduced the young man in armor, who bowed to the Genin trio. I don't know how long he'll be on this team, but I hope you two get along. Shikamaru looked at the boy with a somewhat lazy expression. He would have expected anything but a new Uchiha. He just hoped he wasn't as arrogant as Sasuke, the next clan leader. He couldn't stand being around someone like that for long. For his part, Choji continued eating, and Ino stared at the Uchiha. She couldn't believe there was another boy from the same clan as Sasuke, one of the strongest genin along with Menma. For her, who knew about the massacre of Sharingan users that had occurred a few years earlier, it was unheard of. Like her, others had the same thought. Uchiha watched the trio take his time. He didn't see them as very strong. Perhaps their focus was more on teamwork than physical power or jutsu. Although he still didn't understand why he was on this team. He didn't see how he could help its members. Asuma. Shikamaru, I never said there wasn't a mission for our team, the Sarutobi pointed out while looking at the Nara. Team 10 has been assigned to a C-rank mission. We will be in charge of escorting a shipment to a village on the edges of the country of fire. His eyes pass over the 4 genin under his command. The only one who seems truly attentive to everything is the Uchiha. We leave in 5 minutes. So gather what you need. He disappears in a leaf-like shuriken, leaving the 4 members of Team 10 completely alone. But before any of the Ino Shikacho members can say anything to the dark-haired man, he heads off toward the village gate. He now has everything he needs to undertake a mission of this magnitude. An hour later. Team 10 marched alongside the convoy carrying the cargo to a village on the outskirts of Hai no Kuni. The Jounin brought up the rear, while his students marched in the vanguard. Ino and Shikamaru rode on either side. And the Akimichi and Uchiha marched in front. They were the most physically powerful genin. Uchiha carried his gunbai on his back. It was the last gift from his grandfather. According to Madara, it was the gunbai he used so much in his battles and to face Hashirama. That was the only part of the story our hero Uchiha didn't like. The confrontation between his two relatives and ancestors. He brought his right hand up to his eye. The Sharingan was what tied him to his paternal grandfather's clan, but he hadn't yet been forced to use it. He only brought it out once, during his fight against the Yonde Mizukage during the Kurigakure Civil War. They continued walking along the country's main road, which led to the most important areas. This was supposed to lead to the village that had requested supplies and various materials. But not everything goes as expected. You could ask Konoha Team 7 and Team 6 about that. The light breeze began to stir the leaves of the trees along the path. Asuma blew smoke from between his lips. Something was moving very quickly. Shikamaru looked at Ino, who seemed to be staring at the trees in the area. Incredibly, Choji stopped eating, taking the Akimichi battle stance. Uchiha kept his eyes closed. He tried to hear any slight noise other than the sounds of the forest. He had to locate those surrounding the convoy. Civilians moved uneasily. A shower of shurikens appeared from all sides. Sarutobi performed a sequence of seals, deflecting most of them so they wouldn't hurt anyone. Naruto. Great fan wind. And swung his gunbai. A huge wave of wind destabilized a shuriken that were coming at them from the front. They fell to the ground, useless. He placed his weapon behind his back. We're surrounded. Choji threw a kunai to his right. It was repelled. Konoha shinobi, huh? A purple-haired man appeared on a branch. He looked like a chameleon, with yellow eyes and a tongue always moving around, as if he were a snake. Sarutobi Asuma, another voice growled. A masked man of good height stood next to the first one. A huge wild mane adorned his head. Shinobi Team 10 of Konohagakure no Sado. It is interesting to have the future of 3 great clans in this forest, my forest. The gust of wind destabilized the supply wagons, forcing the civilians to move. Everything was scattered across the ground. More bandits had made an appearance on the branches of the trees. Uchiha rolled his eyes. These ninjas were pretty strong. Maybe they'll force him to use the Sharingan. Asuma. Team 10. His voice echoed throughout the forest. Protect the civilians and eliminate the threat. Before any of the Ino Shikacho members could move, the newest member launched himself at the man wearing the Bengal tiger mask. He grinned beneath his mask. The boy had been a fool to launch himself at him. He swung his arm and struck the dark-haired man's neck, snapping it instantly. His eyes opened wide. The punch wrapped in lightning struck his stomach and threw him against a tree, which broke upon impact. Uchiha stood on the branch, looking where the masked man was, spitting blood. Team 10 versus Chameleon. The man with chameleon-like eyes tried to kill a woman in charge of one of the wagons. He smiled when he saw that she couldn't move. Shikamaru. Shadow trap completed, he said, smiling sideways. At that moment, Choji appeared with his biggest fist. Choji. Ninpo. Partial expansion technique and struck Chameleon just as the Nara retracted his shadow. The purple-haired boy was thrown backward, hitting a tree. Chameleon spat out a mouthful of blood. A psychopathic grin appeared on his face. This was going to be fun for him. I dodged with a jump the punch from the Akimichi, which created a crater. Quickly, he slammed into Choji's side and was thrown far away. He dodged a barrage of kunai, which embedded themselves in the ground where the bandit had been. Chameleon. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Gakus appeared behind the blonde and wrapped the Kunoichi's neck around his neck. No arg. She began to kick. She felt like she was gasping for air. Her strength was draining away, abandoning her. Chameleon let go of the Yamanaka and jumped back. Shikamaru reached the blonde, who began coughing and trying to catch her breath. Shikamaru. Are you okay, Ino? Looks at the bandit, who is on another branch looking at 2 of the Ino Shikacho members, playing with a kunai and with that psychopathic smile. The blonde took a deep breath to recover. Ino? Yeah, sorta, she said, panting with her hand on her neck. It was red from the pressure the purple-haired boy's tongue exerted on it. Chameleon. Ha 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 ha, your life is going to be so short, he says, looking at the genin who are on a branch in front of him. The future leader of the Nara clan stands up with his hand clutching a kunai. Are you planning on facing me? Well, I hope it isn't boring. I gulp. The bandit disappeared in a burst of speed far superior to that of a genin. In a second, the pineapple head was embedded in a tree, which creaked. He spat out blood. Chameleon smiled and stepped away. The Nara fell several meters to the ground, grunting in pain from the blow. He hadn't seen it coming. Ino watched this with profound horror. That young man was far superior to them. They'd be dead in the blink of an eye. And there was nothing she could do. She wasn't on their level. Chameleon looked at the blonde. He had a score to settle with that bucking Kunoichi. His smile widened. He spun around completely. He ducked, dodging a slash. Then he stepped back, now dodging a downward slash. Sarutobi Asuma appeared, his chakra blades in his hands. They were wrapped in Futon chakra, extending outward. Asuma. Those second-rate bandits are already many meters underground. You're next, says the Futon using Jounin, the only one in the village besides Menma. Gamerian frowned slightly at the sight of one of the fire guardians. This would be very interesting, but he wanted to kill the genin present. He used his kunai to stop a slash of one of the chakra blades. The one from Konoha was strong. Asuma punched the bandit in the face and was thrown backward, crashing into a tree. Blood flowed from between his lips. Asuma. HMP jumped, dodging a slash from the chameleon boy. The clash of steel could be heard. Sarutobi's blades and Gamerian's kunai clashed, throwing off small sparks each time they collided. They separated. The Jounin infused more chakra, causing the blades to grow longer. He made a move that sliced through an entire tree. It was a shame his opponent wasn't cut in half. He evaded the attack. I cross my arms. The ground cracked as a downward kick struck him in the head. Sarutobi dropped his cigarette. Asuma. Futon. Compressed air balls, he roared, firing a series of air balls, which hit the boy, causing various injuries from the jutsu. That made the bandit separate himself from the Jounin. This is taking too long, he whispers, watching as the chameleon boy stood up, almost unharmed. Gamerian. Ugh, you're strong, Sarutobi. It's clear you're the son of the Kami no Shinobi, he said, spitting out some blood. Asuma looked firmly at the bandit. This is very interesting, Konoha Shinobi. I'll kill you. He slammed the ground, creating a tremor that destabilized the Jounin. Gamerian took advantage of this moment and struck the shinobi, sending him flying backward. He spun around and got to his feet, leaving marks on the ground as he slid. Shikamaru. Ninpo. Shadow possession. When the bandit was about to launch himself, he stood still, completed, and looked at the bandit, who growled. Asuma, I take advantage. Asuma. This is over. Kaiten. Ashes. He snapped his teeth and a huge explosion erupted in the area. The forest had lost a large area of trees. But Naruto. Uchiha stood in front of the 2-meter-tall man wearing a Bengal tiger mask. He also had a huge head of blood-red hair. His immense muscles were evident beneath his Anbu uniform. He stood up, unharmed. That was fast, he growls. He hadn't expected that punch wrapped in Raiden. I think I'll have fun with you, Shinobi. Naruto jumps. Several explosions occur where he was standing. He blocks a kunai slash and avoids being stabbed. But a sidekick throws him to the right. He feels his rib break after that powerful blow. He steadied himself, bringing his hand to his side. He spat out blood. This was going to be complicated. My name is Bingiratora, he says, with an animal growl. I'm a former member of Tsuki no Maire. Uchiha's eyes snapped open. Had he said he was a member of Tsuki no Maire? That was impossible. Most of them were supposedly dead, and the ones that remained had disappeared without telling anyone. This was both astonishing and frightening. Those who belonged to that group were supposed to be superior to the level of Konoha's 3 legendary Sannin. He deflected a kick, which almost hit him. He had to focus on the fight if he wanted to get out of there alive. Winning wasn't in his plans. Naruto. Sharingan. He roared, opening his eyes and revealing red eyes with 3 black tomos, the mature Sharingan of 3 tomos. With the dojutsu active, he might have a 1 in 1,000 chance of escaping that guy. He saw everything more slowly. He could see every move his opponent made or almost. Bingiratora used his Kaiten no Yoroi, enveloping his body in fire, and launched himself at the red-eyed Uchiha. Naruto pushed his dojutsu to the limit, but it was no use. The man, a level above the Sannin, moved much faster than his 3-volume Sharingan was accustomed to. He took a hit and then several more. He couldn't keep up. His eyes were bleeding from the effort he was putting in. He ended up crashed into a tree, bleeding from both eyes and spitting blood. He was going to die irremediably. Bingiratora smiled maliciously behind his mask. He was going to kill an Uchiha, that clan he hated, even though his older brother was from it. Bingiratora. Your life has come to an end, stupid insect, he growled. His voice sounded like that of an enraged animal. Uchiha fell to his knees on the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth with a cough as he felt his body burning. He probably had several broken ribs and some other organ damage. His armor was cracked from the various blows. He couldn't do anything anymore. The masked man smashed the Uchiha's face into the ground when he stepped on him with his foot, while a smile appeared on his hidden face. Bingiratora. It's your time, Uchiha. His fist caught fire and he punched out. Imton. Lava bullets. A series of lava balls forced Bingiratora to separate from the Uchiha boy. Miro found himself facing Guru, the pink-haired Anbu. Bingiratora narrowed his eyes. Bingiratora. You, he seemed angry. Guru looked at the Uchiha for 2 seconds and then at the bandit in front of him. The two knew each other before. Naruto fell into unconsciousness. Anbu level training. Tsurutobi Asuma, leader of Team 10, looked at the chaos caused by his jutsu. It had leveled a huge number of trees that still had many years left in them. He was reassured that the civilians were safe. He took out a cigarette and brought it to his lips as he lit it. It was the only thing that calmed him. Many thoughts were running through his head, most of them centered either on the bandits who attacked them or on the state of his equipment. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the Inoshikacho trio. They were injured, not badly thanks to my timely intervention, but enough to require a medical ninja to examine them. She turned when the cracking of a branch caught her attention. An Anbu appeared when she emerged from the bushes. She wore an eagle mask, and her hair was pink like cherry blossoms, tied in a braid. She opened her eyes when she realized who she was carrying. On the Anbu's back, Uchiha Naruto clung weakly to the unconscious woman's neck. The trio stood up and approached their injured companion. They were worried about him, even though they hadn't met until just a few hours ago. Asuma. Guru, he came over to check on his new student. How come you're here? And the boy? Guru. Sandame sent me when he received a notice from Sunagaker, he says, while looking at the genin on his back. Apparently, one of the members of Tsuki no Maire reappeared thirsty for revenge and that he would kill all the Uchiha, or at least that's what he said. I look now at the Tsurutobi. Bingiratora almost killed him. If he hadn't arrived, you all would have died, I point out, while starting to walk away. I had to take him to a hospital as soon as possible. A week later. Pain. That was the sensation that ran through Uchiha Naruto's entire body. He slowly opened his eyes, only to close them slightly again. The light in the room was blinding him. Once he got used to it, he opened them completely. A white ceiling was the first thing he saw, along with the light that filled the entire room. He realized where he was. The smell and the white color were unmistakable. Naruto. A hospital had escaped his mouth. He felt tired and sore. He didn't know how he had gotten there. I looked down at the bandages covering his torso. Surely, he had some new scar that would reinforce his body. You've finally woken up, a female voice pipes up in the room. The Anbu guru appears, looking at the Uchiha lying in bed, covered in bandages. Your recovery is amazing, kid. Maybe it's because of your genes. Naruto. If you say so. He lightly looks at his cracked armor next to his gunbai and the scroll that holds all his belongings. How long have I been in bed? Was the mission accomplished? Guru. You've been in the dream world for a week, declares the Anbu, leaning against the wall in front of the bedridden boy. You have 3 broken ribs, extensive damage to your eyes due to forcing the Sharigan more than your body was accustomed to, and several of your internal organs were burned by your enemies. Kaiten continued. Thanks to the medical ninjas and your regeneration, all the damage has recovered. But because of that, your chakra system is empty. Apparently, your chakra acted on your recovery. Uchiha nodded, his eyes lowering, his black locks covering those dark blue eyes of his. He had been forced to use his Sharigan at full power, but it was no use. That Bingiratora was too fast. Even if he used the Reiten no Yoroi, he would have died if it weren't for Guru. He was also surprised that the masked man was a member of Tsuki no Maire, a group originally led by his father, the Shadame Kamurihant. That's why he wasn't surprised by how powerful the red-haired man was. And he seemed to be a genius at using the Kaiten. He'd never heard of fire armor, but the man used it. He clenched his hand slightly. He felt frustrated, like a child. A grimace of disgust formed on his face. Guru? Frustrated? I asked. I was seeing how his face went from uncertainty to frustration. Perhaps, he felt that way because he had lost to one of the Tsuki no Maire. Bingiratora was one of the most powerful members of Tsuki no Maire, Naruto-kun, he said, already looking at the black-haired young man. He is more skilled with the Kaiten than an Uchiha. The only one who could stop him was your father Izuna, he said, with a smile behind his eagle mask. The Pinket remembered the times she spent training with her sensei, Hitomi. She knew every ability of the Tsuki members and she trained with them to improve her skills. She was the only one in Konoha who could compete with those who remained. He shook his head and returned to the normal world, watching as the Uchiha got out of bed and began to remove his bandages. Guru? What are you doing? Naruto. Don't you see? I'm going to train. If I run into that shinobi again, I have to be able to face him. If you hadn't come, I'd be dead, just like my companions. Guru? Speaking of your classmates, special training will soon begin at the request of your sensei. A day later. In a secret training camp covered by a dome that kept its members away from the rain falling on the village on this day covered by dark clouds. 6 people were at this training camp. 4 were genin, 1 was a jounin, and the adult woman was an Anbu member of the Hokage's personal staff. Team 10 looked at the facilities in amazement. It was equipped with various state-of-the-art training machines. Everything seemed to be state-of-the-art, along with various circuits that were surely related to their new training. The Nara of the team let out a sigh, followed by a typical problematic remark from his father. This would take away his time from looking at the clouds, and he'd have to make an effort. He wouldn't be able to slack off like he used to. Akimichi just kept eating his chips, and Yamanaka watched this in horror, thinking about how sweaty she would end up and how she wouldn't be able to see her Sasuke-kun. For his part, Naruto watched each of the circuits with interest. His Sharingan now shone on his face as it slowly revolved. Guru noticed this. Guru. In here, your dojutsu is prohibited, he pointed out, surprising Ino Shikacho and making the genin growl. He had to learn to use Sharingan to avoid further damage. As you can see, in this training camp, there are machines that can help you improve your skills. You will not be able to use jutsus here. Only your physical abilities will be trained. He looked at Sarutobi, who nodded and left in a shushin of leaves. For 2 weeks, you will be interned here. You will not leave this place or go on missions. You should only focus on training. When I deem it necessary, you will be allowed to use jutsus or Kekkei Genkai that you possess. Without further ado, I hope you enjoy this experience. The 4 of them had no idea what they were getting into. The first training area was a wooded area. They would have to jump from tree to tree, dodging the kunai and shurikens that came at them. They also had to avoid traps that would activate at the slightest opportunity, followed by a few jutsus. By the time they finished that area, they were covered in cuts and burns. Blood oozed from the cuts caused by the kunai and shurikens. Their clothes were also cut by these weapons. Their next area was a lake where artificial waves were created and arrows shot out of the water without warning. They were forced to jump from one side to the other as the water moved furiously. It required great chakra control and excellent reflexes to anticipate where the arrows would come from and dodge each one. Beyond that area, they reached a mountain where rocks were falling, there were explosive seals, and landslides occurred when no one expected them. The goal was to reach the top alive. Those were the 3 main training areas, which after the first day, left the genin more dead than alive. Uchiha was breathing heavily. Despite being more trained than his teammates, there was no difference when it came to training. He was more tired than when he trained with his grandfather. He wanted to give up, even though he hadn't stuffed himself with breakfast. "Ino. This should be illegal," complained the Yamanaka. "I don't want to do any of this again." The blonde girl wasn't used to extreme training like this. The training she'd done with Choji and Shikamaru under Asuma's tutelage had never reached this level. She watched as the Uchiha stood up. Sweat dripped from his face, down his arm, and from his fingers to the ground. His hair stuck to his forehead. It was a shame he couldn't see more. He was wearing the blue armor, which puzzled the girl. How could he move so nimbly in it? Maybe he didn't weigh as much as she thought he would. Baru smiled as he looked at the 4 genin. They truly were more dead than alive. Their faces showed the exhaustion and pain their bodies must be suffering right now. He hoped their training would improve their skills. Unknown location. The duo was having a meeting in a rather gloomy cave. Drops of water could be heard falling and reaching the puddles formed by them. "Uchiha Naruto, huh?" one of them hissed. This man was sitting, while the other stood in front of him, his gaze serious. The one who was sitting was supported by his guard. "That boy is of great interest to me." He faced Mizuyuda, even though he was Anbu level. Then he faced Bingiratora, one of the former members of Tsuki no Maire. Now, the seated man opened his eyes wider. No one faced one of those shinobi and came out alive. He came out alive from that fight, thanks to Guru, a pink-haired Anbu. Izuna and Hitomi, Senju Hitomi's student, an aspiring member of Tsuki no Maire. She was also nominated to be the Yondaime Kamuri Hand. That's why she defeated Bingiratora, or at least faced him, the standing figure mused. There was no doubt that if that girl was nominated to be the Yondaime of the Tsuki no Maire, she must be very skilled. Nadia, at her age, would be nominated for that position. She's the only one from that group who's still in Konoha. He scratched his chin, continuing to listen to what the other was saying. That boy, Uchiha Naruto, interested him greatly. "So meeting that boy will be very difficult, don't you think?" he declared, with a slightly serious look. A glimmer of amusement could also be seen in his eyes. "I think it's time to collect on some things Konoha owes me, and the perfect moment is approaching. I'll take advantage of it to meet that new Uchiha." Something was brewing. In Konoha. Naruto. Chunin exams. The Uchiha wore a black sleeveless shirt and black pants with his scarlet sandals. Doesn't look very interesting. 2 weeks of training had already passed, and after that, the boys emerged more changed and united as a team. Ino shed her fangirl attitude thanks to the Uchiha. The Akimichi was still kind, but would fight if necessary. And, for his part, the Nara was no longer so lazy on missions. Asuma. There will be plenty of them. Naruto. He hands an application to each member of Team 10. But only 3 of you will be able to participate. One of you will be assigned to another team and will be forced to do it alone. Naruto looked at the application. It was time to prove himself. The grandson of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would participate in the exams alone to demonstrate his abilities. Chunin exams. There was a lot of activity in the Leaf Village today. More people than usual were entering. If you looked closely, you could see that the people entering Konoha were shinobi from different villages. Many might think that after the war, no enemy village would enter hostile territory. They would be very wrong. When it came to participating in the Chunin exams, it didn't matter where they were held. All villages participated, with varying degrees of participation. There were shinobis from Iwagakure no Sato, Kurigakure no Sato, Kumagakure no Sato, Sunagakure no Sato, Takigakure, Amegakure, Kusagakure and a new village formed recently, Atogakure no Sato, the Village of Sound. Clearly, the most notable were the 4 that joined Konoha at the Hokage summit. Each of these had commanded at least one genin team, with a corresponding elite jounin as their leader. The group of 4 advanced calmly. The Kiri ninja band gleamed on their foreheads. They were led by a young man, short in stature and carrying a wooden staff. He was the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, Yagura, former Yonde Mizukage of Kiri, and now an elite jounin of the Fog Village. Yagura-sensei, where are we going? The green-haired man glanced at his genin. He had thought a lot about becoming a sensei, but he ended up being forced by the now Mizukage. Yagura. We'll find a hotel to stay at, and then I'll go see the Hokage. He needs to be informed of our arrival so we don't cause any trouble. The orange-haired girl nodded. She was the team's Kunoichi, Terumi Rin, the Mizukage's younger sister. She had been assigned to this team, the only one sent to the exams, due to the lack of genin. Ah, this village doesn't seem very special, replied a young man with black hair on one side and ice gray on the other. His right eye, the one where his hair was black, was gray, and the left eye, where his hair was ice gray, was black. I hope at least their genin Sina are interesting. Yagura. Don't look down on Konoha, Jin the Jinchuriki scolded his student. He simply growled in annoyance. The boy hated being controlled. His full name was Kagawa Jin, belonging to an extinct clan in Kurigakure. Yagura discovered the boy in an orphanage. Because of this, he decided to take him under his wing. Jin had never cared about anyone but himself. But he was a very promising future shinobi. His great command of ninjutsu and taijutsu had led him to become an elite genin in a very short time. In Yagura's words, he was at the level of an average jounin, reaching high. Very few in these exams could stop him. The last member wore an Anbu Kiri mask, so no one would know who he was. He was highly skilled and could easily reach Anbu level, at least now after intense training under the new Anbu leader. Rin sighed and looked at the 2 genin. Her team was the elite genin of Kurigakure. A lot was expected of this trio of genin. The Mist Council expected them to make it to the finals of the exams to prove they were still one of the most powerful and important villages. Yagura. Find a hotel. I'll go talk to the Hokage. Another place in Konoha. The boy dressed in black, resembling a cat in painted purple, was holding a boy from the academy with brown hair and a large dark green scarf. Glasses adorned his forehead. The boy kicked while his 2 friends looked worried for their leader and friend. Leave it already, Kankuro, said a female voice. A girl with blonde hair, in 4 pigtails and with a fan on her back, appeared next to the boy dressed in black. If he finds out, he'll get angry. Kankuro. Oh, come on Tamari. He's not here, and I have to teach this stupid kid a lesson. He looked back at the brown-haired boy. Let him go. A female voice shouted. Namikaze Mito appeared on the scene, followed by Haruno, who was the one responsible for the clash between the genin and the boy. Don't make me kick you. Kankuro snorted. He never liked the Leafs. He threw the boy against a wall, hitting himself as he unhooked the rope from his back. He would be forced to use his puppets to teach them a lesson. He took a step, but 2 Leaf genin appeared. Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Menma stood between the puppeteer and the redeed. A confrontation between Suna and Konoha seemed to be underway. Enough a torrent of sand forced those from Konoha to separate. A redeed appeared in a shushin next to Tamari and Kankuro. I don't think a confrontation is convenient now with these bastards, he said, coldly while sending a slightly annoyed Sasuke and Menma. Kankuro. Jigara whisper escaped the puppeteer's lips. He was terrified by his younger brother's presence. A murderous instinct seeped through the boy with the kanji love. Uchiha activated his imperfect Sharigan and looked at the Jinchuriki of the arena. He would be a great opponent for him and a chance to prove himself. Menma looked at the dark-haired man and smiled sideways, then looked at the Sabaku. He felt the demonic energy escaping from him. It was less than his own, but it was still a danger. He would be the only one capable of stopping the shinobi. They didn't notice that Satsuki and Sai arrived to stand next to their Leaf companions. The voice interrupted them. Jinchuriki of the Ichibi and those of the Kyubi no Yoko. It was cold, almost icy. The 6 from Konoha, plus Konohamaru's team turned their heads at the same time as the Sabaku. They saw the boy with 2 colored hair and the same eyes. Kagawa Jin looked at those genin while a cold air was present. It seems that I will have more fun with Konoha than I expected. Even Suna has sent its elite genin. Harumi Rin and the mask Anbu man stood next to their partner. They both looked at the Konoha and Suna genin. Both groups of genin looked at them expectantly, as if they were waiting for them to do something. This is boring. The three groups looked to the right. Three Iwa genin were standing there, calm. The one who had spoken seemed to be the trio's Kunoichi, who seemed to be the team's leader. Konoha, Kiri, and Suna. Three groups to defeat. Clearly Kuritsuchi-sama said a boy wearing a turban. The red scarf, like said turban, covered his mouth. I smell like weakness. The girl smiled as she looked at her companion. Kuritsuchi. Clearly, Liam, she pointed out, patting the brown-eyed boy's shoulder, who was covered with his scarf. He kept looking at his next rivals. What do you think, Suna? The other boy from the Iwa group looked at his village's enemies. He looked calm, as did Liam. Both genin seemed to have everything under control. They let their chakra flow slightly, which made the rest retreat, except for Jin and Gaara. Suna. HMP, he turned around, turning his back on the rival genin. Not very interesting. Kyuubi Jinchurikis and Ichibi Jinchuriki. They're probably the ones who will give us the most work. However, that raven-haired boy and the two colored-haired boy are also scary. This is a bit interesting. Gumo Shinobi arrived at the area, led by a busty blonde with short hair. She was followed by a dark-skinned blonde boy with a lollipop in his mouth and a girl with red hair and electric yellow eyes. Kuritsuchi. Kumagakure. So this is the scandal we were hearing about, said the blonde girl from Kumo, coldly. The boy and the other Kunoichi stopped behind her, implying that she was the team leader, or at least that's what was implied. All the elite genin from the best villages are in this place. My name is Samui, and my teammates are Amoy and Kari, she introduced her teammates, without taking her eyes off anyone. By this point, Team Konohamaru was shivering with fear. They were close to the best genin from all the strongest villages, and it was possible that a confrontation would break out before the exams even began. Stupid kids, trying to get out, a hoarse voice was heard in the area. Everyone looked towards a tree, where sitting on a branch, with his eyes closed, was a young man with black hair, with his characteristic blue armor and the gunbai on his back. Uchiha Naruto opened his blue eyes like the deep sea and scanned each of his rivals. He felt large amounts of chakra in Gaara, Jin and Liam. It would be interesting to finish them off and see how much he had improved. He was also interested in Menma and Mito. They were children of the Yondaime Hokage and Jinchurikis of the Kyuubi no Yoko. He stood up while feeling the eyes of his rivals on him. I hope that soon, I will face you. I want to see you giving it your all to survive. I hope you give me a great dance. Konoha Academy. The time had come for the first part of the Chunin exams. Many genin level shinobi had come to pass these exams and reach the next step in their careers. Sasuke moved forward, slightly annoyed and nervous. He had met those who would soon be his next rivals, and they looked powerful. That was the cause of his nerves. He wanted to face them, to elevate his clan and make his mother proud of him. He hoped that after the exams, his Sharingan would mature. He had to improve if he wanted to face all these great future shinobi from great villages. He would surpass them all so he could face his traitorous brother. His sister was on his side, and that was enough. Unconsciously, his Sharingan activated, and Menma, who was standing next to his companion, simply smiled maliciously. He was more eager to fight than to talk. They arrived at the exam hall, where they found themselves alongside the other Konoha rookie teams. Guy's team was also with them. They started talking, while the rest of the participants looked at Konoha 12 in disbelief. I'm not including Team Guy in their mix for their lack of seriousness about what was about to happen. The last member of the rookies entered the room, earning the attention of all the genin representing their respective villages. He wasn't carrying his gunbai or his scroll. As soon as he felt someone looking at him, he glared with his dark eyes at every genin who dared to lay eyes on him. Shikamaru. Naruto, you've arrived, said the Nara, looking at his teammate. I see Asuma-sensei let you do this alone. Uchiha nodded, feeling the other rookie's eyes on him. The look of amazement was clearly visible in their eyes. They hadn't known someone could take the exams alone. Sasuke clenched his fists, controlling the fury he was feeling. He had to control himself if he didn't want to lash out at his clanmate. The white-haired man appeared, introducing himself as Yakushi Kabuto, a member of the Leaf who was going to help the rookies with information. The duck-haired Uchiha asked for information on Rock Lee and Sabaku Gaara, while his partner Menma asked for information on Naruto, Jin and the Iwa team. Yakushi gave Sasuke the necessary information, but as he was about to give it to the Namikas, he was accosted by the Odo shinobi. A confrontation ensued, leaving the Konoha shinobi in a bad state. But nothing else happened. Morino Ibiki entered through a burst of smoke, causing the armored Uchiha to smile. Without realizing it, he ended up sitting in front of a sheet of Jounin-level questions that a genin wouldn't know how to answer. Naruto, thinking. A recollection, as if it were a mission this no longer interested him. Easy, that's how he saw it. Sharingan activated in his eyes and he began to steal the information he needed. Easy enough, even if he didn't possess the dojutsu. 40 minutes later, the exam ended. But the examiner declared that there was a 10th question and intimidated the genin present to give up and be able to become Chunin the next time. Mito stood up, declaring that she would not be defeated by something like that, and the genin stopped leaving. Hibiki smiled. As he was about to speak, the window shattered. Iwa team falls. Uchiha stared at the gate in front of him. Behind it, an immense forest, better known as the Forest of Death, stretched out, far from the crowd. It was covered by a barrier that was broken by Mitarashi, the examiner for this part of the exam. I entered training camp 44, as the Forest of Death was also known. He put away the earth scroll the snake woman had given him and started jumping. He had to find a sky scroll as soon as possible. Since he was the lone shinobi, many would be after him. That would make it easier to obtain the scroll he was missing. Sharingan swirled in his eyes, searching for sources of chakra, keeping his distance. He didn't yet know which teams he could hunt. A part of the forest. The Gawajin watched as the Konoha ninja froze, eyes wide open. He snorted as he punched the frozen shinobi, smashing him into several pieces. Rin jumped to his side, followed by the other boy on the team. Rin. Stop being so sadistic, suggests the orange-haired girl, while her slightly green eyes fix on the strongest genin of Kurigakure. Jin. The boy doesn't respond. Instead, he picks up the earth scroll they were missing, while being watched by the mask Anbu. He put it in his tool bag and stood up while he watched the blood drain from the bodies of the other 2 dead people. Let's finish this. But Naruto. The Uchiha moved forward very calmly. He still hadn't found any of the other genin teams, which surprised him. Where had they gone? He grew frustrated if he didn't find an opponent. He had to get to the tower now. He couldn't waste any more time in this place full of giant animals. A swift spin. Shuriken were deflected. But he leaped, spinning in the air, to land on a branch. Iwa shinobi appeared, surrounding the blue-armored boy, forming a triangle. Kuretsuchi. Look who's here, the lone Uchiha, she said, smiling ironically. The 3 genin from the rock village were wearing the standard genin uniforms of their respective villages. What scroll do you have? The Uchiha raised an eyebrow. He could see the boy wearing a turban and scarf covering his mouth beginning to accumulate chakra. The other simply stared at him, as if studying him. It felt strange. Naruto. I have an earth scroll, and shows that object to corroborate his words. Kuretsuchi. Well. We have the one from heaven, so I think we'll do a great job if you give it to me. She extends her arm, smiling as she looked at the Uchiha. The armored boy put the scroll back where he got it from and then looked at the Kunoichi, who retracted her arm and now looked with annoyance at the brunette with brown sparkles. Suna. Looks like you want to take us on. He pulls a katana from a scroll he carried at his waist. With speed faster than genin, he unsheathes it, revealing a grey blade. Though I have no problem cutting a Konoha shinobi in half. Liam, the boy with the scarf over his mouth, nodded as he glanced at Kuretsuchi. The brunette nodded, accepting some order the boy was supposed to follow. The hand seal followed. The rocks shifted and fell upon the Uchiha. He watched as the Doten class jutsu descended upon him. He drew a hand seal, then cast a Raiten jutsu upon the rocks. They shattered into several pieces, which scattered across the forest. Iwa shinobi had disappeared. Uchiha looked around, waiting for the next attack from the enemy genin group. He knew perfectly well that his rivals were geniuses of Doten and some of the Imten, that secondary element that combines Kaiten and Doten. She jumped, dodging the hands that emerged from the ground, intending to sink her into it. From it, the boy named Liam, the one with the turban, emerged. He almost caught her. Swiftly, he spun around and blocked a side slash from Tsuna, the Kenjutsu fighter from Team Rock. Sparks flew as the 2 weapons collided. The Iwa shinobi exerted force, forcing the Uchiha to retreat. The 2 separated, ending up on parallel branches. Liam fell beside his partner. They both glared at Naruto, killing intent blazing in their faces. 3 for 1, that was really tough. The Uchiha positioned himself, waiting for both Iwa to launch themselves at him, ready to kill him. He jumped, dodging a ball of lava that ignited the branch he'd been standing on and fell to the bottom, from at least 50 meters in the air. Kuretsuchi appeared in front of his 2 companions. A superior smile was on his face as he looked at the lone gunbai traveler, who maintained his taijutsu stance. Kunai held at his side, waiting for any movement from the sky scroll bearers. Liam leaped forward, followed by Tsuna, as the Kunoichi began to create seals. Uchiha jumped in as well. He had to get to the girl to stop her from using the jutsu. Liam attempted to connect with a punch in Naruto's stomach. Naruto grabbed the Iwa shinobi's arm and threw him to the other side, while he pushed off with his back and advanced quickly towards Tsuna. Katana swung against kunai. The slash missed its intended target thanks to the ladder, which prevented the dark-haired man from being cut, and thanks to the collision, it passed over the blonde from Iowa and landed in front of the Kunoichi. I had finished the sequence. Kuretsuchi. Imton. Avalanche de lava. She opened her eyes. A large amount of lava was spewing from the girl's mouth. Smoke rose from everything the molten rocks touched, burning everything possible. Liam and Tsuna saw this. Their eyes showed pity for the Uchiha who had been caught in that destructive secondary element jutsu. The one from Konoha was dead. Tsuna. T-passist, Kuretsuchi-chan. He scratched his head, smiling sadly as they looked at such a mess. Kuretsuchi. Yeah, I went a bit overboard. Her scroll must have been destroyed that bothered her. Now that they'd hunted this boy down, they'd have to find another. She'd have to learn to control herself. Liam. Konoha shinobi believed themselves superior, but this led to their death and our victory over the strongest village, declared the strange genin with a turban and scarf. Suddenly, a fireball was launched toward them. Liam stamped his foot, kicking up a chunk of the ground to cover himself. An explosion occurred. A piece of the floor fell again when the Iowa man got rid of it. HMP Uchiha Naruto was staring at the three from Iowa. He had thought about burning those three and saving himself from having to fight for a long time. But his plan had been sent to shit when the turban boy used Doton to protect himself. Kuretsuchi. You're still alive, but how? He raised his face, showing Uchiha Madara's legendary Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, which amazed the three. Tsuna. Sharingan Maduro. Uchiha smiled. Naruto. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, Iowa shinobi, he said, while his crimson red and black eyes shone with interest and excitement for the battle. Kuretsuchi looked on in amazement, like her rival, he was unharmed. He was only bleeding from his eyes, which seemed of great interest to her. He didn't have even a single burn. Liam and Tsuna groaned. They couldn't believe the Uchiha's luck. Tsuna. How did you dodge Kuretsuchi's jutsu? He shouted, true fury reflected in his eyes. His family was massacred by those of the Leaf, and now he would kill anyone from Konoha who came within range. The blade of his katana was wrapped in fire and lightning. You will die, bastard. Kinjutsu. First level. Fire devastation cut. He twisted his katana slightly, launching a small slash at the Uchiha. An immense torrent of flames, a crescent-shaped cut, went straight for the shinobi. Inches from touching the young man in dark blue armor, it exploded, creating a huge cloud of smoke covering the area where the ninja had been. I sheathed the katana, eliminating the flames. Kuretsuchi. You went too far, Tsuna said the Kunoichi, smiling. Tsuna simply nodded. He didn't care about deploying all his jutsus, as long as he could kill anyone in Konoha. Liam just sighed. He couldn't believe his partner was so sadistic. The smoke cleared, revealing a wooden shield. It dissolved into a wooden dragon that launched itself after the Iowa men. Surprised, they leaped. The dragon's jaws swept everything before it, tearing up branches and trees with little difficulty. Kuretsuchi. What was that? Fell onto another branch, watching as the dragon continued on its way, destroying everything in its path. Liam and Tsuna ended up a little separated from the granddaughter of the Sandaime Tsuchikage. Tsuna brought his hand to the handle of his katana. A short blade formed behind it. Late. Raiden. Lightning punch. A punch wrapped in lightning was launched. Tsuna groaned in pain and was sent flying towards the ground, crashing and creating a crater. He raised his face, revealing the tears of blood falling from his eyes, to the surprise of Kuretsuchi and Liam, who saw the Uchiha again unharmed, without a scratch. Naruto undid the seal, making the wooden dragon and the lightning fists disappear. He briefly glanced at the Iowa man he had struck with his Raiten jutsu. Smoke covered him. He looked up again. The Mangekyo Sharingan shone in all its splendor. The Tomos had joined together, forming a circle like Madara's. He will have Madara's Mangekyo and Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as well, black on its crimson background. Naruto. I see in your eyes that you didn't expect this, he says calmly. His attitude was very similar to Itachi's or Madara's. Finishing me off and snatching the scroll from me will be very difficult for you, Iowa shinobi. He began a small sequence of seals. I hope to finish you off. Raiten. Rupture. Great beast devastation. He began gathering Raiten chakra in his hands, then raised his arms, aiming at Liam and Kuretsuchi. A beam of lightning was launched toward both shinobi. They barely noticed it. They jumped, almost catching the jutsu. Trees were destroyed, burned, and scorched, leaving a large clearing redolent of ash. The two fell to the ground, witnessing the destruction wrought by their Uchiha enemy's Raiten jutsu. Naruto jumped, standing in front of the three from Iowa. He didn't know how, but Liam and Kuretsuchi had ended up next to their partner, who was already getting up. Tsuna. Arg, that hit was devastating, he growled, spitting out some blood. The side of the blow was somewhat burned. You caught me off guard, Uchiha. The anger was noticeable in his voice. He didn't seem to hold it back much. Madara and Hashirama's grandson moved his neck, making it crack. This was getting interesting. With this battle, he would discover his limits and prove to the other villages that he was a true Uchiha, heir to two legends. He flexed the fingers of his right hand, his Maguekio Sharigan spinning slightly. He had only unlocked the Kamui for the moment. He knew there were more powers to this dojutsu, but he didn't know if he would unlock them all. No Uchiha, not even his grandfather, had ever obtained all the powers. He swung his left arm, deflecting Liam's punch. Liam looked at his opponent. He spun around and threw a kick. The Uchiha's forearm blocked the blow. The Iowa shinobi placed his hands on the ground and spun around, throwing another kick. He threw his body back, once again dodging his opponent. He punched the scarf boy in the side, knocking him away. He dodged the downward slash Tsuna had thrown. Uchiha Madara's grandson spun around and slammed the Kenjutsu boy's face into the ground with an elbow. He let out a growl, seemingly eating dirt. He looked at the Kunoichi, who had pulled out a kunai to use against the armored boy. He began to walk slowly. The Mangekyo was spinning slowly. He saw everything moving more slowly, which gave him the ability to dodge attacks. He could see the enemy's chakra and copy jutsus, although he didn't like it. He stopped about 50 meters away. Naruto. Thanks to my Sharingan, it will be impossible for you to kill me easily, Kunoichi, he pointed out, looking coldly at the girl. She took a step back. She couldn't believe that just one genin was surpassing them, the elite genin of Iowa. If Madara were here, maybe things would be different. Kuritsuchi. Grr, I don't care, Uchiha. Your power isn't unlimited. You can die like everyone else. Naruto. Yes, everyone dies. But you can die first, he laughed softly, coldly. Liam and Tsuna appeared behind the dark-haired boy, one intending to strike him with his rock-wrapped fist and the other with his unsheathed katana. Black chains appeared from the boy's back, piercing both of them, causing them to grunt in pain as they were pierced. I look over my shoulder, seeing the two may lie with genin bleeding, being impaled by several chains. Chakra was also being stolen from them. Kuritsuchi. Chakra chains. She couldn't believe it. And Uchiha, he possessed the Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai, which seemed completely surprising to her. Naruto moved the chains and threw them both far away. They fell against some bushes, and he turned his head to face the Imton user. The girl couldn't move. Fear had gripped her. Sea Blue Eyes replaced the Mangekyo Sharingan, deactivating the dojutsu. It wasn't a good idea to use it too much. He might go blind. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter and Madara's grandson stared into each other's eyes for a few minutes that felt like an hour. The girl hesitated out of fear and nerves. Her chest heaved slightly more than normal, making it look like she was coming from a run. On the other side of the coin was the boy, who denoted calm, as if he hadn't just fought and used his Kekkei Genkai in this 3-on-1 battle. Kuritsuchi fell unconscious. Once again, the 3-volume Sharingan shone on the Uchiha's face. Genjutsu. Orochimaru. Team 7 leaped from branch to branch. They'd been in the forest for 5 hours, and they hadn't even faced a single genin team participating in this challenge, even though there were over 100 teams. Sasuke led the team, followed by Menma and Sakura. The Namikaze hated being second in command, but he had to accept it. At this point, the Uchiha was a better leader than he was. Haruno, for her part, had no problem following her Sasuke-kun around like a lapdog. They eventually reached a small clearing, surrounded by several huge trees that blocked the sun from entering, making everything even more gloomy. Menma sighed. He was tired of jumping around and also frustrated. No one had wanted to face them. Or rather, they hadn't encountered anyone. And he wanted to face someone once and for all and prove just how good the leader of the Namikaze Uzumaki clan and future Hokage of the Leaf after his father was. Sasuke pretended he didn't hear the blonde Namikaze's complaints. He was just watching. Something about that forest didn't appeal to him. It gave him a bad feeling. He started looking around. Every broken branch made him tense up more and more. Sakura noticed this. She was about to tell him to calm down, but a strong wind blew them back and separated Team 7. Sasuke got up, scratches all over his body. The wind had thrown him against some thorny bushes. He winced in pain with every movement. The branch snapped, and the Uchiha jumped. He landed right where he had been before, and he looked up. He saw the body of an immense brown snake moving from branch to branch, heading in the direction the younger Namikaze had been sent. The black-haired woman appeared before him, her face only slightly raised. She was pale, with black eyes. She looked very much like Sai. Sasuke. Kusa Shinobi, he whispered through his teeth as he watched the woman smile. Bukuku Uchiha Sasuke-kun, his voice sounded slightly high-pitched, which unnerved the onyx-eyed brunette. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. Han Menma. Namikaze Menma dodged the bite thrown at him by a huge snake. It was trying to devour the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, the container of the 9-tailed fox's evil spirits was enraged. He jumped back every time the snake tried to devour him. A blue sphere formed in his right hand. Menma. Bastard. Rasengan. He shrieked and launched himself at his reptilian rival. His father's legendary jutsu landed against the cold-blooded animal's snout. The reptile hissed angrily and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. A smile appeared on the blue-eyed man's face as he ran to where his companions should have been. Something told him that Sasuke needed help. Rest of Team 7. Haruno Sakura, daughter of Haruno Mabuyuki, was not prepared to face and see such a powerful ninja and one of Konoha's biggest criminals. In front of the girl with pink hair and jade eyes was Orochimaru, the white snake, the Sannin of the snakes, one of the 3 students of the Sandaime Hokage, the shinobi no kami, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His Uchiha partner had used shurikens with ninja thread and trapped the snake against a log and then used a Kaiten element jutsu with which he burned his rival. But this one was not affected. Orochimaru. Kukuku Sasuke-kun, your skill is much better than I thought, although you still don't reach his level. Sasuke twitched. Was he mentioning his brother, Itachi? Maybe this Nunakan knew his brother and could tell him where to find him. Sasuke. What do you know about Itachi? He growled as Sharingan was activated in his onyx eyes while he focused his gaze on the snake. Talk. Orochimaru laughed at the desperation in the eyes of the man who could be his next body. He would only have to mark it and it would be his. He jumped, dodging a Rasengan from the Namikaze who appeared in front of the Sannin. He had used his father's Hiraishin no jutsu, thus reaching a new level. His orange jumpsuit was torn but still serviceable. I deactivate the Rasengan and confront the snake. Orochimaru looked curiously at his new rival and when he recognized him, a smile appeared on his face. There he had the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko and son of the Yondaime. Orochimaru. Kukuku Umenma-kun. It's interesting to have you here. At this meeting the Uchiha grunted as he tried to stand up. It will be very interesting to see what he is capable of, the son of the Yondaime. Menma smiled. Menma. Well, if you have me, Pale One. You'll see what the next Hokage is capable of, he shouted while several Kage Bunshin appeared all over the area. At a gesture from the original, his clones launched themselves at the Sannin level Nunakan. Orochimaru simply waited and when he had 10 of the clones within range, he spun around 360 degrees and eliminated them. He leaped straight toward the rest while a sequence of seals was performed by his hands. Orochimaru. Fueton. Great shockwave, he expelled a large amount of air in a single breath. The clones were thrown back, disappearing in puffs of smoke when they took adequate damage. A kunai stuck into the last one. Vast reserves of chakra, like every self-respecting Uzumaki. You have physical stamina, but everything in this life eventually runs out. The growl escaped the young Namikaze's throat. He clenched his fists and his gaze became sharp. Menma. I'll finish you off, you freak. Your end has come, he said, his eyes turning red like the foxes inside him. You'll pay, bastard. He launched himself at the Sandaime student in a burst of speed. The latter smiled grimly. Standing in front of him, inches away, Orochimaru punched the blonde in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood. He began to land several blows. He grabbed his arm and slammed it against the branch. It cracked. He jumped, moving away while spitting out bowls of air, thus breaking the branch and causing it to fall, next to the Namikaze. Uchiha Sasuke appeared behind the Sannin. He launched a kick, which was stopped by the snake. It threw him forward. Sasuke spun in the air and ended up standing on another branch. He launched a large fireball at his enemy, which combined with an airball from the blonde Jinchuriki. This combination made the dark-haired man's fire jutsu even stronger. Orochimaru hit the ground. A wall of earth stopped the fusion jutsu without flinching. Orochimaru. Namikaze and Uchiha. Your nickname is decent, he swung an arm, throwing a large slingshot that knocked both of them down. The Kyuubi's chakra left the Namikaze's body, returning to his blue eyes. Both boys from Team 7 were on one knee, blood dripping from their lips. Orochimaru calmly walked over to stand in front of them, who slightly raised their tired faces. Sasuke. Bastard, he spat, while looking at his rival with the two-tomo Sharingan. The man's smile was dark and cold. His intentions were clear. A few ink tigers, along with a fireball, descended upon the pale-skinned man. He dodged it with ease. Team 6 appeared, led by the Uchiha's twin sister. She also had her dual Tomo Sharingan active and glared at the Sannin. Orochimaru. Kukuku Satsuki, Sasuke's sister and another Sharingan wielder. My day is definitely getting better by the minute. The tantrum attempted to slice the snake in half. A sword that escaped Orochimaru's mouth stopped the pale man's blade inches away. Sai tried to exert more force. It was impossible for him to force back the most feared Nunakan of the Leaf. Orochimaru, on the other hand, exerted only a small amount of force, throwing Sai to the side. Satsuki launched herself at the enemy, intending to hit the Sannin squarely. Orochimaru saw her coming. He grabbed her throat with his right hand and slammed her against the ground, causing her to spit out. Nieto appeared to the snake's right. She also ended up on the ground, bleeding from her mouth and slammed into the ground. Orochimaru hit the Kunoichi several times, making them moan in pain and spit blood. He exhaled, knocking the Namikaze and the Uchiha back to the ground. He spun around and kicked the pale bearer of a scroll for the ink beasts. All three men were down and bleeding. Haruno Sakura was astonished and horrified. Her elite companions were wounded and barely had any chakra left. How long had they been fighting? Orochimaru the Sannin clicked his tongue in annoyance and looked at the defeated genin. They hadn't lasted long. Not even the Uchiha team and the Namikaze, who looked like the Uzumaki wife of the Yondaime. He was surrounded by the weakened genin, who could barely stand. Were they really like that because of a couple of jutsus and blows? Only one pink-haired girl remained, but he could definitely kill her, along with Shimura Danzu's Anbu and the Hokage children. Afterward, he would take out the Uchiha. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow fall behind him. Orochimaru. I thought you would never come out of hiding. He slowly turned his head, meeting Uchiha Naruto. His deep blue eyes turned red with 3 tomos. Mature Sharingan. In a split second, the boy was under the Sannin's guard, who was surprised by the speed. He received a lightning-wrapped punch, which threw him against a tree, shattering it in the process. Uchiha looked at Team 7 and 6 with a small flash of concern. He quickly dismissed that thought and returned to his indifferent mask. He leaped after the snake summoner. Orochimaru stood up, his chin aching. That Uchiha boy was far stronger than Sasuke. There was no doubt he was the son of the Shadaime Kamurihant. Naruto. I see my jutsu didn't do anything to you. Orochimaru the Uchiha appeared again. His dark blue armor was slightly cracked after the confrontation with the Iwa shinobi. Orochimaru. Kukuku Naruto-kun. You'll probably give me more of a fight than the rest, he pointed out as he stood up, as if the Sharingan user's punch hadn't affected him at all. You have potential. Naruto now launched a kick, which Orochimaru stopped. A Taijutsu battle began. Even though he was using the Sharingan, he couldn't predict the snake's movements. He had to use his reflexes and instinct to dodge the attacks. They moved away from each other. The dark-haired man was agitated. Beads of sweat fell from his face as he tried to steady the air flowing in and out of his body. Naruto. San Orochimaru, he said, partially recovering. A grimace of disgust appeared when he realized his rival was much more resistant. You're stronger than I expected. I'll have to use you again. The Sharingan took the form of the Maguekio Sharingan, causing him to see things more slowly. Orochimaru gasped in astonishment. Very few things in this world interested him, and one of them was those eyes. He launched himself at the Uchiha. This block was achieved by the Kusanagi, which almost pierced him. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you have the Mangekyou Sharingan, he hisses, licking his lips as if he were facing his prey. You're the second Uchiha to use those eyes. Naruto frowns as the Mangekyou Sharingan spins. Naruto. HMP, who's the other one? He says, separating himself from the snake using Kamui and appearing behind it. He wrapped his kunai in Raiten chakra and tried to stab the Sannin. Orochimaru was surprised when the boy disappeared into a vortex. And he was even more surprised when the boy reappeared behind him and tried to stab him. He blocked the arm and grabbed the young Mangekyou Sharingan user's wrist. Orochimaru. You're not used to those eyes yet. He snaps his wrist, causing the boy to scream slightly. He kicks his head, sending him flying. Kaiten. Dragon head balls. He fires a series of fire sacks that look like dragon heads. They hit the Uchiha several times, creating small explosions and then a large one. He turns his head, seeing Naruto appear in the distance, emerging from the vortex after using Kamui. He was panting. It was his second time using those eyes, and it was tiring him out even more. Orochimaru. You're pretty tough, Sharingan kid. Fueton. Rupture. The wave of wind hit the boy directly, breaking his armor even more and causing him to spit blood, along with the blood that was escaping from his eyes. I blocked the Kusanagi, which cut his left cheek, making a slight wound. Orochimaru. This will end. Kaiten. Flaming serpents. From the Sannin's mouth, 100 fire snakes shot out. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise. A loud explosion erupted. The snake laughed, watching the smoke rise after the flames caused by the fire the snakes were creating had died down. He hoped the boy was dead. His wish was not fulfilled. But the light wind, the smoke went away, revealing a Naruto bleeding from his eyes, while blue ribs covered him, forming a ribcage that protected him. The Nunakan snake's yellow eyes opened as wide as possible. He had just seen the Susanoo in action, or at least its ribs. Orochimaru hadn't expected to find an Uchiha like that. Those ribs surrounding that boy brought back memories from not so long ago. A longing smile formed on his face. Naruto. NGH, he groaned. The Susanoo was draining his life force. He fell to his right knee, his ribs disappearing. He panted from the exertion. Orochimaru. Kukuku, while we fight, Mark Sasuke-kun. I think my job here is done. He began to melt into the earth, leaving only the grandson of the most powerful Uchiha. He couldn't move. His body ached. Orochimaru. Tsuki no Maire, it's a powerful group, Naruto-kun. If you want to know anything more, contact me. I was the Nidaime Kamurihant. Finally, he disappeared. The Kyokuguma. He deactivated the Maguekio Sharingan. Blood streamed from his eyes as he fell to the ground in pain from summoning the Susanoo. His grandfather had never mentioned that the thing would drain his life force and leave him in such a pitiful state. He opened his eyes slightly. He could already feel the effects of using those eyes. They had lost some of their sharpness and now he couldn't see everything so clearly. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. In one day, he had faced the most powerful Iwa team and had launched into a fight against the former Nidaime Kamurihant. He had never expected that. He looked up at the sky, or rather, the treetops, as he let himself be lulled by the light wind that was beginning to rise. He needed to rest to recover the chakra he had spent. He had used all 3 Kekkei Genkai at his disposal. The chakra chains of his Uzumaki blood. The Sharingan of his Uchiha blood, which, thanks to that jutsu of the Iwa Kunoichi, evolved into Mangekyo. And the Mokuton, a secondary element that only his grandfather Hashirama could use. At this moment, he was the second user of said element. He raised his hand and began to flex his fingers in front of his blue eyes. He felt tired. He was surprised at how long he'd lasted in his fight against the leaf-wielding Nunakan. But thanks to all of it, he was now stronger than when he'd entered the forest. He possessed Kamui, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mokuton, the chakra chains, and had recently awakened Susanoo, even if it was only his ribs. But it was something. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to be overcome by fatigue. Subconscious. He blinked several times. Darkness surrounded him completely as he looked from side to side. Wasn't he supposed to be asleep? He felt as if he were floating in the darkness that surrounded him. Before he could even blink again, a light forced him to cover his eyes. When he was able to adjust and lower his arm, he found himself standing before a man dressed in white, 9 Gudamas flying above him. He had slightly gray hair and was levitating in a lotus flower pose. He also had a staff with him. He opened his eyes, displaying the Rinnegan in them. He stepped back. Uchiha Naruto wasn't afraid of anything. But he still stepped back from the immense power of that person's energy. "You're a very interesting boy, really," the man says, forming a friendly smile. "You were born with the 3 Tomo Sharingan already active, which makes you the fastest young man to acquire and mature it. I congratulate you for that." Naruto swallowed saliva. "Naruto. Thank you," he tried to say, unable to contain the stutter that came to him because of his nerves from being in front of this man. "You are an exemplary Uchiha that has never existed after my son Otsutsuki Uchiha Indra," declared the man, while continuing to look at the genin in front of him. "It will be very interesting for me to see what you are capable of with those eyes." Of Team 7 and 6. Haruno Sakura looked at her wounded companions. The Namikaze brothers were simply unconscious, at least Menma. Mito had woken up a little while ago, her body aching and showing signs of fatigue. Sai hadn't taken much damage, so he left to find some food and water. They had to stay in the best possible condition to protect their companions. The Uchiha twins were radiating heat from their fever. The S-class Nunakan, Orochimaru the White Snake, had placed a strange mark on their necks and then left, just like Naruto. He didn't know if the lone Uchiha was still alive or if the snake had killed him. The explosions had stopped for hours, ever since the snake clone had placed a curse mark on the 2 heirs of the Crimson-Eyed clan. Sakura sighed. She hadn't been able to do anything against an enemy of such a level. She could only watch as Sasuke and Menma faced him, only to be defeated by the pale-skinned, black-haired man without even breaking a sweat, always smiling that smile that sent chills down her spine. Then Team 6 arrived, but it was no use. Orochimaru still defeated them without giving them a chance. And just when he thought the end of him and the others was over, the lone Uchiha arrived to fend off the snake with a Raiden-wrapped punch. He opened his eyes and placed a damp cloth over the foreheads of the dark-haired man and his sister. Purple chakra occasionally escaped from their bodies. The cracking of a branch alerted the jade-eyed girl and the red-haired girl. They stood on guard. 3 figures emerged from the bushes and stared at the 2 Kunoichis. The sound band gleamed on their foreheads. The sardonic smile appeared on their faces. But Naruto. Uchiha Naruto woke up after sleeping outdoors all night. He blinked several times, trying to clear the mist that covered his 2 blue orbs. He raised his body, hearing a branch crack. In front of him were the Kumagakure shinobi. A bonfire was in the center of the circle they formed. "Samui. You woke up," the leader of the trio pointed out, looking at the Uchiha. She finished standing up and scratched her head. She felt much better than she had after finishing the fight with the Nunakan. "My team found you unconscious, so we brought you with us." He nodded as he approached the fire. He wasn't wearing his armor, but it had been placed next to his things near where he slept. "Naruto. "Thanks, I guess," he said, as he sat next to the blonde-haired dark-skinned boy named Amoy. He carried a katana, as did the Redeed with electric yellow eyes. The leader of the group carried an Injado. "I'm surprised Kumo would help a shinobi of the leaf. Samui. Reikage-sama holds you in high regard, Uchiha-san. Even more so after being the only one in his family to learn the Raiten no Yoroi. You're definitely a diamond in the rough, or at least that's what our leader thinks of you." Naruto nodded, not entirely satisfied with the short-haired girl's words. He focused his eyes on the flames of the bonfire as they seemed to dance. He'd have a lot of training to do. Almost all of his abilities had been awakened either through fighting with the Iwa people or against the Nunakan. He didn't even know how he'd unlock them. It was all pure instinct as he tried to survive. He moved a wrist the snake had supposedly broken. It moved normally, as if nothing had happened. He felt no pain or stinging of any kind. His regeneration thanks to his Senju genes was undoubtedly a godsend. I also had to highlight the great physical resistance that the genes of the Whirlpool clan gave him. "Naruto. I think I should go, so I can continue with the test," he says, as he calmly begins to stand up. "I don't want to." An explosion and a tremor made the Uchiha and those from Kumo look in that direction, where the sounds had come from. Amoy spat out his lollipop as he stood up. "Amoy. Action and fun in equal measure on this fateful day. I hope a young lady is in trouble so I can come to her aid and earn her." Perry directly hit her companion, then unleashed a string of insults. This scene was ignored by the leader and the Uchiha. The latter was focused on putting on the armor, which had cracks in the breastplate. It wouldn't last much longer. But he still wanted to wear it. The time hadn't come to take it off. Of Team 7 and 6. Mito spat out blood and fell to her knees. The Otogaker trio, the ones who had attacked Kabuto during the first phase, were standing before them. Osu, Zaku, and Kin. Those were the names of the serpent's infamous followers. But another man accompanied them. A tall man, wearing a white mask that left nothing visible except his gray eyes. His hair was white, reaching down to the middle of his back. I turned my head, seeing Rock Lee lying down next to Sakura and Sai. Team 10 was low on chakra after facing this guy, who had defeated Sasuke and Satsuki, who were in a strange trance-like state. I try to stand up and help Ino and the others. "You should stay still," Kyuubi Jinchuriki Ying the man points out with a certain coldness. "We are not here for you or for your brother." User of the Yang part Menma stands up, forming a Rasengan in his right hand. "Really, young people don't listen." He makes hand seals very quickly. Shimton. Crystal Dragon. I hit the young blonde man square on, sending him sputtering to the ground. I snap my fingers, making the dragon disappear as if it had never been there. "Osu. We should kill them," suggests the bandaged man, while looking at the man with the white mask. The latter doesn't seem to listen to the Oto man, but instead looks to the right, looking at the Hyuga and the girl from Lee's team. That pair is watching, and it doesn't seem to want to cooperate. "We should teach them what camaraderie is, do you think, kid?" She cut the man short, who now looked back, his gray eyes wide open. The Kumagakure team arrived, led by Madara and Hashirama's grandson, who raised his face showing his mature Sharingan. "Amoy. Esto." Perry clenched her fists. "Perry. It's a massacre." The Redeed shouted, seeing the Konoha teams on the ground. Only Team 10 remained standing, which in itself amazed the masked man and the sound team. Zaku smiled as he took a step forward. He was eager to face those Kumo ninjas. He wanted more blood on his hands. For his part, the masked man looked directly at Naruto. "I recently ran into Bangiratora near Nami," he said, noticing the Uchiha. "He told me about the fight he had with you and how Guru saved you. Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Hyakyakiguma, the polar bear." In a split second, he appeared in front of the black-haired boy. Magenkyo Sharingan was activated in the Uchiha's eyes. His body became intangible, much to the surprise of the Tsuki no Maire member. She spun around and kicked him sideways, but the Shimton user blocked the move. She slid several meters, while Kumo Shinobi and the Odo Shinobi separated, leaving space. Samui, with the help of her own and Team 10, moved the rest of the Konoha rookies. "The Kyakuguma. You've definitely improved. I didn't expect you to have Magenkyo," the man admitted as they separated. He slammed his hands into the ground, creating crystal spikes that advanced towards the Uchiha. Naruto's eyes snapped open. "Naruto. Raiten. Hammer of the Thunder God," he shouted. Lightning enveloped his right fist and he slammed the ground, creating a noticeable tremor. Crystal and lightning collided, ending in a draw after the explosion. But the Shimton superiority was evident. The Uchiha launched himself at his opponent, who waited for him. They clashed fists, staring at each other. He launched a spinning kick, which was blocked by his forearm. He spun, trying to hit his opponent with his elbow in the face. The opponent leaned back, letting the blow pass. He swung his arm, separating the Uchiha from him. "I throw a hook," which was seen by Hyakyakiguma. I grab the young man's fist and pull him close. A knee connects with the boy's stomach, causing him to spit out saliva, and he is thrown backward. He did a somersault and ended up standing, caressing the area of the blow. Naruto, thinking. He still outclasses me by quite a bit. But if he's here to finish off future threats, I'll have to kill him. He stood up, Maguekio shining on his stoic face. I still don't know how to use these new eyes, and I'm having trouble adapting. I can also use Kamui, but I haven't mastered it. Not even Mokuten or the chains would help. I can only rely on Raiten and Kaiten to defeat him. But that element he possesses is very powerful, and I know he's not using all his power. The members of Tsuki no Maire are amazing. The Kyokuguma smiled. The boy was improving by leaps and bounds. Perhaps he would soon surpass his father in skill. But to do so, he would have to train very hard. He had been surprised to see the Maguekio on him, just like his father and grandfather had. They used the same pattern. Uchiha Naruto put aside his musings and assumed his clan's interceptor fist stance, blood streaming from his left eye. He was forced to deactivate the Maguekio and keep the Sharigan spinning furiously. As he was about to launch himself in an ice shushin, the Kurigakure team appeared. Kagawa Jin separated from his teammates to advance and stand next to the dark-haired man. Jin. A little help wouldn't hurt you, he pointed out while looking at the masked man. Naruto snorted but nodded. He'd have to work with this kid to defeat his rival. The Kyokuguma. Alright, Kagawa Jin and Uchiha Naruto, this is getting interesting, the man laughs as shards of glass surround him. The man with ice gray and black hair glared at the former member of Tsuki no Maire. He was starting to get on his nerves. He charged at his rival. Naruto saw this. He activated Mangekyo at once and followed the Kurigakure Genin. The Kyokuguma greeted the two. A dance of punches and kicks began before the other's eyes. Uchiha attempted an elbow strike and Jin an axe kick. The ground cracked as the attacks hit the defending man. He grunted softly. With a single movement, he freed himself from the two genin, who fell back. Giri Genin glared at his rival. He sighed and looked at his teammates. Jin. Rin, go now. This is going to get very interesting, he said as he started a sequence. The Kurigakure team nodded. The Uchiha saw this and glanced at the Konoha team. The same words came out of his mouth, except for the interesting part. Guy's team picked up their teammate and left. Team 10 looked at Naruto for a few seconds and then forced Team 7 and 6 to leave. They were already alone. Jin. Heh, I can fully commit to fighting you now. Countin. Steel cover, he whispered. His body was covered in steel. He cracked his knuckles. Countin. Multi-sword. He slammed his right fist into the ground. Kyokuguma saw this. The ground began to crack as steel spikes began to shoot out. He created a crystal shield, preventing himself from being pierced. But he was forced to jump, dodging the Uchiha's kick. Jin appeared in front of the former Tsuki no Maire member and threw a punch with all his might. Kyokuguma covered himself with his arms in an X. The four sent him flying, sending him tumbling through the trees. He fell to the ground, watching where the enemy was sent. Jin. I hope you give it your all, Uchiha, he said, before launching himself after the enemy. Naruto sighed. He would have to use all his Kekkei Genkai to face this enemy. He clenched his fists and disappeared into a vortex. Kyokuguma. The former member of Tsuki no Maire stood up. That punch from the Countin user had surprised him. He hadn't expected to encounter a user of that secondary element. He stepped aside, dodging Kagawa's new blow. The Kyokuguma. HMP, he blocked a kick with his forearm. He grabbed Jin's leg, pulled him toward him, and slammed his crystal fist into his face. Jin groaned in pain. His nose had been broken. He threw it, only to be met by the Uchiha, who had once again begun a taijutsu match. It struck Naruto's chest, pushing him far enough away and thus gaining some space. He ran forward to strike the dark-haired man with his forearm, knocking him down. Just in time. He stopped Jin's fist just inches from the back of his head. He smiled beneath his mask. He spun around, elbowing the boy. He was knocked back, landing next to the Uchiha, who was slowly getting to his feet. Jin. This guy is fast, Uchiha, he declared with a certain tone of annoyance. The steel cape fell from his body, revealing blood falling from his broken nose. He can read our movements. Uchiha shook his head. Maguekio was still active as he placed his hands on the ground. The Shumton user was advancing toward them. Naruto. It's up to me to take the rest. Mokuten. Secret art world of trees. The ground began to break, revealing trees emerging from it, intending to trap or pierce through the enemies of their summoner. The Kyokuguma smiled as he watched this. The trees blocked his view. He sighed, blood escaping from his two eyes from the circular pattern. He felt completely tired. They couldn't celebrate the victory. The trees were swept away by crystal spikes that appeared, uprooting branches and trees in their wake. The former member of Tsuki no Maire walked calmly while looking at both genin. The Kyokuguma. The shot aims Mokutan element, the man pointed out as he removed the hand that was in front of his face. Half of the mask had fallen off due to the Uchiha's attack, revealing burned scarred skin and a dull eye. Naruto stood up, only to be impaled by a crystal stalagmite, which ended up shattering his armor's breastplate, which fell to the ground in pieces. He was wearing only his mesh shirt. Red, almost black blood dripped from his chest, where the Anbu Inu had attacked him with that Raiten jutsu. With some difficulty, he stood up. He groaned as the wound began to close. With a simple movement, he got rid of his shirt, revealing his scarred torso. Kagawa Jin smiled at this. He also stood up, cracking his knuckles and with a satisfied smile on his face. He liked to fight. Jin, hey Uchiha. Are we moving on to the next level? He laughed lightly as ice began to wrap around the boy's left fist and steal around his right. I hope you like it. Haimton. Lion of pure ice. Hand seals and an immense lion made of ice appeared. It pounced on the Shimton user as soon as it touched the ground. The Kyokuguma jumped back as he watched the ice feline try to close its jaws around his neck. Creating a crystal sword, I eliminate that animal. The wall of flame surrounded him as soon as the last piece of the feline touched the grass. Uchiha Madara's legendary jutsu made its appearance when his grandson used it. Fire surrounded the crystal shinobi, who began a long sequence of seals before being swallowed by the flames. The Kyokuguma. Shimton. 3 great crystal dragons. 3 immense dragons made of crystal were called into battle by the man and attacked their rivals. Naruto Jin. Arg. Both shouted when said legendary animals hit both of them. When the smoke cleared, 2 genin could be seen on the ground, bleeding. Jin's clothes were torn and blood was pouring from his knee. Uchiha Naruto, meanwhile, was bleeding from his eyes and torso. Only one leg of his pants was still intact and the other was gone, along with the sandal on the side of the intact leg. The Kyokuguma sighed. It hadn't been that difficult to defeat this duo after all, or so he thought. Kagawa Jin started to get up, groaning. His body ached, but he had to face this enemy. The Uchiha followed, coughing up blood. His eyes ached and burned, but he couldn't deactivate the Mangekyo. If he did, he might die at this man's hands. The Kyokuguma. Are you still standing? I couldn't believe it. What motivated them to keep fighting? He sidestepped, dodging a barrage of eye senbons. Naruto reappeared behind the masked man with his kamui and a completed seal. Naruto. Raiten. Great devastating discharge, a shower of lightning, came out of the brunette's hands. Kyokuguma turned his head in surprise. He jumped, luckily dodging the jutsu. Mokutan. Wooden stakes. The Kyokuguma. Komo. Another Naruto was behind him. The tree branches swung toward the masked man, piercing and cutting his skin. He luckily escaped death. He was almost impaled in the heart. Both Naruto and Jin were staring at the man strung on branches. The Magenkyo had disappeared from the young Uchiha's eyes. The clone disappeared, merging with the tree, proving to be a wood clone. Jin. We've got you, bastard, the 2-colored-haired boy growled. Naruto simply looked stoic. The Kyokuguma Rio de repente. The Kyokuguma. Are you sure? He moved, breaking the branches with crystal, to the surprise of both boys who were there below. You are interesting, especially you, Kagawa. And Naruto, you have improved more than I thought, he laughed as he began to fade away. Tsuki no Maire, that name will be remembered for centuries. He finished disappearing, leaving only blood as a sign of his stay. This was another enemy to defeat. Preliminary. Uchiha Naruto looked at his body closely. Blood was flowing from each of the cuts he had suffered in the fight against a man named Kyokuguma, one of the former members of Tsuki no Maire and a user of the secondary element Shimton. He flexed the fingers of his right hand as he watched all the destruction they had caused. A large area of the forest had been completely destroyed by their bodies and jutsus. He couldn't forget the level of his opponent. If the Kurigakur genin hadn't been there to help him, he'd surely be dead right now. He didn't know why, but he had the feeling Kyokuguma had gotten caught out at the last second. Maybe it was just his own idea, but he couldn't get it out of his head. He continued on his way to the tower once he'd put those thoughts aside. Kagawa Jin had already left a few hours ago and now he had to arrive. He couldn't delay any longer. It was already the 5th day. If he didn't make it to the tower, he'd be removed from the exam. Hour of the Forest of Death. Teams from a large number of ninja villages had arrived at the center of the forest with the respective scrolls they were supposed to carry and with all team members alive. One team in particular stood out. The Iwa Shinobi team had managed to make it here after their fight with the lone Uchiha. A glint of anger could be seen in the eyes of 2 of the 3 members. Suna was undoubtedly enraged. He never allowed himself to lose until he had killed a member of the Red-Eyed clan. And when he had the chance, that young man had surpassed him and his companions. That sincerely bothered him immensely. He unconsciously touched the handle of his katana. Kuretsuchi was the other victim. She had a mission to complete and because of the Uchiha boy, she couldn't carry it out. It was a severe blow to her kunoichi pride. The turban boy, however, with his scarf covering his face, remained oblivious to the thoughts his companions were having. For him, the fight he had against the dark-skinned boy with the stoic face was a great experience. From the start, he thought they would win easily, even though he possessed the famed Sharigan. But the fact that he had evolved it left them in shock. The doors opened, causing the genin inside to turn their heads to see the intruder. A black-haired boy wearing a sleeveless shirt, black Anbu pants, and scarlet ninja sandals appeared. Bandages covered his hands, and his stoic face hadn't changed in 5 days in the forest. Many were surprised that the young man would no longer be wearing his famous dark blue armor. The thought crossed their minds that it had passed, but he would no longer be wearing it. Naruto ignored the stares and stood next to the Kurigakure team, who had arrived minutes before him. This surprised Jin. He had left the Uchiha hours ago. How much had his speed improved? No one could say anything. The Yondaime Hokage appeared, along with a large number of Jounin and the Sandaime Hokage, who stared at the short-haired raven. The latter returned an indifferent look. Unknown location. The Kyokuguma made an appearance, his mask shattered on the right side. Finally, the two genin had managed to surprise the former member of Tsuki no Maire. He peeled back the remnants of his mask, revealing a tired, scarred face with a grimace of pain. He could still feel the tree branches piercing his body. The wounds hadn't completely healed, but they were almost there. "You're back," he turned his face, meeting a masked woman with crimson red hair. "You look like you've come from a war, Kyokuguma." He growled. He hadn't expected her to be in the den. The Kyokuguma. "I would appreciate it if you didn't bother me, Shika," he growled, letting his annoyance show. He sat up, his body in pain. Blood was still leaking from his slightly open wounds. He should rest to recover all the chakra he'd used against the boys and finish healing his wounds. "Shika. HMP, I don't believe that guy did this to you." The Kyokuguma. "He possesses the Maguekio of Shadaime Kamuri," I rebutted, as if that were enough for her to understand. Besides, he also had Mokuton and a boy from Kurigakure was helping him. "They're both low-level Anbu, which is amazing," she added, as if what she'd said about his defeat wasn't enough. He retired to his room, being seen by the girl. "Shika. TCH, this keeps getting better." According to Binguratora, the Uchiha wasn't much of a shoe-in, and now, in just a month, the same boy has taken on Kyokuguma. He's definitely Sensei's son. He's very skilled. Don't even think about it. A figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a black Anbu suit and a Black Panther mask covering his face. It seems that Naruto is like a sponge and absorbs everything he is taught. Shika. He still lacks experience and training. Once he can wield the Maguekio Sharingan, he'll undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. You'll definitely want to face him. Confront him, no, he said, a psychopathic smile appearing under his mask. I want to kill him. In the Tower of the Forest of Death. The preliminaries had begun. So far, those who had passed were Uchiha Sasuke, who defeated Yoroi, Uchiha Satsuki, who defeated Kari, Nara Shikamaru who defeated Kin, Kuretsuchi who defeated Zaku, Amoy who defeated Shino, Ino who literally crushed Sakura, Tamari who defeated Tenten, Gaara who defeated Dosu, Menma who defeated Chaoji, Jin who defeated Liam, Mito who defeated Terumi Rin, the Anbu masked Kiri who defeated Kankuro, Sai who defeated Kiba, Niji who defeated Hinata, Suna who defeated Samui. Only 2 genin remained to participate. Rock Lee, a student of Mito Guy's Goken, a member of Team 9 and a great Taijutsu fighter, and the lone Uchiha, Naruto, also known as the Gunbai Traveler. They both jumped into the arena when it was clear that only the 2 of them remained. They had been watching each of the fights, learning everything they could from their opponents. The Uchiha had used a Sharingan to learn from each of them and to be able to add new jutsus to his arsenal. He moved his neck slightly to loosen that part of his body. "Lee. I hope we have a great fight, Naruto-kun," he shouted, full of excitement. The Uchiha simply smiled. Now that he wasn't wearing his armor, his speed was at 100% of its capacity. "Naruto. HMP." With just that grunt, he responded to the effusiveness of the boy in the green suit. Following Hajim's sensor attack, Lee charged at the Uchiha, intending to engage in a taijutsu match. His surprise was even greater when Naruto responded, claiming to be no expert in ninjutsu, to ward him off. A wave of air surged as the 2 fists collided. They shot out, Lee to the right and Naruto to the left. The dark-haired man regained his balance just in time. An axe kick came straight for his head. He jumped, dodging the blow. The green-robed genin's leg cracked the ground with its force, creating a sizable crater. He smiled at this. "Naruto. Brute force," he pointed out as he stood up. Lee raised his eyes, looking at his rival. In a burst of speed, he launched himself at it. Punches were thrown and countered. A taijutsu dance began while they were pinned to the wall thanks to chakra. Waves of wind erupted whenever one of the two genin repelled a blow from their opponent. They also erupted when they clashed fists or any other part of their bodies. Lee stepped aside, leaping onto the top of the statue. He'd have to take off his weights to face his enemy. Everyone gasped as he dropped them, raising a large cloud of dust. Naruto simply stared stoically at the bowl-shaped black-haired boy. He twisted his arm and blocked the punch that guy's student threw. This surprised him and Team 9, along with their sensei. They had just seen how a boy had just blocked an attack that could have broken his arm. Uchiha glanced at Lee. Lee pulled away as he stood. Surprise was evident in his eyes. Lee. I'll have to. Kamen, gate of rest open. Kickman, gate of life open. Seiman, gate of pain open, he shouted as green chakra surrounded his body, his skin turned red, his eyes rolled back in his head, and his veins began to stand out. He disappeared in a great burst of speed, appearing in front of the Uchiha in the blink of an eye. He received a tremendous punch, sending the dark-haired boy flaring into the opposite wall, creating a crater 3 feet wide. He spat out blood. That had been the hardest blow he'd ever received. He began to fall to the ground. He didn't even touch it. Lee began throwing punches at him with all his speed, which amazed the genin present. He ended up using the lotus inversion, embedding the young Uchiha into the ground in a crater that was covered by smoke and dust. Everyone thought Naruto was dead. Blue ribs covered the black-haired boy when said smoke revealed the battered Uchiha. Sasuke, Satsuki, Mikoto and Kakashi, their eyes were wide open while they used the Sharigan to see each of the two genin's movements. He opened his eyes, revealing his blue eyes. His ribs were gone. He began to stand up, blood trickling down the corner of his lips and the edges of both eyes. Naruto. The Hachiman Tonkam, he says, raising his face. Fine, it's my turn to make you suffer. An aura of Raiten chakra surrounded the young man, revealing the Raiten no Yoroi. He disappeared from Lee's sight, appearing behind him. He spun around, but couldn't stop the dark-haired boy's sidekick. He was thrown back, but was met with a knee strike from the Raiten-wielding Uchiha. He slammed the green-clad boy's face into the ground and unleashed a powerful shock, crippling the genin's nerves. He raised his eyes, now a deeper blue, and looked at the sensor. It shuddered. He saw evil and pain in them if this fight wasn't over. I simply declare the Uchiha the winner. New goals. Uchiha Naruto looked back toward the village entrance. He had decided to leave Konohagakure no Sato for the month of training that was set aside for the third stage participants. He had managed to leave the tower while being watched by those Uchiha loyal to this village. Surely they would want to know how he obtained Susanoo, or at least a small portion of its power. He shouldn't have revealed that, but it was necessary. If he hadn't summoned it, his ribcage would now be broken, and he might be dead. After a quick diagnosis at the village hospital, he asked for permission to leave the village so he could train without restrictions. He walked away from the village while he reviewed what he was going to do, not knowing that very soon he would have a confrontation with someone who would help him in his future. With Myth. The daughter of the Yondaime Hokage advanced with her normal pace towards training camp number 13, where her sensei would be waiting. She opened her eyes wide. In front of the red-haired Kunoichi stood a woman with blonde hair and 2 pigtails, a purple mark on her forehead, her honey-colored eyes fixed on her. Senju Tsunade, the Sannin of slugs, looked closely at her future student. Tsunade. Okay kiddo, it's time to get serious about your training. Hanmenma. The blonde genin was sweating slightly as he tried to control his breathing. With the back of his right hand, he kept the beads of sweat from blinding him. In front of this boy stood Jiraiya, the Gama Sannin, the creator of Ichigo, and sensei of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and member of the Sannin. The man with grey hair and red marks on his cheeks looked defiantly at the young Namikaze, who finished standing up. Menma. Rasengan. He roared as he launched himself at the toad summoning man. Han Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath as he reformed the seal sequence Hada Kakashi had taught him. Chidori appeared in his left hand as he launched himself at the rock, shattering it into pieces. Kakashi, thinking. Sasuke is getting better and better. He'll soon reach the low Anbu level if all goes well. He's definitely a genius, just like Menma. The only one I'm worried about is that Naruto. Where did he get those skills? If he were to betray the village, he'd be a danger. Hansatsuki. Uchiha brought out her 3-volume Sharingan. She was improving by leaps and bounds, with the sole idea in mind of killing Itachi. She had to restore glory to the great Uchiha clan, and to do so she would have to kill that bastard and then have that Naruto serve her. Sasuke might be the heir, but if he couldn't kill his older brother, she would take care of it. Mikoto, along with the rest of the women of the clan, helped the young genin to exponentially improve her skills. Soon, she would be a great kunoichi far superior to herself, as well as the rest of the kunoichis who once represented the Crimson-Eyed clan with Tomos. But Naruto. The lone Uchiha, as he'd begun to be known within the leaf, dropped down from a branch. He'd been traveling for an hour and he still hadn't found the ideal spot to test his skills and see where he was failing. The snake approached, its tongue hissing and its intentions frowned upon. It saw the reptile hovering over its head, so it proceeded to electrocute it with Raiden. The Kukunaru-kana figure emerged from the ground. His reptilian yellow eyes fixed on the Uchiha and never left him. His tongue flicked out, causing the dark-haired man to step back slightly. "You shouldn't be surprised by my presence. I've been watching you." Uchiha frowned as he took another step forward. "Naruto. You're wasting your time, Orochimaru. I won't let you mark me." He jumps, just dodging an air bullet. The Sannin spat at the dark-haired man. Maguekio Sharingan was activated as he now blocked a kick from the snake summoner. Orochimaru smirked as he watched the young man back away from him. He launched a kick that the snake was forced to block with his forearm. He had to admit the boy's strength had increased somewhat. A sequence of seals and a fireball was ejected from his mouth. Naruto moved, dodging the attack. The Sannin appeared before him and his eyes widened in astonishment. He narrowly dodged Orochimaru's fist, who spun around and kicked the genin in the stomach, sending him flying backward. He still had a long way to go before he could defeat a Sannin. Uchiha slid across the ground, his face raised. Raiden no Yoroi surrounded his body in the first level of the jutsu. He lunged at the Sannin, his fists wrapped in Raiden. Orochimaru, the white snake, shielded himself from the boy's furious blows. He saw the calmness in the Uchiha's eyes, as well as a great concentration on the fight. He saw in him Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izuna, the two best Uchihas he had ever known. He stopped the boy's left fist, pulling him towards him and kneeing him. A small shock made him release the young man, who freed himself from the Sannin's grasp and attacked, much to the Sannin's surprise, who didn't expect the boy's punch and the various consecutive blows. He recovered, stopping a knee from the Uchiha, and then pulled away. "Orochimaru. You have a good level of taijutsu, Naruto-kun." He caressed the corner of his lips, wiping away the blood that was coming out of them. He was surprised by how strong the boy had become, with only 5 days in the forest of death. "I'll have to raise the level, I hope you'll forgive me." Naruto frowned. He jumped, dodging 2 snakes that were chasing him. He raised his face and received a kick from the Sannin. He fell to the ground, spitting blood. Apparently, he'd have to improve his Maguekio skills if he wanted to outwit the snake. "Naruto." "Fine." He stood up, looking at his rival. "Mokuton. Wood dragon." The branches formed a wooden dragon, which lunged at the surprised Sannin. Orochimaru jumped, but it was no use. A branch caught him by the ankle, and the jutsu hit him squarely, throwing him far from the forest and into a small lake. He spun in the air and landed on his feet, supported by chakra. Uchiha Naruto appeared in front of him. "Orochimaru." Natural Mokuton that had been the final straw. With that element in the boy's possession, it was clear who he was without a doubt. Uchiha Naruto, son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi, grandson of Madara and Hashirama. He smiled after saying those words. "The doubts I had about your origins have disappeared." Naruto didn't wait any longer. He launched himself at the Sannin in a great burst of speed. Unknown location. He moved his neck slightly as the Anbu bodies fell at his feet. He smiled maliciously as he dropped the last body. As sadistic as ever, Wani, the man with his blood-stained hands, turned to look at the person who had spoken to him. "Wani. Blood is the only thing that calms me," he answers, as with one movement he rips out the heart of his prey. "The souls of these fools, they feed my power, they make me so much stronger." Ryo watched as the man in the crocodile mask returned to his work. "I want you to kill someone, Wani." He raised his head slightly to look at the one who seemed to be his leader. "Wani? Who?" "Uchiha Naruto." "With Naruto?" He dodged the kusanagi, which nearly pierced his chest. The wounds on his body were slowly healing. All thanks to the level of regeneration granted by his Senju blood. But that couldn't fix his clothes, which were covered in cuts and burns. He blocked the Sannin's sword blade with his kunai. It grazed his cheek, causing blood to flow. "Orochimaru. Keep forcing those eyes," Naruto-kun ordered the snake as they both looked at each other. "The more you use them, the stronger you'll become, although you'll lose your light sooner." They both jumped back, separating and leaving a large space between them. The Uchiha assumed his clan taijutsu stance, which he had improved thanks to his training with Guru. Meanwhile, the white snake, Orochimaru the Sannin, remained still, staring at the dark-haired man and studying his every move, all in search of any weaknesses. The battle continued, with no clear winner, although the advantage of the former student of the Sandaime Hokage was clearly evident. Despite possessing extremely powerful eyes, his lack of experience and control left him at a significant disadvantage against the snake summoner. Orochimaru knew this, and he took advantage of it. He could handle this kid with a little work. They clashed again in a taijutsu match, creating ripples of air and small vibrations. After a while, the red-eyed man with Madara's Maguekio pattern was seen retreating further and further, taking far more damage than the snake. He spat out blood as he received a punch to the stomach. He curled up, as if gagging, and the Sannin took a few steps away. Orochimaru. This is your limit. You can't keep using those eyes, Naruto-kun the snake mused as he watched his former companion's son stand up straight again. Naruto. I'd rather die than let you use these eyes, he replied, putting himself back into the Uchiha Taijutsu pose. Orochimaru, thinking. Izuna and Hitomi would be proud of him. He's certainly inherited his talent and her willpower. With a good teacher, he could even stand up to Tsuki no Maire and Akatsuki. I stopped thinking. Naruto attacked the Sannin again. The latter defended himself, then forced the boy back. He looked tired, sweat pouring down his face. Blood dripped from the sides of his eyes as he growled and made certain gestures of annoyance. I force the Uchiha to deactivate those eyes when I grab him by the neck with his tongue and force him to stop breathing, thus making him faint. Aniwa. The finals are almost here. How was training, Kuretsuchi? The black-haired woman raised her face to see a short old man, the Tsuchikage of Iwa, a man who had participated in the 3 great ninja wars and had faced Madara and Hashirama in battle. He was Inoki of the 2 scales, a student of the nicknamed Tsuchikage. Kuretsuchi. Good, grandpa. Rashi is training me in the use of the imton and polishing my flaws. Inoki. Okay, Kuretsuchi. I want you and your team ready. During the 3rd stage, we'll determine which village is the strongest. I want you to kill the Uchiha, the clan heir. Rashi and Han will take care of the Yondame's children. I'll face the Sandame. Kuretsuchi. Piro. Inoki. No buts. No one else in that stupid village matters. Kuretsuchi didn't agree with her grandfather. That boy who beat her team was terrifying. But he would never let her speak. Forest north of Hai no Kuni. Uchiha Naruto looked down at the snake. He was bound hand and foot with chakra restriction seals and his eyes were blindfolded. Naruto. TCH, kill me already, Sannin. If not, I'll be the one to wipe you off the face of the earth, the brunette growled. A snort escaped the Sannin. Orochimaru. Kill you? No, I think you're very wrong. What are your goals right now? He frowned. He'd never thought about that before, but had instead settled down to move on with his life after his grandfather's death. He hadn't expected to have a dream or goal for the future, but if he had one, that would be it. Naruto. Surpass my family and Tsuki no Maire, he said, with a voice that denoted firmness. Orochimaru smiled. I'm an Uchiha. Blood fell drop by drop, staining the ground with a small puddle that formed as they escaped from their owner through an unwanted opening. A growl was heard from the wounded man's lips, who slightly raised his head. His dark blue eyes reflected great determination and an unbreakable will. He was undoubtedly the living image of the Senju and those who wielded the will of fire of Konoha. Uchiha Naruto stood up for the 100th time that day. Several wounds crisscrossed his entire body, or at least his torso, which was the most visible next to his face. Sweat could be seen running through every inch of skin, mixing with the blood and causing slight discomfort to the black-haired boy. Salt seeped through each scratch, causing him to groan slightly. It wasn't serious, clearly, but it was annoying. He had many wounds all over his torso. He breathed heavily as the Maguekio moved, it activated in his eyes after passing through the 3-tomo Sharingan. He had been using this level of the Sharingan for 3 weeks now and he was beginning to notice the small damage it was causing. He could notice the blindness that was beginning to fall on his eyes, although he alleviated it by using the mature Sharingan. It no longer hurt as much to use the evolution of his dojutsu and he could better keep up with his sensei's speed. He moved his eyes slightly to the right. A branch moved slightly and some leaves fell to the ground. Naruto. Kaiten. Dragon head balls. He fired a series of dragon head-shaped fireballs towards the branch where he had heard movement. The frog turned into pure ash, which fell to the ground. No one was there. Swiftly, he leaped to the right, dodging a barrage of kunai aimed at him. Maguekio twirled slightly. The throwing weapons moved slowly before his new eyes. As soon as his feet touched the ground, it began to shake and crack. Snakes emerged from the ground, intent on devouring their prey. Naruto. Kaiten. Phoenix flame. He spat out a blast of flame, which hit the first brown snake square in the snout. He spun around, dodging the second one again. He landed on a branch and another sequence of seals began to form. Raiden. Electric wolf. The wolf formed from lightning, pounced on the second snake, closing its jaws on it. It burst into lightning, which charred the snake. Both disappeared in a puff of white smoke. A sigh escaped his lips. He was sweating again from the jutsus. He had almost no chakra left. In this time, he hadn't rested to recover from all his training. Uchiha moved his neck, cracking his bones. Your level has certainly improved, Naruto-kun, a slightly high-pitched voice came from somewhere. A figure began to emerge from the ground, revealing a pale face very similar to a snake, with purple markings and reptilian yellow eyes. You have a great reaction time and excellent reflexes. Naruto looked at his teacher for a month. He still didn't understand the reason why he had accepted, but there was no turning back now. Orochimaru looked at the boy, waiting for an answer or at least for him to speak to him. Naruto. It's all thanks to you, he replied, switching from the Maguekio to the Sharingan. It wasn't a good idea to have it activated if he wasn't going to fight anyone or train. I have a very good control of the Maguekio thanks to every fight against you. The Sannin laughed lightly. This boy was definitely a diamond in the rough. In this time, he had learned many different jutsus that the Sandame's former student had taught his pupil. His control over Maguekio had also increased. Orochimaru. I think you're already at a good enough level to face any opponent. You'll have to refine your chakra control further and see if that Maguekio has anything more. He jumped, dodging a huge water dragon. Naruto opened his eyes. Two shadows appeared, one with a crocodile mask and a girl with a deer mask. Orochimaru. Wow, two members of Tsuki no Maire. She was standing on a frog, looking at both guys. The one with the deer mask looked at the Sannin. Shika. Nidame Kamuri Hant, said the girl, looking at the man with yellow eyes. We didn't expect to see you here. Orochimaru frowned and looked at the Redeed. She suddenly appeared in front of him. He blocked the attack and they both disappeared. Wani. They finally left. Looks at the Uchiha. I'll be able to fulfill my mission. Wani lunged at the surprised Uchiha. His mission was to kill him as quickly as possible, thus avoiding future problems. He tried to impale the young man with his ninjato, but he didn't realize that this boy was literally untouchable. Using Maguekio, he made his body intangible thanks to Kamui, the ability he had awakened from those eyes. I spin and kick the former Tsuki no Maire member in the head, sending him tumbling into the trees. I breathe calmly, then go after my enemy. I hope the training with the traitor Sannin had helped. I tilt my head to the side. A kunai tried to embed itself in my forehead. Wani appeared above the dark-haired boy. Wani. Himeton. Freezing wind. The surprised Uchiha hadn't expected his opponent to possess a secondary element. He didn't have time to activate Kamui. The jutsu hit him full force, causing him to pierce through several branches before falling to the ground, raising a light layer of dust. Wani stood on a branch, looking to see if he could spot his prey in the cloud. He opened his eyes when some branches tried to grab him. He jumped and using Himeton, cut some of them that were about to catch him. He covered himself with his arms when he saw a punch coming from Madara's Maguekio user. He was thrown backward, colliding with a tree that cracked slightly. A wave of his hands and the branches of the tree tried to catch him again. Wani slid down, reaching the ground in a few seconds. Naruto. It seems the training with that madman has paid off. A slight smile appeared on his face as he flexed the fingers of his right hand. Without a doubt, he could now grasp the speed of his enemies with greater ease. His handling of the Maguekio was undoubtedly superior. The enemy growled. According to the reports I'd received, this boy wasn't that strong. I knew he had Maguekio and Mokuton, but I didn't know he handled them that well. He pushed his thoughts aside. He had to finish this mission as soon as possible. Something told him the boy had more than one trick up his sleeve. Wani. Himeton. Ice Dragon. An immense dragon formed, complete with ice and yellow eyes, which, at the command of its summoner, launched itself at the dark-skinned man with red eyes. Naruto. Himeton at his best. He finished his seal sequence. Kaiten. Demon Fox of Hell. 9 tails of waving flames emerged, grazing the occasional tree without burning it. A version of the Kyuubi made of Kaiten stood before Wani, awaiting an order that was not long in coming. It faced a Himeton dragon, stopping it completely, thus preventing it from reaching Naruto, who made another seal, and one of the Kyuubi's tails transformed into a Kaiten snake that attacked Wani. He undid the seal, making Himeton's dragon disappear, and jumped to avoid the fire snake, which left a trail of ash in its wake. The Kyuubi was gone. Wani, thinking. There was no data that he would use Kaiten at this level. That was perfectly an S-rank jutsu or maybe higher, and he created another one from the first one. No doubt, some confusion could be seen on the face of the crocodile-masked man. Had he improved that much since his fight with Hokage? That was impossible, or at least that's what he thought. What was happening here proved him wrong. Naruto stared at his rival, as if waiting for some kind of move. He couldn't let his guard down, especially now that he had the chance to kill Tsuki at that moment. Wani decided to attack again. He launched himself at the Maguekio boy with speed superior to that of a cage. The Uchiha saw this thanks to his Maguekio, but he couldn't adapt his body to the enemy's speed and received a strong punch in the stomach. He hunched over in pain and blood came out of his mouth along with saliva. He took the opportunity to kick the surprised and sore brunette from the blow, sending him to the right. He rolled on the ground, eventually being hit by a tree. He still needed some training to adapt his body to his opponent's speed. Wani laughed beneath his mask. He had finally managed to destabilize his enemy. The time had come to confront the boy with everything he had and kill him once and for all. The katana appeared in his hand, summoned from a scroll he was carrying. He gripped the handle with both hands and raised the weapon, intending to run the boy through. The blade sank all the way through. Uchiha Naruto had turned his body intangible. He disappeared from that spot, only to reappear in a vortex behind his enemy. He was breathing with some difficulty. He still didn't quite have a handle on turning intangible, and it was difficult for him to keep it active for long. Wani spun around, only to receive a punch from Raiden in his torso. He was sent flying backward again, splitting another pair of trees in the process. Maguekio shone in his eyes, turning slightly. Naruto. Don't think that just because you belong to Tsuki no Maire, you'll be able to defeat me easily. I am an Uchiha after all. His shout was heard throughout the forest. Now the Maguekio was spinning with more ferocity, landing on Wani's figure, who was approaching with his chest slightly burned by the rays that had hit him. Wani. Good for you, the man replied. His mask was slightly cracked, but I have a mission to accomplish, and I'll do it even if it costs me my life. The two looked at each other seriously for a few seconds, analyzing each other's condition. They had to end this if they wanted to avoid attracting too much attention. Wani launched ice darts at his enemy, but the latter stopped them with his kunai, though he was forced to throw it away afterward. The Uchiha's rival took advantage of this moment to appear before him. Blood splattered the former member of Tsuki no Maire when he plunged the katana he was carrying into the boy's shoulder. The latter didn't complain, but instead moved closer to the man, causing the blade to sink deeper. Maguekio was spinning. Naruto. I wait and suffer in your death. Amaterasu. He shouted. Black flames shot out of the brunette's left eye and ignited Wani, who screamed in pain and dropped the handle of the katana, thus separating himself from Naruto. The Uchiha wiped the blood dripping from the eye where the sun's flames had emerged, then proceeded to remove the katana embedded in his shoulder. Discomfort filled his face as he extracted it, and blood flowed from the enormous wound. He fell to the ground, sprawling with his opponent's katana against his chest, staining his torso with blood, along with the blood oozing from his shoulder wound. He deactivated Maguekio, revealing his dark blue eyes. He was tired. He wanted to close his eyes and melt into Morpheus's arms. Hanrachimaru. The traitorous Anin looked at the place where Shika had left an hour ago, after the fight with Wani, his temporary student. He sighed as he turned to face Naruto. The former members of the notorious group known as the Tsuki no Maire had undoubtedly grown very strong. It was all thanks to the teachings of the Shodaime Kamurihant they were feared by every village and country. He, as Nidaime Kamurihant, was tasked with eliminating them. He smiled as he watched the black flames consume Wani's body, undoubtedly the weakest of the group. But it was progress. Beginning of the invasion. A large crowd could be seen in the area for the final stage of the Chunin exams. The stadium was packed with civilians from all the villages, and the 5 cages could be seen in the stands. It was the first time this had happened in a long time. All the civilians and shinobi were excited by each of the battles that took place. They had been great encounters that had left the audience deeply impressed. They demonstrated a great series of jutsus that left the stadium severely damaged. The cages, amazed by such a display of jutsus, smiled when they saw that some of those genin were from their village, or frowned if they were from their rival village. Minato maintained a serious expression. Only 2 battles remained. Uchiha Sasuke versus the Kazukige's youngest son and the Ichibi's Jinchuriki. The Redeed appeared in the arena after a sand shushin. His gaze was cold, freezing everyone he looked at. Ara. The stage censor made an appearance, looking at his watch. Genma moved the senbon slightly in his mouth. But Naruto. The Uchiha looked at the lifeless bodies of the Konoha Anbu. How could they possibly be in the middle of the forest? He crouched down, inspecting the body. He had been dead for hours. Naruto, thinking. How is this possible? It doesn't make much sense. These Anbu should be patrolling. Who killed them? He activated the Sharigan, seeing chakra resurgences around the dead man. This made him frown. Enemy shinobi have entered the village. Maybe I should inspect everything around. He stood up and began jumping from branch to branch. How many Anbu had died? Perhaps some shinobi teams had also fallen before and during the exam. What was to ensure that during the second phase, Konoha's teams hadn't been attacked? He grunted. He'd have to speed up. Konoha Stadium. Sasuke pulled his hand out of Sabaku's perfect defense, retreating. The sand receded, revealing a Redeed bleeding from his shoulder, a wound caused by the Uchiha Chidori, who maintained a serious look. Before they could even resume the fight they were engaged in, several explosions echoed throughout the village. Civilians were knocked unconscious by a Jinjutsu. The sound of metal against metal began to be heard throughout the stadium. But the cages. Minato watched as Inoki and the Kazukige jumped onto the roof, moving away from them. The Reikage and Mizukage followed them, getting a surprise. Next to this duo of cage was a man with a white mask and white hair. The Kyokuguma Heizo Acto de Presentia. The Namikaze arrived to stand beside the leader of Kumo and the leader of Kiri. Minato. Hokage. This was a surprise to the Yondaime Hokage. His blue eyes looked at the man. Hokage. Minato. You've finally been named Yondaime, huh? The former member of Tsuki no Maire congratulated him cynically. I'm sure you caused a lot of damage by combining your Hiraishin no Jutsu and your Rasengan. He frowned as he pulled out a three-pronged kunai. Before he could do anything, the pink-haired Anbu named Guru arrived at her leader's side, followed by the Sandaime. Hiruzen. Hokage. I thought your life was extinguished in the Third Great Ninja War, he said, blowing some smoke through his lips. Hokage smiled beneath his mask. The Sandaime Hokage was undoubtedly one of the few who could stand up to him at this point, more due to experience than the chakra the old man possessed. Over the years, his reserves had diminished. Hokage. Well, faking a death is simple, the man reported. He wasn't nervous or worried. Having old Sarutobi there with Guru benefited him greatly. Inoki and Kazukiage. I'll take care of that Anbu, a member of Tsuki no Maire, he reported, looking at the pink-haired Anbu, who didn't take her fingers off her ninjato. The Tsuchikage nodded. He would let the two former members of a group feared throughout the elemental continent destroy each other. The Hokage disappeared, followed by Guru. Only the 5 cages remained atop the stage on the roof. Inoki. Now that pair has left, the time has come for Iwa's revenge on you, Namikaze Minato, said the Sandaime Tsuchikage, looking harshly at the blonde Hokage. He still hadn't forgotten what the yellow flash of Konoha did to his people. The lives that man took. Iwa doesn't forget, Yondaime. Minato frowned. He hadn't expected the people of the rock village to be so resentful as to take innocent people from the leaf. The Kazukiage cast off his disguise, revealing the traitorous Anin, the white snake, Orochimaru. The leader of Itagakure glared coldly at the Sandaime Hokage and Minato. Today he could have his revenge. In the sand. The Kyuubi Jinchurikis looked at 2 men from the Iwa gang who had made Gaara escape from them to recover. They were the Iwa Jinchurikis, Rashi the Yonbi Jinchuriki and Han the Gonbi Jinchuriki, the 4 and 5 tails respectively. Menma was panting. He had wasted chakra in his fight and the chakra he now spent against this duo had left him weak. He couldn't face 2 opponents of this level if he couldn't access the Kyuubi gang's chakra. And Mito was the same. Accessing the inside was difficult for her. Rashi was a red-haired man with a mark across his face and Han's eyes were barely visible. A red hat covered his head and a cloth mask covered the lower half of his face. The Yonbi's Jinchuriki stared at the Kyuubi no Jinchuriki. He was disappointed by the level of both of them. They should be trained more thoroughly by an expert Jinchuriki. Perhaps that of the Hachibi. They charged at the Namikaze while Han looked on. Their leader had ordered them to neutralize the Yondaime's children. And that was what they would do, even if one of them was enough. The ball of lava was expelled from the mouth of the Iwa shinobi towards Mito, who could barely move. Black flames appeared, neutralizing the Jinchuriki's Yoten. The 4 turned their heads, seeing a young man with black hair, dark blue armor, and the Maguekio Sharigan in both eyes. The left one was bleeding slightly. Mito. Naruto. Menma. TCH. The Uchiha shifted his gaze from the Namikaze twins to the 2 Iwa Jinchuri, who were staring at the dark-haired boy with some surprise. Rashi had stopped, standing halfway between the Namikaze and his companion. Naruto. Mokuton. Underground root technique. He placed his right hand on the ground. To Rashi's surprise, he was surrounded and trapped by them. Mito Menma go after Gaara. I'll take care of these. He now looked seriously at Han, who seemed somewhat calm. Iridied nodded and dragged her brother out of the arena, leaving the Uchiha alone, who now focused on Han. Rashi still couldn't free himself from the wooden roots that were holding him. Han. And Uchiha, his voice sounded emotionless as he uncrossed his arms and began to walk towards him. First you will fall, and then that pair of inept Jinchurikis. He didn't respond. His Maguekio spun in response. Han launched himself at the Uchiha with all his killing intent. Naruto also charged into the fray, intercepting his enemy. The 2 clashed fists, creating a shock wave and forcing them both to separate. He jumped, now dodging a ball of lava that was heading towards him. Rashi had freed himself from his Mokuton prison and had joined the fight against the Uchiha. Madara's grandson observed and analyzed each of his possibilities. He couldn't stop both Jinchurikis without giving his all and perhaps dying in the attempt. He blocked a kick from Han, forcing him back several meters, where Rashi was already waiting for him with his fist wrapped in Imton. He punched the young man in the stomach and launched him into the sky. Naruto spun in the air, firing a series of fireballs that attempted to hit their targets. Both Jinchurikis dodged the jutsu, separating, just what the dark-skinned Maguekio user wanted. He appeared in front of Han, perhaps the most powerful of the 2, wielding the 5-tailed Biju. The Iwa shinobi had already expected this. He blocked the dark-haired man's kunai just as it was about to pierce his right eye. He disappeared again using Kamui just as a jet of lava came for him. The jutsu hit Han, knocking him down and causing him to crash into the opposite wall. Rashi. Han. He shouted, worried for his friend and companion, as well as his Jinchuriki brother. He glared at the Uchiha. "You'll pay for this," he roared. Dark chakra surrounded him. This made the brunette tense as he saw red chakra surrounding Iwas. He disappeared in a great burst of speed. A small breeze caused Naruto to turn his head. There was Rashi, his fist in front of him. He was thrown from the blow, colliding with the wall below the cage box. Rashi was ecstatic. He couldn't forgive that bastard for what he'd made him do. He let the Yonbi's chakra surround him, releasing 3 of the 4 tails. He would kill that bastard no matter what. Naruto spat out blood. Once again, his armor was cracked by his enemy's fist. At this rate, he'd spend a lot of money on repairs. He stood up slowly. He felt the chakra escaping the Iwa shinobi's body, a dark and powerful chakra. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to feel the Kyuubi no Yoko's chakra. Rashi, wearing the Yonbi's chakra cloak around his body and trailing tails, launched himself at Naruto. Naruto hadn't expected his enemy to use his inner beast. He was probably getting carried away by his emotions. He was hit by the Redeed, being thrown into the sky. The Yonbi's Jinchuriki appeared above the surprised Uchiha. His eyes were not adapted to such speed. He was hit again, plummeting to the ground. Blue ribs covered Naruto before he crashed into the ground. When the smoke cleared, the brunette could be seen surrounded by a dark blue ribsage. He spat out more blood, along with the blood coming from his eyes. Rashi, or rather the Yonbi, since the Jinchuriki had transformed into the Bijuu, fell upon the boy, breaking the Susanuo's fragile ribs. Blood flowed from the dark-haired boy's mouth. Rashi. Die, bastard. Roared the Four Tails, the enormous reddish-furred monkey from the Imton, in a demonic voice. Blood is what I want to see on you. Han appeared over his companion. The Gobi chakra had healed his wounds. Han. I'll keep a tight rein, Rashi. We don't want to kill the old man. A smile appeared on the red gorilla's face. Since he had used the power of the Bijuu, he would finish off Konoha once and for all. He raised his right fist, intending to crush the young man beneath him. But a red chakra sword struck the Yonbi in the side, sending him flying against the stadium wall, which collapsed upon impact. A humanoid samurai figure of red chakra was in the arena, to the surprise of the shinobi of Iwa, Odo, Suna, Kusa and Konoha. A monotonous voice, as if nothing mattered to him, was heard. The Bijuus are out of control, from what I see, and Tsuki no Maire is behind this, a young man with black hair and a ponytail, with a Maguekio Sharigan activated in his eyes, with 2 marks under his eyes, and the Akatsuki red cloud cloak. The humanoid figure continued to surround the stoic young man. For this time, I will fight on the side of what was once my village. Han watched in amazement as the imperfect Susanoo covered the clearly Uchiha boy. And he seemed to be far superior to the one they were fighting. At least, his control of the Maguekio was superior. Its pattern was that of a black shuriken. Naruto spat out blood again, as you managed to get back to your feet with some difficulty. If it weren't for that stranger, he'd be dead now. The Akatsuki, covered by their imperfect Susanoo, stood beside Madara's grandson. For the moment we will be allies. Naruto. Uchiha Naruto, and to emphasize that he was an Uchiha, the Maguekio moved slightly. Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, the stoic Uchiha, introduced himself with a serious face, almost imperturbable. He looked towards where Rashi was transformed into the Yonbi. I'll take care of him, Naruto. You take care of this. He nodded, and Itachi went after the 4-tailed Bijuu, who was waiting for him somewhat confused after the Akatsuki attack. He was struck again by the Susanoo sword and was once again thrown into a series of houses, killing shinobi everywhere. They all moved aside, leaving room for the 2 titans. Itachi forced Susanoo to upgrade the sword. He should finish this as quickly as possible against this enemy. But Naruto. The Uchiha backed away, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Han, who was smirking. This was a fight that would demand far more from him than he had been asked to do. The Madarasu emerged from his left eye, attempting to reach the Jinchuriki. He dodged the ladder, leaping and dodging. In a burst of chakra, he transformed into the Gobi. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise and disappeared with the Kamui. The Jinchuriki, transformed into the Bijuu, fell to the ground, creating an immense tremor that shook the entire village. Uchiha appeared on one of the walls. He passed through a pair of Iwa shinobi and looked at the enormous 5-tailed Bijuu. The Gonbi looked around until he saw the Uchiha. He launched himself at him furiously. The fire dragon was launched at the Bijuu. It hit it in the snout, creating a small cloud of smoke. When it dissipated, Han transformed into Gonbi and didn't see the Uchiha. He turned his enormous head, looking around the stadium. Raiden. Destructive electric blade, a slash from Raiden, hit the Bijuu squarely, creating an explosion that made the enormous white male horse demon retreat. Han. Grr, you're good, kid. "But it's your end," he roared quite furiously at the boy. Naruto didn't know what to do anymore. He dodged a stomp from the huge horse, which was trying to crush the boy. Naruto dodged another stomp and some water bubbles. Maguekio Sharigan flared furiously, while a navy blue aura enveloped him, forming a four-armed humanoid, which surprised the Uchiha boy. He had gone from a ribsage to being in an imperfect state. How had he leveled up so quickly? He didn't wait to reach the conclusion. His Susanu's arm stopped the Bijuu from charging at him. Naruto. Susanoo. Amaterasu. The black flames enveloped the five-tailed horse, causing it to scream slightly. The Uchiha stepped aside, who began to make seals as well as his Susanoo. Mokuton. Hokage style, submission jutsu. Returned to human state of Kakuin after the seals, 11 wooden pillars came out around the Bijuu. Its chakra began to decrease, being absorbed by the pillars, which remained in good condition. After 2 minutes, Gonbi disappeared, leaving an unconscious Gonbi. The Susanoo also disappeared, leaving an exhausted Naruto on his knees, bleeding slightly from his eyes, his Magenkyu deactivated, his eyes now blue as the deep sea. He spat out blood as explosions erupted. Uchiha no Ito Tensei. Uchiha Itachi looked at the Yonbi in all his splendor. He hadn't felt the chakra of the other Iwa Jinchuriki for a while. This was probably because the other Uchiha had defeated the Bijuu. Susanoo swung his arm, striking the immense red-furred four-tailed Bijuu squarely. It recoiled, creating furrows from the blow. It reaffirmed its paws and attempted to attack the Akatsuki wrapped in the red chakra humanoid. Itachi saw his opponent trying to finish him off. So he used his Susanu's shield to block the lava that was released. He retreated a few meters. But he reacted in time to block the Yonbi's new attack. "Rashi. I'll kill you, bastard," roared the enormous gorilla, with great murderous intent falling on the renegade Uchiha. Itachi knew he couldn't contain the Bijuu any longer. Despite its power, it could end up destroying the entire village, and that wasn't what he wanted. That's why he was limiting himself, and why his illness was wearing him down much sooner. 11 wooden pillars appeared around the Yonbi, who looked at them in confusion. How could simple poles stop the big four-tailed beast? Soon, the demonic chakra began to drain from the Jinchuriki's body, which returned to its normal state, much to his misfortune. He fell to his knees, exhausted. Sweat ran down his face, and then he fainted. Itachi deactivated the Susanoo and turned his head as the Magenkyu disappeared completely. "Itachi. I see you use Mokuton. You didn't use that element against me in our first encounter," the stoic Uchiha pointed out while watching Naruto walk. If anyone looked closely at Madara's grandson, they could see sweat trickling down his face, reaching his chin and dripping down. His chest heaved slightly, and blood was oozing from his right eye. Overuse of Amaterasu had caused continued bleeding, though not life-threatening. "Naruto. I didn't have him awake," the young man refuted. He staggered, being held by the S-class Nunikin, who had joined an organization. The chakra expenditure had been excessive. He summoned the Susanoo, although only the upper part. He had been using the Magenkyu for a long period of time and had also used one of the great Mokuton techniques to stop two Bijuus and their Jinchuriki. He had undoubtedly lost a lot of chakra in those fights, and it would take time to recover. Uchiha Itachi helped the genin sit down right on some rubble from one of the houses that had been damaged by the battle between him and Rashi in his Bijuu form. Everything had been chaos. The screams of the shinobi from the different villages involved in this battle could still be heard. "Itachi. I suppose you should rest to recover." He separates from his battle partner. "Naruto. HMP," he breathes, controlling the air that enters his lungs. "I can't afford to rest." Itachi-san contradicts the grandson of one of the founders of the Leaf, while Sharingan shines in his eyes, with the three tomos. In a war, there is no time for rest. And as if to lend more weight to his words, a loud bang resounds through the village, coming from the cage's box. Naruto stands up, looking toward the conflict zone. An immense forest of trees rises on the roof, causing him to raise one of his dark eyebrows. But the cages. Inoki and Orochimaru stared at their rivals, the great leaders of Konoha, Kumo, and Kiri. They had begun the fight with a certain disadvantage. Sandaime joined the battle, and the balance shifted in favor of the Leaf. But at one point, the White Snake, Orochimaru of the Sannin, performed a summoning that no one was supposed to know about. He used a jutsu created by the Nidaime Hokage, which should have been destroyed. Orochimaru. Uchiha no Ito Tensei. Hissed the snake, summoning two coffins that hid some great shinobi. The Senju brother duo emerged from these, being completely controlled and revived by the traitor, who looked at the Sandaime with a cold and malicious smile. Old Tsurutobi looked in amazement at Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, the two teachers he had in his career as a shinobi. "Hashirama. I told you that jutsu would be very dangerous," the red-armored man scolded his brother, who was only looking at the quartet of cages loyal to the side of good. "I should have destroyed that scroll when I had the chance." "Tobirama. Nothing can be done now, brother pointed out the one with red marks and blue armor, looking at his familiar. Both Senju looked at Sarutobi with a certain nostalgia, probably remembering old times. Orochimaru. Enough talk, Shadame and Nidame. I need your help to face the Sandame, and the rest ordered the man with pale skin and yellow eyes. That's when the battle really began. But Naruto and Itachi. Both Magenkyu users looked at each other when they saw the immense forest that had grown on the roof. They decided to go see if that was what was happening there before hunting down the Ichibi. It was the only uncontrolled Bibu, and they couldn't allow it to be unleashed in the village. That could really cause a huge disaster. They rushed toward what seemed to be a battle, the most important one at the moment. Upon arriving, they saw the cages breathing heavily, with wounds all over their bodies and a certain glint of anguish in their eyes. Naruto opened his own eyes, seeing his grandfather, Senju Hashirama, attack the Sandame, sending him crashing into a tree he had created using Mokuton. Blood flowed from the old man's mouth, causing him to fall to the ground. Naruto. Oji-san. He shouted, seeing the Senju intent on killing the old cage. Everyone looked at the Uchiha duo present there, with their Sharigan active. Hiruzen spat blood from his mouth as he tried to stand. The Shadame led his former student back away. He looked at his grandson with a questioning look. Hashirama. I don't know who you are, kid, but I certainly don't know you. He turned to look at the Sandame again. Naruto placed both hands on the ground and some roots grabbed the wrists of the man with red armor and black hair. This surprised all the cages. You possess Mokuton. He slightly turned his eyes towards the boy with black hair and brown sparkles. With a somewhat forced movement, he pulled said roots out of the ground and faced the Uchiha. Hashirama appeared in front of his grandson at great speed and connected with a punch in his face, or he would have done so if it weren't for the fact that the boy activated Magenkyu. The Senju looked into those red eyes that brought back memories of his fight with the Uchiha ghost, the one he thought was his friend. A water bullet forced the two of them to separate. Habarama. Brother, the blue-armored shinobi stood next to the Shadame. Red markings marked him as the Nidame Hokage, Senju Tabarama. We have to do this. Itachi stared at the great Suiton user who had been in Konoha. Tabarama stood beside his older brother, both focused on Naruto, who looked slightly bewildered. He hadn't expected to see his grandfather and great-uncle resurrected. Sharingan looked towards the Snake Sannin, who stood behind the revived, his yellow eyes fixed on him. Orochimaru, thinking. Let's see how much you've improved after my training, Naruto-kun. Uchiha activated Magenkyu, suffering from a slight headache. The continued use of those eyes was blinding him and it was starting to show. But he shouldn't back down now. He had to face his family. He launched himself, kunai in hand, at the two Senju who had been summoned. Itachi followed him. The sound of metal echoed throughout the room. Blood flowed from the cut he'd suffered from the Shadame's kunai. He strained, staring at the man who was his grandfather, his mother's father. Hashirama looked at the young Uchiha. He didn't know why, but those eyes, just as they resembled Madara's, resembled those of his little daughter, whom he had barely raised. Hitomi came to mind. He returned to reality, dodging black flames that came out of the boy's left eye. Habarama and Itachi faced each other far from grandson and grandfather. All this was observed by the cage and Orochimaru. Hashirama. What is your relationship with Senju Hitomi? Asked the co-founder of Konoha, looking seriously at the boy in front of him. Naruto sharpened his gaze. Naruto. She's my mother, he replied, tightening his grip on his kunai. Hashirama now looked at the boy in a new light. What was Hitomi's son? That meant he was his grandson. He couldn't believe his little Hitomi had had a child and with an Uchiha. Hashirama. I see from what I can see of you, you look like Madara and Hitomi. Naruto. Uchiha Madara is my grandfather, Uchiha Izuna's father, my father. The Magenkyu glowed with fury, but also with longing. He had met his grandfather, albeit in a strange situation. Unintentionally, Hashirama launched himself at his grandson, a smile on his face. He just hoped his beloved grandson would pull through. But the cages. Namikaze Minato stood up with some trepidation. He stared at Orochimaru and the Sandame Tsuchikage, the user of the dreaded Jinten element. Both of them were forcing him to get serious. He grabbed three of his three-pronged kunais, staring at both enemies. He launched himself at the two-scaled Tsuchikage Inoki. The Snake Sannin launched himself at the Sandame Hokage, his former sensei. He had an idea in his head and his right eye never left the young Uchiha. A smile appeared on his face. With Naruto. Both grandson and grandfather jumped apart. The boy was panting. His battle with the Yonbi and using that Mokuton jutsu to stop both Iwa Jinchurikis had drained quite a bit of his chakra reserves. That, coupled with the continuous use of Magenkyu, which had worn down his eyes considerably, had pushed him to his physical and mental limits. He closed his left eye, trying only with his right eye to see his enemy, who was his maternal grandfather. Naruto. You're good, Oji-san, he ducked, dodging a slash from the Senju, the former leader of the Leaf. The dark-haired man in red armor tried to stab his grandson, who moved quickly. A cut hit him squarely on his left side. Blood began to escape from that wound. He moved as far away from his grandfather as possible. The Senju leader sent some roots at the dark-haired boy. He mimicked him, nullifying Hashirama's attack. He gasped loudly, blood leaking from his lips. Uchiha fell to one knee, his head slightly raised to look at the Shodaime, who was staring at him. A tear escaped from his right eye. He knew his body would eventually kill his grandson. He took a step forward, just as a vortex could be seen next to the boy. A man with an orange mask appeared, wearing a black cloak with red clouds. A fully mature Sharigan could be seen in his right eye. The new intruder looked at the Uchiha who was on edge, then raised his head and looked at the revived one. Senju Hashirama, Shodaime Hokage with a gesture, he forced the revived to move away. This intrusion was seen by Itachi, who was fighting against the Nidaime Hokage. I see that this meeting was not as you expected, Naruto. The boy fell into the world of unconsciousness. He had broken bones, a chakra deficiency, and his body was at its limit. He fell into darkness. Betrayal. His body ached. His eyes ached. Everything hurt. He felt nothing else. He thought that after he fainted, the pain would stop, but it didn't. It seemed to have intensified. He felt immense pain coursing through his body for perhaps weeks, or so he thought. Finally, he opened his eyes, but a haze covered them, making his vision even more limited than usual. He could barely make out the white flower on the nightstand to his right. He sat up, putting his hand to his eye. He had clearly lost his vision. So you woke up? I turned my head, seeing a silver-haired man, with his left eye covered by his headband and with a mask covering the lower part of his face. Naruto. Had Kakashi hissed, looking at the borrowed Sharingan wielder. The Jounin stared at the Uchiha, his eyes never wavering. There was no doubt that the boy could be a great shinobi someday. He had faced 2 great Iwa shinobi, and he was still alive, with broken ribs and bandages all over his body. Kakashi. You've been unconscious for a little over a week, Naruto said, the sensei of Team 7, without taking his eyes off the boy. Things have happened. Naruto. Which ones? Demanded the grandson of the founders of the Leaf Village. Haddock seriously considered whether to tell the young man. Konoha was still mourning, and he didn't want one of his shinobi to leave seeking revenge, though he didn't know how loyal the gunbai traveler could be. Kakashi. Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen died during the invasion of Odo, Suna and Iwa. Reikage is injured as is the Mizukage, and Yondaime Hokage is in critical condition. He saw the boy's reaction. None, only when he mentioned the Sandaime. The death of the Sandaime was the work of Tsuki no Maire, of Hyakyuguma. It seems he deceived Guru. He clenched his fists. Why had his parents' former companions turned against the village, even killing the old man? No, he couldn't bring himself to believe that something created by his father could cause harm in this world. He would have to stop him, even if he died, but he would have to train and become strong. But who could train him? There was no one in the Leaf who could give him information about Tsuki. Only the late Sandaime knew about this elite group, under the sole command of the Hokage. Orochimaru's face appeared in his mind. The Nidaime Kamuri Hant. Kakashi. You defeated Han and Rashi, 2 of the best shinobi of Iwa. Minato-sensei and Mikoto-sama's sons stopped the Ichibi and the Kazukiyage's sons. They already gave their report on everything that happened. Now his eye stares fixedly at the Uchiha, who still doesn't look at him. Naruto, you faced Hashirama and Konoha's Nunakan, Itachi, and Tobirama. We don't know what Akatsuki was doing here, but if it weren't for them you would be dead. I don't even look at him. Kakashi sighed. He didn't understand this genin, one of the last Uchiha, and he never would. He clicked his tongue. Unknown location. The Hyakyuguma sighed. His right arm still hurt from the Sandaime Hokage. Tsuki no Maire had killed the former Hokage. A smile appeared under his mask as he put on new clothes, and the white mask once again covered his stoic face. Naruto killed one of our own. Wani was found burned. According to Shika, Amaterasu was the cause of his death. The Hyakyuguma. HMP, apparently Hitomi and Izuna's son is improving by leaps and bounds. His Sharingan is growing, although after this fight against Yonbi no Jinchuriki and Gonbi no Jinchuriki, his body is at its limit. Not even with Senju regeneration could he recover 100%. The Genkyu is taking the light from his eyes, the man in the shadows pointed out. Sandaime Kamuri Hant wants to kill Naruto, Hyakyuguma. The man with the white mask looked sideways at the one behind the shadows. The Hyakyuguma. Well, he's never been patient, especially when it comes to revenge. But Guru is on the boy's side, and as you know, he's improving a lot. He's definitely Izuna and Hitomi's son. A cynical laugh came from the shadows. You're always so nostalgic. The boy must die, and if necessary, I'll kill him. The Hyakyuguma. Do it if you can, replied the masked man, as he stood up. The genin will amuse me at our next meeting. I hope I don't get ahead of you and kill him. He disappeared in a flash, leaving a frustrated member of Tsuki no Maire trailing behind him, a look of mild hatred on his face. Two members of the group had already died, one at the hands of Sarutobi Asuma, who had been accused of killing the Sandaime in revenge, and the other by Uchiha Naruto, the son of Tsuki's first leader. Uchiha Naruto, I hope you recover soon. I want to see your blood dripping down my hands. Konoha. Namikaze Minato looked out the enormous window of his office in the Hokage Tower. They had suffered a massive attack by 3 villages, 2 of them belonging to the largest. Inoki had been defeated and it was later concluded that he had been manipulated by Hyakyakuguma with a powerful genjutsu. An entire village had succumbed to Tsuki no Maire. Then there was Suna, which had been tricked by Orochimaru, leading it to attack the leaf. If it hadn't been for its children, Mito and Menma, the village would have been destroyed by the Ichibi by now. They were great kids. But that Uchiha, the one who had faced Han and Rashi of Iwa, had him worried. He resembled his friend Izuna when it came to combat, and in his analytical thinking, he resembled Tsunade's sister, Hitomi. Perhaps the idea that was running through his head wasn't far-fetched. An explosion near the hospital alerted the Yondaime. Hospital? Ada Kakashi coughed, staring at the cloud of smoke in front of him. Blood was oozing from his right side from a cut. I stare at the cloud of smoke and the hole in the hospital wall. A shadow began to form, with glowing red eyes staring at the Jounin. The Magenkyu glowed furiously on the face of a dark-skinned man who stared at the albino. Ada got to his feet just in time to block the stabbing attempt from the Uchiha, who was dressed in hospital clothes. He opened his right eye and dodged a sidekick from the Genin. The Jounin leaped back, placing his hands on the ground, covering himself with a wall of earth. A sphere of fire struck the wall, causing cracks to appear. Kakashi, thinking. He's improved since last time. He seems to have recovered from the invasion. He was forced to leave his thoughts for another time. He moved the kunai, blocking the dark-haired man's slash. He would have to use the Sharingan Obito had granted him to stop this mercenary. Naruto turned intangible, positioning himself behind the haddock. He twisted his body, attempting to cut the Jounin off the blade. The leader of Team 7 moved quickly, stopping the young man's attack by grabbing his arm. Naruto. You don't deserve that Sharingan, bastard. The sound of 1,000 birds made the Yondaime student open his eyes. He had learned the Rikiri. I'll give it back to you. Rikiri. Haddock also created the Raiten Jutsu and blocked the boy's attack, creating an explosion that separates them both. Uchiha regains his balance and launches himself at the Jounin. Kakashi sighs and unveils his 3-volume Sharingan. He couldn't stop a Magenkyu user, but he'd try. Nieto, Rikiri Rasengan. Their techniques collided, creating a dome of light, which when it disappears, reveals a Naruto on his knees, bleeding from his eyes, with the Magenkyu already deactivated and panting. The wind flutters the cloak of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who stands in front of the silver-haired Sharingan user. Kakashi. Sensei whispered, looking at the back of the Namikaze village leader. The elite Anbu group makes an appearance, surrounding the kneeling Uchiha. Take a step forward. Naruto. I swear you will die, Yondaime Hokage. Because of inept people, Tsuki no Maire is causing damage, and I killed the Sandaime. He stands up, now looking at the blonde with sapphire eyes. Both of them don't look away. This village is rotten and you don't realize it. You have no power over me, Rikiri. He lunges at the Hokage, but before he can reach it, he's pierced by the haddock's jutsu, who stares at the Uchiha's lifeless body. Blood flows from his mouth, staining the arm of the son of Konoha's white fang. Everyone opens their eyes when Uchiha Naruto's body takes the form of Heichakm, Jounin of the Leaf. Unknown location. Uchiha Naruto looked at the decor of the underground lair. Snakes were everywhere, even acting as torches. He stopped staring at the ceiling and walls and continued on his way. They've already killed your substitute, Naruto-kun, a cold voice whispered. Naruto looked into the shadows, from where the snake Sannin emerged, looking at the Uchiha. Without a doubt, the body of that Konoha shinobi was good for us. A snort escaped the boy's mouth. Naruto. That doesn't matter now, Nidaime Kamurihant replied the Uchiha, looking at the Sannin with the Sharingan active. You know what I want, Orochimaru. Konoha. Namikaze Mito stared at the picture of Naruto printed in the new bingo book. He was listed as a traitor to Konohagakure no Sato, who had killed one of his teammates and attempted to kill the Hokage and the Jounin known as Haddock Kakashi. She didn't know what to think. The Kunoichi always thought the boy was good deep down, but it seemed that would never happen with an Uchiha. Honestly, she was pissed off, but she wasn't ready to face him. He was superior, and that was why she would train alongside Senju Tsunade and Haruno Sakura. Her brother Menma would go on a training trip with the Toad Sannin. They would have to kill Uchiha Naruto. The hunt for Tsuki no Maire. A month has passed since the Uchiha mercenary escaped from Konoha village. Much commotion ensued, given that he was one of the village's heroes during the invasion. The Uchiha twins also escaped, leaving Makoto wounded and Konoha rather rude in a bad position. He would no longer be able to acquire the Sharingan. The Namikaze twins confronted them but were unable to stop the seal's power and were left injured. The recovery mission was a failure. This led Menma to leave with the Gama-sanin and Mito with Tsunade, although Tsunade stayed in the village to train the Namikaze, the Haruno, and the heiress of the Yamanaka clan. While this was happening in Konoha, the grandson of the two legends of the Leaf was detached after an operation orchestrated by the Sannin of the Snakes. It was unknown how, but the Nunakan of Konoha had acquired the legendary eyes of his father Izuna and those that had once belonged to his grandfather. But it would take him 3 years to regain his sight. For that reason, a bandage covered his delicate eyes and he couldn't remove it for those 3 years. This is why the Sannin began training the young Uchiha so that even if he didn't have sight, he could still face his enemies. The Uchiha donned his robes and slung Madara's legendary gunbai over his back. He was more than accustomed to the darkness and it was time to leave the Sannin to his business. The boy already knew of Sasuke and his sister's imminent arrival, which was why he left, leaving no trace behind him. Orochimaru had been warned beforehand and he didn't disagree. He proceeded to leave the room that was given to him and began his walk. Thanks to having improved his sensor ability, he could face any enemy that stood in front of him. And his next target was none other than the group named Tsuki no Maire. And when he finished with them, Akatsuki would be next. He couldn't allow that group of bastards to use his grandfather's name to cause pain in the world. Thanks to the Sannin's information, he knew that the man with the orange mask was pretending to be his grandfather and he wouldn't allow that. With these new eyes, he would kill the bastard. Unconsciously, he clenched his fist and punched the wall. Cracks formed at the impact, leaving a dent. He withdrew his fist and continued on his way towards the exit of the Sannin's guard. "Naruto. I hope I don't have to kill your Uchiha," he said coldly as he passed by the Sannin, who looked straight ahead without directing his eyes towards his friend's son. "Orochimaru. I don't promise you anything." And so, Uchiha Naruto's path diverged from Orochimaru's as he watched the son of Tsuki's first leader walk away without looking back, his gunbai on his back and his dark blue armor cracked. His blindfold fluttered slightly in the wind. With myth. Namikaze Mito sighed, sweat running down her face. Finally, 2 weeks after her brother's departure, her training had begun under the legendary Sannin Senju Tsunade and her mother, who had decided to help her daughter wield the Suiton so that she would properly represent the Uzumaki blood that ran in her veins. The Kunoichi gasped, her vision blurring. She tried to separate the water from a puddle using her control over the element, but it was no use. Her body was barely responding anymore. One glance at the headband Uchiha Naruto had once worn and she seemed to regain her strength. The 3 Uchihas had disappeared and it was her fault for not being much stronger and able to stop them. "I had a goal in mind. But Naruto." The Uchiha swiftly swung his gunbai, creating a strong wind that swept a group of mercenaries away. One could say the boy's gaze was cold, but one couldn't tell. He was bandaged because of the implant Orochimaru had given him. He braced his legs and spun around 180 degrees to block the blade of a katana that came after him. The mercenary was amazed by the blind man's reflexes. He made seals with one hand, astonishing the man even more, and he was engulfed in fire that the dark-skinned man exhaled. He spun around again, creating a massive wind with the sweep of his weapon, stopping a barrage of shurikens hurtling toward him. Many fell lifeless. Others struck the mercenaries in vital spots, killing them within minutes. He placed his weapon on his back and stood in front of the last of the group, a blonde girl with purple eyes and pale skin. Her hands and feet were tied. "What will you do to me?" I asked, trembling. A kunai shot out of the boy's sleeve and cleanly cut through the girl's ropes. "Thank you." Naruto threw the kunai back, stabbing it into the chest of the mercenary who was hiding in a tree. "Naruto." I let the girl stand up and then took a step closer to her. "Every action has its price. Uchiha Naruto is my name and I wish for certain information." She rubbed her wrists as she looked at the blindfolded boy. There was clearly an aura of power surrounding him, one that seemed to grow with each passing second. She felt nervous in the presence of such a shinobi. "My name is Senju Kagemi, it's a pleasure." He bows to the Uchiha, who simply continues waiting. "What is it you want?" "Naruto." The Senju scrolls created by the Shadame Hokage. "With Menma." The blue-eyed blonde created a Rasengan in his hand again while he launched himself against the Gama-sanin, who blocked his pupil's attack with another Rasengan, this one bigger and more perfect, creating an explosion that sent the boy to the ground. "Menma." "Shit," he grunted, trying to get up, his right hand damaged. He had to overcome his master if he wanted to stop the 3 Uchihas who escaped. He would kill them if necessary. Again, he launched himself at his master. Senju Temple. Uchiha Naruto, grandson of Madara and Hashirama, walked calmly towards a statue of the legendary Senju logo, where a very important scroll for this clan rested. At the gates of the temple, the guards were found, dead, surrounded by blood and some missing a limb. "You've come," said a voice, which sounded mocking. Naruto turned his head. Although he couldn't see anything, he felt the person's chakra. "You're a bit worse for wear." "Naruto." Bingiratora, his voice came out cold, almost sounding like a Hinata jutsu that was trying to freeze the Tsuki no Maire member. Bingiratora, the immense man with the Bengal tiger mask, leaped between the dark-haired man and the Senju scroll. A certain displeasure could be seen on the Uchiha's almost always expressionless face. "Bingiratora. You killed one of us, using Maguekio and Amaterasu, but it was luck that will not last today." He charged his fist and tried to crush the boy in front of him. He pierced him as if he were a ghost, leaving the Uchiha now between the masked man and the scroll. I turned my head, looking at Tsuki. "Naruto. I'm not like I was months ago, bastard," the boy pointed out while taking down his gunbai. "Just because I can't see you, doesn't mean I can't fight. Shall we dance?" Bingiratora launched himself at the Uchiha boy. Every blow pierced the black-haired youth. Frustrated, he launched a huge ball of flames at the gunbai wielder. Naruto, thinking. I can't use Kamui anymore with my eyes in this state. I can't wait. He performed a sequence of seals and spat out a fireball just as powerful as the one the muscular man had fired. An explosion of flames forced them both to jump. The temple shook and cracks began to form. Naruto wrapped his body in lightning and disappeared. The former Tsuki member coughed lightly. He hadn't expected the Kaiten jutsu from the Uchiha. When he faced him, he hadn't used that element. He jumped, dodging a downward kick from the dark-haired man. He was surprised by the speed the young man had acquired. Naruto raised his face, and three wolves made of lightning launched themselves at the masked man, who spun around to regain his balance. His hands made seals, and a wind shield nullified the Raiten jutsu. Bingiratora. TCH, you're good, kid. Without a doubt a great Uzumaki, Senju and Uchiha, the man declared. Izuna would be proud of you if he were alive, and he spat a series of fire bullets at the grandson of the two creators of Konoha. Naruto swung his gunbai, and the wave of wind returned the jutsu against its creator. Bingiratora received the duplicate attack, growling. As soon as the flames were extinguished, I looked defiantly at the dark-haired man, who was removing the bandage, even though he might be hurt. He opened his eyes, revealing the eternal Maguekio Sharigan that had belonged to his father and grandfather. It had the exact same pattern as Madara's, but this Sharigan seemed stronger. I tossed the blindfold aside. Now that bastard would know who he'd messed with. Amaterasu escaped from the boy's left eye, bleeding slightly. He opened his eyes and jumped. He hadn't expected the eternal Maguekio to come from that boy. Bingiratora spun around, stopping the Uchiha's fist inches from his face. Bingiratora. You look better, Og. He growled as Rikiri slammed his arm down, sending him to the ground in a crater and smoke. He landed on his feet, staring at where he claimed the enemy was. He brought his hand to the handle of his gunbai and swung it, creating a wind that blew away all the smoke. Bingiratora was standing, bleeding severely from his right arm, although it was actually severed by the Raiten jutsu. Bingiratora. Hahaha, and I expected this to be easy. The former Anbu was sincere while looking at his severed right arm, being meters away from him. That doesn't mean I'll die like this. I'll take you with me. Kaiten. Whirled of the flames of hell he roared and patted the ground, which burst into thousands of flames that scorched. It was a suicide jutsu, which intended to take both shinobi to the grave. Blue ribs covered the Uchiha, who watched as the upper part of the Susanoo was formed. It was like his grandfather's, except it seemed like it could become more powerful. Naruto. Self-important idiot. You should know better than to use Susanoo, the chakra being's right arm, which moved and sliced Tsuki no Maire's arm in half, thus causing the Kaiten jutsu to vanish. He undid the Susanoo and approached slowly in front of the Anbu's split body. Naruto. Amaterasu. Black flames completely burned the body, leaving no trace of it so that no one would use it in any experiment. Before he could take another step, he fainted to the ground. But Sasuke and Satsuki. Both Uchihas stared at the man in front of them. Orochimaru stared back at them with those reptilian eyes he seemed to possess, which matched his pale body. Orochimaru. Now that you're here, the time has come to train. It will be arduous, but you will achieve the Maguekio you so desire. I know Kuni Forest. Slowly, a black-haired boy began to wake up. He felt extremely tired, as if his strength had suddenly drained from him. He tried to stand up, but something prevented him. A head of blonde hair prevented the Uchiha from standing up straight. Naruto. HMP my head, he growled slightly, bringing his right hand to his temple. Kagemi, the girl who had guided the brunette to the Senju temple, woke up, looking at the Sharingan boy. Kagemi. I see you've awakened, he said, allowing the former Konoha ninja to stand up. You shouldn't have used the eternal Maguekio before adapting. Thank goodness, thanks to your genes and my medical ninjutsu, you can now use it freely and without harming your health. Uchiha moved his head slightly and looked at the blonde, who looked at him seriously, as if she were a mother. "Naruto. Thank you, you didn't have to do that," said the brunette, showing some gratitude towards the blonde with lilac eyes. He is about to get out of bed, but Kagemi's hand stops the young man completely. "Kagemi. I don't know where you're going, but I won't let you leave just like that. Why do you want Senju Hashirama's teachings? You don't seem like a Senju to me, but more like an Uchiha." "Naruto. I am Hashirama's grandson. And therefore, heir to this scroll. And why do I want this scroll? Easy. To hunt Tsuki no Maire." Kagemi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Being kind. Uchiha Naruto, grandson of the creators of the village Konohagakure no Sado, the ninja village of Hai no Kuni, walked calmly, while strands of his hair moved slightly. He has hair like Indra when he was older. The gunbai that belonged to Uchiha Madara, one of his grandfathers, was on his back. He wore the dark blue armor that he had used so much. There were cracks on the breastplate, an indication of all the battles he had had. A year had passed since the confrontation with that member of Tsuki no Maire, where he emerged victorious thanks to the eternal Maguekio Sharigan. He obtained it thanks to his father's eyes and those that had once been his grandfather's. With a simple glance, men trembled. The name Uchiha Naruto was heard throughout the elemental continent with great fear. Naruto, after fleeing Konoha, obtaining the scroll from Senju Hashirama and killing another member of the Tsuki clan, decided to roam the continent while hunting down the remaining members of this group. More than once, he heard rumors about the Akatsuki but decided not to interfere. Why? It wasn't his problem. He wasn't a Jinchuriki who should hide behind a wall within his village. He heard about Han and Rashi's deaths at the hands of the group. Both Jinchuriki had fallen a week earlier, at the hands of the group. 2 of the 9 were in the hands of the Akatsuki. He didn't care about anything. Only his personal hunt. He wasn't even paying attention to what was happening in Konoha. I flex the fingers of my right hand. I look up at the silver moon as the air moves my hair. Sharingan is active on my face as it spins slightly. "Naruto. HMP." He brought his hand to the handle of the gunbai and moved it, creating an immense wind that blew trees ahead. A group of men turned their faces, seeing the Uchiha, who looked at them with red eyes of 3 tomos. There were a total of 50 Anbus with white masks, with the kanji for root. Uchiha Naruto, the squad leader, hissed when he saw the gunbai that once belonged to Madara. He stood up and took a step forward with his hand around the handle of his tanto. The others imitated the chief's action. "Naruto. Shimura's bitches." His voice sounded deep, cold. The Sharingan spun, forming the eternal Magenkyu. They could feel how the duel slightly trembled due to the increase in chakra by the brunette. He placed the weapon back on his back and disappeared, leaving the Anbu surprised. They looked at all the branches, in case he was hidden in the treetops. A piercing scream tensed the Anbu. Blood and a rolling head were all they saw. They turned, stumbling upon the scene. How had he done it? They took a step back, moving closer together. They looked worried, listening for every sound coming from the forest, or what was left of it. Another grunt of pain alerted Root's group. Another fell to the ground, a hole in his chest. Blood was oozing from that wound, caused by a Raiten technique they were quite familiar with. "Ada Kakashi's Rikiri," the leader whispered, inspecting the wound. Anbu gathered closer. It was very dangerous. The ground shook, destabilizing the team. Roots erupted from the ground, impaling every Anbu. 47 died from the tree roots. Only the squad leader remained. He was shaken, sweating under his mask, and trembling. It was clear he was scared. A vortex appeared, revealing the Uchiha, with the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan activated, unleashing power. The Root Anbu leader reaffirmed his grip on the handle of the tanto and launched himself at the renegade Uchiha. 2 clashes. Small sounds of metal against metal. Blood splattered across the floor. The Anbu fell to their knees in front of Naruto, bleeding. He had his own weapon inside his chest, piercing him. "Naruto." The Anbu spat out blood. It flowed from under his mask, while his eyes focused on the dark-skinned man, who couldn't take his red eyes off the enemy. It almost seemed like he wanted to make his head explode just by looking into his eyes. He withdrew the tanto and fell dead, small drops falling from the blade. He planted the weapon in the ground and continued on his way. This was barely a taste of what would soon befall Shimura Danzu, the man responsible for the death of his clan. But first, he had to hunt down the former members of Tsuki no Maire. He wanted to get that problem out of the way first. 2 days later. 4 figures leaped swiftly from branch to branch. This indicated that the group was composed of shinobi and that none of them were civilians or had ceased to be so once they joined the shinobi ranks. The first one wore a standard jonin uniform of Konohagakure no Sado. He wore a headband and brown hair fell over it. His eyes were white, indicating that he was a Hyuga. This man was Hyuga Ko, a member of the secondary branch of the clan, but one of the most skilled in taijutsu of the clan. It could be said that this man was a genius, like Hyuga Niji. Next up was a young man with blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His name was Yamanaka Takeo, and he wore the leaf sash around his neck. This boy was Ino's cousin and a very skilled genin. The boy with short hair, black eyes, and dark brown hair followed the ponytailed blonde. Shimura proudly wore the Konoha sash on his forehead while Ichigo adorned his back. The last member was a genin with dark brown hair, pale skin, and moon-wide eyes. Hyuga Hanabi watched the backs of her companions while keeping her face serious. The headband gleamed on the pearly-eyed Kunoichi's forehead. This girl was the youngest daughter of Hyuga Hiashi, leader of the clan. The Leaf Quartet was on a C-rank mission, which involved delivering a scroll to a village on the border. They weren't short of anything to get there. A strong wind forced the group to come down from the trees and land. A typhoon was devastating everything in its path. An Anbu wearing a Black Panther mask appeared. He was about 2 meters tall, and while not overly muscular, he did have a well-defined body. He wore only black Anbu pants and sandals, while his torso was bare. Anbu smiled under his mask as Ko stood in front of his genin. This guy gave off an aura of death. "Ko, who are you?" demanded the member of the Hyuga secondary branch while the Byakugan made an appearance. The veins around his eyes were noticeable. He held his arms out in front of him, shielding himself from an air bullet hurtling toward him. He grunted in pain as it tore through his sleeves, drawing blood from his arms. The Anbu drew his Shakudo, ready to finish off the Hyuga. Ko watched through his arms as the Anbu lunged for him. "Ko. Kaiten," he roared as he spun around and a dome of chakra covered him and his students. He spat out blood as the blade pierced his chest. How had he overcome the Hyuga's perfect defense? Ko turned his head, seeing the Anbu behind him. He lowered his gaze slightly to see his students, whose eyes showed terror. Kaiten disappeared and Ko fell to his knees, spitting blood. The Anbu withdrew his Shakudo and faced the young men, looking primarily at the Hyuga. "Girl, come with me," he demanded, without giving any time for any denial. The Yamanaka attempted a mind control jutsu on the subject but only received a Shakudo slash that severed his neck, splattering blood onto the ground. His head rolled to the ground as Hanabi retreated and Shimura appeared behind the Anbu. He was stabbed. "Hi. Maldito." He spat out blood, letting out his last breath. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the genin away, freeing his weapon, and faced the Hyuga once more. "I hope you don't give me any trouble, kiddo. They want you alive, not dead. But if you piss me off, I'll do something else to you that you might end up liking." The 15-year-old girl fell backward, falling on her butt. She watched in fear as the Black Panther mask Anbu stood over her. There was nothing she could do. Shurikens flew toward the Anbu, who jumped to dodge the surprise attack. He looked up at a tree branch and saw it. His smile widened beneath his mask. "You should leave if you don't want to die," Burakupan said, a cold voice, coming from the person who was on the branch. The one now known as Burakupans snorted in annoyance. "Burakupans, I don't think you'll kill me." Gunbai Traveler refuted the Anbu while Uchiha jumped to the ground in front of the Hyuga. His Sharingan eyes shone as he looked at the one with the Black Panther mask. "Naruto. It's been a year since I killed Bangiratora," he says, taking down his gunbai. "Well, the Sharingan becomes the Eternal and I'm looking forward to killing you." Burakupan snorts again. His Shakudo emerges from its sheath and is launched at the brunette, completely piercing the blue-armored Uchiha. "Naruto. HMP, is this how you intend to kill me?" He spits out a huge ball of fire, which hits the Anbu of Tsuki no Maire. He charges chakra into the gunbai and releases an immense wave of wind to create a fire tornado around the dark mask Anbu. The typhoon vanishes the dark-skinned man's jutsu, revealing an unharmed Burakupans, except for the mask, which is slightly burned. "Burakupans, heh, nice try, kid. Using the gunbai after using the Kaiten jutsu on me. Too bad it won't work the way you wanted. Taiten. Furious pillars." Naruto opens his eyes as 5 pillars of hurricane force wind surround him. He turns his face and uses Kamui on the Hyuga, pulling her safely into his pocket dimension. He covers himself, resisting his opponent's jutsu. Burakupans took advantage of this and appeared in front of the boy, striking him hard in the stomach. The armor's breastplate creaked slightly, creating new cracks. He would soon have to replace it. Uchiha, seeing that his opponent has abandoned the jutsu, grabs the enemy's arm and delivers a powerful headbutt, sending the Anbu flying, cracks forming in his mask. He ducks, dodging a kick from the dark-haired man, and jumps back. "Burakupans, you are skilled." He blocks the Uchiha's fist and throws his own punch, which passes through the young man and very annoying. Naruto spins around and fires a series of fireballs shaped like a dragon's head. Burakupans begins to jump, dodging the boy's attacks. He spins quickly, blocking the gunbai with his Shakudo. He sinks into the ground from the force of the blow. "Naruto. HMP." He pushes harder, forcing the Anbu to move away. He's surprised by the strength of the young man, who at barely 16 is still fighting him. He looks into the Uchiha's eyes and curses as he sees the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan activated, the same one that Madara once used, and then his son Izuna. Byakupan's, so you possess the eternal, kid. That's why you're able to keep up with me. Naruto. You're wrong, bastard. I'm strong thanks to my training. This dojutsu is a plus, he growls, annoyed. He disappears from in front of the Anbu, appearing behind him and kicking him sideways. Byakupan's was thrown into a powerful force, crashing into a tree, which split. He began to perform a sequence of seals and reached toward the ground. Pure Raten chakra began to accumulate in his right hand, while the Eternal spun furiously. He launched himself at the Anbu. Byakupan stood up and created a Taiten jutsu. Naruto Byakupan's, Rikiri Taiten. Kachila Devastadora. Both attacks collided, creating an energy dome, which eventually explodes. Byakupan's is thrown backward by the explosion. Blood oozes from under his mask. The Uchiha hasn't moved an inch from the crash site. Blue ribs surround him, while Rikiri fades away in his hand. The Susanuo's ribs also vanished, leaving the Uchiha alone, holding the gun by and staring coldly at the Anbu. Byakupan stood up. The Rikiri had seriously injured him. He reached for his torso, from which blood was pouring out, staining the ground completely. He couldn't believe what a 16-year-old boy had accomplished. The vortex appeared, and Hanabi fell in front of the brunette, who looked at the Anbu. Naruto. Sometimes you just have to be nice. Amaterasu. Final. Hyuga Hanabi stared with her wide eyes at the flickering fire of the bonfire in front of her. The flames danced with the light wind that entered the cave, causing it to dance as if following some rhythm. Images of his dead teammates and sensei still haunted him, preventing him from sleeping. They had a simple mission to complete, which turned into an S-class mission, costing the lives of most of Team 17. She clutched his knees tighter, trying to hide between his arms and legs. That Anbu had no remorse when it came to killing them, and he was too strong. A few treacherous tears escaped her eyes. The dark-haired man, leaning against the wall at the entrance to the cave, watched Hyuga. Uchiha Naruto remained silent, as was his custom. He had nothing to say, and he didn't think this was a good time. He had to let her think, digest what had happened to her companions. I looked outside, my hair moving in the wind. It felt good to feel the fresh air for a day. Outside, the rain was starting to fall. Subconscious. The man dressed in white, with ringed eyes and a black cane, waited for the boy to open his eyes, which he soon did. Sharingan and Rinnegan met. Naruto. Old Akatsuki came out of the brunette's mouth as he positioned himself closer to the Rikudo Sennin. Hagoromo smiled slightly. With that hair, he reminded him too much of his eldest son, Akatsuki Uchiha Indra. The resemblance was so great that the only thing missing was the purple eye markings. But his face also had something different, something that reminded him of Ashura. He didn't feel the aura of his youngest son in it, but the will that this Uchiha harbored was very similar to the one Ashura once carried in life. Hagoromo. We finally meet again, Naruto said, the gray-haired old man calmly. He was floating on the water of the boy's subconscious, both of them looking at each other. Naruto. HMP. He crosses his arms, waiting for an explanation from the one who is considered a god in this world, the one who brought chakra to the world. The Ninshu. I don't know if it's like that. Hagoromo. Well, Naruto, you are the reincarnation of my son Indra, you are his direct descendant, and you carry his blood in your body, he says, waiting for some reaction from the boy, but the time has not yet come for you to use your ancestors' powers. Your body is not ready for that burden. Besides, there is another reincarnation of Indra, as well as two of Ashura. The old man's staff begins to spin. The time has come to tell you a story. Hai no Kuni Forest. Shadows moved, leaping from tree to tree. They wore masks and Anbu uniforms, but they weren't ordinary Anbu. They were the remnants of Tsuki no Maire. The renegade group had decided to hunt down Uchiha Naruto and finish him off once and for all. They had already killed several of their members, and they couldn't keep going like this if they wanted to finish off Akatsuki and then the 5 great villages. Shika walked forward, alongside SH plus Rain, the sea lion mask Anbu. They were led by Hyakyaguma, with his white mask and white hair. He wore the same clothes he'd worn during the Chunin exams a year ago. A series of shurikens and kunes attempt to kill the trio, who deflect the weapons. They stand, staring up at the top of a tree. A dark-haired boy, with the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan activated and his blue armor covered in cracks, is looking seriously at the trio. The Hyakyaguma. You've decided to leave your hiding place, you can't go on. The young man disappears into a vortex, appearing between Shika and SH plus Rain. Both are surprised. They knew of the boy's abilities, but not that he had mastered them so well. He throws a kick that's blocked by the deer mask Anbu, and his partner tries to stab the dark-skinned man. He bursts into smoke. SH plus Rain. Cage Bunshin. Naruto appears above him, with Rikiri ready. A glass wall stopped the Uchiha's attack. Rikiri collided, creating a shower of lightning. Sharigan and Shika took advantage, drawing their tanto and launching a downward slash. They cut the eternal Mangekyo wielder in half. It turned into water. The Kyokuguma. Mizu Bunch in a click of annoyance escaped his throat. He hadn't expected the boy to use a clone again. Instinctively, he dodged the gunbai, which grazed his face. He was forced to jump away from the Uchiha. Naruto spun around, summoning a mighty wind against Shika and SH plus Rain, who hadn't expected such an attack. They were thrown into trees, splitting them in the process. A sequence of seals was performed to launch a shower of shurikens with Raiten chakra enveloping them. Shika acted quickly, creating a stone wall in front of them. The shurikens sank in, but after another seal, they exploded into lightning, destroying the Doten Jutsu and hitting the Anbu girl. SH plus Rain stood up, tanto in hand. He was amazed at how strong the boy had become. Naruto. Don't let your guard down, said the brunette from behind Tsuki's member. He opened his eyes under the mask. Amaterasu. Black flames came out of the boy's left eye, completely burning the Anbu, while screams could be heard throughout the forest. The Kyokuguma. You're quite good, Naruto. The Shoten user stood next to the deer-masked girl. Blood was oozing from his arm as he watched the interaction between his partner and Izuna's son. But like your father, you got too confident. Hitomi and Izuna died like dogs. Uchiha opened his eyes. Crystal spikes pierced his body from different sides. The breastplate of his armor shattered and blood enveloped the dark-skinned descendant of Indra. Naruto. Damn, he spat out blood. He couldn't move. His arms and legs were impaled. His torso had been pierced through and through. The Kyokuguma smiled behind his mask at the sight of the boy in that state. He could kill him now and destroy Izuna completely. The Kyokuguma. Shimton. Triple Crystal Dragon. 3 immense Chinese dragons made of crystal were created to be launched against the defenseless Uchiha Naruto, who watched everything with his dark blue eyes. The eternal Magenkyo Sharingan had disappeared. A huge cloud covered the boy when the dragons hit their target. The Kyokuguma undid the seals and waited to see what had happened to Konoha's Nunakin. He didn't expect what would happen next. A young man with half black hair and half ice gray hair appeared. His body was covered in steel, while in his hands he held a metal bow. I arrived on time, said the young man, with a Kurigakure headband on his forehead. Kagawa Jin glared at Tsuki with his two colored eyes. The man smiled. The Kyokuguma jumped, dodging a lava dragon made by Terumi Rin and an ice dragon made by the masked man from Team Kiri. They both stood next to Jin. The Kyokuguma. Kagawa Jin, I whispered. I had also been waiting to face this Kurigakure boy. I was hoping to face you after killing Uchiha, but oh well. Nothing ever goes as expected. Rin lunges at the Anbu. He simply waits, and the blow passes through the Anbu's body, surprising everyone. He grabs the girl's hair and slams her to the ground. Jin appears above him and attempts to strike the man. The Anbu block each of the boy's punches and kicks, and with his crystal-wrapped fists, he strikes the boy, knocking him backward. Crystal spikes graze Kagawa, who jumps in time. The Kyokuguma stands up. He stares at Jin, who is perched on a branch. Jin. It's over. I shout, and with that simple sentence, Rin stands up, following the masked man. A sequence of seals later, 3 lava balls come after him. They pierce through him again. Jin takes advantage of his partner's attack and attempts to stab the man. He pierces him again and ends up with a blow to the face, knocking him against a huge rock that splits. Jin. Haku. The last member of Team Kiri launches an ice dragon at him. The Anbu respond with a crystal one, creating a collision of dragons that ends up winning at Shimtons, hitting the young man and breaking his mask, revealing Yuki Haku, Hinata user and former partner of Momochi's abuser. He spins, standing in front of the injured Uchiha. He's breathing heavily due to the chakra expenditure on that Hinata dragon. The Kyokuguma swings his arm. His smile never disappears beneath his mask. He spins quickly and impales Jin squarely in the stomach. The glass tears through organs and skin, piercing the boy of steel. Blood drips onto the Anbu's mask, turning it slightly red. He doesn't seem to mind. The Kyokuguma. Weak and useless, the man growls. You're a disgrace to the family, son. He throws Kagawa aside, being caught by Terumi in his arms. The Anbu turns to face the Hinata user. He can't seem to take his eyes off the Shimton user. He's proving to be too dangerous and far superior to a cage. They engage in a taijutsu fight, each repelling the attacks with crystal and ice, respectively. The two separate after half an hour of this. A crack forms in their masks. The Kyokuguma. Bastante bueno. Haku breathes, agitated. He struggled to keep up with the Anbu, who didn't seem worried or tired. With Naruto. Blood oozed from every area pierced by a glass stake. He had difficulty breathing, and intense pain coursed through his entire body. Suddenly, the crystal was shattered by a bowl of lava. It didn't quite hit the ground. Anbu Shika caught the Uchiha. Naruto. He leans against a tree while blood continues to escape from his body. Give me time, Shika. The Anbu, understanding, leaves. In the battle. Haku falls to the ground, his head crushed by the Tsuki letter's foot. A smile graces his face. The Kyokuguma. Muir. He jumps, dodging Shika's attack. He's almost burned to death. He positions himself well with his legs. He stops the Anbu's stabbing attempt. Shika. Your time has come, traitor. You killed your brother, Uchiha Izuna. You killed the man who almost became Sandame Kamuri Uchiha Shisui. And you controlled everyone with the Kodomatsu Kami. Thanks to Sensei Shisui, I'm free, you bastard Uchiha Kenta. The Kyokuguma leaped away. He had forgotten his real name a long time ago. He snapped his fingers and a perfect Susanoo covered the masked man, black in color. The Kyokuguma. I'll kill you, traitor. All because of that bastard Shisui and my brother. My wife was stupid. The immense samurai drew his katana, ready to kill the Anbu. Shika closed her eyes and opened them. The restriction seals were released and in a burst of chakra, a lava golem was summoned. Shika. Come on, Atlas. Let's get this over with. The golem nodded, launching itself at the samurai. Kyokuguma was surprised. He never expected that Anbu to have a summon. Both colossi collided, creating an immense wind that uprooted trees and drained nearby water. Atlas stopped the katana with his hands. He braced his legs and struck the Susanoo hard. But it didn't seem affected. The immense being of black chakra struck the summoner's face. It didn't let go of the samurai. Shika began a sequence of seals and leaped toward the forehead jewel, where Kyokuguma stood, looking down at his companion. A black beam, made by Rantan, struck directly. The Kyokuguma. Haha, you can't. He couldn't continue. Cracks formed in the Susanoo. What the? Shika smiled. Another seal replaced the previous one. The black lightning bolt formed a Rantan falcon, which struck again. More signs were signed. The Kyokuguma growled. He deactivated Susanoo and disappeared using Kamui. The Anbu fell to the ground and the summoning disappeared as well. Quick as lightning, he spun around and blocked his former teammate's blow, catching him square in the mask and knocking him backward. Cracks formed. He stood up. He didn't mind a boar giving me a fight. The Kyokuguma. I didn't expect you to be so skilled, Shika. You surprised me. Shika. I've been saving chakra for years to kill you. Black lightning envelops the young woman. Your end has come. He launched himself like an arrow at his former boss. The polar bear mask Anbu easily stopped the deer-masked woman. The Kyokuguma. Unipina. Shimton. Rosal de Crystal. Roses enveloped the young woman, squeezing her body with the flower stems. She would have died. The glass shattered and the traitor jumped back. He opened his eyes in surprise. Uchiha Naruto, his torso bare, the eternal Maguekio Sharigan activated in his eyes and purple marks all over his body. Not a single wound could be seen, not even the scars inflicted by Itachi and Inu. Her hair moved slightly. The polar bear masked man stood up to his full height. The shards of glass that had scattered after the Uchiha Senju's blow began to move, forming a glass dragon. With this jutsu, he lunged at Madara's grandson and Shisui's student. He opened his eyes. Naruto. Enten. Great hellfire ball. He spat out a ball of black fire, which destroyed the Shimton jutsu. That left the enemy slightly surprised. The last member of Tsuki laughed heartily. A great battle was taking place. Naruto had activated Byakugo no In, Senju Hashirama's medical technique that allowed him to regenerate wounds instantly. He moves his neck and cracks his knuckles. He was wearing only tattered black pants covering him. He didn't even have sandals. The Kyokuguma. Veimose. He received a punch right in the mask. Uchiha had appeared in front of him in a tenth of a second and delivered a strong blow that ended up breaking the mask, revealing a weathered face and white hair. His eyes showed the Maguekio with the Izuna pattern on his face. Ryo, holding his right hand up to lightly cover his face. He looked very similar to Jin. Kenta. It seems I'll have to fight as Uchiha Kenta, second son of Madara and your uncle, Naruto, as well as Jin's father. Kagawa spat blood while looking at the Uchiha. He was in Rin's arms. Although all that doesn't matter. He shows a cold, icy and deranged smile. I killed your father and your mother. They were minor things that thanks to Danzu, I was able to get rid of. With a movement, he got rid of his robe, revealing a scarred torso covered by a black sleeveless shirt. All that doesn't matter anymore, only your death. He lunged at his nephew. They clashed fists, sending up a massive wave of air. Naruto barely moved. Thanks to the Byakugo no In, he possessed immense strength. Kenta spun and threw a kick that hit the brunette square on. He spun and blocked a second blow from his uncle. The ground cracked. He spat out a huge ball of orange fire that completely covered the descendant of Indra. Kenta. Kaiten. Flame meteorites. He spat fireballs into the air, which then descended, hitting Naruto squarely. Finally, Uchiha Kenta kicked the ground, creating a fissure that swallowed the massive flames. He spun around and blocked a punch from the Uchiha, knocking him backward. He was surprised. Naruto. Surprised uncle. He applied more force, thus ending up throwing the adult. He spun and slid across the ground. He stood up, dodging kicks and punches from his nephew. Both Uchihas could be seen dancing with dojutsu moves, spins, and blocks. They seemed equal in strength despite Naruto's Byakugan no-in. But in terms of elegance, the younger seemed to win. Black chains came out with the intention of killing Kenta. Other golden chains stopped the black ones. Kenta. Surprised, nephew. He punched the boy in the stomach, throwing him back a meter. I'm Uzumaki too. The chain shot out at the Uchiha Senju, passing clean through his shoulder. Naruto. Erg. He groaned in pain. The chain was removed, leaving a hole in the boy. Kenta smiled, seeing his nephew in such a state, a smile that was erased. The wound disappeared in a second. Well, I didn't expect you to use our clan's confs, stupid old man. He kicked the ground, creating cracks and unevenness. Kenta faltered. He hadn't expected such tremendous force. The Uchiha appeared in front of him and repeatedly punched the older Uchiha. Naruto's uncle ended up embedded in the ground, in a crater. He stepped back a few feet, waiting for his familiar to stand up. He knew that combo hadn't finished with Madara's second son. Kenta. You're strong. He begins to slowly stand up. His body hurts, but thanks to the Susanoo's ribsage he was saved. This is fun. Kuchius no Jutsu. He slapped the ground hard. A cloud of smoke appeared, completely surrounding the eldest Uchiha. When it faded, it revealed a huge polar bear with a scar on its chest. Kenta. He roared with some pent-up anger. Uchiha Kenta looked at his invention. You finally summoned me, Uchiha bastard. I laugh lightly. Kenta. Bergyuth, I need you to finish off that brat Izuna. Naruto stood up, staring at the enormous, scarred white bear. He performed the same sequence of seals the older one had performed. Naruto. Kuchius no Jutsu. He shouted and slapped the ground hard. White smoke surrounded the young man while he was observed. A huge grayish wolf, with a scar over its right eye, appeared below the boy. It was sitting on his head. Bergyuth, the leader of the polar bears, let out an immense howl, which makes the enemies tremble. Naruto. Fenrir, he called out to the immense wolf. You know what to do. The wolf nodded slightly. He had been his father's summon, and now he was his son's. He was willing to fight alongside the boy, just as he had with Izuna. Wolf and bear collided, raising air in their wake. Trees were uprooted. Both summons fought, throwing Hinata and Kaiten respectively, creating clouds that made it difficult to see. For a long time, both summons fought, leaving their summoners in good condition. They ended up clinging to each other, the bear with its claws on the wolf's skin, and the wolf with its jaws on Bergyuth's neck. Uchiha Naruto stood up and disappeared into a vortex to appear behind Kenta. Naruto. Rikiri. He launched an attack, which passed through to the elder. Uchiha Kenta was surprised by his nephew's speed. He hadn't expected such a surprising Rikiri. Naruto spun around quickly and grazed the man's cheek with the Raiten Jutsu. He gripped the young man's arm tightly and threw him to the ground with a lock. The boy landed on his feet and jumped back, dodging crystal spikes that popped out of the ground. Black fire, I destroy all these stakes. Kenta. Shimton. Men of glass. Clones made of pure crystal appeared, surrounding the dark-skinned man. He turned his head, staring at all of them. He knew he couldn't fight so many. Naruto. Mokuton. Wood clones. A series of Naruto clones escaped from the trees surrounding the battle zone. Kenta leaped from Bergyuth to confront the original. The clones battled each other. Fenrir disappeared, followed by the enormous bear with snow-white fur. Kenta. This is a battle of the gods, kid. The man was clearly enjoying himself. No one had ever given him such a hard time, except for his brother and that Namikaze. But one must die. Uchiha Naruto breathed, relaxing. He still had Byakugan no inactive and wasn't worried about any injuries he sustained. And he could restrain the man's Shoten release. Rikiri appeared again in his right hand. Kenta laughed, creating the Rikiri just like his nephew. They launched themselves at each other with the intention of killing each other. But to the eldest's surprise, the dark-haired man disappeared. Kenta. Kamui. Rasengan. Naruto appeared behind the snow-haired man, striking the Rasengan, a technique used by the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato and his sons. He had learned it by spying on them training. Uchiha Kenta howled in pain and was thrown into a group of trees. He exploded as he slammed into something his body couldn't break. He smiled. It hadn't taken him long to learn the jutsu the Bijuu lady of the enormous Bijuu was trying to copy. He groaned slightly. Apparently, his uncle had injured him. But he quickly recovered thanks to the Byakugan no-in. A huge black samurai appeared, with 2 arms and wings as part of his armor. Naruto looked at the Susanoo. He clenched his fists in fury as the eternal Maguekio Sharigan glowed and twirled. Navy blue chakra surrounded it, forming Madara's perfect Susanoo. Forearms, katanas, wings, and armor shone. Hinata was surprised. His nephew's perfect Susanoo was bigger than his own. He was 2 heads taller than him. He smiled and lunged for it. The katanas clashed between the 2 Susanoos, raising more wind and breaking more trees. Another katana flashed in the blue samurai's other pair of arms. The black one swung his right arm, stopping the blue one's attack. It broke slightly, but he strengthened his legs and ducked, throwing the blue one to the ground. Naruto growled. The blue Susanoo stood up slightly. Yada's mirror appeared, stopping the black Susanoo's slash. This surprised Kenta, who watched as the perfect Susanoo's ability blocked his attack. Uchiha Naruto smiled, standing next to the Susanoo, and swung the Yada mirror, sending the black man flying back. They both looked at each other. Kenta. Yada's mirror. You're amazing, nephew. To the older man's surprise, Naruto's perfect Susanoo moved 2 arms, the lower ones. Naruto. Yusaka no Magatama. He threw the 3-tome jewel at his opponent. Kenta couldn't do anything and suffered the full force of the attack. Susanoo disappeared and Kenta fell to the ground, shaken. How did that boy possess 2 Susanoo abilities? He couldn't believe it. Astonished, he opened his eyes. His nephew stood before him, holding the incomplete Susanoo, only the upper part and an unsheathed katana. Naruto. This is the end of you. Sword of Totsuka. He was impaled, entering a genjutsu. He couldn't move. Susanoo moved an arm, which was carrying a gourd and was sealed inside without a trace. Uchiha Kenta, as well as Tsuki no Mirei, had fallen. Rescue of the Kazekage. Rain, wind, and thunder. A violent storm was raging in a remote village of the elemental nations. It was a rather old village, with houses that were a bit neglected and that could collapse if the storm continued like this, with a strong wind and thunder crashing in the sky. In a house somewhat older than the others, a young man with lightly tanned skin, black hair and a ponytail, and very dark navy blue eyes rested. His body looked well built, with no scars and a tattoo on his right wrist. He brushed a few strands of hair away from his right eye, then placed a gun by against the wall, leaning against it. Yes, this boy is Uchiha Naruto, grandson of Madara and Hashirama, and the one who defeated the group known as Tsuki no Mirei. The boy had been included in the bingo book as an S-class Nunikin, and a good price was paid for his head. One of the villages was Konohagakure no Sato. He still remembered how he had to face a team of the Leaf, eventually killing them. He shrugged his shoulders, looking at the gunbai. He had spent 2 years training all his skills, learning the jutsus of the Shodaime Hokage, his grandfather, as well as refining the rest of his abilities. On a small, round wooden table were 10 folders. They contained information about the Akatsuki and some of its members. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, Haiden, Tobi, Konan, and Pain. These were all members of the group he knew. He also learned of certain deaths. Only Rashi and Han had fallen so far, but he couldn't allow them to continue advancing. Thanks to the Leaf's intervention, they delayed their plans and they would soon be back in motion. Uchiha stood up. He remembered his uncle's death at his hands. He clenched his fist slightly and his Sharingan was activated. Konoha. The blonde man with 3 marks on his cheeks, blue eyes, and orange and black clothing, arrived at the village gates, along with a man with long white hair and a scroll on his back. The kanji for oil was on his headband. Both of them looked at the entrance happily. They had finally finished their training and the boy was now much more powerful. And his arrogance had grown. Hiraya. Alright Brad, it's time to see your father. The younger Namikaze sighed. He was back and now he would have to be under his father's control. He frowned slightly but took a step forward. He entered the village, being watched by shinobi and civilians. Everyone looked at him. They recognized the son of their Hokage. The girls sighed and the men worshipped him. Menma smiled more and more as he walked down the street. He felt good. Menma, a female voice called. The boy turned around, finding himself face to face with a red-haired girl with lilac eyes and a pink-haired girl with jade eyes. I see you've grown. A snort escaped the young man's throat. But before he could answer, in a flash of yellow, a man with yellow hair and blue eyes appeared, his cloak fluttering behind him. Beside him stood a red-haired woman. Both adults looked at the quartet. Minato. I'm glad to see you, son. But I need Team 7 and 6 to go on a mission. Unknown location. The young man walked calmly forward. Once again, the gunbai was on his back, this time accompanied by a black and silver-handled katana. The cloak covering his body bore the Uchiha logo. He looked much more mature than he had 3 years ago when he faced his relative. He continued walking, with his usual calm. He wasn't in a hurry, but he had to face 2 Akatsuki members. He had to get to the location his informant had given him as quickly as possible. He didn't much want to participate in this. But that man who was pretending to be his grandfather had to die. No one would desecrate his grandfather's memory. It was something personal, no doubt. In the country of the wind. Everything had gotten complicated. The Kazuki-age had been kidnapped and now Team 7 faced 4 members of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori of the Red Sand. These were the enemies they now faced. Enma growled. 4 S-class members were too much for him. He could handle 1, but not 4. This was definitely unbalanced. His sister Mito was on her knees, panting. She had used the Konfuksa to try to kill the clay art boy, but it hadn't worked and the Samahita wielder had stolen the Namikaze's chakra. Sai and Sakura were protecting Haddock and Kushina. They'd used up all their chakra to try and win. Sasori and Itachi had taken care of them. It was frustrating. Menma took a step forward. He had to do something. He would have to use the Kyuubi to confront Akatsuki. A shower of white spiders fell upon the Konoha group. Menma didn't expect the blonde Deidara to begin another unseen attack. Explosions echoed throughout the area, leaving craters and scorched trees. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Konoha group could be seen on the ground, prostrate before the 4 Akatsuki members. Chiyo, the elder of Suna, watched as her grandson Sasori prepared to finish off the shinobi. Out of nowhere, a strong wind blew through the area, pushing the Akatsuki back and causing the leaves to look to the right. A young man with black hair, Sharigan eyes, and a gunbai on his back had appeared. His cloak fluttered with the Uchiha logo on it. Itachi remained stoic. But he knew who he had in front of him. Uchiha Naruto watched the scene before him without showing any emotion, then paid attention only to the Akatsuki present. "Naruto. You've saved me the trouble of searching for you," he declared. He didn't seem to care that the 4 men in front of him were S-class Nunakan, bordering on SS. Ada Kakashi, now slightly recovered, watched as the Uchiha he faced took a step into battle. He knew about Tsuki's death at the boy's hands, and that's why he had to recover. He didn't know what would happen after killing the Akatsuki. Uchiha suddenly disappeared, sinking into the earth, only to appear behind Itachi with a Rikiri piercing the Nunakan's chest. He vanished, leaving behind the corpse of a Sunanin. I click my tongue, jumping and dodging Samahita. "Naruto. They are not the authentic ones," he declared with annoyance in his voice. Sasori's puppets appeared behind the brunette, ready to finish him off. A golden chain passed through them. He looked, seeing Namikaze Mito standing there, recovered thanks to the Kyuubi Yang inside her. Menma. Rasengan. Duration and Rasengan. Namikaze Menma struck the red-haired puppeteer with his father's jutsus, revealing another corpse of a Suna shinobi. Uchiha stood between the Namikaze brothers, without saying a word to them. Myth. After rescuing the Kazuki-age, we will take you to Konoha by force. The chain disappeared, and the Namikaze took out a 3-pronged kunai, just like her brother. The fake Deidara disappeared, leaving only Hoshigaki Kisame facing the Konoha people and the mercenary. Kisame. It seems the extraction of the Ichibi is going well. He took down Samahita and pointed at the young people. Naruto sighed. "Naruto. Leave," he ordered, his voice harsh. "If you delay any longer, the Goddamn Kazuki-age may die." Before Mito could protest, the Haddock ordered the group to advance. The capture of Uchiha Naruto was irrelevant at this point. I dodged the downward slash from the Nunakan of Kurigakure and Shinobi-Katana wielder of the strongest of the 7 swords. Kisame saw the Uchiha as a challenge. He could face the boy, then kill him and steal his chakra. For his part, the Uchiha looked at the blue-skinned man without much interest. He wasn't who he was looking for, but a fight against a Shinobi-Katana was never a bad thing. He drew his katana and launched himself at the Hoshigaki. Slashes of his sword began to fly. The Samahita tried to at least graze the boy in order to steal his chakra. But it was practically impossible. Every time the sword was about to touch him, it pierced through him like a ghost. He kicked the Akatsuki, sending it tumbling backward. The tailless Bijuu was surprised. The boy was practically untouchable thanks to that strange ability. How would he beat him? Without a doubt, a tough fight against an Uchiha was coming. Although he knew something about the Sharingan from his partner, he didn't know to what extent the Gunbai Traveler mastered it. He dodged a downward slash by throwing his body to the right. The blade narrowly missed his face. His quick movements were also noteworthy. Uchiha, for his part, kept analyzing the Shinobi-Katana. He expected the Akatsuki and former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist to make some unexpected move. Kisame launched himself into battle against Naruto using Taijutsu. He knew of the Sharingan's ability to copy jutsus and put people in genjutsus. He couldn't afford for an enemy to know his arsenal of jutsus. He tried more than once to beat up the dark-skinned man. Naruto simply deflected every punch and kicked the blue-skinned, shark-like man through at him. Wind rose as the two clashed fists. He took advantage and created 2 copies of himself, which launched themselves at the Uchiha. Naruto watched as the 2 Kisame launched themselves at him. They kicked him away from the original and launched themselves after him. He slid along the ground and braced his legs. When he raised his face, both clones were already a meter away from him. Both Kisame threw a punch, which simply went through the intangible Uchiha. He spun, while making hand seals. Naruto. Kaiten. Dragon Flame. He spat out a fiery breath, which carried both shark men away with it, leaving nothing but water behind. He swung his katana, blocking the Samahita mere inches from his face. The two shinobi glared at each other. But Hoshigaki soon had to jump. Lightning bolts began to fall, intent on killing the former Kurigakure shinobi. He managed to stand up to face the Akatsuki. Kisame. Raiten and Kaiten. Not bad. Uchiha sheathed his katana. Dust covered his cloak as the Sharingan transformed into the Eternal. Naruto. We'll have to level up, Hoshigaki Kisame declared the young brunette. Enten. Great Hellfire Dragon. An immense dragon of black flames began to form with the flames of Amaterasu and launched itself against the fishman, who watched this in astonishment. Kisame. Suiton. Water Dragon Missile. He executed his jutsu. Both collided in front of their summoners, raising wind. The black dragon burned the water completely and Kisame broke the seals, making the jutsu disappear. If he continued, he would probably end up burned by those black flames. Uchiha undid his Enten dragon. Blood was coming out of his left eye. Naruto. Smart man, I declared. Hoshigaki Kisame clenched his jaw. He hadn't expected that element. What did he call it? Ento. He had used Amaterasu's flames to create jutsus. He knew of Itachi's control over it, but he hadn't expected anyone else to be so powerful. Not even his partner was capable of creating jutsus using the black flames. I place Samahita on his back. Kisame. It was a good fight, Uchiha Naruto, but I must go. As you understand, I'm the original and I still have things to do. He vanished into a bank of fog. Uchiha moved the gun by, clearing it, to see that the Akatsuki Nunakan had left. I clicked my tongue, annoyed. Red Moon Knight. But the slow movement, he placed his gun by on his back. He looked in frustration at the spot where Hoshigaki Kisame should have been. He had slipped away, and that pissed him off. He hadn't had time to kill the Shinobi-Gatana, traitor of Kurigakure and thief of Samahita. He clenched his fists. The light wind moved his hair slightly. An explosion brought the Uchiha out of his thoughts. He had forgotten about the rest of the Akatsuki members who were extracting the Ichibi from the Godin Kazukiage. Eternal appeared in both eyes of the young mercenary and Nunakan of Konoha. He disappeared into a vortex. Akatsuki Cave, Country of the Wind. Uruno Sakura, Senju Tsunade's student, was tired. Her agitation and lack of chakra were noticeable. Beside her, Grandma Chio watched in horror as her grandson Sasori became. Nothing could be done, and it seemed to be the end of both of them. Haddock and the Namikas had gone after Tadara. Sai had vanished, and Uzumaki Kushina could do nothing. She was out of chakra. The cherry blossom-haired girl decided to charge her fists with chakra. One last attempt to finish off the Akatsuki. Sasori. Still have strength. I must exterminate both of them with a gesture. 1,000 coffins were summoned. He was going to use 1,000 puppets to finish off the Kunoichis. Enjoy your last breath. Strands of chakra were visible, thin and sky blue. Sasori moved his arms, causing his 1,000 puppets, synchronized as one, to launch themselves at both of them. Uruno fell to her knees. Even with all the chakra she had left, she couldn't defeat the Redeed. 10 meters away from both women, the one from Suna and the one from Konoha, a wall of water blocked the puppets' progress. They stopped, flying in the sky. Sakura and Chio turned their heads. Uchiha Naruto stood behind them, with a hand seal, indicating his involvement in creating the wall of water in front of them. Sakura. Naruto, I couldn't believe it. I expected the boy to be badly injured after facing the fish man. But there he was, calm, with nothing on his stoic face. He proceeded to undo the seal. The water that had risen in defense of the Kunoichis vanished, leaving them at the mercy of the puppets, who returned to the charge. Nothing seemed to stop them. They crashed into a navy blue male ribsage, which covered the trio. The Akatsuki pulled their toys away from the Uchiha. Naruto. That won't save them. Susanoo. Amaterasu. Black fire erupted from the imperfect samurai, burning 100 of the red-haired man's puppets. He gritted his teeth as he watched his works of art being destroyed by the dark-haired man with red and black eyes. Naruto looked at Sasori. The puppet man was behind all his toys. I deactivated the Susanoo and took a step forward. Naruto. Stay back, the young man ordered, staring at the Akatsuki. I don't expect a reply from the women. With the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan activated, he launched himself into the sea of puppets. Sasori laughed wildly. Sakura. You will die. Uchiha unsheathed his katana, enveloping it in Amaterasu's flames. Like a dancer in a flock of birds, Naruto began to spin, slash, and dodge stabbing attempts. He was agile, fast, and had great reflexes. 10 minutes. Wood scorched in black fire fell to the ground as a dark-skinned man sheathed his weapon. Amaterasu vanished from the blade as soon as it touched the scabbard, and the astonished gazes of the Jade Oji and the old woman from Suna were fixed on the black-cloaked boy bearing the Uchiha symbol. Sasori of the red sand undid his chakra threads, slightly furious and surprised. He couldn't believe that such a young boy, around 18 years old, had defeated 1,000 puppets. Remember that Naruto arrived in Konoha at 15 and escaped after a couple of months and spent a year hunting Tsuki and then 2 isolated on the elemental continent where he lived with his grandfather as if it were a game. He should kill the boy here and now. If he was still alive, he could spoil his plans. Uchiha Naruto looked at the Akatsuki. The Eternal was gone, leaving only the mature Sharigan. Naruto. If you're thinking of killing me so you don't get in the way of your group, I have to tell you not to even try. You're out of chakra 1,000 birds, sounds behind the redeed, and life is short. Chidori. One stab, and the Akatsuki puppeteer is completely shattered. His heart is mashed with a simple Raiten jutsu, which pierces it through and through. The last thing Sasori sees as he dies are the renegade Uchiha's red eyes. I withdraw my arm, removing the hand I used to execute the Chidori in the process, and letting the inert Sasori fall to the ground, under the gaze of both women. The rest of the team appeared, along with Team 9 led by Mito Guy, who looked in astonishment at the Uchiha and the dead man at the brunette's feet. Naruto looked back at him, a look that would chill even hell itself. Both Junin took up positions to fight. They were low on chakra, but they had to confront the traitor and bring him back to the leaf. They couldn't miss the opportunity to capture one of the escaped Uchiha. Myth. Naruto, she whispered. She tried to take a step towards the brunette, but her mother stopped her. For his part, Menma was preparing for combat. Uchiha tilted his head. He found it interesting to see how the Leaf Shinobi were going to confront him. He knew they had orders to bring him back to Konohagakure alive or dead, which amused him. The Haddock uncovered his Sharingan, which changed to Maguekio, which slightly surprised the descendant of Indra. The Kashi. Guy. The man had already disappeared, using up the third gate to appear on the dark-haired man's right side. He simply passed through Madara's grandson, as if he were a ghost. He spun around to kick him, but a pair of ribs covered him, stopping the Taijutsu master's attack. He was forced to jump back. He's become more skilled with those eyes. It's worth noting that the boy had closed his eyes, preventing them from seeing the Eternal he possessed. When he opened them, he only had the mature Sharingan. Naruto. I wouldn't mind playing with you, Konoha. But I have more important matters to attend to right now, he said, watching as a hawk flew overhead. He looked back at the shinobi. Next time will be maybe, if Akatsuki doesn't kill you, Menma and Mito. He vanished into a vortex, as if he had never been there. Hada covered his eye, and Guy deactivated the Hachiman. They had been in for a surprise. Unknown curve. Uchiha Naruto appeared in a dimly lit room, which was located in a cave far from Hai no Kuni and near the country of Earth. The bed was the only thing that adorned it. Did you see my message? A voice, both sweet and cold, stated. Wide arms wrapped around the dark-haired man's chest and removed the black cloak he was wearing, leaving him in only the sleeveless shirt that also bore the Uchiha symbol. The gunbai was placed against the wall. Good thing you got here early. Naruto turned around, meeting eyes as black as night. Strands of equally black hair fell over his right eye, partially obscuring it. The girl kissed our young protagonist, inviting him to level up, which didn't take long. The kiss intensified, causing their tongues to clash to see which one would win. The brunette seemed to be the winner and began exploring the Uchiha's mouth. They were both devouring each other's mouths while staring at each other. They were excited by this moment and they were letting themselves go. The boy's arms grabbed the girl's buttocks and lifted her up. He was taller than her by a head. I leaned the young woman against the wall and abandoned her lips to kiss her breasts. She was naked. Moans began to escape the girl's throat as Uchiha Naruto began to lick and nibble on her pink nipples. Sigii. The girl quickly removed Naruto's top. She could see the young man's large toned torso, with his defined abs and strong muscular arms. He didn't look grotesque, just athletic. She began caressing the boy's chest while he kissed her, slobbering back and forth. Both of their lips were red from the bites they had inflicted. Standing there, staring at each other, Naruto began to remove the Anbu pants he was wearing, also black. Her legs wrapped around his waist, her arms around his neck. I took advantage of the moment to enter the young woman's hot curve and I saw her eyes shining with excitement. She wanted to be penetrated by the young man in front of her and that was what was happening. The pumping began, as did the moans of the black-haired girl. The collision of skin on skin was the only thing that could be heard around the bend, echoing off the walls and bouncing back, amplifying the sound and the moans. Hours passed together, now in bed, intertwined and unshackled. Sweat ran down both of their bodies when the Uchiha's seed entered the young woman's cavern, causing her to scream in pleasure, allowing herself to be overcome by orgasm. They separated, breathing heavily. "As always great," I whisper, barely audible to the boy. Naruto didn't respond, he simply kissed the girl's pink lips. They tasted of salt due to the sweat running down both of their bodies. It had been hours, no exaggeration. "Naruto. Don't even think about its size. He's been wanting to de-stress for a while, and what better way to do it than with a hex session. One of these days you'll get pregnant, Satsuki." Immortal duo. Uchiha Satsuki finished dressing. She was wearing clothes similar to those her brother wore as a student of Orochimaru. She finished tying her ponytail and looked at Naruto. The boy was wearing only his black Anbu pants. His torso was free of clothing, with a tattoo of 3 Magatama on his back. "Satsuki. So you saw Mito and the rest?" Naruto. "Yes, but you know that I'm not interested in the idiots of Konoha just like you aren't either, Satsuki," he answered, cold as ice. The Uchiha smiled maliciously as Sharigan came out. "Satsuki. I know, idiot," she responded in the same way. No one knew exactly how this came about, but it all began during a mission Orochimaru had given to Madara and Hashirama's grandson. The boy, along with the brunette, ended up locked in a cave by Takigakure's elite Chunin. They managed to escape, but only after getting to know each other more intimately. This suited Sasuke's twin just fine. She wanted to kill Itachi, and who better than the true leader of the clan. She'd be willing to do anything to kill her brother, and she'd proven it. Although she wouldn't mind getting pregnant by this boy. She finished getting ready and took one last look at Indra's descendant. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, the cause of a reverse summon. "Naruto. TCH." He got out of bed and reached for his tank top. A white snake coiled around his arm, a small scroll between its teeth. "And this? It's from Orochimaru. Does he want my help again?" He took what the snake handed him and proceeded to break the seal and begin to read its contents. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I know you've been seeing Satsuki since that mission, which I find extremely interesting, but I won't interfere in your business with her, perhaps Asukukuku will. But anyway, I haven't sent you a message to talk about your interest in procreation. According to my source, 2 members of Akatsuki are moving to Kumo. Probably to hunt the Nibi. Good luck with that. Orochimaru." Naruto finished reading the message, not showing anything, despite the mention of having children with the Uchiha. He crumpled the scroll and burned it just in case. He didn't want Akatsuki to know that Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, was helping him. He disappeared into a vortex. Kumagakure Forest. Naiujido, Jinchuriki of the Nibi, the blue fire cat and the 2-tailed beast, apart from an elite Chunin from the village of Kumo, was in trouble. Blood leaked from the corner of his lips as his chocolate brown eyes fixed on 2 figures in Akatsuki cloaks. It was Haiden, an ancient monk who wielded a red 3-bladed scythe. He wore a sadistic smile. He was a lover of blood, and with a single drop, that Jinchuriki would fall before them. Bikuzu, for his part, remained calm. A former shinobi from Takigakure, a mask covered his face, leaving only his green eyes visible. He is known as Kakuzu of 1,000 hearts. Haiden. The Jinchuriki of Nibi will be a great sacrifice for Jashin. He begins to uncover his torso. A drop of blood. Just that, and the girl would be finished. Bikuzu sighed. He would have to beat his partner more. He prepared for combat. Ujido stared at both S-rank Nunakin. This was complicated, even for a Jinchuriki. She tried to kill the one with the scythe, but nothing seemed to affect him. Nothing hurt her. He started making seals. He'd have to enter Bijuu mode to face these monsters. The former Takigakure native lunged at the blonde, not giving the Chunin time to react. She was out of time. She tried to cover herself. He shot backward, surprising Haiden, who stopped what he was preparing. "Haiden. What the hell?" Facing the Nibi Jinchuriki was a young man with black hair, 3-tongue Sharingan eyes, and a gunbai on his back. He wore a black sleeveless shirt with the Uchiha logo on the back. Also black Anbu pants and wine-colored ninja sandals completed his outfit. Haiden and Kakuzu, the immortal duo of Akatsuki, both looked at the boy. The masked one had stood up after the blow he received from that boy. "I've come to get some information." Kakuzu. "Who do you think you are, kid? We won't answer for anything that comes out of your bucking mouth, bastard." He seemed angry. In fact, both Akatsuki members were. That boy had interfered with the hunt. It wasn't a suggestion. The eternal Magenkyu Sharingan replaced the Sharingan, it was an order, bastards. Black fire was launched towards Haiden, forcing the priest of Jashin to leave the mark he was forming for his ritual. "Haiden. Jashin-sama will make you pay." Uchiha grimaced in annoyance. He'd have to cut off that idiot's head. He couldn't stand his voice. I block a punch from Kakuzu. He was fast. The sidekick sent him flying away from the Kumo Chunin. He spun in the air, landing on a branch, in a semi-crouch. He was really fast. The X from Tokigaku started making stamps. Bikuzu. Doten. Terrestrial peaks. The tree where the Uchiha was standing was smashed by spikes sticking out of the ground, reducing the walnut tree to splinters. Haiden then appeared in front of the dark-haired man. Scythe moved, intending to slash at the eternal Maguekio Sharingan user. Gunbai also moved, stopping the priest's weapon. He kicked the gray-haired man, and he moved away, falling beside the blonde. The worshipper of Jashin stood beside the masked man. The Jinchuriki looked at the Uchiha, who was standing next to him, calm. The young man placed the gunbai back on his back. Ichido. You can't do it alone, boy. My name is not boy, I am Uchiha Naruto, Nunikin of Konoha and known as the Gunbai Traveler. Akatsuki opened their eyes slightly. Before them was the man who had single-handedly hunted down the group known as Tsuki no Maire. Nai was equally surprised. She had heard the Reikage speak of the boy and she couldn't believe he had matched their leader. According to Dari and she, the boy had learned the Reiten no Yoroi from their leader. Naruto kept his eyes on the Akatsuki. They could launch themselves at any moment and he should be more than ready to take them out. Bikuzu was again the first. He attempted to strike at the young mercenary, who deflected the green-eyed man's attacks. Their knees collided and they separated. I leaped back again, dodging the priest's slash. Haiden tried again to slash at the boy. He went through him like nothing. Haiden. Kuya. He was pierced through the chest by a Chidori, then hit with a Rasengan that sent him crashing into a group of trees. He simply dusted himself off. He didn't have much time. Kakuzu appeared in front of him. He blocked the Akatsuki's fist. He ducked to avoid a spinning kick that flew over his head and jumped back. The Akatsuki didn't want to let the young man breathe. He would have to use the Jungu if he wanted to kill him. The Rasengan struck the man. How had it gotten there? No one could move that fast. He groaned softly as he saw one of his hearts shattered. Blink. Both Akatsuki stood up again. It was true that they were immortal. Haiden. That was good, the Jashin priest pointed out. The wound caused by the Chidori and the Rasengan had disappeared. He moved his right arm as if nothing had happened. Bikuzu, for his part, looked at the Uchiha with some annoyance. He had broken one of his hearts. Uchiha Naruto positioned himself to engage in battle once again. He knew this duo wouldn't tire. Perhaps he should use Konfu's Armokutan to defeat them. He was surprised when three black beings wearing masks emerged from Kakuzu, the former Tokigaku native. One was yellow, bull, another light blue, water, and the last was blue, eagle, representing three affinities. Reiten, Suiton, and Fuiton, respectively. Bikuzu. You broke my heart, Kaiten. I'll keep yours. The three masked shadows launched themselves at the Uchiha. The priest of Jashin watched this with a mocking smile. He knew that when he used his masks, almost no one could stand against him. The only thing that intrigued the Akatsuki was the calmness the renegade rival exuded. They wanted to see what he would do. Bull and Eagle launched themselves at the Sharingan user. They launched lightning bolts and a strong wind at the grandson of Konoha's creators. He became intangible, to the surprise of both immortals. The jutsus pierced a dark-skinned descendant of Indra. Naruto took advantage of this, creating a more powerful Chidori. Naruto. Chidori Nagashi. He roared. The bull mask shadow was shattered. Kakuzu opened his eyes in surprise. But that didn't end. With this, he made seals with his left hand. Your eagle mask will be shattered. Fun. Acid vapor. It spat out a corrosive vapor, which melted the shadow, leaving it weak. It stepped on it, shattering the blue mask. The money lover couldn't believe that boy would destroy three of his hearts. He had to kill him. He was about to launch himself at Madara's grandson, but Haiden stopped him. He was serious. He didn't like that boy and he sensed something dangerous. Haiden. We should retreat, Kakuzu. It's not in our best interest to stay here any longer. Soon, Anbu will be coming from the cloud, along with the Reikage. Then, it would be difficult for us to hunt down the Nekomata. Bikuzu shot one last look at the dark-haired man, filled with resentment and rage. He would have to mend the hearts that bastard had broken. He nodded at his companion's words. Bikuzu. This one saves you, Uchiha Naruto. Next time, your death will be heard across the continent. I'll take care of it. Both Akatsuki disappeared from the scene, leaving no trace except the remains of the battle that had taken place a few seconds before. He relaxed, deactivating the eternal Maguekio Sharingan and returning his deep-sea blue eyes. He turned to the Jinchuriki. Unknown location. 9 shadows could be seen in a cave, hidden from prying eyes and possible spies. 2 of them looked slightly agitated. Haiden and Kakuzu had recounted their failure to capture the Nibi. Their account of the fight against Uchiha Naruto left everyone stunned. Itachi. HMP, Uchiha Naruto. Enfrentó las Jinchuricas de Iwa. Es un diamante en bruto. Thisum. His kenjutsu is quite good. He was the one who finished off Sasori. The explosion artist, Dodara, was showing his anger. The blonde had killed his partner and wanted his head. Uchiha Naruto is a problem for our mission, pointed a woman with dark blue hair, standing next to a ghoul with orange hair and piercings. Her purple eyes with rings stared at the figures. Toby thinks that Naruto-kun is undoubtedly strong. Toby wants to face Uchiha, said a man with an orange mask, while everyone looked at him badly. Pain, the woman with dark blue hair, now even lilac, called. We should kill him before we continue hunting. The man named Pain, wielder of the Rinnegan, was silent. This would undoubtedly be a thorn in his side. Pain. Okay, our goal is to hunt down a monk who possesses the Kyuubi's chakra. Haiden and Kakuzu, head there. Itachi and Kisame, investigate the Uchiha. I want all the data. Somewhere in the country of rice. Uchiha Satsuki jumped from tree to tree, thinking about everything that had happened. Her hack sessions with Naruto had become infrequent, more for her than for him. She hadn't been at her best lately. But the thought of killing Itachi was much stronger. She would be the one to avenge her clan, no matter the cost, and thanks to the help of the Gunbai Traveler. Satsuki. Naruto. Meeting Killer Bee and Naruto. Breathe. Watching the leaves move, the wind gently stirring the loose strands of his hair, Uchiha Naruto stood, waiting for the Anbu to arrive. He knew that soon the Cloud Village would be informed of what had happened in the forest, and the Raikage would soon dispatch his elite squad. No doubt the huge dark-haired Raiden user would be worried. Slightly, he lowered his face, finding himself staring into the back of a young woman with braided blonde hair. Naruto stood with her back to the traitor of the leaf, while healing the wounds inflicted during the confrontation. She had been unable to do anything against the Akatsuki immortal duo, and they had almost taken her life. If that had happened, the Nunakan group would have already had 4 Bijuas in their possession. They would have had great support, and everything would have tipped slightly in favor of the Red Cloud group. Nobody wanted that. Madara and Hashirama's grandson raised his arm toward the sky, pointing at the sun. He had already become a great shinobi. He had avenged his family and recovered the Senju scroll from the altar. Everything was going smoothly. Added to the fact that he had arrived in time to save a Jinchuriki from the clutches of the Akatsuki, his morale was rising. He hadn't even used half of his current power yet. But without a doubt, the one pretending to be Madara, his paternal grandfather, would cause him more than one problem. He slightly closed his right eye because of the sun's rays. His left eye was covered by his hand, and he didn't suffer any blindness. Vegito. You like calm? It wasn't a question. Without turning around, still with bandages on her hands, the Junin decided to speak to her savior. It was not for nothing that she literally owed him her life. She would be in his debt for the rest of her life. Thank you for saving me. I expected those words. It was the protocol people followed when they were helped. They were supposed to show gratitude to the person helping them. Naruto. Your rescue was part of my mission directly, without pretending to hide anything, the dark-haired young man spoke with the truth pouring from his mouth. He wasn't good at lying in these cases either, nor did he believe it would be useful, especially now that the area would soon be filled with Kumo Anbu, ready to kill anyone who dared to attack one of their kunoichi, but still, you're welcome. It was a pleasure to help you. Sincerity. The sincerity in his voice permeated the monotonous tone he used. He had largely fallen out of the habit of talking to people. Orochimaru and Satsuki didn't count. They had spent the past 2 years in contact with both of them, helping the Snake Sannin with some of his missions. He breathed calmly. He would have to wait with the Nibi Jinchuriki. He hoped the ninjas sent by the Raikage wouldn't take long. He didn't have much time to waste. With a loud crash, broken branches and falling leaves, a huge man with braided blonde hair, wearing a cloud-colored Junin uniform and carrying 3 swords on his back, fell in front of them both, earning a sidelong glance from the dark-haired man and a cheerful one from the chocolate-eyed blonde. Both of the huge man's eyes were hidden by black sunglasses. He couldn't see the glare that filled the newcomer's gaze. Vegito. B-sensei. The woman exhaled upon seeing who had come to her rescue. A few seconds later, an Anbu squad arrived. The masked men kept their arms bent, their hands brushing the handles of their tantos. B shifted his bent legs and lunged at the Uchiha. His arm crossed the young man's cheek. He had turned his face away, dodging the attack. He swung his arm, still trying to hit the face of the Uchiha with his dark hair and brown highlights. It passed through him. Astonishment appeared on the Kumo shinobi's face. Had he just passed through his enemy's head, as if he were a ghost? He couldn't think, couldn't put 2 and 2 together. He received an elbow in the stomach, forcing his body to hunch forward. With a groan, he was thrown back several meters by the blow. Naruto remained slightly crouched, knees bent, elbow pointed towards B. The strands of hair slightly covered his right eye while, with his usual monotonous face, he returned to his starting pose. He braced his legs and was forced to drop to one knee as everyone else forcefully stroked the bruised area. B.G. Good reaction, the man declared. He hadn't thought he was that skilled. He'd reacted well to his attack and countered quickly and forcefully. That elbow, despite being just a blow, concentrated all his strength, as if he were controlling where to generate that attack power. He expected nothing less. He straightened his body heavily. He hadn't yet recovered from the blow. The Uchiha positioned himself, moving his right leg back a few inches while moving his arms in a fighting stance. Anbus prepared themselves. Ichigo. Enough. B and the Anbu looked at their cloud companion upon hearing a tremendous scream that left the group in total astonishment. Without hesitation, the braided blonde placed herself between Harem and sunglasses wearing sensei and a young black-haired mercenary in a ponytail. He rescued me from the Akatsuki. Surprise. The Kumagakure no Sato group stared at their companion for a few more seconds, then turned their eyes to the newest Nunikin of Konoha. B. This guy rescued you? He pointed at the boy with hesitation and astonishment while trying to rap. Jiki B. I would suggest you not look down on this boy. I feel a powerful chakra coming from him. B. Are you sure? I don't think it's that bad. The enormous octopus bull stared at the man in front of him. Sharp eyes fixed on his container. Jiki. Don't play games, B. It could cost you your life if you misjudge the boy. Pillar B narrowed his eyes at the words coming from his inner Biju. He didn't perceive anything special about the young man in front of him, only a great cold monotonous calm. Something astonishing, if you ask the rapper with the eight-tailed Biju. To his surprise, as he disconnected from his conversation with his companion, he blocked the fist of a young dark-skinned man. He had leaped past the Nibi wielder to launch an attack at the man standing behind the woman. Naruto. Absorbed in combat, when your life is in danger, the boy pointed out, looking closely at the tan man. He stepped away, avoiding the short sword from cutting him completely. He looked down. His shirt had been cut, leaving a thin line of blood on his side. I didn't expect it. He raised his face. Boiling with energy, marks covered the young Uchiha's body. B. Is that Naruto? Byakugo no in, he said in a serious voice. The ground beneath his feet cracked, creating fissures and a small tremor from the pressure of the released chakra. He disappeared, leaving a trail of dust behind him. He didn't have time to react. Naruto appeared in front of him, his arm extended. He received a direct blow that threw the man backward. Uchiha Senju reappeared just before he crashed into a tree. He grunted in pain as he felt the dark-haired man's knee dig into his back. He couldn't let a mercenary defeat him. Despite the immense pain he felt, he was a Jinchuriki. Gritting his teeth, he furiously grabbed the dark-haired boy's leg and twisted his body, facing the Uchiha. He punched Madara's grandson in the face and, with all the strength he could muster, slammed the young man's head into the ground, creating more cracks. Blood leaked from the boy's mouth and face. He withdrew his arm and leaped away from the dark-haired Sharigan user, standing next to his cloud companion. Kunoichi covered her mouth with both hands as she stared at the bleeding face of her savior. She tried to get closer, but a tight grip prevented her. She turned her face, watching as the Jinchuriki of the Eight shook his head. She doubted a mere boy could have withstood such a tremendous chakra-charged blow. He pulled the woman along. They had to inform the Reikage as soon as possible and take Uchiha under protection. Naruto. Are you? They turned their heads, seeing an unharmed Uchiha Senju Naruto, with no trace of scar or wound on his face. Uchiha. How? Naruto. Byakugo no in, it's the best healing jutsu. It also grants me super strength and I can fight without fear of dying from injury. He flexed the fingers of his left hand. Shall we continue? I have time to continue this futile practice. He flexed both legs, staring at both Jinchurikis with his Sharingan eyes flashing in his face. He reached back, gripping the handle of his gunbai. He would use it to finish this fight. The blue ray struck the combat zone, generating a flash that forced the dark-skinned man to cover his eyes. A figure made an appearance. Konoha. Namikaze Mito was breathing heavily. He was almost able to use the element without water present. Sweat ran down his face. His hair was sticking to his face, while his purple eyes glared at his opponent, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in orange and black. He smiled arrogantly, while behind him 9 golden chains moved and a sphere of pure chakra was visible in the palm of his hand. Menma. This is very easy, Mito. To defeat the Uchiha, you'll have to overcome the Jinchuriki of the Kikbi Yang. Little sister wind began to envelop the body of the young Namikaze Futon. Race and Shuriken. Without a second thought, he launched his jutsu at his twin sister. It seemed like he wanted to kill her. Could that be it? Mito stared fearfully at the immense jutsu. It created a massive furrow as it advanced toward her. With a strong effort, she activated it as a last resort to defend herself. Although she knew it would be of no use in the state she was in. Could she defend herself? Surely not. She didn't understand why her brother loved to fight so much. He was becoming unstable. With strength, she prepared to withstand the attack. But Naruto. The Uchiha looked with some amazement at the houses built into the mountains of Kumagakure. He had never been to this village before. He felt a great calm as he looked at the clouds that gave the village its name. Ichigo. Pretty, isn't it? I turned my body, looking at the Jinin. Her hair was loose, the headband missing, and her uniform had been discarded. Naruto. It certainly is, the Nunakan stated, looking back at the clouds he saw through the window of his apartment assigned to him by the leader of Kumagakure. It's calming and relaxing. Footsteps were heard, and the woman stood beside the young man. Ichigo. I live 100 meters away from you, Uchiha informed the boy, without even looking at him, and I see these images every day. After a hard training or after returning from a mission she turned again and began to walk away from Madara's grandson. See you tomorrow, Uchiha. Reikage wants to talk to you. Declaration of war. Leaves fell from the trees as a shadow moved swiftly through the treetops, swaying the branches, a sound that could be heard throughout the forest near Kumo, the cloud village. An elongated object was seen on the shinobi's back. A giant fan called a gunbai. The young Uchiha leaped from branch to branch, only the soles of his feet touching the wood. He was in a hurry. A lot. He planned to stay in Kumo, training his Raiten skills so he could unite them with his Kaiten. He wanted to find out what would happen if he united those elements. He could already have Enten thanks to his Magenkyu. Futen thanks to the union of Kaiten and Suiten. And Mokuten thanks to his Kekkei Genkai from his grandfather. Without a doubt, a perfect shinobi. But many bounties weighed on his mind. He couldn't move freely around the continent like that. Bounty hunters and mercenaries stalked him on sight. It was frustrating. He would have killed them all if he hadn't been so busy. He flew through a tree in front of him, as if he were a ghost. Kamui was useful for jumping. He clicked his tongue, while strands of hair fell over his eyes, which revealed a faint red glow. Team 7 and 10. Hada Kakashi sighed wearily. Sweat trickled down his face, slightly soaking the mask he wore. The Magenkyu Sharingan gleamed in his left eye, which glared furiously at the Akatsuki in front of him. Haiden and Kakuzu, the immortal duo of the S-rank Nunakan group. Kneeling, Haddock placed his right hand on the ground while he watched the two's movements with suspicion. He didn't have much chakra left to face them. With a roar, an orange and black shadow fell in front of Team 7's Jinin, its blonde hair fluttering slightly. With a faint cloud of dust, it landed in front of the son of the White Fang. He raised his eyes, red with slitted pupils. Menma. Bastard Sisum. Fury, evil is what his evil chakra exuded. I'll kill you for Asuma-sensei's death. Haiden. It was a great sacrifice for Jashin-sama, refuted the ancient gray-haired monk as the scythe moved, cutting through the wind. Kakuzu. Our mission is complete, growled thousand-hearted Kakuzu, laughing behind his mask. His eyes revealed pure evil. Namikaze Menma clenched his fists. The Kikbi's chakra surrounded his body, seeping through his seal. He was furious. He knew how Team 10 must feel. He had to kill these two as soon as possible, something truly difficult. Tuas Nunakan would be a challenge for himself. But leaving his sensei to fate would be worse. He lightly moved his right leg forward. Both Akatsuki had already killed the monk named Sora, who was carrying some of the Kikbi's chakra. They couldn't allow him to escape. Kunai moved toward his hand, revealing itself to be three-pronged. He threw the weapon at both immortal men. He would see how far they could resist. Haiden watched as the kunai sped through the wind, clearly intending to plunge into his body. With a deft movement, he caught the weapon, intending to throw it back at its owner. A flash of orange clouded his vision, forcing him to close both eyes. He felt something scorch his skin, and he was thrown backward, through the forest. He spun, with another blue chakra sphere in his hand, but this time with wind blade spinning, as if it were a shuriken. Menma. Raisen Shuriken. The jutsu was launched at the former Tokigakure shinobi, who had yet to recover from the shock of the Konoha shinobi's swift movement. A burst of chakra and wind whipped through the clearing with force, while the rest of the members watched. The crater was left at the site. He fell to his feet, slightly shaken and with some pain in his hand, which he had used to perform the jutsu. With a grimace of pain, the Namikaze looked at what remained of the Akatsuki. A few shreds of the black trench coat and red clouds. Nothing else was visible in the clearing, which was now a crater. Kakashi sighed, standing up and covering his Sharingan eye, which had reverted to the three-tomo pattern of a mature one. Kakashi. That was reckless, Menma the gray-haired man emphasized as he watched his student approach him with a superior smile. He had killed one of the immortal Akatsuki. He huffed after his sensei's words. Shikamaru. There's still the one who killed Asuma-sensei. The severed head fell in front of them, causing all five of them to turn their heads. Haiden. Bastard. Roared the priest of Jashin in fury. A figure moved, appearing behind it. The black lock slightly obscured his face. I swear I'll kill you for Jashin, Uchiha bastard. A snap and the head was incinerated with black fire just as Haruno appeared next to his team and companions. Kakashi. Naruto. The gun-by traveler raised his face, flipping his hair to reveal his active Sharingan. The Uchiha wasn't at all surprised by Konoha's presence there, near the fire temple. Menma. Bastard. What are you doing here, Uchiha? You have a price on your head as a Nunakan. Naruto now looked at the Yondame's son, as if what he had said sounded like a foreign language. Naruto. So? He asked, as if it were normal to be a traitor within a shinobi village. Konoha is garbage. Namikaze narrowed his eyes, which were fixed on the dark-haired man. Had he just insulted his home? No, it wasn't something he would allow, especially from a traitor. Haddock, seeing what would happen, for the second time uncovered a Sharingan which formed the pattern of the Maguekio. Menma. You'll go back there, Uchiha. He didn't wait for orders. He lunged at the Nunakan, kunai in hand. Blood spurted out, falling to the ground. It pierced the young man's right palm, landing in front of the dark-haired man's three-tongued red eyes. Kakashi. Don't look at his eyes. Uchiha smiled. He didn't like Jinjutsu. He was good at it, and with Tsukuyomi he definitely put the Jinchuriki Yang in a good illusion. But he didn't like that. Defeating his enemies with strength and blood was better. He tried to punch the blonde with a chakra-charged left fist, just like Senju Tsunade used to do. Hiraishin and Namikaze disappeared. Naruto spun around, deflecting a barrage of kunai and shurikens that were hurtling toward him. He exhaled a massive fireball in their direction. The stone wall blocked the attack, forcing the Uchiha to spin around. Kakashi had his hands on the ground, indicating he had invoked the defense of his sensei's son. Kakashi. You won't kill him. He shrugged. Chidori cracked in his injured hand, and he rushed toward the blade-wielding Cyclops. He would undoubtedly be pierced by the attack. An orange flash appeared. Menma, with a Rasengan ready on his arm, counterattacked the Uchiha, colliding with the dark-haired man's. An explosion followed by an energy dome, and they were both thrown, separating by 20 meters. The right sleeve of the Namikaze's hoodie was ripped. Uchiha, for his part, was bleeding even more from his wound. He clenched his fist, grunting from the burning pain caused by the kunai. Menma. I don't know what you're up to, but you'll fall here. Naruto. I want to see how far the Kikbi has gone inside a useless container. Red marks on the brunette's eyelids, and a dot inside a red circle appeared on his face. Senjutsu of the forests, Senju Hashirama's technique. I'll take you to the limit. If you die, fine by me. The gesture and branches from various trees moved toward the blonde. He jumped, dodging them all. He looked surprised and horrified. Mokuton. His father had told him about this secondary element. It was a legend within the village. And someone like an Uchiha wielded it. Rasengan and several trees were destroyed. He had to get to him. Attack him directly to stop all this. He ran, using chakra in the soles of his feet, along the branches, jumping from one to another as they moved to cross him. He smiled, jumping one last time, but this time toward the creator of the attacks. Too fast. The Uchiha still possessed chakra. An immense wall of roots and branches forced the Namikaze to use Futon Jutsus to advance. He cut through a large section, finding the dark-skinned Sharingan wielder standing before him. Naruto. Suiton. Twin water dragon. Two red-eyed water dragons appeared behind Indra's direct descendant. Menma was astonished, knowing it was too late. The jutsu struck the Namikaze full-on, knocking him away, along with trees, branches, roots, and companions. Water completely flooded the entire area, creating a quagmire. It would impede the shinobi's mobility. Uchiha Naruto sank down onto a tree branch, staring at his Sharingan work. The senjutsu marks faded from his face, leaving him free. With a loud cough, Menma reappeared. He was nearly drowning under the water and mud from that powerful attack. No, he hadn't expected Suiton from an Uchiha. He'd never met one who could use it. He hadn't met many, either. He planted his hands on the ground, pushing himself hard onto a floating log that was moving toward him on the water. He looked around. He didn't find his sensei or the others. He let fury flood his mind, and red chakra enveloped his body. 2 tails, 3 tails of Bijuu chakra. He disappeared at great speed. He would attack without being seen. Or so the shinobi thought. Naruto. Mokuton. Hexagonary Hokage-style jutsu Kakuin introduces society with his happiness-bringing hands, roared the young shinobi. The jerk and Menma stopped. Kikbi. Bastard Madara. Menma. Ah. Pillars appeared, surrounding the blonde Jinchuriki from the dark side of the 9-tailed fox. The beast's chakra slowly disappeared until nothing remained. His knees no longer supported the blonde's exhausted body, and he fell onto them, sweating. How had he done it? Uchiha fell in front of the blonde and placed his right foot on his head in a manner of superiority and victory over the Yondame's son. Naruto. Revealing that I possess Mokuton was a necessary evil to contain you, Jinchuriki of the Kikbi he refuted, forcing him to bow down even further. He gritted his teeth, furious. Son of the Yondame Hokage. Menma, frustrated by his defeat, attempted to rise again to attack the dark-skinned Sharingan user. The Namikaze's rebellion forced a grandson of both creators of Konohagakure no Sato to apply more force against the leaf shinobi until his forehead touched the ground. Menma. Bastard, he hissed, trying to get back up. He couldn't be in a position of humiliation in front of a traitor. He was a disgrace to the Namikaze. Uchiha leaned over the blonde, eternal Maguekio Sharingan activated in both eyes, with his hands in his pockets in a pose of total nonchalance. Naruto. Tell your father that Uchiha Naruto, son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi, grandson of the two greatest shinobi, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, declares war on the rotten and filthy village of Konohagakure no Sato. He raised his leg, allowing the Namikaze to kneel. I will cleanse that village of every bastard and traitor in existence. Every shinobi who tries to stop me will die. That includes your sister Mito. Mission. Hunt Uchiha Naruto. Councilman. How dare you? Noise, chaos, and shouts of exasperation and anger could be heard throughout the Konoha council chamber. Yes, Namikaze Menma had already reported the declaration made by the Nunakan Uchiha Naruto. One of the last Uchiha, he was also one of the last Senju, the son of two great shinobi who had once served the village. But now he had faced them. This didn't make sense to most of the council members. Why had the boy turned against them? They hadn't really done anything. If not, why had he helped save the Godin Kazuki Ajor during the Leaf invasion? Nothing made sense with that boy. Many of the civilians believed he was poisoned with the blood of Madara, the ghost of the Uchiha. Minato. Enough, silence. Roared the man with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a flaming cape. This discussion is getting out of hand, gentlemen. Everyone looked at their leader, now calmer. To his right was his wife, the leader of the Uzumaki in the village, and to his left was his student Hada Kakashi, who was leaning against the wall. Chauza. But wait. Minato. I know, Chauza. That boy certainly doesn't know what he's doing. Declaring war against a shinobi village without any allies is the stupid thing to do, worthy of a child who doesn't understand death, the village's highest authority emphasized in a calm tone. Inoichi. What that young man is doing clearly makes no sense. No matter how strong he is, he'll die at the hands of our ninjas before he even touches the gates. The Yamanaka leader sighed after speaking. But something doesn't make sense. What did Konoha do to that boy? Hiashi. What he seeks, like all Uchiha, is power. A loud bang silenced the voices of the council members. Makoto. Not all of them, Hiashi Dono, she hissed, venom in her voice. Mother of Sasuke and Satsuki, she was the most affected by the departure of the Uchiha trio. Some Uchiha are truly kind-hearted. Hiashi. Not everyone is like you, emphasized the man with a serious face and pearly eyes. Nara Shikaku, Miro Minato. Shikaku. How is Menma? Minato. Frustrated after his defeat against the Uchiha. Shikaku. I understand. Is there a chance I could beat him? Minato. If he fights alongside Mito, yes. The two of them will be able to defeat Naruto effortlessly. The Namikaze twins were the Blade's trump card. They contained the power of the Kikbi within them, combined with the Uzumaki blood and abilities of Namikaze, plus the Kekkei Genkai of the Whirlpool ninjas. Anzu. My rude Anbu are ready to hunt down the Uchiha Nunakan, Yondaine the bandage-faced man spoke, striking the ground with the tip of his staff, creating a sharp sound that stopped any side chatter that might occur. We must eliminate the threat. Kahura. I agree, Minato Dono. We can't risk a descendant of Madara wandering unchecked through Hai no Kuni and threatening the village with impunity. Hamura. If he stays alive any longer, the threat hanging over us will only grow stronger. Everything seemed to be going in one direction. To kill Uchiha Naruto before he killed them. It wasn't a bad plan. But where could the boy be? They'd have to find him first. Place near Kumo. A shadow fell to the ground from the treetops. With a jet black mane and red eyes, Uchiha Naruto stood up to his full height. He had put aside his grandfather's gunbai and donned new clothes. A black sleeveless shirt with the Uchiha logo and black Anbu pants. Wearing jet black shinobi sandals and dark gloves, he looked totally emo. Oh, you've arrived, Naruto-chin. Uchiha snorted at the name he'd been called. A boy with dark brown hair, chocolate brown eyes, and an Anbu uniform was smiling at him. The handle of a tantum appeared behind his waist, on the left side. He was stirring the embers of a burning fire. The boy was short for his age. Naruto. Daichi, grumbled the dark-haired boy, looking at the young Anbu, who was still sitting on the trunk of a fallen tree. What are you doing here? I thought I'd never see you again. A chuckle escaped the young brown-haired boy's throat. Daichi. Oh, come on, Naruto-chin. Don't be mad at me, whined the young man, while looking pleadingly at the brunette. He snorted with some distaste at the boy's words, who was smiling at the Uchiha in front of him. He was annoyed by Daichi's presence. He didn't think he'd find him there. He sank down onto a fallen log, throwing his head back as far as it would go, letting his hair fall back, revealing his hard, stoic face. He was the spitting image of Uchiha Madara. But there was something about the young man that would make you think he was truly Senju Hashirama. The fire in his blue eyes was something no one possessed these days. Only those with the will of fire showed it with a simple glance. Without a doubt, Uchiha Naruto was made up of opposites. Uchiha and Senju blood ran through his veins. There could be no greater opposites than those. Two clans that had nearly destroyed each other. And fortunately for those two great shinobi, such an act never came to pass. Naruto. Just don't bother him, he begged, closing both eyes. He had a lot to think about. He'd declared war on the Leaf after nearly killing Teams 7 and 10 when they'd finished off the immortal duo. Why hadn't he killed the Yondame's son? He could have. No one would have stopped him. He was weaker than he'd expected. He was disappointed. Namikaze Minato. He clenched his jaw lightly. That name was bitter in his mouth. He spat it out every time he mentioned it. If it hadn't been for the great Namikaze and the Uzumaki, his parents would still be alive. They had let Shimura Dansm run riot, creating rude and gaining loyal, mindless followers. That man had destroyed what his grandparents had once created. Who did that old fart think he was? His blood would run on his hands, as would that of every member of the civilian council of that rotten village, which had gone from being a military regime to being led by fat, greasy men who knew nothing about the world. Naruto. Soon, his blood will bathe me. Root base. With slow but determined steps, a man advanced through the deserted corridors of what resembled an underground base. The right side of his face was completely bandaged, leaving only his left eye visible to the world and an X-shaped scar on his chin. One bandaged hand rested on an old oak cane. Torn. Fu, he said, barely audible to anyone who would hear him. Two shadows appeared in front of this dark-haired man with a serious cold gaze. I have a mission to entrust to you. Both Anbu, wearing white masks bearing the northeast symbol, bowed their heads further in respect and submission. They were servants of the man who had taken them under his wing many years ago. Torn. Daganos, Dansm-sama. Estamos aqui para servir, en lo que sea. The man looked at his two best weapons patiently. He was in no hurry. He knew they would stay on their knees until he gave them the mission he had for them. Dansm. I want Uchiha Naruto's head. He struck the ground with the tip of his staff, creating an echo that resonated throughout the hallway. You cannot fail. Uchiha returned. Blood dripped, creating a dark pool on the dry grass. Three lifeless bodies lay on the ground, each with wounds scattered across its body. A dark figure stood in front of the Anbu corpses, wearing white masks with the kanji for root on them. With a movement, he dropped a fourth body, next to what must have been his companions. Red drops fell from his right hand. It was extended downward, the tips of his fingers pointed slightly apart, the nails pointed toward the ground. Blood-red eyes appeared behind locks as black as night. The light wind moved the cloak covering the stranger, revealing the Uchiha symbol on the young man's back. He moved his left hand, pointing at the corpses in front of him. Black flames engulfed the bodies, incinerating them and leaving only ashes in their place. Nothing else remained. He turned his head, looking at another squadron that had arrived at his position. These were lead Anbu, led by the Hokage. Uchiha Naruto. The Uchiha ended up facing the apparent leader. He threw off his cloak in a swift motion, revealing the black tank top that covered his torso. On his back, the Uchiha symbol gleamed, visible in the wind. Naruto. HMP snorted, crossing his arms. He had killed a squad of Anbu loyal to Shimura Dansm, the official leader of Root. Now, he was faced with a squad loyal to the Yondaime Hokage. For someone good, doubts would have begun to bloom. This wasn't the case. Without flinching, he drew the chikudo he carried behind his back, blocking the blade of the Anbu leader's ten, a woman with purple hair that flapped in the air, inches away with every movement he made. The Uchiha didn't use force. He let his rival apply it, in a clear attempt to break his weapon and cut him in two. A grave mistake. Nico, following the attack, applied more and more force, intending to break the dark-haired man's weapon. Both blades swung at each other, one longer than the other. In a second, the Anbu captain lost her footing, falling forward. Her opponent had withdrawn her weapon to allow the attack to continue, which meant her body was thrown forward. It was too late to correct her direction. He placed both arms in front of him like that, as all protection in the little time he had. He clenched his jaw behind the cat mask as he felt his skin burning. The armor's bracers fell to the ground, forming four pieces. He jumped back, panting. With a single glance, he saw how badly he was injured. It would be difficult for him to form seals for jutsus or use his ten. Two shadows fell before the captain. Bear and Weasel positioned themselves, opting for classic Anbu battle poses, with their tenten drawn and their legs slightly apart, in line with their shoulders. Naruto slowly straightened, adding more interest to the situation. Black hair fell over his face, slightly bothering its owner, who brushed it back with the back of his hand, tucking it behind his right ear. I click my tongue, annoyed. Naruto. I wouldn't want to kill someone loyal to their lord. But my duty is to destroy the Rotten Leaf village. Nico. Naruto, you can't take on a shinobi village on your own, she retorted, panting slightly. Drops of rain fell onto the green grass. You lack the will of fire. He sharpened his gaze, slightly rotating his 3-volume Sharigan. Naruto. Don't speak of what you don't know, scum, he growled, his fingers tightening around the handle of his weapon. If you continue down this path, your blood will bathe this blade. Izuki Yugao, now codenamed Nico, took a step back. She felt a chill run down her spine, making her shiver. One look and she was petrified. No, he couldn't be intimidated by a Nunakan. He had to take him to the village to be judged by the council. Nico. You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about, the woman refuted, making a great effort not to run away. Naruto. Huh? I am the legacy of the founders of Konoha Fury, and a strong will shone in his eyes, and I do not intend to be judged by those civilian bastards of your venerable council. The wind began to forcefully move the branches of the trees, dropping leaves to the ground. Clouds began to gather, blocking out the silvery moon that shone in the sky. The 3 elite Anbu set their sights on the black-haired young man. Silver. Small leaks of silver vapor began to surround the descendant of Madara and Hashirama. Weasel. What's going on? Barry. Nico looked up at the sky. Flocks of birds were fleeing the place, squawking and frightening the other animals. She lowered her head, her heart tightening and bile rising in her throat. She had to escape. She didn't want to die. A blink. Microseconds. No one saw when Uchiha Naruto stood in front of the purple-haired woman, the blade of his chikudo brushing against her throat, who gulped at the cold steel. Under his gaze. She was taller than her rival. She gasped when the Uchiha raised his face. Slightly silver eyes connected with her brown ones. Nico, thinking. What is this? I can't move. Its chakra is very dense. I've never seen one like it. The intervention of the woman's 2 companions perhaps saved her from losing her last breath. Uchiha slid his body back, placing himself a few feet behind. He moved his weapon slightly, letting it swing like a pendulum. Weasel, the youngest of the trio, lunged at the Sharingan-wielding Nunakan. He swung his arm, guiding the 10. The clash of metal and a crunching sound were heard for the next 10 seconds. The young man's weapon was effortlessly broken by the Mokutan user. The remaining piece fell a few meters away from the 4 shinobi. Naruto calmly sheathed his weapon, as if what he had just done was something normal and happened every now and then. He laid his silver eyes on the mammal-masked one. Naruto. I wish I didn't kill you, I really did. He extended his arm, pointing at the Konoha Anbus trio. Forgive me. They opened their eyes. Would he really do something that would give away his position? It would be stupid, unheard of. A single young man couldn't face the reinforcements that would arrive once he launched his attack. They were only miles away from the village. More of the silvery vapor began to emerge from the boy's body, and he winced in annoyance. His body felt overloaded, with every muscle tensed to 100%, as if it wanted to explode. Naruto. A huge burst of energy erupted from the palm of the dark-skinned man's hand. The beam of light devoured the trees and ground, leaving a great furrow in the ground, with the trees uprooted and toppled to the sides. He lowered his arm, falling to his left knee, gasping. He coughed, spitting blood that stained the ground. He was forced to close his eyes. They burned, like his entire body. Spasms convulsed his body, making him shake violently. For 10 minutes, he writhed on the floor in pain, spitting up copious amounts of blood. It didn't take long for it to form a puddle in front of him. Recovering from the attack, he stood up. His legs were trembling and barely supporting his exhausted and weak body. Cold sweat was pouring down his face. Naruto. What the hell was that? He gasped, lacking oxygen. I felt power. At least for a few seconds. He looked to his right. The 3 Anbu were lying on the ground, motionless. He walked over and bent down, checking their condition. The one with the cat mask was unconscious but alive. He turned to the youngest, the one with the weasel mask. He removed the boy's mask and began to undress him. The time had come to take action against the filth of his village. For the memory of his grandparents, he would cleanse the village they founded of filth. Gritting his teeth, he put on the mask, hiding his pale face from the stars and moon. The dark clouds left them in the air. Infiltrator Part 1. He finished putting on his clothes, leaving his own inside a scroll. Carefully, he placed it inside one of the countless pockets on the clothes he was wearing. Many of them were hidden in various parts of the armor. He readjusted the bracelets. He finished tying the strings, securing them to his forearms. He lowered them and raised his face, hidden by the Anbu mask he had picked up from the ground, next to the youngest of the 3-leaf shinobi. He took one last look at his enemies, who lay inert, without breathing or movement. He disappeared in a flash, as if he had never been there and was not the cause of all the destruction in the place. Grunts of pain sounded hours later. Dizzy, with a light haze covering her eyes, preventing her from seeing anything clearly, and with blood oozing from the right side of her head, Yuzaki tried to stand up. The urge to vomit and severe dizziness forced her to stay there, unable to move a muscle. She blinked several times. The fog wouldn't clear. It was getting harder to see. Would she go blind? Was she on the verge of death, or had she already died? Blood escaped from her mouth again after a gag reflex. She clutched at the ground, dragging with her nails all the mud and dust that lay there, filling her limbs with acidity. With effort and pain, she managed to slightly erect her body, placing it in a position similar to doing push-ups, but with her knees on the ground. Strands of her hair fell free from their restraints. Her stomach churned. New gagging made her convulse. How had she ended up like this? She was an elite Anbu, captain of a squad, and a candidate to be the next commander. She had been easily defeated by a young Nunakan with less experience than her. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to contain the itching that was beginning to hit his eyes, starting to put pressure, raising a sharp pain in his head. What had been that strange power that the Uchiha's body had exhaled? It had exterminated almost all life in the forest. Only she and the animals that would have fled upon sensing the tremendous power that it emanated. She managed to sit up, despite the dizziness she'd felt. Opening only one eye, she stretched her arm out in front of her, staring at the armband. With the tips of her index and ring fingers, she traced a straight line along the part of the armor covering her forearm. A blue glow enveloped her, and after a few seconds, she escaped into the sky, like a comet. Upon reaching a certain height, it exploded, illuminating the entire sky and hiding the stars. Nearby place. He stopped, staring up at the sky. A huge blue sphere exploded, illuminating everything within a 20-kilometer radius. It was the emergency signal for Konoha's Anbu squads. He stopped looking at page 120 of his orange-covered book and put it back in his bag. He jumped to the next branch, a few feet away. Kakashi, sensei of Team 7, was on a solo mission, with no backup possible due to poor communications with the village. Something was happening that he didn't like. He had a bad feeling. That was the reason his sensei sent him on the mission. It was really important to re-establish a good relationship with Kumagakure. Relations were strained, and the reason for this was unknown. The discovery of 7-leaf shinobi teams dead was a sign that something was wrong. He opened his only eye wide. A large clearing 5 kilometers long, devoid of trees or grass. Only dirt and dust covered the place. Reluctantly, he jumped to the ground, looking around. He felt faint chakra vibrations around the place. They must have been left behind after a tremendous shinobi battle. Who could possibly do something of that magnitude? Haddock thought several times, without coming up with a clear culprit. Most of those who could have done something like this were either dead or very old. And this was the work of someone in their prime, at the height of their power. Without being a censor, he felt the chakra that enveloped the place, a chakra he had never felt before. It was dense, too dense. Never before in his 30 years of life had he encountered such a chakra. It had an ancient and powerful undertone that unnerved the copying ninja. Cautiously, he began to search for signs of life in that cereal, which had no trace of living beings. He opened his one eye. Kakashi. Yugao? He shouted, surprised. Concern crossed his eyes when he saw the state she was in. Without waiting for her to look at him, he reached her side in time to catch her in his arms. She had tried to stand up, being in critical condition. Who did this, Yugao? He opened his eyes slightly, looking at the only visible silver-haired man. Yugao? Kakashi, she whispered, stuttering. She started coughing loudly and closed her eyes again. The man pressed the woman's body against his chest. He's gotten stronger. Kakashi. Yugao. Wake up, Yugao. Near Konoha. A few leaves fell onto the branches, revealing a weasel-masked Anbu crouching on them. Over his shoulder, the handle of a ninjato sword protruded. He was a man, with his athletic build and less defined, wilder stance, resembling an animal ready to hunt its prey. He was wearing the classic Anbu uniform, the one worn by the young man he had killed, along with the rest of his companions. He scratched the back of his neck, free of his long, black hair with a hint of brown. He decided to get a makeover to avoid detection. He had to hunt down a man surrounded by loyal subjects with considerable skill. That bandaged man with a scar on his chin wouldn't be stupid. He'd be surrounded by the strongest shinobi he'd ever encountered or kidnapped. All loyal and without thoughts of their own. He repositioned the mask. They became loose very easily, and he had to reposition it periodically to prevent it from slipping down and breaking into 1,000 pieces. Naruto. A chakra field acts as an alarm for the shinobi. He removed his mask and activated the eternal Maguekio Sharigan, seeing a large flow of chakra that completely surrounded the village. They will detect any foreign chakra foreign to the inhabitants of this place. He moved his hands to one of his pockets. From it, he extracted a small scroll and spread it over the branch with a single movement. Several kanji appeared, already printed on the paper in black ink. He placed his hands together and began a sequence of seals, which went through a total of 117 seals. Naruto. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Millennium 100 Souls Seal, he whispered, closing his eyes. It wasn't long before a glow began to emerge from the scroll, from each of the painted kanji. They formed a total of 117 phrases in front of their summoner, merging with a layer covering the village. He gasped, abandoning the handstands. He ended up sitting down, sweat running down his slightly pale face from the expenditure of chakra. He was done. His chakra signature would now be recognized by the shield, allowing him to move around Konoha without having to watch his back. He stood up, putting the scroll back where he had put it before. He lowered his mask again, hiding his pale face with dark blue eyes, and began to move, getting closer and closer to his target. With myth. Beams of light filtered through the blue curtains, forcing the room's owner to hide under the blankets, muttering incoherently and cursing. The constant low beat began to sound, causing the person standing there to grunt. Quickly, an arm shot out and grabbed the alarm clock. He shot out the window. Blanket stirred, falling to the floor and revealing a young woman with red hair and lilac eyes stretched out, as if she were a feline. She rubbed her eyes, sleepy. Myth. Yawned, heading towards the bathroom in his room. Namikaze Mito had a good week. She had completed all the missions assigned to her with her mother and Sai, the emotionless boy. Despite the fact that 3 years had passed, she was still the same, with her fake smiles and insults in every sentence, which she probably used to piss off her brother. Now that she thought about her twin, she was slightly frustrated. He had left again, for some solitary training that would make him stronger. After the confrontation with Uchiha Naruto, he had felt ashamed, frustrated, and angry. In his current state, he would be easy prey for the Kyuubi, who was waiting for its chance to escape, taking over his brother's body. She came out, already dressed in her usual Ahinobi attire. The Hideate adorned her forehead, and her long, blood-red locks reached the middle of her back. She looked at her reflection in the mirror by the door and smiled. She was ready for a new day. Infiltrator Part 2. The chirping of birds could be heard throughout the sunlit leaf village, bathed in the rays of the illuminating sun shining high above, eager to see what new things were happening there. The movement of shinobi around the area gently drew the attention of the civilians, merchants, and children who were already awake and outside their homes. In the village's most central tower, just beneath the analytical gaze of the 4 faces engraved on the mountain, 3 figures, the most important and powerful in Konoha, were holding an important meeting, hidden from outside ears. Only the guards in the room could hear and see what was happening there. He rolled his sapphire eyes, looking at the duo of Sanin standing there, looking at the man with spiky blonde hair who was standing there, looking out the large window towards what was his village. A white trench coat, with red flames and the kanji for fourth, adorned the jounin uniform this man wore. Minato. Things are tense, Jiraiya-sensei, his eyes, which normally shone with the warmth of a cheerful man, now showed a coldness typical of an iceberg. A Togakur is gathering shinobi with good skills who have really strange bloodlines. Tsunade's eyes widened. They expressed shock and fear, a real fear that the young man's words might come true. Her former teammate, the one who had betrayed his home, couldn't be allowed to achieve the goal he was pursuing. Surely the sudden surge of ninja in that small village would be a clear threat to them. And they didn't have the necessary numbers to face another invasion. Not now, when Uchiha Naruto had declared war on them. He was coming for their heads. Jiraiya. HMP, Taki, Kusa and Kumo are not on good terms with us, Minato declared the man with white hair, like a hedgehog's. It's very likely that the waterfall in the grass will join the sound if Orochimaru decides to attack us. The Gama-sanin scratched his chin, trying to put on a thoughtful pose, and clearly Councilman Shimura will not be quiet. He surely has his hands in all of this. He must gain something. Tsunade. Shimura. What can he get out of all this? Jiraiya. Power, Lady Tsunade, power. He looked at his former teammate for a few seconds. He remembered many of the things they experienced together as he looked at her. He turned to his former student. You will have a plan to be able to cope with this, right? The yellow lightning of Konoha turned to look at his former master with those hard eyes that hadn't left the entire time. Minato. Of course, sensei. I always have a plan in place for emergencies like this. A slight creak and the door to the room opened, revealing a young woman with red hair and lilac eyes, who smiled at the 3 adults present. Mito. Did you call me, Otu-san? The girl asked, her gleaming teeth shining in a huge smile. Minato. Yes, Mito answered the man with spiky blonde hair. Seriousness shone again in his sapphire eyes. I have a most urgent mission for you and one of my most faithful Anbu. Namikaze Mito nodded, awaiting instructions from her father, the Yondaime Hokage. Mito, despite being a newly promoted chunin, knew certain things that were happening in the village. The various disappearances of ninjas over the past few months had put the rest of the Leaf forces on alert. Even the Hokage had been forced to call on the Anbu, the best ninjas he had at his disposal. Shinobi special forces, or better known as Anbu, are. They had been forced to do missions below S rank, which was truly a waste of the elite. This made visible the crisis Konoha was going through. Jiraiya. Are you going to send one of your children on a truly dangerous mission where he could lose his life? What are you thinking, Minato? Minato. No, Irasola. Seru. Shushin and drops of water wet the room. Crouching, with his knee on the ground, his left fist resting on the floor and his head bowed, a young man dressed in Anbu battle armor appeared in a pose of total submission to the village's supreme leader. He moved his arm and his faithful follower stood up, proving himself taller than the red-haired Kunoichi. He revealed the monkey mask that hid his face. The handle of a ninjato hilt poked out from his right shoulder. Seru. I'm here to serve you, Hokage-sama, he recited in a monotonous voice, completely devoid of emotion. He almost resembled a statue, standing completely erect with his head raised, looking at his leader. How may I help you? Yondaime looked at the Anbu for a few seconds and then swept his two sapphires over the rest of the people in the room. Minato. This is Seru, one of the newest additions to the Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushu Butai. He's completed a total of 100 missions, all of them ranked between S and SSS. And, despite being the youngest of the 90 Anbu currently in existence, he's completed a Z mission. A hiss escaped the Toad Sage's throat, along with a raised eyebrow from the Senju. If everything the Yondaime had just said was true, that young Anbu was close to a Sannin level. Mito. Wow. How cool. The young woman approached the young man with the porcelain mask, with a look of amazement and admiration. Do you have any amazing jutsus? Seru glanced at his leader's daughter, unsure how to respond to the girl's question. Her gaze of admiration seemed to grow brighter and brighter, making his nerves fray. The clearing of the throat from the blonde attracted all the attention. Minato. Mito, Seru will be your partner on the next mission, given its danger and the high chance of you dying, he declared. Even his voice was not affected. The two of you will travel to Suna with a very urgent message for the Kazakage. If this is intercepted, we could have serious problems with our next enemies. Odo could be after that message. Seru. That means Orochimaru could appear in person if he doesn't have any trusted servants, he pointed out with his monotonous voice. He picked up the scroll that was handed to him and, without a glance, put it in his pouch, located at the back of his waist. Minato stood up to his full height, looking down at his daughter and the Anbu who would accompany her. Minato. I won't waste any more of your time. It's time for you to go. On the way to Suna. Green leaves fell to the ground as the tree branches swayed with the pace of the Anbu and the Kunoichi following him. Both leaf ninjas moved as fast as their legs could carry them. Seru felt compelled to match the Reti's pace. But he was somewhat surprised. For a newly promoted Chunin, she was in very good shape. Surely she was close to the average Jounin. Crackles and an explosion threw the two to the ground, while a cloud of dust and sand rained down on them, along with burning leaves and tree branches. He tried to get up. Blurry vision and a pounding headache prevented the boy from staring at his companion. Cracks ran through his mask. It was close to being broken. Instinctively, he moved his ninjato, deflecting a series of shuriken surrounded by fire and lightning that were about to hit him. Panting, with great effort, he stood up. Red drops fell from under his mask. Goku, I see I've found what I was looking for ahead of time. The lanky, pale-skinned figure appeared in the clearing, rising from the ground, with a chilling smile and a huge viper-like tongue that flicked and licked its lips. Orochimaru-sama. Don't you think it was a bit hasty to make an appearance? Asked a male voice. Orochimaru. I don't believe that, dear Kenji, the Nunikin assured, laughing as if he really were a snake. Kenji. If you really believe that, I'll clean the place up for you. Kenji, a young man with grey hair and amber eyes, looked at the monkey mask Anbu. He had a look that would never be envied by any Anbu, not even those belonging to Root. Seru moved his weapon, blocking the kunai just inches from his throat. He couldn't be careless. A Sannin and his possible apprentice were standing in front of him. Any carelessness would land him several meters underground. He jumped, moving several meters away from the enemy. He was not at 100%. Blood was still dripping from his head and his vision still hadn't cleared. His faculties were impaired by the explosion seconds before. And he didn't know any of the enemy's abilities. He was more or less familiar with the white snake. But this Kenji was a mystery. With a grin, Kenji ran toward the blade wielder, going through a series of hand seals. He threw the kunai, which transformed into 100. Seru held the ninjato in front of him, tipped down, held upside down. Water enveloped its steel blade and moved it calmly, as if in a dance. Slashes of water formed a dome over the Anbu, creating a perfect defense that swallowed up the weapons thrown at him. One last movement and the dome burst, throwing water 360 degrees around Seru, who made another seal, and the drops turned into needles that were clearly intended to pierce the enemy's bodies. He gasped, causing the water to disappear from the ninjato. Kenji. That was good. He turned his face, looking at the snake apprentice. Shadowy eyes were hidden behind the mask, while Seru shifted his body. You're a great Suiton user. Anbu tightened his fingers around the handle of his weapon. Small silver rays began to surround the young man's body. He disappeared, reappearing behind Kenji. Ninjato and kunai collided, creating small sparks. They swung their weapons, intending to slice through skin and muscle. Seru blocked several slashes and tried to cut his opponent. It was good, pretty good. They separated, each falling on a branch, facing their rival. Kenji. You also have a level in Kenjutsu. Seru. Grrr. The Anbu leaped forward, enveloping the blade of his weapon in water. A vertical slash was blocked by the Odo ninja's kunai. His ninja forehead band now shone brightly. He moved his arm, pushing the one on the leaf away, which spun around and landed on a low branch just below his rival, who didn't seem really affected. He twisted his body, grabbing Mito's arm, who had tried to hit the boy's back with a Rasengan. The Kunoichi ended up next to her partner. Myth. You use Suiton. Seru. From the tone of your voice, you too. Namikaze nodded, a kunai already in hand. They both jumped, dodging a massive fire dragon that had clearly tried to finish them off. Trees were turned into black ash. Mito tried to turn around, but couldn't do it in time. Blood dripped to the ground from her wound, located right in her abdomen. Kunai poked out from behind her foot, the blade bleeding. She coughed, spitting out more. Smiling, Kenji threw the Yondame's daughter into the nearby river. He hoped the young woman would drown and a weight would be lifted from his shoulders. The flash of silver flashed, and Mito disappeared, reappearing in the clearing in Seru's arms. The Anbu dropped the Kunoichi to the ground, twisting like a spring to stop the kunai with his bare hand. Blood trickled down as it was forcefully impaled. In front of him stood Kenji with a slightly deranged smile. He had sworn not to go all out. Not until he was standing right in front of him. Screeches and the sound of 1,000 birds chirping surprised the amber-eyed boy. Chidori appeared in his right hand. He swung the limb, attempting to stab the snake apprentice. The kunai was abandoned, and Kenji moved away, managing to dodge the blade's attack. Jutsu disappeared, leaving an uninjured arm visible. Kenji. Is Haddock a follower? Slowly, Seru moved his left arm. Reaching the edge of the mask, he grasped it and began to slowly peel it back. There was no point in continuing to use it if he was going to give it his all. There was no point in holding back. A stoic face, with an indifferent gaze, appeared, with deep blue eyes fixed on the enemy ninja. The mature Sharigan soon appeared, changing its pattern to that of the eternal Magenkyu. Now maybe you'll stop smiling. Kenji. Oh. Uchiha Naruto, Nunakan de Konoha y apprentice de Orochimaru. Naruto didn't even flinch at the words of the snake's current apprentice. He grabbed the handle of the ninjato and unstuck the weapon from the ground, pointing it at Kenji. Naruto. Your death is near. Black flames completely engulfed the blade of the weapon, giving it an even more macabre appearance. Kenji quickly recoiled slightly at the sight. Soon, the sound ninja reaffirmed his defense. Kenji. This will be interesting. They disappeared. The sound of metallic clashes began to be heard throughout the area. Shadows could be seen moving among the trees. Small shock waves could be seen shaking the branches, forcing the leaves to fling themselves about. Shinobi reappeared. Face to face, clashing their respective weapons and exerting force. They leaped, separating themselves by a few meters. Uchiha placed his left hand on the ground. Roots appeared around Kenji, who was looking to escape the attack. A simple sequence and a layer of ash fell upon the roots that were about to trap him. He snapped his fingers, and a series of explosions completely obliterated the roots. Naruto. Interesting. He stood up, still with the ninjato wrapped in black flames. Kaiten. Fire flower. He fully extended his arm. From his palm, a ball of fire erupted, taking the shape of a flower within seconds. It exploded inches from its target. Embers rained down all over the area, as if from a fireworks display. He turned his face, following Kenji's movements. He knew that this low-level jutsu wouldn't finish his enemy. It was quite a level, and he was surprised that Orochimaru would find someone that powerful. Kenji. TCH, you really are surprising. He fell to the ground, his face glistening with sweat and blood. His hair was sticky, plastered to his forehead. No wonder you killed so much of Akatsuki and destroyed Tsuki no Maire. Naruto. You haven't seen anything, declared the grandson of the founders of Konoha. Red markings appeared on his face, making it clear that he had just entered the Senjutsu mode of the forests. Mokuton. Wooden samurai soldiers. 100 wooden samurai appeared around Kenji. His surprise grew more and more noticeable. He hadn't expected that Uchiha to use Mokuton, the Shodaime Hokage's Kekkei Genkai. He didn't have time to think. He was forced to put his thoughts aside. The wooden soldiers were attacking him with their wooden katanas. Little by little, he eliminated one after another. He had to manage his chakra. He still hadn't defeated the Uchiha, who was watching him from the top of a tree. The seal and created an immense explosion of orange flames that finished off the rest of the remaining samurai. He gasped, falling to his knees with obvious exhaustion. It was impossible for a mere Nunakan to possess so much power. He smirked. He loved challenges like this. Kenji lunged at the dark-haired man, but was forced back. Golden chains had tried to pierce his stomach. Perhaps it had been a mistake on the part of his summoner. But he wouldn't risk finding out. Mito snorted. She had failed in her attempt to catch Orochimaru shinobi. Now she would have to try something new. She already knew of Naruto's presence just a few feet above her head. Had he really protected her? She wasn't at all sure. Explosions followed as she was engulfed in endless orange flames that attempted to take her life forever. Her shock was immense when she saw the rogue Uchiha covering her with his own body. Blood dripped from it onto her face, which she held up, her blue eyes glancing over his red ones. They had been ambushed by someone else. Naruto. Huey. State 0. He spat forcefully, letting a violent cough take over, forcing him to slump forward, his forehead touching the ground. Strands of his hair touched his forehead, while drops of sweat and blood soaked the earth beneath him. He clenched his fists, scraping dirt through his fingers, and raised his face, stained with sand, mud, and blood, all mixed with the sticky sweat that kept falling from his face. Sharingan glistened on his face as he glared at the man in front of him. Shimura Danzu slammed his wooden staff into the ground. He stared with his single eye at the boy prostrate before him. It amused him to have managed to defeat the famed Uchiha Naruto so easily. Although surely, the confrontation with one of his subordinates had worn down the most dangerous Nunakan of the era. He took a step forward, his gaze oozing venom and contempt. The counselor couldn't understand how someone with his life ahead of him could waste his time in this world doing meaningless things. He should be helping his people subdue the rest of the nations under the yoke of the powerful leaf. He moved his arm, forcing the staff to follow the direction of his limb, and placed it on the young man's shoulder. He knew of his immense power and legacy. He had tried to kidnap the boy when he was a mere baby. But someone had gotten ahead of his plans. Something truly frustrating, which had forced him to delay all his plans and focus on finding new ninjas for his group to join the military. He smiled sideways, knowing what was coming for the ungrateful shinobi who never supported him in achieving his destiny. To become Hokage, the highest authority of the leaf. Now, in order to obtain what was rightfully his, he would have to involve his village in a war. Something excessive, yes, but necessary. He put off thinking and planning. Now, he had to get some eyes that were truly worth it. Danzu. It is truly amazing that your eyes, the ones you inherited from your father, who in turn inherited from his, contain each and every one of the powers of the famed Uchiha dojutsu, being the most powerful so far. He moved his staff, moving aside the dark strands that prevented him from seeing the gleaming red that now occupied the eyes of the young shinobi prostrated before the advisor. Amazing, he murmured, allowing himself to be enraptured by the sight of eyes as powerful as the boy's. No Sharingan before had had all the powers in a single pair of eyes. It was something truly unheard of. For that reason, he had to get hold of them. But the grunt, Naruto pushed away the staff that was hovering near his face. He was truly annoyed by the appearance of the man who had sold his parents to his uncle. Struggling, he got to his feet, his eyes never leaving the bandaged man. He could see the chakras of more than 100 Anbu prowling the area, ready to protect their leader. And they weren't just beginners. At least 10 of them boasted powers superior to S-rank ninjas. Perhaps they were comparable to SS-rank ninjas. Uchiha knew the danger his life was in. The fight against that follower of Orochimaru had pushed his body to the limit. But she couldn't afford to let the counselor catch her. That would be the end of her short life. The good news was that Mito had escaped. Chakra swirled around his left hand, forming a sphere of concentrated water. He didn't have time for extravagance. He had to move now if he wanted to get out of there alive. He swung his right arm and slammed the sphere of dark water into the ground, much to Shimura's surprise, as he hadn't anticipated any unforeseen events in his plan. Water and more water began to flood the vast battle zone, creating a gigantic wave intent on sweeping everything before it. Trees and animals, those that hadn't fled due to the previous battle, were swept away, leaving an immense clearing of muddy land, a quagmire, beneath the abundant water, searching for an exit. The most careless Anbu were left struggling to stay afloat and avoid drowning. Few of those trapped by the tsunami were able to breathe air again. Uchiha drew her Chikudo, which she used to block an Anbu ninjato. She had already lost. Danzu's follower was placed in a genjutsu, giving his enemy the opportunity to slice his neck. Naruto had to hurry if he wanted to survive until tomorrow. Eternal Magenkyu shone once again in all its power, seeking its prey. Black flames, which seemed to come from hell itself, completely ignited the battlefield, forcing the Nunakan's enemies to retreat slightly, thinking of a plan to pass. A snap and he leaped to the right. A bomb tag exploded, creating a strong wind, forcing the young man to slightly cover his eyes. Blue ribs stopped the blade completely. He twisted his body and extended his left arm. Naruto. Amaterasu. The Anbu screamed in agony as the fire burned their skin to death. Ashes fell into the artificial lake before the Susanoo disappeared. Shaken by the tremendous expenditure of energy, Naruto fell to his knee, sweating profusely. He was almost at zero, completely exhausted for another direct confrontation. He would have to resort to classic ninja ambushes and traps to decimate his enemy and perhaps escape the scene alive. He jumped, thanks to his reflexes. A pillar of purple fire completely filled the spot where he had been standing before. Strong, skilled, agile, fast, flexible and with good reflexes. Once the purple fire faded, an Anbu in a dark suit appeared, with a white mask occupying his face, revealing red eyes without a doubt an almost perfect shinobi. It disappeared, forcing the Uchiha to turn his face in time to receive the punch that sent him into his own Amaterasu. He regained control, gliding through the water. Surprise was evident in his eyes. Finally stopping, he spat bloody phlegm into the water. An enemy had surpassed his eternal Magenkyu Sharingan. He was frustrated by that. His strength would be of no use to him now. He was helpless against the swift movements of his current enemy. Something didn't sit right with him about this guy. He swung his arms, deflecting several punches aimed at him. He stopped a kick just inches from his right cheek. Quick, eh? He applied more force to the leg, forcing the blade Nunakan to release the limb first and then jump back, distancing himself from the enemy. His hand burned from the force applied. He had lost his gloves when he fought that man, before Shimura appeared with his henchmen. He flexed his fingers several times and faced his enemy, who was already running toward his position with his weapon drawn. He had mere seconds to draw his trusty Chikudo and block the first upward slash. He swung his weapon, following the trajectory the enemy was marking. There was nothing else he could do. He moved so fast, and the weapon seemed like an extension of his arm. He howled in pain as he was impaled. He felt the cold steel pierce through his clothing, sink into his skin, tear his muscles, and appear on the other side of his shoulder. The blade dripped as it was withdrawn, causing more pain to the afflicted brunette, who staggered for a few seconds. Ripples formed in the water as the weapon slipped through his fingers and disappeared, leaving its master, who began to sink into the water after ceasing to send chakra to his feet. Gloved fingers grabbed his neck before he disappeared and pulled him to the surface. "I thought you were going to give me more trouble, Uchiha," the dark-suited Anbu declared with disappointment. He didn't hide his displeasure at how weak his prey was and how easy it had been to finish it off. He growled, letting go of the brunette and jumping back when he felt a powerful burst of chakra hit him. Did he still have the energy for more? He smiled at that. He'd have more fun to himself before collecting the piece. He looked at the Uchiha, his head bowed, his dark hair obscuring his face. Had he gone mad after being stabbed? Blood continued to flow from the wound, which continued to grow at a slow but steady pace. Another pulse of chakra forced the Anbu to move away. This one had traveled across the entire battlefield and with more force than the previous one. What was the Nunakan up to? He couldn't tell without using some mind control jutsu. He looked around, searching for one of his Yamanaka companions. FK would be a great ally at this moment. But he, along with Torin, were their lord's bodyguards. He couldn't make them leave him for something as trivial as finishing off a wounded man. He took possession of his ninjado again, placing it perpendicular to the ground. He would finish that brat off once and for all before Shimura showed up. He wanted to take the glory of having obtained the eyes his master desired. He prepared to go for his prey. But she was no longer in front of him. She had vanished as if made of smoke, leaving no trace. Suddenly, he felt a fist connect squarely with his back, causing him to arch backward in a very unhealthy way, and he was thrown forward by the force of the unexpected blow. He regained his balance in midair, landing in the water, which was now considerably shallower. Slightly silvery eyes petrified him. He couldn't repel the knee to his stomach and then the two-handed machete blow from his enemy that sent him to the bottom of the improvised lake, crashing into the mud that was its floor. Strangely, the water began to drain, allowing him to breathe again. He coughed, expelling all the water that had entered his lungs. He was sitting up, one knee on the ground and the other leg ready to be used as a support to get up. He felt something cold settle on the back of his neck. Water, to be exact. He couldn't say anything. His head exploded into 1,000 pieces thanks to the pressurized water sphere placed for that very purpose. He lowered his arm, watching as the Anbu's body fell forward into the mud. Without looking, he stopped a fireball with his right hand and closed it, completely destroying the Kaiten jutsu that had been launched at him. He slowly turned his face, which now had slightly silver eyes, toward his new enemy, another rude Anbu. But this one was accompanied by his companions. From a tree, Shimura watched the battle alongside 9 of his fiercest and most loyal Anbu. He lamented the loss of one of his most valuable treasures. But in war, sacrifices had to be made. He would find a replacement for him soon enough. It would be worth it if he could discover the current level of that renegade. The Anbu were shocked when the silver-eyed Uchiha had disappeared from view. Screams and gasps ran through the large group when the black-haired figure appeared in the center, his right arm extended and his fingers clutching a woman's hair. The Kunoichi's body lay on the ground next to Root's mask. He threw it at the feet of one of his companions, unfazed by having killed a person in just a few seconds. He didn't seem like himself. He began to move like an automaton. Without even blinking, he walked toward the rest of the Konoha advisor's followers. Coldness in his dull silver eyes. Every one of those present felt a chill run down their spine. Were those the eyes of someone alive? The Uchiha moved without giving anyone time to do anything. Still bleeding, but with no trace of his previous fatigue, he moved through the ranks of Anbu as if dancing, dodging the kunai and shurikens that rained down on him once they recovered from the shock. But it was too late. Naruto dismembered his rivals without flinching, as if his body moved on its own, and he was completely unaware of what was happening there. Like a puppet, his movements were elegant, perfect, nothing a normal human could reproduce on their own. He danced with elastic movements without any air, dodging what in reality would have been potentially fatal wounds. And not even chakra could stop him. More than one of his enemies attempted to execute some jutsu to slow the young Nunakan. Nothing. He stopped them all, as if absorbing the essence of his enemy's elemental attacks. Wind whipped across the field, clearing the dense cloud that had covered the battlefield. 100 lifeless bodies surrounded the towering figure of the Nunakan Uchiha Naruto, who slowly dropped the last head of one of the Anbu as he moved his head to the right, letting a kunai pass. Dust and wind enveloped the young automaton as the weapon exploded. Slowly, completely in slow motion, he raised his left arm, extending it to its full length. Silver chakra began to swirl in the palm of his hand, and he soon expelled it. A devastating bolt of lightning cut through the land, leaving an immense trench in the earth at least a kilometer long, even sweeping away a mountain full of vegetation that remained on the horizon, where an explosion occurred. Nothing remained of the last Anbu that had thrown themselves into battle. Spitting blood, he fell to his knees. His strength drained from him again. The yellow flash of belief. His muscles ached. They convulsed constantly, making it impossible for him to stand up in case he was attacked again. He internally cursed himself for the sorry state he was in. Had he really been trained by Madara? Was he the true grandson of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Now he truly doubted it. He was truly weak, thanks to the state he had reached by entering a kind of trance. What had really happened? He managed to sit up and look at his red, bleeding hands. They hurt like a million needles were being stuck in them. And he couldn't close them. They trembled fiercely, as if a nervous breakdown had taken hold. He was defenseless against any attack. He disgusted himself. He had never been in such a state, completely defenseless. He hated being vulnerable in front of other people. Uchiha tried to get back up. He couldn't stay there. He had to stay alive no matter what. That Shimura Dansm had to be killed before he caused any crisis in the elemental nations. He groaned loudly when his palms hit the ground. They were also really tender. He felt more disgusting as the minutes passed. He swore he'd get over this before anyone saw him. He spat blood and screamed as he felt the edge of a blade pierce his right shoulder. He screamed even more as he felt it being pulled back with a sudden movement, without remorse for what he was doing. Shimura Dansm-sama will be proud to have your pair of eyes in his collection. Trash Anbu in a grey suit moved around the dark-haired young man, moving the ninjato with slow turns, in time with the rhythm of his steps. But your corpse will never be seen by anyone, he assured now, standing in front of the young Nunakan of the Leaf, with the tip of the weapon pointing to the ground, completely still. No one will miss you. Lightning began to form around the blade, lightly enveloping the wielding arm and creating a macabre glow that gave the assassin a terrifying appearance. The man had been on the assassination squad. He loved his job. He slowly raised the gun. There was nothing to worry about. He was completely defenseless, like a small child. One stab and it would all be over. The life of a damned Uchiha would be lost for eternity. He moved quickly. He would finish this once and for all and return to his master. He squeezed his eyes shut. A yellow flash forced him to do so, and he shrank back with clumsy steps. He hadn't anticipated any intrusion. When they opened their eyelids and focused their vision, both Anbu and Uchiha were surprised. Dressed in his characteristic Chunin outfit and a leaf band on his forehead, the Yondaime Hokage appeared, with 2 Horatian kunes in his hands, points downwards. He swung his right arm, spinning it, and launched it at the Anbu, who woke up from shock in time to dodge the weapon. He spun quickly and blocked his left arm, which left a Rasengan just inches from his chest. Minato. Really fast, said the blonde Hokage. He wasn't lying with those words. Very few people were able to stop his attack after using the Hiraishin no Jutsu. He certainly had talent. He swung his right arm and launched a right punch straight at the mask of the Anbu loyal to the advisor. The latter ducked, letting the Yandame's attack pass, and jumped back as his hands moved in a sequence of seals. Multiple blue needles moved toward the blonde Jnin, who was surprised by his rival's speed. Definitely something he should overcome. A shadow fell from the sky and created an immense wall of rock when it hit the ground. A wall that completely stopped the Anbu's needles. Minato. Lady Tsunade. Rising, the slug Sannin, granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, made an appearance. The wind ruffled her pigtails, revealing a purple mark on her forehead. Senju Tsunade, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. She hadn't anticipated so many intrusions. She wanted to finish the Uchiha as soon as possible. Tsunade. How is Naruto? The woman had found out that she had a very close relative a few days ago and she was willing to help him even if he was a Nunakan. Myth. You need medical help. Minato moved, jumping over the wall the Senju had created and blocked his rival's ninjato with his kunai. Minato. Go, Tsunade-sama. I will hold this guy back. Sapphire's met honey. Jiraiya will protect you and my daughter. He exerted just enough force to subdue the Anbu, who jumped back to avoid being impaled by the kunai. He had been close to being killed and he didn't want to be. Namikaze didn't let him get too far away. He had to finish before he could hatch a plan and kill the boy. Minato. Double Rasengan. With a Rasengan in each hand, he attempted the finishing blow. He missed by mere inches, creating a large layer of dust as his jutsus collided with the ground. He spun quickly and blocked a kick that came his way. He grabbed his attacker's leg and pulled him out of the cloud, throwing him into the clearing. The Anbu bounced a couple of times before landing on the ground, coughing. The Yandane was incredibly fast, with excellent reflexes worthy of a Kage or even higher. If he unleashed his full power, he would be dead in seconds. He couldn't allow that, not now. He'd rather be taken alive. He knew they'd never get anything out of him or anyone loyal to Dansm. He felt a blow that flipped him over, leaving him lying face up. Above him stood the imposing figure of the Yandame Hokage, aiming his kunai at the enemy. Minato. Don't even move, the blonde-haired man growled. I should send him to INT. Meanwhile, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He felt comfortable, with something truly warm and comforting caressing him. A few strands of red hair fell over her face, caressing it lightly. Naruto. What the, he was really confused. Wasn't he dead? I swore the Anbu had run him through. What happened? He tried to get up but couldn't. Other hands, surrounded by green chakra, were healing him. The wound slowly closed as the blonde-haired woman continued with her work. Raising her sweaty face, she stared at the Uchiha for a few seconds. Tsunade. The most serious wounds are closed, but they'll leave scars for life, the Sannin reported after wiping the sweat from her forehead. You're already healed, but your chakra reserves are at 0. You should rest so you're at 100% for the next one. Jiraiya. Hey, what a next one, the white-haired man laughed, looking at the Leaf Nunakan. I watched your fight from start to finish, kid. You're at a great level, though you still have a lot of room for improvement. Maybe with a session of my training, you'll be able to reach a new level. Minato. There will be no training for him for the moment, the Hokage interrupted, dragging the Anbu. Uchiha Naruto, you are under arrest for fighting and threatening the village of Konoha, adding to your charge of treason. Redemption. He blinked a few times, then looked back at the front. The Yandame Hokage was seated, with the 3 advisors behind him and the other council members in their respective seats. They were in the council chamber, holding his trial for treason against the Leaf. He looked down, noticing the metal shackles now adorning his wrists, which prevented any quick movements, such as picking up a kunai and throwing it. He also felt the suppressive seal draining his chakra, although he wasn't at 100% after that battle, and the strange power it had awakened. Why hadn't he used Kamui to escape? He had asked himself that many times, pondering the question during the time he waited for the trial. But lately, the powers granted to him by his eternal Maguekio Sharigan were almost non-existent. They didn't work. All of that had happened after the fight against the Leaf Anbu, the first time that strange power had awakened. Naruto. Could you repeat what you just said, Yandame Hokage? Minato clicked his tongue in displeasure. They'd been locked up all morning, more because of the advisors than because of him. He already knew everything he wanted from the young man, from the incidents with Tsuki no Maire to the declaration of war he'd sent to the village. Although he told him the latter in private. He'd suspected Dansm for a long time and now he could launch an investigation against him. But he should only use shinobi loyal to him. Minato. What motivated you to infiltrate the village as an Anbu? Naruto. A personal reason I won't share, he replied, closing his eyes completely. He was exhausted. It would take weeks for him to regain his full power. The sharp knock on the table forced him to open his deep-sea eyes again, and he focused on a man with white hair and a scruffy beard. From his clothes, he deduced he was a civilian, one of the many merchants who believed he had the right to intervene. Answer the question, stupid Uchiha. It's your fault Mito-sama almost died, and 3 years ago you were the one who caused your clan leaders to flee. Who do you think you are? He clenched his fists, generating faint silver sparks. The shinobi, as well as the 3 counselors, seemed astonished. And with good reason. In his state, the Uchiha wasn't supposed to be able to generate jutsus, and, combined with the suppression seal, those lightning bolts shouldn't be able to be generated. Naruto. Why don't you shut up, you old bastard? The boy replied, staring at the man coldly, like his grandfather used to do when he disliked something. Don't talk about things that don't concern a bucking civilian. Otherwise, I'll have to declare this trial invalid, since you and the rest shouldn't even be listening to what's being said here. At least that's what the law imposed by Senju Tobirama dictates. According to the Uchiha's law, no civilian could interfere in shinobi affairs for anything, much less in a trial, which they were currently violating. He found it both funny and annoying. Those damn civilians wouldn't decide what to do with him. He could already see himself en route, under the supervision of that damn Shimura. The clearing of the throat caught the attention of everyone in the room. Minato. Since we all know what the boy could tell us, it's up to me to pass sentence on him. He stood up, so that each and every member of the council could see and hear him perfectly from this moment, and until further notice, Uchiha Naruto is confined to the maximum security zone within the Konoha prison, without being able to receive visitors that are not authorized by me personally. If anyone were to enter to see the aforementioned, he would be publicly executed, he informed, then his eyes were on the handcuffed young man. Anbu, you can take him away. A week later. He was walking along a dark road, with no light to indicate where he was. He couldn't even sense anything around him, as if he were standing in a void. He stopped, turning his head completely when he heard footsteps behind him. He tried to get into a battle stance, but couldn't manage it. His arms wouldn't respond. Before him appeared a young man with pale skin, dressed in white. Purple markings adorned his black eyes. Strands of his dark brown hair moved with each step the man took toward him. A serious cold face was revealed. The handle of a katana protruded from the stranger's right shoulder. So you're my descendant. He leaned over, examining him closely, as if he were an animal for sale. Not bad at all. It could still be a little better, but it's not bad. Naruto. Who the hell are you? He was getting angry. He couldn't even move a toe. Completely motionless, he watched in rage as the man circled around him, examining him completely. He felt powerless again. Silver lightning bolts surrounded his body. The stranger raised his eyebrow, surprised by the boy's gesture. I see your Sharigan. The first time you activated it, it was mature, with all 3 tomos, indicating that in its evolutions, it would possess each of their powers. He took a step back, admiring the brunette. You have all my chakra, from what I can tell. While those others possess my power. Naruto. What are you talking about? He shouted, letting himself be carried away by the growing anger that made him want to escape. You will soon know, be careful, because today you will face a god. And, as soon as he arrived, the stranger disappeared from the dark area, leaving the Uchiha alone. With myth. She walked calmly through the village, quite unlike her normal routine. She hadn't even stopped by Ichiraku's for some of her daily ramen. But no one could judge her. Her teammate was currently in the Leaf prison, along with a host of other prisoners in Nunikin. No matter how much she pleaded with her father, he was adamant about his decision. Not even Jiraiya had been able to change his mind. She didn't know whether to be angry with her father or not. Many thoughts were running through her mind at that moment. Moments that were interrupted by a huge crash in the driveway. Dust and fragments of houses flew around the room, forcing the girl to hide her eyes with her forearm. Quick, to the door. Junin and Jimnin moved quickly, passing by the Hokage's daughter. They didn't have time to check on their heroine. They were being attacked. Anbu moved quickly, forcing civilians to move away from the attack zone. 6 figures dressed in Akatsuki cloaks stood at the center of the chaos, surrounded by inert, motionless bodies. Hind, one of the Kikbis Jinchurikis, ordered the one in the center, his expression devoid of any emotion. The other 5 figures nodded and disappeared. Within seconds, more explosions erupted around the area. The hand forced Ariti to turn around, frightened. Hada Kakashi, without his typical book, looked seriously at the entrance. Kakashi. Back off, Mito. Your brother isn't here, so you'll be his only target. Myth. But. Shikamaru appeared behind the gray-haired man, a cigarette between his lips. He took it, removing it from his mouth. Shikamaru. You're ace in the hole, Mito. Even though your father, Tsunade-sama, and Jiraiya are here, something tells me those orange guys have some hidden trick that'll force us to give it our all. He approached, passing by his classmate. This is really troublesome. The hand on her head made the Namikaze Uzumaki react. "Kakashi. We'll protect you with our lives," the dog summoner assured, using his signature one-eyed smile. "Come on, go to the civilians." Pushing away the tears that fell, the Jinchuriki Kunoichi fled the battlefield, running with all her strength. She felt a burning pain in her chest, suppressing any reaction she might have. She hoped both Kakashi and Shikamaru wouldn't end up dead. She didn't want anyone to die for her. Haddock turned his eyes to a point, right where the last of the 6 remained, completely still. "Kakashi. Let's go there." "Han Sakura." Haruno smashed a piece of rock into 1,000 pieces as it fell toward a group of civilians. She was sweating slightly. But she couldn't let the defenseless come to any harm. She would die for them. He charged chakra into both fists and slammed the ground hard, creating a wall that protected children and the elderly from a missile, creating an explosion. "We need the Jinchurikis." She looked up at the roof of one of the houses to her right. A bald man, covered in piercings and with enormous ears, was pointing a cannon at her. "Call me Shuriken, the path of Asura." Quickly, she spun around, dodging a barrage of rockets that exploded, leaving craters in the ground and cracks in nearby buildings. She had been caught off guard by such an action from her opponent. Opening his eyes, he looked at the civilians he was supposed to be protecting. When the dust cleared, he saw golden chains surrounding the people, creating a defensive dome. "Kushina." "Almost," sighed the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Sharpening her gaze, she turned her eyes to the Asura path. "Akatsuki." She didn't wait any longer. Already dressed in her Jinin uniform and with her katana drawn, she launched herself at the metal man. He was truly dangerous, perhaps the one who could cause the most damage, launching rockets in all directions. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering the civilians were safe. She wouldn't have forgiven herself if they had come to any harm. She urged them to leave, while keeping an eye on the fight between Mito's mother and the man known as Shuriken, with those strange purple eyes and black rings. Kushina cut each rocket that was launched at her, while with her konfutsu, she deflected others, trying to reach the enemy, and cut it in two with her katana, which was wrapped in water. Her shinobi prowess hadn't diminished, and she was still the same as the famed bloody habanero. Using Shushin, she appeared behind the Akatsuki, sword raised. Shuriken turned his head too late. A tremendous slash cut him in two, as if he were butter, and he fell to the ground, sounding like a mass of metal as he hit it. Golden chains disappeared, and the water surrounding the katana blade vanished. Uzumaki Kushina calmly walked toward her dead rival. But his joy didn't last long. He was forced to dodge the enormous tongue of a chameleon with purple eyes. The animal's limb caught the mutilated body of the big-eared Akatsuki and carried it away. "Kushina." A summoning. The woman stopped worrying about that and approached Haruno Sakura. "We must protect the civilians at all costs and prevent them from reaching Mito-chan." "Han Kakashi." The copying ninja, Sharingan no Kakashi, looked seriously at the orange-haired man in front of him. He had revealed himself to be Pain, leader of Akatsuki and the Diva Path, one of the most powerful of the siege. She couldn't mess around. She'd have to keep an eye on him. "Pain." "Bansho Tenin," he said, extending his arm towards him. With surprise, the haddock was pulled forcefully towards the ring-eyed Akatsuki. How had he done it? The Diva Path, ready with a black slash to impale the famous Jinin. The flash, and haddock was gone. Unbothered, he turned to see the Yondaime Hokage standing next to his last surviving student, the white cloak of every village leader flowing behind him. "Minato." "Just a little," Kairoi Senkin pointed out. In his hands appeared a pair of three-pronged kunai, his famous Hiraition weapons. "Just like old times, Kakashi." Haddock uncovered his Sharingan, now in the Mangekyo. "Kakashi." "Of course, sensei." Student and teacher, they launched themselves at Pain, ready to end the fight once and for all. "Pain." "Shinra Tensei." An invisible force pushed both Leaf Shinobi to opposite areas, colliding with buildings, which ended up collapsing. He looked to the right, where some debris had fallen. Rasengan. The sphere of pure chakra struck the Akatsuki leader's stomach, sending him flying backward. It had surprised him. He ground his Rinnegan into the ground. The Hiraition kunai was in the same place the Yondaime had appeared. He wouldn't catch him with his defenses down again. Pain. "It's definitely a great move, Yondaime," the orange-haired man noted, "but I doubt he can keep up a fight against me forever." The ground cracked behind him and an arm pierced through it, flashing with blue lightning. "Kakashi." "Sensei is not alone," refuted the Haddock Chidori Nagashi. The Diva Path's body was engulfed in lightning for seconds on end. He quickly withdrew his arm and backed away from his enemy. The Akatsuki were surrounded. He spat blood but did not fall. "Pain." "Student and teacher," he closed his fist. "Shinra Tensei." He lifted them to the ground, forcing them both to fly into the sky, unable to resist. The Akatsuki leader still had the will to fight despite the injury he had suffered. He swung his arms down, slamming his enemies into the ground. Kakashi ended up in the wreckage of a house, and Minato. He appeared behind Pain, Rasengan in hand. He swung his arm swiftly, ready to finish off his enemy. But he stopped. His arm stopped, and he shot backward again. He hadn't expected a second attack. He spat out blood as he hit the village's defensive wall, creating a crater in it. He fell to his knees, coughing. He had to think of something to defeat that man, or they'd both end up dead. Jiraiya. Ama-san moved swiftly, chasing a three-headed dog that was causing havoc alongside a chameleon and a bird that was flying over the leaf skies, ready to fall upon them at any moment. Going through some seals and a bite, Jiraiya growled. Jiraiya. Uchiha no jutsu. He hit a nearby wall, creating a cloud of smoke that enveloped him. HMPH grunted the huge toad that appeared, followed by others. A tant adorned its waist and a huge pipe in its mouth. I see you're in trouble. Jiraiya. He a little, Gamabunta. He let out a great snort, releasing a large amount of smoke. When it dispersed, it revealed another pair of toads, one light green, almost bluish, and the other red, carrying a large plate they used as a shield and a two-pronged spear. The blue-green one carried two swords. Jiraiya. Gamma Hero. Gamakin, the sage greeted. I hope you can help me stop those summons. Gamma Hero. Of course he drew both weapons, launching himself against the chameleon, forcing it to spit the Asura path to the ground, completely covered in slime. Gamakin let's go there. He followed his companion, ready for battle against the bird. Gamabunta. HMP, and the biggest and loudest one for me, growled the toad chief, taking out his tent while sipping on his pipe. I'll butcher the animal. Ama-san laughed, knowing that the warning was more for him than for the Akatsuki summoning. He launched himself after the three-headed dog, weapon in hand. Jiraiya put aside his nervous laughter and turned around, seeing two of the orange-haired Akatsuki. Your summons won't be able to compete with mine, those of the animal path of Chikishim, the beast summoner assured. Jigakidm, go after the Asura path. You know what to do. The spiky-haired one nodded and, without saying a word to his companion, left the place. Gama-san tried to intercept the enemy, but was stopped by the animal path, who was staring at him. Chikishim. I don't think you want to follow him, Jiraiya the man refuted with a smile. People could get hurt or even killed by you. He covered the entire area around them with his arms, pointing at the men, women, children and elderly people who surrounded them, and if they couldn't escape, unless the legendary Sannin helped them, your decision. But sigh. The former member of Root jumped from rooftop to rooftop in a hurry. An Injado adorned his right shoulder and a scroll hung on the back of his waist. The member of Team 6 created various ink beasts that saved several children from death. He raised his sweaty face from running. Everything was in chaos, each of them struggling with the attack they were currently under. He had to inform his teammates so they could launch a counterattack as quickly as possible. The blast sent him sprawling to the ground, showering his back with debris. The leaf shinobi, who is unaware before Sai, fell a figure imbued with his usual Akatsuki cloak and long orange hair moving ninja, human path. I believe that your soul will be most perfect for me. Sai slashed at his enemy's outstretched arm. He clearly intended to sever it, or at least try to. The blade was stopped by a hand and snapped. He leaped away, placing himself in a clear battle pose. Shurim. I'll help you with this one. We must find one or both of the Jinchurikis as soon as possible. Ninjin. Heh, yes. I'll take his soul as soon as possible. They both walked away. Black flame saved the pale-faced raven from death. A woman, with a Magenkyu Sharingan activated, moved slowly, wearing a Jimnin uniform and the leaf headband on her forehead. Makoto. 2 against 2. It's a bit more even. Although you'll die here. Han Shikamaru. Team 10 moved quickly, moving civilians through the destroyed streets littered with debris and dead or seriously injured shinobi. The medics following them would deal with them. A shower of white and blue slugs fell on them from the sky. Ino. Tsunade-sama. This must be her doing, for sure. The Yamanaka shouted with clear euphoria. If this was her master's doing, it was clear the injured would be healed. Shikamaru. Then she's in danger. If those Akatsuki find her, she'll be defenseless. Hurry, let's get these people to a place far from the village as soon as possible. He turned to the Akamichi Chouji, go to Lady Tsunade and warn her. We can't take any risks. He nodded, vanishing from the squad in an instant. Nara was mulling over possible ideas to end this once and for all. Something told him that those 6 were undoubtedly much stronger than the ordinary Akatsuki they had encountered along the way. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. On pain. The Akatsuki leader watched his enemies run back and forth while protecting the civilians. The time had come to stop them once and for all. He would do it at full power. He looked at Sharingan no Kakashi, dead. He had stepped in to save a little girl from one of his black slashes. Deluded himself, he had foreseen that, and that Kairoi Senko would be preoccupied with the pre-top path Gakken. Now he had one less person to face, and they still had the Naraka path. He rose into the sky, stretching his arms out to the heavens, as if he were God. Pain. Shinra Tensei. He raised his arms, creating a massive explosion and invisible force that swept away the entire village, including shinobi. He also swept away his own comrades, but he had nothing. Battlefield. The village was now a crater. Shinobi dead, civilians alike. No one had been spared from the Akatsuki's attack. Even the yondaime, his wife, and the two Sannin loyal to the village were on the ground, wounded after the attack of the Diva Path, which had begun to descend towards the ground, joining the rest of the paths now restored, thanks to the Naraka path. Namikaze Uzumaki Mito stared at everything with horror in her eyes. Tears had begun to escape from her purple orbs. It was all her fault. Her brother wasn't there, and she was the one they were after. She had to do something now. He disappeared in a flash, reappearing near Pain, a katana in his hands. The Rinnegan wielder looked at the Kunoichi. Pain. You finally appear, daughter of the yondaime Hokage, the man said, extending his arm toward the red-haired girl. Come, and no one will suffer. Konoha prison. He dropped the handcuffs that had impeded his movement and removed the seal on his chest. He blinked a few times and left the cell behind. He had felt everything that had happened above. Many pieces of the ceiling had fallen to the floor and the cells had suffered extensive damage, freeing Nunikin and assassins. He blinked, and red eyes took the place of the blue ones he wore, a color like the ocean. Blood bathed his body. With myth. She spat out blood. A black bar protruded from her stomach and another from her left and right shoulders. She was on her knees, bleeding and drained of chakra. The Kikbi-yang wasn't responding. It had been nullified by the black bars, and she was overwhelmed. Brain. Electric killer. Blue lightning appeared, forcing Pain to jump back. A figure dressed in a red cloak and black flames stood in front of the girl. Menma. Sorry I'm late, said the boy, with the marks of the Toad Senjutsu on him. Now, we'll fight to the finish, you and your puppets. Namikaze moved swiftly, creating cage bunchen all around. The six figures took up positions. Asura Path attacked with rockets while covering his body with weapons. They were to protect Naraka Path from the Kikbi boy. Menma moved, dodging his rival's attacks. Menma. Choudamura Sengen. He struck out with force, creating an immense dome of blue chakra and a massive explosion that engulfed the entire space. He spun around and struck the Diva Path in the chest with his open palm. Pain. You're really good, better than your sister. But you can't beat them all, he assured, launching Shinra Tensei, pushing the young sage back. He had been careless with the Akatsuki's words. He slid across the ground, getting to his feet. He was right. He couldn't face 6 SS-class enemies without knowing their weaknesses. A burst of smoke alerted him. The Rinnegan summons appeared, thanks to the animal path. He was increasingly at a disadvantage. He couldn't access their summons. They were injured from their previous confrontation with those same enemies. He cursed inwardly, watching as he was surrounded by his enemies. If his father or the Sannin were at their best, he could stop them. He opened his eyes, watching as black bars were launched toward Mito. He couldn't reach her. A blur appeared between the attack and the girl. Dust covered both of them. When it faded, blue ribs covered her sister and the Uchiha. Menma. So you're back. Naruto. Let's say so, the black-haired youth, wearing only black pants and gloves. He undid the ribs of the Susanoo, leaving way for the black marks of the Byakugo no In and the red marks of the Senjutsu of the forests, along with the eternal Magenkyo Sharingan. Half for you and the other for me. Menma. Sounds good to me. He hit the ground, creating a fissure that separated them. Naruto stood in front of the Diva Path, Naraka Path, and Pre-Top Path. The rest stood beside Menma. Han Menma. The Namikaze watched very carefully the rest of the enemies. Animal Path, Human Path and Asura Path, who returned their gaze to the Leaf Shinobi, who was still in sage mode, with the characteristic combat pose of the toads. He jumped, dodging the rockets Shurim had launched at the blonde. The latter spun, blocking Ninjin's fist. Ninjin exerted more force and Menma jumped upwards. Chikishima appeared above him, launching a hammer blow at him. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the Akatsuki perplexed. Menma. Fuetin. Raisen Shuriken. With some difficulty, he launched his invented jutsu at the three. Upon reaching the center, it expanded, its air-like blade striking their bodies and finally exploding, enveloping the purple-eyed trio until nothing could be seen. He fell to the ground, panting. Another one of those jutsus and the Senjutsu would be gone for good and he'd have to fight without natural energy. With Naruto. The Uchiha moved his legs, taking steps back, thus dodging the attacks of the Pre-Top Path. Gakken pressured the brunette using his perfect jutsu, trying to find some weak point in the Nunikin's defense. Madara's grandson, for his part, kept slightly away from his opponent. The latter seemed to absorb all chakra in the vicinity and did not want to fall prey to that trap. He ducked his entire body, and with a hook that connected with his opponent's chin, he overcame his defense and forced him back. He had learned a few things during these minutes. The Naraka path steered clear of all conflict unless it was certain of victory. For its part, the main body waited for loopholes to overcome and kill its enemy. Uchiha punched the ground, causing a tremor and roots to appear all over the place. Mokuton was showing off his power, thanks to the Sage of the Wood state that Hashirama's heir had. Added to this was the Byakugo no In, which gave him immense physical power that surpassed anyone else. Using the newly formed trees, he began to move toward his enemy. Several smoke bursts, and about 5 more Narutos appeared from different locations, forcing the 3 Akatsuki Rinnegan users to protect themselves back to back. Naruto. Enten. Hellfire. The 6 dark-skinned men spat black flames towards their opponents in an attempt to embrace them all. Pain. Shinra Tensei. The invisible force prevented the flames from reaching them, and soon after, Gakken began absorbing the Uchiha's jutsu. He had expected something like this. The 7th Naruto appeared in the middle of the formation, completely engulfed in flames and lightning, generating a massive chakra pressure. It was too late. The Naraka path was eliminated, while Gakken continued to absorb the first attack, and Pain had remained static for a few seconds. The real one charged his right fist with energy and attacked the pre-top path. He caught his enemy's hand and began absorbing its energy. The Senjutsu marks disappeared completely. He fell to his knees as Naruto turned to Pain, the only one left. Naruto. It's a shame he can't absorb natural energy, the dark-haired man declared, running his hand through his black hair and shaking it. I hope Menma killed those other 3. Because I'm coming for you. He launched himself at a burst of speed toward the orange-haired man. He extended his arm, generating an invisible force that pushed the Uchiha away. He covered his body with the blue ribs of his Susanoo, preventing further damage when they collided. He dispelled the summoning and coughed a little from the dust. He grunted as something yanked him from his spot. He watched as it approached the Rinnegan user. He had a black rod ready in his left hand. The sound of metal. Naruto deflected the bar with a Uzumaki katana on the ground, which he assumed belonged to Kushina. Clicks enveloped his left hand, and he launched a direct strike with his Chidori. It hit an invisible barrier and was shot out again. He spun and slid across the floor. Once he managed to stop, he straightened, shifting the weapon in his hand. It was balanced, very light. It was perfect for killing. He blocked Pain. He began to dance, dodging the slashes his enemy threw at him and parrying them with the weapon he'd borrowed. His enemy was really good, very good. He was definitely superior to any enemy he'd ever faced before. Surely the leader of Akatsuki could take down Tsuki no Mirei alone. He doubted he could do it alone. He jumped back, panting slightly. Sweat trickled down his face and onto his torso. I was pushing him too hard in that Kenjutsu match. Uchiha stuck the weapon into the ground, flames glowing in his red eyes. Naruto. You improve as the fight progresses, growled Madara's grandson in frustration. How do you do it? Pain lowered his arm, dropping the black metal bar. Pain. The rest of the paths of Pain are joining me, granting me their powers and abilities. Something that will take several minutes, but that will make me invincible, Naruto, reported the leader of the most powerful mercenary organization at the moment. It's a shame you've sided with Konoha, a village rotten to the core. Naruto. I'm not on their side, at least not 100%, the young man declared without looking away. With that hair and his slightly cold attitude, he really did look like a carbon copy of the young Madara. But I clearly wouldn't affiliate with your group. With myth. In Pain, he began to open his eyelids with great effort. His entire body ached, and he still felt the wounds Pain and his people had inflicted, although thanks to the Kikbi's chakra, they were healing. You're finally awake. She turned her face slowly, although startled by how familiar he sounded. There, leaning against the wall of a house destroyed by the battle, was the person who had been on her mind for the past 7 days. Uchiha Naruto looked at the Namikaze. He smiled when he saw her awake. To the last drop of blood. An explosion that created a large layer of dust, obscuring the battlefield. Naruto was thrown from the cloud, spitting out some blood. He planted his feet on the ground and managed to stop, using his legs to force himself to stop. Those gravitational abilities of the Rinnegan were giving him too much trouble. And he was getting stronger all the time, while his power was diminishing. He couldn't reach 100% of his power while still in full force. Besides, his Senjutsu needed trees and forests to reach its maximum. And the Byakugo no In was almost finished. He shifted his body just in time. Black bars flew past, almost grazing his torso. He felt something hit him square in the abdomen, shooting out to the other side. He touched the area, growling. This Akatsuki was giving him too much trouble. He jumped, dodging Pain. The ground cracked behind him. Pain. It's useless for you to fight, Uchiha. Your power is too far below mine. 2 black bars filled the Akatsuki's hands. Your blood will be the last thing you see. He lunged at Madara's dark-haired grandson. Madara braced for impact. He had lost the katana used by the Yandame's wife. He didn't know how to stop the orange-haired man's advance. 5 meters away from the Uchiha, a red and black blur appeared, hitting Pain in the face, who slid away, annoyed by the intrusion. Pain. I didn't expect you to save one of your opponents, declared the Rinnegan possessor, annoyed and with rage shining in his eyes. Menma. Well, I'd rather finish it than have you do it, assured the Namikaze, bearer of the Kikbi Yang, the dark side of the nine-tailed fox. That's why, until the time comes, you have to fall here. With 2 kunai, he blocked Pain's slashes. He moved, trying to find a gap in his opponent's defense. Menma held his weapons firmly, preventing the slashes from piercing his body. If he did, he would lose the use of his chakra. He couldn't access Toad Sage mode again, so he would have to use his own power. He dodged a third slash that appeared, attempting to slice the blonde in two. Namikaze leaped at the Akatsuki. He swung his arms, throwing stabs and slashes with a clear intention of slicing into his enemy's body. It was truly impossible. He had to come up with a plan to finally defeat Pain. But how would he do it? He didn't have the power to drag this out any longer. And the Raisen Shuriken would be of no use to him without Senjutsu on his part. An invisible force threw him to the other side of the battlefield. Pain. I will end this once and for all, he declared, rising again over Konoha, as if he were God looking down on what he had created and was ready to destroy it completely. Shinra 10. A burst of chakra caught his attention, forcing the Rinnegan user to look in that direction. A 4-armed humanoid figure, wearing samurai armor and a dark blue color, stood before the orange-haired man. In the jewel, of a much darker color than the chakra being itself, stood Uchiha Naruto, looking with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at his rival. Naruto. The time has come for you to die, Pain, he declared, forcing his Susanoo to move its 2 upper arms, carrying 2 katanas made of chakra. I will give everything to kill you. They swooped down, creating a powerful gust of wind that swept away everything in front of them. The swords created 2 enormous trenches and struck the Akatsuki squarely, sending it crashing to the ground with a double blow, creating a crater. He spat out blood. The organization's cloak was tattered, exposing his torso. He had taken a good hit from the Susanoo. Susanoo Perfecto began to make hand seals with his 2 lower arms, following the rhythm of his summoner. Naruto. Enten. Land of the Sun. Both lower arms struck the ground with great force, while the upper ones awaited the Uchiha's command. Amaterasu's flames appeared all over the area, creating a veritable hell of black flames that scorched everything in their path. A strong wind forced Susanoo to retreat. From the flames, the leader of the Akatsuki organization emerged, bleeding and burned. He opened his eyes with a start, closing them as a strong, invisible force swept the flames away. Pain. Incredible. You're really starting to match me, Madara's grandson. But you won't be able to beat me, kid. You haven't suffered enough. With a snap, a shower of black bars shot out toward the dark blue Susanoo. He put away both katanas and created the Yata mirror, holding it in front of him. Impacts forced the Uchiha to exert more force, strengthening the shield he had used. With a sharp movement, he moved the Yata mirror, deflecting each and every one of the thrown slashes. It rose again, the mirror disappearing and summoning the sword of Totsuka. He swung the weapon, unleashing a downward slash that split the entire area in 2, creating a massive tremor that shook everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Pain swerved the blade inches away from cutting him. Pain. The time has come for me to defeat you, he squeezed hard, generating another wave of invisible force that completely disarmed the Susanoo and threw the brunette to the ground. He spat out more blood, feeling his bones break after his enemy's attack. Naruto. Ag, he moaned, feeling the blood filling his throat, preventing him from speaking. Cold. A bar caressed his cheek. Pain. You have nothing left to stop me with, the god of pain declared, moving his arm back and preparing to finish the Uchiha off. This isn't personal. Crackling sounds and a ball of flame hit Pain's chest, knocking him back and causing him to drop his weapon. Jiraiya. Sorry I'm late, Yahiko. Ama-sanin took a few steps, standing next to Madara and Hashirama's grandson. His white hair moved slightly in the wind. Pain. I didn't expect this, he stood up slowly, growling in annoyance at the Sanin's appearance. I don't even know how you know who I am. Jiraiya. Never underestimate your sensei, Kitty got into the Toad Kata pose. He was ready to face his past, his mistakes. He launched himself at the man who had been his student. Before becoming a sensei, he was a shinobi of Konohagakure no Seido. He had that thought in mind as he launched himself, the iron will of fire shining in his eyes. Though doubt flickered faintly within the glow. Meanwhile, the gaze of the man formerly known as Yahiko was emotionless. He only had to fulfill the objective of obtaining the Kyuubi at all costs, even if he were killed in the process. Bara collided with kunai, making a faint metallic sound. The Toad Sage effortlessly spun around, slamming his elbow into Pain's back. The Akatsuki braced his legs and struck back at the Sannin, driving the black rod through his shoulder as he passed. No one would stop him now, not even his former sensei. Jiraiya grunted softly. He felt his chakra waning. He hadn't been in very good shape in battle today either. A Sengen formed in his hand, slamming into his former student's chest and sending him flying. It was the last spark of chakra he had left to give. He spat out blood as a new slash pierced his stomach from behind. He had grown too confident. He had let his guard down against his enemy, a mistake that would cost him his life. Naruto Menma, Jiraiya sensei. The shouts of both young shinobi were heard throughout the ruined village, while the old Gama Sannin fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The fight against the summons had taken a bigger toll on him than he thought. Pain. I'll finally have your head, legendary Jiraiya. He raised his hand, pointing his palm at the Toad Sage. One less hindrance. Naruto. Enough. With difficulty, the Uchiha got up from the ground, bleeding from each of his wounds and with his right arm hanging like a dead weight. He growled in annoyance as he raised his face to the Akatsuki. This is going too far, pain. Sparks began to surround the young man, astonishing the bearer of a god's dojutsu. God of pain, pain. Leader of Akatsuki and bearer of the legendary Rinnegan. In front of the brunette, he placed his own arm, palm pointing towards the sky. Chakra began to swirl in it, sparking strongly as it concentrated, obtaining a silvery glow. I am Uchiha Naruto, grandson of Madara and Hashirama. By my ancestors, a flash momentarily blinded the Akatsuki, you will die. He extended his arm in front of him like this, pointing the sphere at the orange-haired man. He couldn't afford to miss even a millimeter. Performing the technique might cost him his life. He was squeezing the last few hours of chakra left in his body. He didn't even know how he'd managed to muster such a large amount. Menma. Heh, don't take the words out of my mouth. Jinchuriki Yang growled now, with a Rasen shuriken ready in his hand. Together. Naruto. Together the brunette conceded, watching as a yellow flash took the body of the Sannin of the Toads from the place. Menma Naruto. Risen shuriken supernova. A dome of silvery blue light completely covered the battle zone and the entire village, leaving nothing uncovered by its gray glow. Hurricane force winds and lightning battered the desolate hidden village for minutes, instilling fear among its inhabitants. Yellow lightning bolts filtered through the black clouds, dissipating the storm and removing the dome that had obscured the view. The sight before the inhabitants of the Leaf was devastating. Nothing remained in the battle zone, only a lifeless wasteland. Two figures, one brunette and the other blonde, stood tall, staring at the body lying at their feet, lifeless in a mass of blood and burned skin. They couldn't understand how it hadn't been disintegrated after the tremendous combination of jutsus. Naruto. It's over, he said, before sinking to the ground. Blood had quickly formed to cushion him. He closed his eyes, overcome by exhaustion from the battle and the chakra expenditure. All of this added up to the fact that he still wasn't at his full potential. Menma glanced at his comrade in this battle. He hesitated over whether to kill him. The world would be better off without him. Teacher. He watched carefully as the targets moved, trying to see the perfect interval to attack. He slid his right leg back, taking a kunai from it, and got into position. His breathing stopped completely. He strained his ears as much as possible and didn't even blink when a tree leaf grazed his nose. Like a gunfighter, he threw the weapon at the targets. Just in time. The four wooden dummies were shattered, pierced by the kunai that hurtled straight, like a projectile, toward the supposed enemies. The quintet fell before the weapon. Here you were. He turned his body, ready to face the person who had interrupted his training. A young man dressed in a Jimnin tactical suit, his black hair tied back in a ponytail, giving him the appearance of a pineapple. He reached into his pocket, taking out a cigarette and a lighter, the one that had belonged to his former sensei and team leader. He lowered his arm along with the kunai. Naruto. Nara Shikamaru, he whispered, looking away from the laziest young man in the village. What do you need from me, Nara? Shikamaru, the youngest Jinin at the moment, leaned his body against a tree, striking a carefree pose with his gaze on the clouds. Shikamaru. You will be summoned before the council. Apparently, it's very likely you will be executed early for declaring war and treason against your village. The Nara were against those civilian idiots. The Uchiha had saved them from total destruction and hadn't fled, even though he could have done so whenever he wanted. There was also Hada Kakashi, who had survived somehow. But now he was in the hospital. The good thing is, the shinobi side is on your side. Uchiha Mikoto is willing to keep a close eye on you. She's the only one who can nullify your eyes. Uchiha sighed heavily. He was in the hands of the very thing he swore he would destroy the village. His stupid council. Shimura Dansme had escaped him and was now untouchable in that place. Besides, he didn't know where to look for him. He was at a standstill. He had nothing left to do except finish off the Akatsuki. But they had vanished after Pain's death. They were probably regrouping to hunt down the Jinchuriki. And he didn't know who they had. But a new obstacle lay before him. Strange dreams about an Uchiha man dressed in white with purple markings under his eyes, like dark circles. And the power that was awakening within him was pushing him to the limit. His body and eyes couldn't take it anymore. For several days after the battle, he hadn't been able to access the Eternal. Only the Sharigan seemed to be able to activate, but it took a great deal of effort on his part. Naruto. Well, those old men won't get away with this. He looked at the wooden mannequins, letting Raiden run for the kunai. First, I'll destroy them. He threw the weapon wrapped in lightning, ending up destroying the targets, of which nothing remained. Shikamaru. The villagers are on your side too, the Jonin declared, sighing out of laziness. Troublesome. You've become a hero to them. He glanced at the Uchiha. He had cut his hair, leaving a spiky cut that stood out against everything. He looked similar to Hada Kakashi without a ninja headband to hold his hair back. It won't be as bad as you think. With Minato. Namikaze observed the village below for a few seconds. Ironically, the Hokage tower had held firm against all odds. And the faces of the previous Hokage remained vigilant. Minato. It is for the best, declared the blonde man, turning to meet the honey-colored eyes of a blonde Senju. You must take the position of Goddamn Hokage, Tsunade-sama. The woman sighed. 2 weeks had passed since the Akatsuki attack and reconstruction had begun almost immediately. With Yamato's help, the Konoha people were able to secure some houses for shelter. Tsunade. Why did you leave him, Minato? I know Jiraiya wouldn't have wanted you to withdraw into yourself, she said, finishing with a grunt. You're an adult. Don't. Minato. It's not because of his death, Tsunade-sama, the yondaime cut in, now staring at the woman who could replace him. I must prepare someone to be the leader of our forces, he said, banging his hand on the table. There's no doubt that Danzum will soon make his moves. We're weak against external attacks, and Shimura has his full root Anbu. We lost many shinobi and Kakashi almost died. I still don't know how he survived that tremendous attack. Minato had spilled the beans on a lot of truths in one breath. They were in a sorry state, very vulnerable to attack, and couldn't defend themselves. Leaves fell to the ground, leaving a dark blue-haired Anbu in sight. Phoenix. Hokage-sama. Tsuchikage Dono is waiting with surprised eyes. Namikaze stood up. Inoki of the two scales was at the door. This wouldn't be good. The people of Iowa hated the Leaf. And him even more so, after what happened in the Third Ninja War. Minato. Come in. The door opened, revealing a small floating elderly man, looking completely serious. Beside him was a young woman with black hair and a standard Iowa gymnin uniform. She looked seriously at everyone in the room. The Anbu, the Sannin, and the yondaime. Inoki. HMP, I see you're okay, Minato Dono. Minato. Inoki Dono. To what do I owe your visit? He asked, reluctant to see Iowa in his village. Inoki. According to my information, Uchiha Naruto is here, right? He tensed, looking at the Tsuchikage. I would like him released, Hokage Dono. He opened his eyes. Was someone from Iowa really saving someone from Konoha? Minato. And the reason would be. Inoki. That boy saved my life months ago, Hokage. If it weren't for him, that stupid Deidara would have ended up killing me. Me and my granddaughter, Kuritsuchi, he declared, without taking his gaze off the blonde. The brunette looked sideways at her grandfather. I am before you, so that you fulfill my request. I know that Iowa and Konoha don't get along. And even less so after the attack 3 years ago. But if I allow you to execute that boy, we might lose the opportunity to stop Akatsuki. Sigh. Minato. Inoki Dono. I wasn't planning on executing the boy, no matter how much the counselors pressured me. He saved my daughter twice and the entire village, even though he could have run away. I have a plan for that boy. A few hours later. In front of the council stood Uchiha Naruto, handcuffed and with a suppression seal placed on his chest. He looked at each man and woman present, studying their gestures, their breathing, and their slight sweating. More than a few seemed tense, as if they were hiding something from the rest of those present. But others were calm, completely relaxed, and awaiting the events to come. Naruto didn't even bother waiting for them to look back at him. His blue eyes, like the deepest sea, rested on those of the yondaime Hokage. This man remained seated, with the Hokage's cloak over his clothes. He was not wearing the gymnin uniform, as she saw him the last time. Minato. Well, this meeting has been called due to the recent incidents of these months. The Namikaze stood up, looking at each civilian member and shinobi who was there. As you know, Akatsuki attacked the village, leaving us vulnerable to enemy attacks. If we add to that the actions of Uchiha Naruto, we are truly weak. But the matter of the former shinobi of the Leaf is completely resolved. Hamura. And what will we do with him? The fair thing would be to execute him. He was responsible for the deaths of several Anbu and the one who helped Uchiha Sasuke and Satsuki escape from the sleeves of his robes. He took out a folder that he left on the table. According to these reports, the Uchiha has collaborated with Orochimaru, the Sannin of the Snakes. We don't know if he will be a spy on his part now that he is gathering high-level shinobi to attack us. Kahura. With this information, the porosity of this Nunakan is undoubtedly clear. She supported her companion, staring at the dark-haired man. If we're worried about the dojutsu he possesses, we could take out his eyes and… Naruto. Book, old man. The young man hissed, standing up abruptly, creating a metallic sound as the chain swayed with the boy's movements. Before your filthy hands touch my eyes, I'll kill you. To emphasize his words, the Sharigan activated in his eyes, despite the pain it was causing him. Both elders went to speak, being cut off by a new voice. Enough. The boy's eyes will not be touched. A woman dressed as a Junin appeared in the room, leaving her black hair uncovered. I'm sorry for the delay, Hokage-sama. Minato. Calm down, Mikoto. With a gesture of his hand, he indicated to the Uchiha that she could sit down. Of the Uchiha women and children, were there any injuries? Mikoto. No, Hokage-sama. Thanks to Kiki's participation, everyone was able to be saved, the woman declared, sitting down. But what I was saying. Honorable counselors. This boy's life cannot be taken. That would lead to an uprising of the civilians and the Uchiha. Right now, Naruto is a hero, she informed, looking at the boy for a few seconds, who remained silent. Minato. And Iwa would be offended by the act, leading to a war that would completely wipe out what remains of us. Hamura. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? What does the Tsuchikage have with the boy? Minato. Saved the life of the rock leader. Hours later. He flexed his fingers as he sat on the head of Hashirama, his grandfather and founder of the Leaf, along with his other grandfather. He awaited his meeting with Namikaze Minato, who had summoned him to this place. He looked at the sun, which was already setting behind the horizon, waiting for the next day. Naruto. I hope it doesn't take too long. Wind and yellow lightning appeared behind him. He turned, seeing the sapphire eyes of the most powerful and respected man in the village. Minato. Good afternoon, Naruto, the man greeted. He was wearing his Junin uniform, dark blue instead of black, and his usual tactical vest over it. He didn't wear his usual cape when acting as village leader. Sorry I took so long. Naruto stood up, facing the blonde ninja. Naruto. Tell me, why do you want this meeting? You saved me from the civilian council and Dansm, and I don't think it was something I'm going to get for free. Name the price. Minato walked past the young man and stood at the edge of Hashirama's face. Minato. I met your parents, boy. Great ninjas who, during the Third Great Ninja War, thwarted the plans of our enemy villages for a few seconds. He closed his eyes. Both Izuna and Hitomi proved to be loyal, and with great power that they used to save their own, he closed both fists until they dripped blood. Your father was even superior to me, being a more than suitable candidate for Hokage. But he rejected the offer. He was not someone ambitious, and he already achieved his two dreams. To have someone special for him and to be the Hokage's shadow, as Shimura Dansm was for Hiruzen-sama. Izuna became my right-hand man and formed Tsuki no Maire, just as Root was formed for the Falcon. He opened both sapphire eyes. The sun had set. Many believed that Tsuki already existed, but that was not the case. Your father formed the group after meeting your mother. And many believed he knew her when she was Tsuki's. What a lie. Those fools didn't know your father like I did. Not for nothing, we were like brothers, though not by blood, but with unbreakable bonds that remain as strong as ever to this day. Naruto. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want from me? Namikaze Minato turned around, a gleam of determination in his sapphire eyes, which did not blink before the Uchiha's dark ones. Minato. Become my apprentice, Naruto. I'll make you someone who surpasses your father and reaches the level necessary to face what's coming. Senju legacy. He deflected the kunai with his own, retreating several meters. He spun around, deflecting the enemy's arm with the palm of his hand. He was inches away from taking a serious blow. He jumped, positioning himself as far away as he could. It was truly impossible. Purely on instinct, he ducked his head, letting a leg brush against his spiky hair. He wears it like Kakashi without his headband. For the second time in less than a minute, he was about to be hit by his enemy. He had to think of something to gain some slight advantage. But this one was too fast. He didn't let him think for even a second, which prevented him from scanning the battlefield for anything to use against him. Snapping out of his stupor, he stopped a three-pronged kunai with his own, bracing himself with his left arm to prevent its advance. It was inches away from his new master's face. Naruto. Grrr growled. He couldn't stand the force his enemy was exerting on him any longer, causing him to lean back and bend his knees. Minato. You react quickly, but you're slow. I could have killed you if I wanted to, he declared. To emphasize what he had said, he pressed his student further, intending to finally get him to give in, something extremely difficult. The Uchiha had his pride, and it was truly enormous. He finally gave in, backing away. He was forced to jump away from the Namikaze, panting. He wasn't capable of matching the Yondaime Hokage's level, much less reaching his speed. The Hiraishin made things even more complicated, not knowing what he could accomplish with that space-time jutsu. He wasn't in any shape to continue this. He was at his limit. It was worth noting that after the clashes with the rude Anbu and a week later with Pain, the young man's chakra system had been severely damaged. Naruto learned this after being released from all charges, leaving him in the direct custody of his new master. Nothing had come out of his mouth. He needed to overcome this problem as soon as possible. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to stop the man who was impersonating his grandfather. And he highly doubted he could continue training. He was truly at his human limit, perhaps on the verge of breaking. Leaving aside his pessimistic thoughts, he bent down, allowing the blonde Yondaime's arm to pass over him. Showing off his Senju strength, he threw the blonde over his body, as if he were performing a judo hold. Minato touched the ground with his feet, preventing the Uchiha from completing the move. He was surprised. With a sudden movement, he broke free of the brunette's grip. Tri-pronged kunai in hand, he stabbed Madara's grandson. He jumped, dodging. He couldn't trust the Kamui, nor his Sharingan. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, kunais in hand, their eyes fixed on their enemy. Within a second, the sound of clashing metal could be heard throughout the training ground. They moved, slashing and moving with agility and ease. The dark-haired and blonde men tried to break each other's defenses, looking for a gap to slip through and end this little confrontation. They deflected attacks. They applied force to try to overwhelm their opponent. Uchiha was at a clear disadvantage, already reaching his limit, sweating furiously and panting heavily. Strands of hair stuck to his forehead, while the sweat forced his right eye to close. Minato stretched to his full height. The light wind stirred his golden hair. His sapphire blue eyes never lost sight of the Sharingan wielder's movements. He had noticed some erratic movements the young man had made. Even the boy had tired earlier than expected. Something serious was happening to him. He hadn't activated his famous dojutsu, with which he could have matched his speed. What was happening to the boy? He looked really bad, completely drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Minato. Let's take a short break, Naruto. We'll continue in the afternoon. And he vanished in a golden flash, leaving the Uchiha Senju completely alone, who collapsed onto the grass of training ground number 17, the Hokage's private grounds. With one arm, his right one to be exact, he covered his face, while internally cursing himself. Are you already at your limit? How disappointing you are. He pulled his arm away, looking at the man dressed in white who had visited him in his dreams while he was in prison. The one who had warned him of his fight against pain. Naruto. What do you want? He hissed, sharpening the gaze he directed at the older brunette, who didn't seem really affected by those cruel eyes like the sea. I came to see how my descendant was doing, he stated honestly as his black eyes continued to rest on the Uchiha. I must say, you disappoint me, Naruto. Naruto. What disappointed you? He stood up, facing the man dressed in the white yukata. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, you'll get one. Ah. Naruto charged forward, a chidori glowing in his right hand. He intended to stab the stranger with a katana on his back. The stranger stopped the Uchiha's attack by gripping the young man's wrist tightly. The technique faded, but not the will to fight. He spun around with force and speed, breaking the other's grip. A vertical kick landed swiftly and powerfully toward the unknown's head. The unknown stopped the young Uchiha's limb with his forearm. He sank slightly into the ground. He opened his eyes slightly, showing some surprise. Uchiha Naruto spun in the air, falling to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he shot toward the man in white. You certainly have something that catches my eye. He extended his arm toward the young man. A silver energy surrounded that arm. Chakra pulse. An invisible but powerful force stopped the dark-skinned miner from advancing and then threw him backward, hitting a tree that broke from the powerful impact. Naruto. What the F buck? He spat out blood, trying to get up. That chakra was like the one he had already used on 3 occasions where his life had been on the verge of ending. The man lowered his arm, looking at his descendant with a smile adorning his white and previously impassive face. He recognized the Tamash plus Nojimtai state of the soul, a surprising power that takes you to the physical limit. I'm not surprised. You've already used it 3 times, one of them entering the zero state. The first of my direct descendants to awaken it and almost complete it. He approached with slow steps, standing centimeters from the young man. He extended his left arm, where the moon mark was faintly visible, and with his index finger, he touched the boy's forehead. A truly powerful glow, which would charge anyone, surrounded both of them for a few seconds, disappearing after that time. I placed a restoration seal. With this, you will now be able to use your Sharingan and its evolution. You are back to 100%. Naruto suddenly pulled away, leaving the man with his arm suspended. Naruto. Stop interfering in matters that don't concern you. Eternal appeared in both of the young man, while the marks of the Byakugan no appeared on his body. I hope you're ready. He disappeared from the man's sight. He had vanished like a gust of wind. Instinctively, he moved his left arm, stopping the young man's fist inches from his face. A ripple of air was generated, stirring the leaves of the trees. You forced me to use my other arm. He lightly looked at the ground. The deep marks from his feet were noticeable. And you moved me a few inches. You have talent, yes. Growling in frustration, Naruto spat out a mouthful of black fire that completely engulfed the man. He wouldn't be safe from that. Not even Pain could have escaped. The silver burst completely destroyed the flames. He blinked, watching as the strange dark-haired man was surrounded by a silver aura. His once black eyes were now faintly silver, not quite 100%. Ninjutsu isn't effective against State 0, kid. And if you use the Tamash plus no Jintai, your advantage will increase. He faded that extra power, looking at the boy. But you still have to mature. See you. He opened his eyes. The sun had moved across the sky, indicating the passage of time. Had it been a dream? He muttered a couple of curses as he stood up. He was sweating from the heat. He raised his body slightly, breathing heavily. Running his hand over his face, he wiped away the sweat running down his face. Calmed, he stood up, staring into the distance. Naruto. What was that dream? Was the fight real? Madara and Hashirama's grandson didn't understand what had really happened. He didn't expect to have fallen asleep after training against the former Hokage, but he had, facing that dark-haired black-eyed man again. He was so powerful. His mere presence left him in place. He was more powerful than his grandfather. That was beyond doubt. And when he used Kagura's eye to see the chakra level, he was more than astonished. Even intimidated, fearful of what he had seen. His reserves were too great, perhaps at the level of the Kyuubi. Was that man human? A shiver ran through his entire body. He was afraid. Afraid of sleeping and running into that dark-haired man who was simply playing with him as if he were a child. He brought his hand to his right eye. His mature Sharingan glowed in them, swirling slightly. He had recovered his true fighting level, and it no longer hurt to use his dojutsu. He made a fist and lowered his arm. He focused his eyes on a single point. The vast grove of Training Camp 44, or the Forest of Death, could be seen from where he stood. An image of Senju Hashirama flashed through his mind when he saw the trees. The man had told him that to master the Tamash plus no Jintai, he must hone his skills further. He had always focused on Raiden, then moved on to Kaiten and the use of his dojutsu. All the Uchiha skills he could generate were already at their maximum level. He couldn't continue advancing if he followed that path. There were two paths left for him to take whether he wanted to or not. Advance his Mokuton and Suiton with the help of the Senju library located in the abandoned Senju clan complex. Or march to the land of the Whirlpool, home to the fiercest swordsman in the world. Uzushiogakure no Sato must be visited by him. He believed that something in that place would help him overcome the barrier he had put up when it came to Kinjutsu and Fuinjutsu, the two main arts that distinguished this almost extinct clan of fierce and kind warriors, a people who always lived in peace until the greed of the ninjas devastated the entire island. But he didn't have time to leave for the land of the Whirlpool and lock himself away there for training. The Akatsuki were still standing, and they would surely start moving again soon. And something told him they almost had the plan ready. Maybe they even had new members in their organization, more powerful than the previous ones. There was only the path left to his Senju legacy. The legacy that his grandfather Hashirama and his great-uncle Tobirama had left him. He needed to improve, and that wasn't going to happen with Kairoi Senko's help alone. Unknown location. A huge statue with 10 arms stood tall over two figures. A woman with lilac hair and a man with hair as red as blood itself. Nagato, are you sure you're okay? The man stretched slightly. Purple eyes with black rings adorned his white face. One of them, the right one, was hidden by a lock of his hair. Nagato, yes Conan. I'm better than ever, the Akatsuki man assured, while flexing the fingers of his right hand. Since the paths were defeated and Zetsu gave me that medicine, I've recovered all my power and physical condition. In a few days, when I reach the full extent of my power, we'll go after the Kyuubi, Nibi, and Hachibi. They are the three Bijuas we have left to capture. Conan. Kisame and Tobi have found new members for the organization, much more powerful, surpassing your paths of pain, Nagato. Irideed nodded, now looking at the statue. The Jed Meizo, the Juubi shell. Nagato. Before we can accomplish our goals, we'll have to deal with certain problems. Uchiha Sasuke, Satsuki, and Naruto. That Sharingan-wielding trio could cause us serious problems, and I don't want them getting in our way. And their eyes could be useful to us when the war starts, he declared, making his intentions clear. Apparently, the Akatsuki leader hadn't died as those in Konoha had believed. And he was preparing for the fall of the elemental continent. Senju complex. Uchiha Senju Naruto looked at the house before him, completely dilapidated. The gate that prevented anyone from entering was completely rusted and half open. No one had come near the place in years. Not even Tsunade tried to restore the place. It would have been better to move the complex to another location than to continue in the place that the Senju brothers created. She blinked a few times, holding back the tears that began to fall down her face. Without knowing how or why, she had felt an enormous nostalgia seeing the place her grandfather created for his descendants. She hoped her mother had seen that place. His heart aching with grief, he began walking toward what appeared to be the main house of the enormous complex. The weeds seemed to be impeding his progress. He pulled out a kunai and used it to cut through them, making it easier for him to reach the door. The house, which had a traditional Japanese appearance, was smashed. It was a sliding door. What do you call the doors of Japanese houses, the ones that slide? That was completely out of place, almost falling backward. He climbed the step that separated the house from the ground and with his arms, pulled the door open with a strong tug. Clouds of dust enveloped him for a few seconds. Several coughs later, Naruto was walking down the main hallway. Dust and cobwebs everywhere decorated the ruined old house. There was no glass in the windows and the floor was smashed, revealing cracks everywhere, from the floorboards to the ceiling. He searched each and every one of the 27 rooms in the house, finding nothing in 26 of them. Desperate and already sickened by not finding anything, he reached the master bedroom. The door to this room was fine, without a single defect. He opened the sliding door, finding himself in front of a huge portrait of a dark-skinned man with tanned skin and a red-haired woman with her hair in two buns. They were both smiling, with the man lightly hugging the woman. Red armor covered their entire bodies. Naruto. HMP, that must be my grandfather, Hashirama, he said, walking towards the enormous portrait that dominated the room. With trembling hands, he tried to touch it. As the touch of his fingers brushed against the canvas, it began to glow slightly. A cracking sound sounded through the room and it split in half, each half beginning to slide to the side, revealing the entrance to a tunnel. Flames adorned the wall as they eerily burned over torches. Unable to guess what was happening, he entered the tunnel. Behind him, the painting completely covered the exit. Luckily for him, the torches didn't go out. He walked on for minutes, maybe even an hour or so. He didn't know how long it took him to walk the path, but he finally reached a hidden, circular room with torches hanging on the walls. He looked around, searching for something or other. And he found it. On the left was a katana, probably almost a meter long, inside its black and bronze scabbard. The handle was red and black, with the Senju symbol on the scabbard. Beneath it was a wakizashi or shot measuring about 60 centimeters, decorated in the same way as the katana. They formed a perfect dash from the long one and the short one. They were truly beautiful, both bearing the Senju symbol. In front of him were two truly ancient armors, one blue and one red. Above them were the headbands of the two Senju who wore them. Tobirama's gray helmet and Hashirama's black hide, both engraved with the leaf symbol. A portrait of each of the two Senju sat atop their respective armor. Attracted by them, I walked to see them and, if possible, touch them. I felt veneration for them. They're powerful, kid, he turned his body, watching Hashirama smirk. How are you? Uchiha Senju blinked, then stepped back, pointing at the Shadame Hokage, or rather, his spirit, who glowed with a slightly ghostly light. He was dressed in his usual armor and hide. Naruto. How is this possible? You're dead. Hashirama nodded as his grandson spoke. Hashirama. I left my chakra in the armor, he replied, pointing at the clothing. It was a safety measure in case Hitomi or my possible grandson needed me. His black eyes looked at the young man. Those eyes full of will. Who are you? Naruto. Uchiha Senju Naruto, son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi. I am your grandson, he answered. Even though the Uchiha genes were indeed strong in him, he had strong feelings when it came to his family. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he watched his grandfather smile. Hashirama. Oh come on, don't cry Naruto-kun, he said, smiling at his grandson. You see. Since I knew this would happen someday, I left some scrolls with things for you. I didn't expect Su-chan to come for her grandfather's legacy. But I did expect your mother or you to appear. I would also like you to take my armor and the dashim that are there. Everything will be useful to you when you are ready, my grandson. And I am really glad that Madara is your other grandfather. But be careful, Naru-kun. The council is ambitious. It will play with you. If I hadn't let myself be convinced, Madara would not have done everything he did. He placed his hand on his grandson's shoulder. He was a head taller than the young shinobi. You are becoming a great man, Naruto-kun. For 3 years, I have waited for you to come see me. That Ito Tensei of my stupid brother caused serious problems for my village, the man grumbled, remembering when he was summoned by Orochimaru of the Sannin, the traitorous snake. These scrolls contain all the research of my brother, your uncle. I hope they help you. Also, if you have the Mokuton, there's the method for using the true Senjutsu of the forests. Naruto. But I already used it, Oji-san said the younger brunette, looking at the Senju. The man laughed. Hashirama. So you have Mokuton. Well, your senjutsu is probably only 10% of the true forest sage mode. You'll have a hard road to reach the same senjutsu I used. But when you do, you'll be unstoppable, even stopping Kikbi with your abilities. He took his hand away and moved a few steps away from the young man. Your face, your eyes. You look as much like your mother as you do like Madara, who must be your father. Ha 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 ha. He stopped laughing a few minutes later, looking at his grandson. I hope you like my gifts, Naruto. If you ever need my help, I'll be waiting. There's plenty of chakra left for a few more visits, but don't overuse it. He began to fade away, leaving his young grandson all alone again crying like a 5-year-old. Naruto's starting line. Uchiha Naruto looked at the abandoned Senju mansion, where his grandfather lived when he was the Shodaime Hokage, and later his uncle Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage. It was almost in ruins. Perhaps in a few years, it would end up turning to dust, and no memory of it would remain. Crystal clear eyes gazed up at the mansion, while black locks of hair moved lightly in the wind. An unparalleled melancholy shone in her eyes. The young shinobi had changed his attire, wearing black Anbu pants, a maroon t-shirt and a dark gray tactical vest, with the Senju symbol on his back. He wore what was considered a battle suit of the legendary Senju from now on, he would dress like that completed with black combat boots. On his lower back was the wakizashi or shan, sheathed in its black scabbard, with the handle pointing to the left, so that he could hold it with his left hand. On his forehead, the hideate that the Shodai once carried shone. Quickly, she ran her arm over her eyes to wipe away the last remaining tears. A faint redness adorned them, a sign that she had been crying. But how could she not? She had seen her late grandfather less than an hour earlier, and they had talked for a long time. She had promised him she would see him again. With determination, the new Senju turned his body around and headed toward the village. He had made new promises, both to himself and to his grandfather and the clan. From this moment on, he would be known as Senju Naruto, the new sage of the forests, although he did not know that yet. Omegakure. Uzumaki Nagato looked at the figures that made up the Akatsuki. They had lost Uchiha Itachi at the hands of his brothers, who at the same time had killed Orochimaru. It was something he truly regretted, but it would be one less hindrance. He had always known that the Uchiha worked for both sides. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen simply caused him to stop sending information to his village. But now, they would have to figure out how to use his brothers, who were confused by their Iniki's last words. He put the Uchiha Madara aside, looking at the new members of the organization. Zetsu and Tobi had managed to gain some great and powerful allies. Tobi is a good boy, and that's why Tobi thinks Jingoku should be Tobi's partner, declared the orange-masked Akatsuki. He would be perfect to kill Naruto, the weird kid. Jingoku was a former shinobi from Takigakure, with his forehead band. A mask covered his face, revealing very cold green eyes. Huge in size, the Nunakan carried a massive mace that he used with his right arm. Muscular and intimidating in appearance, Jingoku wore samurai armor under the Akatsuki staff. Wooden sandals completed the attire of this new member of the most powerful criminal group in history to date. Nagato. Jingoku, former ninja of Takigakure and student of Mifune, the legendary samurai from the Land of Iron. You have a bounty of about 100 billion ryo on your head and are placed among the SS ninjas. The Rinnegan user looked at this man approvingly. Surely he was someone who far surpassed many ninjas, even equaling and surpassing the 3 Sannin of the Leaf. A great card for the Uzumaki to use to start his plans. He still had to gather all his power, and then he would attack the elemental nations with all his might, starting with Kurigakure. With cold eyes, he looked at Zetsu. Nagato. Take our comrade to Hai no Kuni. He looked away, now looking at Jingoku. Create chaos in the land of fire. Kill anyone, whether children, the elderly, or women, I don't care. This will be a message to every village on this continent. No one can defeat Akatsuki. Without saying a word, the man vanished along with the 2-colored plant, leaving no trace of them. Konoha. Camp 17. Naruto blocked the Namikaze's 3-pronged kunai with his own. It had nearly pierced his forehead despite using the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan. Was she moving that fast? He was forced to block a kick with his right forearm. She had appeared in front of him, those blue eyes fixed on his. If he had wanted to, he could have killed him in that instant. He pulled away with great effort. Or at least he tried. Minato grabbed his arm, preventing him from getting too far away, and pulled him towards him, with a Rasengan ready in his other hand. He passed through him thanks to Kamui, which made him intangible. Positioned behind him, Naruto launched a spinning kick at the blonde. The latter vanished in a golden flash, reappearing right above the brunette. 2 Rasengan now, they would try to finish off the Senju. Naruto saw this. He accidentally cursed and prepared himself. Minato fell on him and seconds later a huge explosion covered the place, raising a large cloud of smoke after the disappearance of the bluish chakra dome that enveloped them both. The former Hokage looked with an indifferent face as blue ribs covered the young man. He was unharmed. Minato. Good reaction, kid. The man was truly surprised. He hadn't expected the young man to use the Susanoo's ribs. It seemed the young man had definitely recovered. Senju relaxed his body as the chakra ribs faded, leaving him free. With a seal, roots from nearby trees appeared, sprouting from the ground. Frowning, Minato began another sequence of seals. Minato. Raiden. Destructive flash. The blinding light surrounded the entire training ground. For 3 seconds, the grandson of both village founders could see absolutely nothing. He was blinded by the enormous amount of light surrounding him. When it finally faded, he blinked a few times, trying to focus his eyes. The roots had disappeared. His Mokuton was useless against such a level of Raiden. Naruto cursed inwardly. Did the Yondaime possess that much power? Something told him the man was truly far more powerful than he appeared. He might even have been able to take on pain and his paths of pain. With that speed and his level of proficiency in Raiden, he was beating him up. If he pushed him a little harder, he'd easily overtake him. Maybe he'd get a glimpse of his great-uncle Tobirama's Hiraishin no Jutsu. By pure instinct and inertia, he dodged a kick that flew over his head, almost hitting him. Namikaze had appeared behind him, ready to finish him off. Minato. Good reflexes. The man separated from the boy, not even tired. One slip and you'd be unconscious now, Naruto. The Senju relaxed his posture, understanding that his training day was over until the next day. Naruto. Lo entrenar aseguro, guardando el kunai en su portacunes. Minato mimicked his student's movements, sheathing his tri-pronged weapons. The man was wearing the village's regular Junin uniform, while the boy wore the clothes his grandfather had left him. Minato. That would be good, yeah, said the Namikaze. The plan he had to train a future leader for the Leaf seemed to be going not so badly. The boy himself had immense power that, added to his great skill and growing experience, placed him among the high-level shinobi. Without a doubt his parents would be proud of him. There are many aspects that we must improve if we have to finish off Akatsuki and whatever plan they have. And I really don't know how much time we have before those criminals attack again. They may even have found new members for their group. That was a point that should be discussed at some council meeting. Surely they would be regaining strength to finish them off once and for all. Well, the training session is over for today, Naruto. You may retire to your home. And following his advice, the Namikaze vanished in a golden flash, a sign that he had used the Hiraishin no Jutsu. He wanted to learn that jutsu as soon as possible. Despite having Kamui, that eternal jutsu didn't allow him to wipe out entire detachments of shinobi. However, with the Hiraishin, he could. And if they went to war with the Akatsuki, it would come in handy. In the vortex, the dark-skinned man disappeared. With myth. The Namikaze moved through the village after finishing her training session. The kick being was allowing her to use its chakra, which was perfect for harnessing the chakra of the enormous nine-tailed fox. An ace up her sleeve for when they next faced the criminals who were after her. Senju Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina had trained her to exhaustion, almost running out of chakra, and she possessed enormous chakra reserves that many would envy. If you added the stamina she possessed as in Uzumaki, you had someone truly powerful and tireless who would last for hours in battle. He wrinkled his nose as he sniffed the air. He stank of sweat. He needed a shower as soon as possible so he wouldn't scare anyone away with his scent. Are you a dog now? A male voice joked. Mitu turned her head, finding the dark-haired Senju smiling weakly at her. The light blush adorned her face when she saw the Uchiha Senju dressed in black Anbu pants, black combat boots, a maroon t-shirt, and a dark gray tactical vest with the Senju symbol on the back. The black hideate that had belonged to Hashirama adorned the boy's forehead as he continued to smile. The Namikaze was slightly surprised to see him smile. He had never shown such gestures before. Nieto. Naruto. Naruto. That's my name, the boy confirmed, laughing relaxed, his appearance fading into the legendary Uchiha Madara. Now, almost finishing his adolescence, he was taking more aspects with Hashirama. Have you finished your training, Chunin? Myth. Yes. My Ka-san and Lady Tsunade have been training me as much as possible since Akatsuki attacked the village. I don't want to look weak against those bastards again and end up in their hands, she said, slightly lowering her head and clenching her fists with great force. She, as the Jinchuriki of the kick being, had to take part in all of this and prevent that organization from continuing with its plans. They couldn't let the world perish at the hands of fools like them. Naruto. Good to know. The Senju took a relaxed pose, putting his hands in his pockets and glancing slightly at the Hokage's faces from where his grandfather, his great-uncle, and their student were watching him. He wanted to gain the Shadai's perspective. I've finished training for the day with your father. By the way, how did Menma take your father deciding to train me? Since the release of the grandson of the two legends, the former Hokage Namikaze Minato had made it clear that he would spend most of his time training the young Uchiha Senju. An action that did not please the civilian council very much. Since the Leaf was left without a leader and with a village in ruins, everyone was too busy, including Kairoi Senku, who despite this found time to train him. Mito. Well, he didn't complain. He asked Kakashi and Yamato to train him to improve himself even further. Besides, the Toads are also instructing him. Naruto nodded calmly, as if it didn't bother him much. Menma had the chance to kill him after the fight with Pain, but he didn't. Naruto. Heh, I hope he reaches new levels. He's a real adversary. In a swipe of smoke, a badger mask Anbu appeared. Badger? Uchiha-san. Homura and Kahura are waiting for you in the Hokage office to assign you an urgent mission. You must report immediately. And he vanished as he had come, in a flash of smoke, leaving the two young men alone. The dark-haired man sighed with resignation. Naruto. I suppose those elders will want to see if I am truly loyal to the village or not, he pointed out. Without pausing for long, he looked at Mito. We'll talk another time, Mito-chan. See you later. The vortex surrounded the Uchiha, and he left the place leaving a blushing Reed sighing the brunette's name. Hokage Tower. Hokage Hall. Uchiha Senju Naruto emerged from the vortex, standing before a group of elderly men. A man and a woman with white robes covering their bodies. They both looked at the former enemy of the Leaf with a hint of irritation in their eyes. They didn't fully trust him. They had serious doubts that he wasn't plotting something against them. And they were in no position to do anything right now. Homura. Welcome, the woman greeted, looking seriously at the dark-haired man in front of them. For a moment, they thought they saw the Shaddai standing before them, his face serene, yet serious and unwavering. I know you are in training and shouldn't be allowed to leave the village yet. But with the shortage of regular shinobi at the moment, we need your skills. From the right sleeve of her trench coat she took a scroll. This is an S-class mission. The Nunakan has been killing and destroying villages all over Fire Country, creating chaos everywhere. The shinobi who could handle such a mission are outside the village, on the borders. You can gather a team if you wish. She handed him the scroll, which the Uchiha took, looking at it lightly. Naruto. Fine, I'll fulfill that mission as soon as possible. I'll bring you the head of Jingoku, the Nunakan of Tokigaku who is causing havoc throughout Hai no Kuni. The dark-haired man bowed. See you soon, honorable advisors. He disappeared as he had arrived. With a space-time vortex that would take him anywhere. Kaheru. Are you sure? That boy is too unstable. We don't know when he might leave and turn on us, declared the man with white hair and beard, adjusting his glasses with the index finger of his right hand. Dan's wanted his eyes. Homura. I know, answered the woman, a former teammate of the Sandaime Hokage, but in desperate times, desperate measures must be used. We can't send the Yondaime's children away with Akatsuki after them. But the Uchiha and Senju are expendable. She now looked at her companion. As much as Minato-san wants to make him the next Hokage, he's still young and unstable. We'll use him as much as possible, and then, if he continues to be disloyal to Konoha, we'll kill him. It's all for the good of the village. Kaheru. And who will be nominated to be Godaime? We've been without a leader before the others for a week, and we likely need representation before the other villages. Since we can't appoint the Yondaime's apprentice, who will we nominate? Homura. I already have someone the daimyo will accept without hesitation, as will the rest of the council. Since Dansm hasn't appeared in a while, there are only 2 possible candidates left. 3 hours later. Hopping from branch to branch, a dark-skinned man advanced alone, his wakizashi holstered at the back of his waist. Now, fingerless gloves covered his hands. He walked with his staff, observing every corner of the forest. He was alert to every strange sound that could be heard in the area. His 3 Tomo Sharingan shone on his face, while his black locks moved slightly. On alert, Naruto dropped onto a branch, stalking. The clearing in front of him was littered with the corpses of Anbu hunters from different villages, regular ninja, and civilians. A veritable massacre unfolded before his red eyes. He was slightly shocked and disgusted by everything he was witnessing. He looked slightly ahead. A huge man stood at the center of the massacre, his enormous mace resting on the ground. A bamboo hat covered his head, and the Akatsuki cloak covered his body. Furiously, he threw a kunai. A member of the organization deflected the weapon with his index finger and thumb, while glancing at the Uchiha from behind his mask. He effortlessly returned the kunai to him. Naruto. Jingoku, Nunakan Dataki. The mace wielder slowly turned his body, now facing the grandson of Konoha's founders. He radiated true power, causing the Senju to tremble slightly. He hadn't felt like this before, not even when he faced pain. Jingoku? Yes, I am Jingoku, the man confirmed, his voice calm but gruff. And it seems you will be my next victim. On Nagato's orders, I will raise this entire country. Naruto, thinking. Nagato. Is he the new leader of Akatsuki? Without wasting any more time thinking, Naruto dodged a massive fireball that burned the tree he'd been standing on, turning it completely to ash. His Kaiten really seemed very powerful, perhaps equaling his own. Out of instinct, drawn from years of battle, he covered his face with his left arm. It was the only thing he had time for. A crack sounded as the mace struck him squarely, sending him sprawling to the ground. He groaned in pain after his enemy's attack. His arm felt like it was aching, burning. Limp and lifeless, that was how his arm felt as he stood up. Dengoku didn't give the enemy time to recover. Another fireball erupted from his throat toward the Konoha ninja. Naruto responded, activating Kamui with his Sharingan. He was pierced by the fiery sphere, which struck the trees behind him, creating a blaze that would likely spread to the other forests. Cursing, he leaned back, letting the Nunakan's leg pass in front of him. He was fast, likely matching the Yondame's speed without using his Hiraishin. He would have serious trouble facing this new Akatsuki. He moved his body, avoiding the Nunakan's blows from connecting. Several times he was forced to turn intangible with Kamui. His chances of victory were truly reduced. He couldn't perform jutsus, given the state of his left arm. And the Byakugan no In took a long time to activate. Time his enemy didn't give him. Their fists collided, separated by the shock wave. Jingoku barely moved. But the Senju was thrown backward by his opponent's enormous strength. He groaned in pain as his body collided with the tree, one of the few that wasn't on fire. Jingoku. Indecent level. You're not worth my time, Leaf Shinobi. For an Uchiha and a Senju, your level disappoints me. The Akatsuki man's statement resonated deeply with Madara and Uchiha's grandson. They were scorning him. He who had defeated the previous leader of the Bijuu hunting organization. He really had to face this enemy with everything he had. He opened his closed eyes, revealing the legendary and unusual eternal Maguekio Sharingan. With astonishing slowness, he stood up, letting out soft moans of pain. He took a deep breath, calming his body. Naruto. You're good, Jingoku-san. But don't dismiss me so quickly, the boy declared with an iron will in his eyes. As the shinobi tasked with eliminating you, I will do it even if it costs me the last drop of my blood. Lightly, the wind began to swirl around the brunette. Let's see what you're made of, Jingoku. Chidori flashed in his right hand. Soon after, once it had completely stabilized, he launched himself at the Akatsuki with a swiftness that would have been the envy of many. To the dark-haired man's astonishment, Jingoku diverted his attack by grabbing the arm that had created the jutsu. Another crack was heard as the man snapped his wrist, lacerating the young man with a sharp pain that ran through his entire body like an electric shock. Jingoku swung the young man over his body, slamming him to the ground. He screamed as he hit, creating cracks in his body. Jingoku. Horrible. You are disappointing on countless levels, he declared, picking up the mace and placing it on his shoulder. The wind blew through the Nunakan, revealing the samurai armor that covered his body beneath that layer of red clouds. I will eliminate you so that no one trains such mediocre ninja. Takra wrapped around the mace as he raised it above his head, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the dark-haired man. And he did. Only the mace passed through him as if it were nothing, hitting the ground and creating a crater where the Senju had once been. Naruto reappeared behind the Akatsuki, slamming both knees into the man's back, causing him to slide slightly. He'd been taken aback by the ninja joke. He swung his mace, intending to hit the dark-haired man. There was no chance of that. Kamui was acting to save his summoner. Black marks ran over the boy's body, healing his wounds and restoring the young man, who looked at Jingoku again, all the while with the Eternal activated on his face. The difference in power was overwhelming. He couldn't defeat his enemy no matter how hard he tried. He would need to activate Senjutsu, Susanoo, and Byakugan no In at the same time to defeat him. And he didn't expect to be able to. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. He only used Forest Senjutsu at 10%, a trifle compared to the true Mokuton Senjutsu Hashirama used. Perfect Susanoo covered the young boy, with forearms ready to crush the Akatsuki. Black markings covered the monster samurai's chakra. Naruto used Byakugan no In on his dark blue humanoid, empowering him. He carried the sword of Totsuka, raising it above his head. He charged a devastating slash at the Akatsuki. He would cut it in half. Jingoku stepped aside, dodging the Susanoo's attack. The chakra samurai charged at the samurai again. He swung his mace, blocking the sword of Totsuka. The clash created an immense wind that whipped through the entire forest, fanning flames to run through the trees, scorching them. The Susanoo's left arm struck out with its hands forming a fist each. Dust rose as it slammed the ground with force, creating an immense tremor. He swung the sword of Totsuka back in a semicircular attack, attempting to slash at Jingoku, who had positioned himself behind him to attack with his mace. The man shielded himself with his weapon, taking the blow directly and being sent backward, crashing into trees, sending up a trail of dust. Susanoo stood up, looking in the direction he had sent the Akatsuki. He had left a huge trench in the ground, created by the powerful slash he had used to attack his enemy. When the dust cleared, Jingoku emerged from the rubble covering him, having collided with an immense mountain that had been reduced to nothing. The black cloak of red clouds was in tatters, leaving the dark armor exposed. The man ripped it off with a jerk, throwing it to the right. He picked up his mace and stood up to his 2 meters tall, facing the immense chakra humanoid that covered the Uchiha Senju. Jingoku. Well, this is better. He launched himself into battle against the Susanoo, mace in hand. The humanoid samurai began slashing, which were either blocked by the Akatsuki or deflected by it, sparking a small kenjutsu battle between the two. The final clash of their weapons separated them abruptly. The straw hat had vanished, revealing long brown hair. The man dressed as a samurai leaped toward the jewel on the Susanoo's forehead. Yada's mirror appeared, blocking Jingoku's advance. He didn't have time to dodge the humanoid's next attack and crashed to the ground. The blue samurai's 2 lower hands began to make seals. Trees appeared, creating an immense forest that surrounded them both, creating a sort of forest of death. It was as if the Shodaime had returned. Jingoku, trapped between the immense branches, began to leap, searching for his enemy. Invisible slingshots cut the trees in half, and the man was forced to dodge. He opened his eyes when 2 immense fists slammed him to the ground. He spat out blood. A second blow was sent toward the Akatsuki. He spun around in a backflip and leaped away. The ground shook from the Susanoo's punch, staring down at the retreating man. Yada's mirror had vanished, as had the blade of Totsuka. He now held 2 katanas of pure blue chakra. The humanoid chased after him, destroying the immense trees around him, the ones he himself had created. He was undoubtedly trying to hunt down his enemy. Naruto spat out blood, and the Susanoo vanished as a long-bladed katana pierced his abdomen. His right eye closed, he focused on Jingoku. He was upon him. When did he arrive? They fell to the ground, crashing against it, leaving the Akatsuki on top of the leaf ninja, who spat out blood again, as the seas of Byakugan no one faded away, as did the eternal Magenkyo Sharigan. He withdrew the weapon, pulling the blade from the Uchiha Senju's body. The latter groaned in pain. Jingoku. You almost gave me a good fight, almost with both hands. He grasped the handle of the weapon, raising it above his head, but you must die so that my lord may live. He swiftly lowered his katana, determination shining in his eyes. A flash, and his prey vanished, leaving the weapon inches from the ground. Jingoku. Kairoi Senkim. Konoha. Hospital. Slowly, he opened his eyes with some effort. His head hurt, as did his left side. A white ceiling was what his eyes saw. Groaning, he opened them again and, standing up a little, he looked around the room. His clothes were on a chair next to his Senju clan Wakizashi. You almost died, Naruto. She turned her head a little, seeing the yondaime in his Junin uniform looking through the window. That Akatsuki didn't even flinch at your skills or my speed when I rescued you. A new wall rises above us. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. He, the grandson of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The son of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hitomi. Student of the famous Kairoi Senkim, Yondaime Hokage of the Leaf, Namikaze Minato, had not been able to make a dent in that man who seemed indestructible. He only destroyed the cloak and hat he had been wearing. He cursed himself for it. He had been treated as if he were inexperienced, despite having defeated Pain and several great shinobi. But that man, he was too superior. This new Akatsuki scared him, something no one had managed to do. He clenched his fists tightly, hating himself for losing to a killer. Naruto. I want. He raised his head, looking at the yondaime. For you to destroy me. Destroy me. Damage me physically and mentally until I lose my mind. If necessary, kill me. Breaking the shell. Senju Naruto. The sun's rays fell upon the enormous and destroyed village of Konohagakure no Sato. This village was beginning to be rebuilt thanks to the workers of Nami no Kuni who came to the aid of their collaborators, as well as a huge contingent of shinobi and civilians from Suna and Iwa who decided to access the aid of the Leaf thanks to 2 people. Menma on behalf of Suna, thanks to the fact that he changed Gaara and Naruto, who saved the current Tsuchikage. Thus allowing them to reach better agreements with the Rock. Atop the Hokage Tower, under the watchful gaze of the 4 Hokage faces thus far, stood a figure wearing a cloak bearing the kanji Godaime, his face obscured by the Hokage hat. Beside him stood Koharu and Homura, their faces impassive. Beneath the tower, every shinobi and civilian alike looked toward it, awaiting the long-awaited announcement. The figure stepped forward, removing his hat in a swift motion. Tsunade. I, Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, will be your Godaime Hokage, bringing the will of fire to every corner of Hai no Kuni, he roared, looking down at the mass of people below with his honey-colored eyes. It wasn't long before applause began to be heard. Konoha's new leader had been chosen. Harigakure border. Watch post. The large group of Anbu from the mist were at their post, vigilant for anything that might happen, and that had to be reported to their leader. The expert guards patrolled silently, their tent ready to be drawn at the slightest suspicion of an enemy. Shinra Tensei whispered, a voice unknown to the elite group of ninjas from the mist. A strong invisible current completely swept away that section of the forest, taking all the members of Anbu Squad 2 with it. The surviving squadron captain raised his body slightly. His mask was slightly cracked from the attack of the invisible enemy. He drew his tent, positioning himself for battle. A black slash pierced his body through and through. He spat out blood, which seeped through his mask and fell to the ground in small drops. The man with blood-red hair and purple eyes looked down at the dead Anbu with contempt. He pulled the blood-filled rod from inside the man and let him fall to the ground, completely inert and lifeless. He swung his arm, throwing the same rod at a group of trees. They were sliced in half as the rod swung forward, piercing the chest of the hiding Anbu. But it was too late. The emergency signal had already been sent to Kurigakure. The Gojo woman with lilac hair emerged from the shadows of the trees. Do you think it's wise to take on an entire country alone? Iridi didn't answer for the next few seconds. He stared into the dense forest in front of him, his face impassive. Then he spoke, his voice calm and devoid of any emotion, as if he had no soul. Nagato. Conan, he began, not taking his Rinnegan eyes off the forest, I am the strongest being that exists in this world. Now, with the almost fullness of my powers, only Madara could defeat me. When I reached the zenith of my power, not even he could face me. Only if I obtained a Rinnegan would I achieve it, and at great cost. He shook his head, looking at his Akatsuki companion, who was behind him. A village born out of a civil war does not have the necessary shinobi to stop me. I will kill its current Mizukage to make it clear to the elemental nations who truly rules this world. I will stop at no one. Slowly he turned his face. They had come. Large groups of shinobi appeared before the Akatsuki man, wearing their Jinin, Chunin, and Anbu uniforms. Perhaps they numbered 1,000 ninja, he couldn't tell. Many were hidden by the immense trees of the Kurigakure no Sato forests. Nagato. Conan. Go. Tell Zetsu to start the preparations and then inform Madara of everything. Hanahagakure no Sato. Black. Everything around him was completely black, with nothing to indicate where he was in the center of the tremendous darkness. He looked around, trying to find something to refer to. The glare that completely covered him forced the young man to close his eyes and cover his face with his arm so as not to be bothered by the enormous amount of light. Seconds later, he lowered his arm and began to slowly open his eyes, trying to adjust. Nah, an Uchiha young voice pointed out although I see a faint scent of Senju haha. He blinked a few times and looked at the man in front of him. Spiky brown hair, a headband, and a white yukata with the symbol of 9 Nagatamas. Naruto. You're like the other one. Oh. You must be referring to my Aniki, he said, showing a huge smile that adorned his face, shining. The truth is that we look alike, but he is much more bitter than I am. Uchiha Senju Naruto didn't know what to think. He was once again lost in a dream from which he wouldn't wake until that strange man let him go. The handle of a katana protruded from the brunette's right shoulder. Naruto. Well, I really don't know what you both want from me, a normal man. Nah, don't you know that you are the only descendant of our father's 3 clans? You are inept. I will have to teach you many things, boy, he declared, widening his smile even more. A history class today will do you good. The Tamash plus no Gentai will not be achieved just by staying idle. Well, we really won't be able to do much on your mind either. Reaching 0 Gentai is your priority before reaching the height of your power. His smile didn't disappear at any moment. He looked like the happiest man in the world. Nah, I know that Aniki didn't introduce himself, but oh well. Otsutsuki Asura is my name, and it is an honor for me to meet a descendant of both my brother and mine, even of our father. Naruto. Can you explain? I don't quite understand what you mean, Asura-san. The brunette hit his forehead with his hand. He hadn't expected the boy to be so naive. Even he was smart enough to figure out certain things, wasn't he? Asura. Well, you see. As you know, I am Otsutsuki Asura, youngest son of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, creator of the ninja or ninja way. Thanks to his teachings on chakra, he was named Rakuto Sennin, the sage of the 6 paths, the most powerful being in this world. The young man began, always smiling at the dark-haired man. My father was also the creator of the Uzumaki clan. A clan that carried my father's teachings towards the path of peace. He never told us how he created that clan, therefore I don't know much more there, only that you carry his blood. Well, the next would be my brother Indra, the eldest of the 2 of us, and bearer of our father's eyes and power. He was the creator of the Uchiha clan. A clan that bears the Sharigan and has amazing battle skills. He stopped for a few seconds. And finally, I founded the Senju clan. Clan with vast knowledge of medical and earth ninjutsu, as well as great physical power, and the legendary Mokuton. Many think that my descendant Hashirama was the first to create such a powerful sub-element, but that would be a big lie. I created that element to confront my brother's eyes. That power runs through all of Senju, but only one with my direct blood could awaken it. HMP, and you are a direct descendant of the three Akatsuki, he declared, pointing at the young grandson of Madara and Hashirama with his huge smile. Nah, with all that, reaching the Tamash plus no Jintai should be easy, or not so much. Your power can only be awakened in battle, reaching the physical limit like in those crazy battles. Please, a carrot with Rinnegan. Nah, carrots are good for your eyesight, but not for your hair. Naruto was truly puzzled. This ancestor of his was much stranger than the previous one. He didn't quite understand his carefree cheerful attitude with that goofy smile. He, and Uchiha Senju, was more suited to battle. He longed to face Jingoku again and defeat him once and for all, if he could. Since his defeat at the hands of the new Akatsuki, his training had intensified at the hands of the Yondaime. Naruto. Stories aside, Asura-san. Do you have anything else to tell me? I have to train. Asura. Nah, I've blocked your Sharingan, he said, cutting off the grandson of both founders of Konoha. He blinked about 7 times before shouting and pointing an accusing finger at the young man in front of him. Naruto. You have no right. The Sharingan is one of my most precious abilities, one that has helped me in battle. Without it. Asura. You are nothing. An Uchiha without dojutsu is a mere mortal, right? It seems that your education at the hands of your grandfather was not very correct. Focusing only on your Uchiha gifts has greatly diminished your abilities, which we will have to improve, he said, now looking seriously at the young dark-haired man in front of you. For that reason, you will only be able to use your Taijutsu and Senju abilities. In fact, I also blocked your Kaiten and Raiten, reducing your power considerably. So he was planning to defeat the Akatsuki. He bit his tongue before blurting out some nonsense directed at his predecessor. Asura. Don't give me that stupid look, the brunette Akatsuki asked, smiling and patting him on the right shoulder for a few seconds. Pure chakra management will also be necessary. We'll create jutsus that only use chakra without any element. Dear great-great-great-grandson. Kurigakur. Pillars of rising smoke could be seen for nearly 10 kilometers around. Screams could be heard as corpses littered the forests and villages. Most of them shinobi wearing the standard uniform of the Mist Village. The red-haired woman, kneeling and bearing faint signs of battle, watched as her village was destroyed. Nothing remained but rubble and a huge crater after the attack. In front of her, a man with blood-red hair stood tall, his purple eyes with rings fixed on the woman's blank stare. Nagato. You will be my messenger to warn the other villages of what will happen, woman. Soon, this world will know true peace. He disappeared from the place, as if he had never been there, leaving behind immense chaos and destruction. Nobody will be able to stop him. Konoha. Training Camp 0. Uchiha Senju Naruto breathed heavily, his eyes closed completely. He was sitting in the lotus position, above the lake in that training camp. Masses of water rose above him, forming various and meaningless shapes, as if the liquid were as flexible as rubber. If you looked closely, you could see beads of sweat appearing on his face, trickling down to his chin, from where it dripped and fell between his legs, into the water. He was wearing only a red and black swimsuit. His torso moved slightly, in time with his calm breathing. He exhaled sharply, and the water returned to its original place, creating ripples in the lake, and drops completely soaked the young man. His hair, dripping wet, fell over his face, slightly obscuring his eyes. Naruto. Again this is exhausting, he declared, standing over the lake. He slowly began to make seals. Suiton. Multiple water bullets, he whispered. From the lake, small balls of water, 2 centimeters in size at most, emerged. Like authentic bullets, they shot towards an immense tree that stood on the other side of the lake. They left marks on its trunk. But they did not cut it. He changed the last seal and added another one. Suiton. Great vortex behind the imposing young man, a tunnel of fierce water formed that marched forward, destroying the tree completely. The same jutsu that Zabuza tried once. Again he added 2 more seals. Suiton. Water dragon missile, a powerful jet shot out, slightly taking the shape of a dragon's head and attacked several trees. He changed another seal. Suiton. Great water dragon. An imposing Chinese dragon with yellow eyes formed behind the young man, immense and powerful. It attacked the remains of a group of trees, uprooting them, roots and all. He lowered his arms, undoing the last seal he had formed and breathed calmly, letting the water clean the excess sweat that ran down his body. Suiton was the most difficult element for him to control. If he weren't near a lake, but rather on it, he wouldn't be able to perform tremendous jutsus with his limited experience. Yes, he used several in various fights, but it was thanks to his timing. He raised his head, letting the wind gently touch his face, like a caress. Being in training ground 0, the one used by Hashirama and later by his brother Tobirama, made him feel truly good, at one with the nature around him. It was thanks to Mokuton that it was in his blood. He looked at his hand, in which there was some water. Naruto. This is a wall I must overcome. Uchiha Naruto has disappeared for the moment, leaving Senju Naruto in his place and his face appeared in his face. Now it's up to me to make my grandfather Hashirama and every Senju who looks at me proud. I will raise the Earth Clan high again. Sun Wukong. Dark clouds completely covered the village of Konoha. It was under reconstruction, with its shinobi burdened with missions or helping civilians rebuild. Many people were moving around, always with something to do. At a training camp, a dark-haired young man stared with sharp eyes at the lag in front of him. He breathed calmly, as if nothing could distract him from what he was about to do. His concentration was extreme. Any interruption would cause the jutsu he was about to perform to destabilize, perhaps causing the Senju some injury. Wearing a simple dark blue swimsuit, the young man proceeded to make a sequence of stamps. Naruto. Suiton. Giant water wolf. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Naruto continued forming the last seal of the complex chain required to create the S-class jutsu. It was tiring to flow chakra through his body into the water. Bubbling, the water began to form a wild-faced canine with yellow eyes filled with malice. It howled loudly, churning the water as if it were a wind whipping through it. It raced across the immense lake, striking the tree at the far end, right next to the chaos he had caused with his training yesterday. Like a tsunami, it swept over it with immense force, pushing it backward. In the process, it created a huge ditch, devastating the entire area of vegetation. Broken and uprooted trees adorned the forest in the wake of the blue-eyed dark-haired man's new jutsu. He breathed shakily. He undid the final seal, stopping the chakra from flowing into the water, and it fell to the ground, returning to its harmless liquid form. He smiled sideways, deeply satisfied with the progress he'd made. Suiton was already flowing with ease as he progressed with his training. He was already expanding his repertoire of water techniques that he would use against his opponents in the future. Naruto. HMP, it's getting easier and easier for me to manipulate water, he said, to no one in particular. He was completely alone on field number 0. It was lucky that his cousin could lend it to him. She, Senju Tsunade, also trained in that same place to develop Senju techniques. If I'm lucky, I could handle Suiton like my great-uncle Tobirama. He made a fist, jerking his arm upward. A geyser of water erupted, splashing the boy's body, who was grinning. He had come up with a new jutsu he could create. Naruto. A geyser, he looked at some drops falling on the grass. It wouldn't be easy to create a new jutsu that would require a large amount of water and exhaust him. Fine, I'll have to try. I didn't think about creating a jutsu so soon, but just to try. Hello, a sweet voice greeted, attracting the attention of the dark-haired man with oceanic eyes. He turned slowly, meeting a pair of lilac eyes that gazed at him with a subtle look. A rather noticeable blush was very visible on the young woman with blood-red hair like her mother's. She seemed slightly nervous, trembling almost imperceptibly. If he hadn't always been so observant, he wouldn't have noticed the kunoichi's state. Naruto. Hello, Mito, he greeted, raising his arm slightly. How are you here? Mito took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. She had tried for a long time to find the dark-haired young man so she could talk to him, but she couldn't find him. If she hadn't found her father in the Hokage tower, it might have taken her days to find the Uchiha Senju. Mito. Well, I came to talk about some things, she said, starting to move her hands nervously. She was strong, skilled in battle, but too nervous around the Uchiha, who was looking at her with those deep dark eyes. How was your training? He realized that the Namikaze was trying to take a detour, probably to find the words to say to him. Naruto. Better than I expected. Without expecting it and risking much on my part, I was able to execute an S-rank jutsu with some difficulty, although there were no failures. Once I can handle the Suiton nature chakra more freely, there will be no problem in battle or future practices. I will have to dedicate a lot of time to it, the boy told him, finishing a long explanation that gave all the necessary information plus some extra. Now, how is your training with Lady Tsunade and your mother? I suppose they will demand more of you. Mito. Well, yes. My mother is very strict and she is the one I have the most classes with. Tsunade-sama also has Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura as students. That's why it takes her longer to give me her sessions. And even more so now that she was named Goddamn Hokage. Since it takes up more of her time, the kunoichi declared in a soft voice, as if she were a shy girl. The noticeable blush on her face made her similar to Hyuga Hinata. But I need to talk to you about something, she assured, blushing even more. I know that you are the leader of the Uchiha and soon of the Senju when Tsunade-sama is no longer here. And you probably need someone too. He covered the kunoichi's lips with his right index finger, stopping her rant. Naruto. I'd say you're making a pass at me, the girl tried to deny it, but the boy wouldn't let her. I know you a bit and I know you wouldn't say things with ulterior motives. You clearly don't want my status as leader of the most prestigious clans. The Uchiha is led by Mikoto-sama and as much of a true leader as I am, I don't wish for such a burden. Well, the Senju will fall on my shoulders as soon as my cousin decides or dies. So, there's only one option left. Will you tell me, or should I try to assume? She gasped like a fish, processing what her fellow shinobi had said. It had sunk in at every point. Myth. Well, with great difficulty, the Namikaze tried to find the necessary words to be able to answer the shinobi boy. It was not easy at all, despite the fact that she was not the shy girl she showed herself to be in front of the young shinobi in front of her, who now demanded an answer, or he himself would search for the information he needed. Well, it turns out that I have liked you for a long ago. I'd already said it. Smoke could be seen coming out of the girl's ears, which were still as red as her own hair and her mother's. Naruto. Oh. He blinked, watching as the Chunin-ranked Kunoichi waited for an answer to what he had said. He hadn't asked her anything, but the words the red shinobi had said to him, he needed an answer as soon as possible. I don't need a nanny or a weak Kunoichi to take care of, were his words. Words that forced the Namikaze to lower her face, while drops of water ran down her face, showing that she had begun to cry silently. The veins in her hands were visible as she formed two fists in rage and resentment. Harsh words from any Uchiha. Luckily my Senju side is stronger than me. Without further ado, he hugged the girl with lilac eyes and forced her to look at him. Before words could escape her throat, her mouth was silenced by the soft lips of the brunette who was almost a head taller than her and who had lifted her with the strength of his arms. There were still tears escaping her eyes. She couldn't hold them back. The happiness she felt now was greater than when her mother began training her. Konoha. Training Camp 2. Senju sighed as she unfolded the scroll Asura had given her. It was truly strange, with gold edges and cabbages embroidered on it, as well as a BM staff. Memories of one of the clones she left behind at Training Camp 0 came flooding back and she couldn't help but brush her fingers against his lips. He had kissed Mito. Well, one of his clones had. But it was as if he himself had performed the action. She didn't know they were clones and they were practically him, things that felt the same way. She smiled slightly, hiding the gesture as much as possible. He finished unfolding the immense scroll, almost similar to the scroll of forbidden jutsus he had placed in the Hokage tower or the one Jiraiya of the Sannin carried everywhere. But this one had nothing but a huge sun engraved on it. Neither names nor any kanji were visible to the Senju with his stoic and calm face. He saw a mark where he was supposed to sign. He bit his thumb lightly, just enough to draw blood from the small wound, and wrote his own name slowly, waiting and biting it every time the blood stopped flowing from his body. He pulled his hand away, blood running down his palm. He had finished signing that strange parchment he'd never seen before. 10 minutes later, after several sighs of exasperation and impatience, a gigantic cloud of smoke covered both the Senju and the scroll. He stepped back somewhat alertly, alert for any trouble that might arise. He saw hairy toes, full of fur. Retractable, like an ape's. Hairy feet. No, he didn't understand what was going on. One end of a BM pierced the cloud, dissipating it. In front of the boy stood a man-monkey, lightly armored. Brown hair covered his face, as well as his bare hands and feet, very similar to those of an ape. A red cloak flapped in the wind, tied around the bipedal ape's neck. He displayed brown eyes, hidden beneath a frown that gave him a sour, angry appearance. The BM was a daishirin, a 250 centimeters long staff with wheels and balls at the ends with golden balls, and the BM itself bronze. Extended, the left arm touched the ground, half crouched, with the fingers of that same hand half closed. A primate stalking posture. You're a human, he said, beginning to circle the young man, looking at him, sniffing him as if he gave off some pleasant scent to the human-looking ape. He stalked the Senju. Uchiha and Senju, right. I recognize the scent of the men of the earth on you. Also that of the proud fire users, imitators of me, he informed, while circling him. You're the second to sign my contract, after that Asura. He stood in front of the young man, still crouching. His voice truly sounded experienced. An experience and wisdom that seemed to come from centuries ago. And Naruto knew that summons lived a long time, but not too long they weren't eternal. Naruto. Do you know Asura? He was my first summoner. I fought many battles with him until exhaustion. He was a hopeless airhead, a fool who desired peace more than anything else, and that led to his death. A strange gleam emerged in his wise, experienced eyes. The legendary Sun Wukong has fought in many battles against Uchiha, boy. If you are one of them besides being a Senju, I don't know what to think. He stood up to his 2 meters tall, projecting his shadow over the young man. I will have to test you, Gaki. The wise monkey king and the son of the earth. Sun Wukong swished his tail from side to side while moving the daishirin on his shoulders with great skill and dexterity. It wasn't separated from his body by an inch, as if it were part of him. He stopped it when the lower edge grazed the grass and struck the ground, all without taking his eyes off the Senju. The boy was amazed by the summoning's enormous skill. 1,000 years of experience and an enormous number of battles had given the ape great warrior and strategic skills. The monkey god, more widely regarded as a sage in the world of summoning, stood tall at his 2 meters tall. He towered over the shinobi present by a head. I really didn't expect to be standing before a descendant of that pair of idiots, he began a sequence of seals. Daishirin was leaning on his shoulder. Well, our confrontation will be at Sjai, the mountain where we will test your skills to see if you really are their descendant. An immense white cloud covered them both completely. Senju hadn't moved from his spot due to the impression he had on him. Tranquil, he let it cover him completely, closing both eyes out of pure instinct at the amount of smoke. It didn't take long for him to open them again, blinking for a few seconds to adjust to the new sight before him. Immense trees, similar to those in the Forest of Death, capable of hiding the sun with their branches and leaves. Everything was too similar to a real forest. It wasn't like that. It was a real forest. He felt true danger emanating from it. A cold feeling that sank into his bones. This is my home, he turned his head, seeing the ancient monkey sage hanging from one of the branches, his eyes fixed on the young leaf shinobi. Here, in this very clearing, Akatsuki Asura was trained by me, reaching the level of his older brother. He dropped onto the fine grass. Nothing was heard when his feet touched the ground. Now, I will see if your direct descendant is capable of giving me, even for a minute of battle. He struck the ground with one end of his daishirin against the ground, generating a ringing bell. It was a simple staff, with a bronze-colored shaft and the rounded ends being pure gold. The battle between you and me? He asked the ape. The ape nodded calmly, waiting for the boy's response. He breathed calmly. He moved his arms and unbuttoned his clan's tactical vest, making himself look like Mido Guy, revealing his torso covered by the maroon t-shirt. He rolled up his shirt sleeves and took off his gloves. To look like Wukong, he took off his combat boots, leaving him barefoot. He felt a softness caressing the skin of his feet. It was all truly pleasant. We'll see how good I am. He couldn't prepare himself. The daishirin sped past the right side of his head, imprinting itself on the tree behind him. If he didn't have the reflexes of a trained shinobi, he would have been impaled on the ape's weapon. He started to protest, but instead found Sun Wukong's knee in his face. He was thrown backward. Naruto spun in the air, chakra flowing into his feet, and stood on the tree where the staff was stuck. He jerked his head, watching the monkey sage rush toward him. With his left arm, he ripped the ape's weapon from the bark. He swung it slightly and threw it like a spear toward Wukong, turning the daishirin into a projectile that traveled with great force and speed added by the chakra. The warrior jumped, spinning to the right while catching his staff with his right foot and then throwing it out to catch it in his hands. Senju, seeing this, shot forward, his clan's wakizashi drawn. The two weapons collided, creating a slingshot of wind that whipped through the trees. The boy was truly surprised by the power of the legendary and strange summoning. Moreno backed away after the first clash, breathing heavily. He'd applied pure chakra to his weapon to keep it from breaking. What was that bow made of? Clearly not simple metals. He shifted his body, dodging a downward blow from the staff. As the staff touched the ground, a crack formed, creating a slight tremor that nearly destabilized the Senju. That summoning actually moved much faster than he expected. It would surely match the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraishin no Jutsu. All without using any chakra. Falling to the ground, he swung his weapon to block a second blow from Wukong. He was towering over him, both hands gripping his staff, applying more force. To Naruto's surprise, the ape released the daishirin to grab it with his tail, swinging toward the young man and landing a double kick. He spat out some saliva as he shot toward the tree. The tree shook, dropping leaves to the ground as if it were autumn. He's too flexible, fast, and versatile when it comes to taijutsu combat, he said to himself, as he stood up heavily after colliding with the trunk of the immense tree in the sage's forest. Blood trickled from his right temple to his chin, dripping onto the ground. Quite a bit of physical and mental strength, Wukong declared, crouching slightly in the characteristic pose of a gorilla. The daishirin was being held by his tail. Warrior eyes looked at the Senju. Let's see how well your mind holds up as the battle drags on, he pointed out, threatening the boy. His arms crackled with orange flames, like those of the sun itself. Kaiten. Fist of the Sun Warrior. Before the Uchiha Senju could make any seals, Wukong attacked with a vicious right hook. Before the leaf shinobi's astonished gaze, the tree he'd been leaning against split in half, falling to the ground with a loud crash that frightened the birds living there. He was inches away from losing his life. If that blow had landed on him, he'd be dead. He rolled on the ground, analyzing how to win this deadly confrontation. He quickly got to his feet, performing a brief sequence of seals. Mokuton. Wooden shuriken, he whispered. A large shuriken, more like a Fuma shuriken, appeared in his hands. He spun it around 180 and threw the wooden shuriken hard at the ape. Kaiten. Palm of 1,000 flames orange fire surrounded his left hand, while with his right hand he held the daishirin by the middle. He grabbed one end of the throwing weapon, turning it to ash just seconds after holding it. That secondary element of yours is too weak. "It's no match for Hashirama's," he said scathingly. He was trying to destabilize the Senju as much as possible to finish him off as quickly as possible. Another of the ninja's weapons was the mind. One had to have a stronger mind and not let oneself be carried away by emotions. Naruto sighed, trying not to let the comment affect him further. He knew his Mokuton wasn't very strong, being only 10% of what his grandfather used. He had to find a way to overcome this wall that had grown in front of him. He had to put aside his pessimistic thoughts. Now wasn't the time to think about the walls he had to overcome to achieve everything he wanted. He dodged the cane, which passed horizontally over his head. It almost grazed the crown of his head. He leaped back, distancing himself as much as possible from the ape warrior. The latter swung his Daishirin in front of him, as if putting on a show for the young man in front of him. Both ends of his weapon burned with powerful, very hot flames. He didn't seem bothered by the tremendous heat they gave off. Senju gripped the wakizashi tightly, a little fearful. The summoning was too imposing. Jingoku was nothing at his side, a mere ant compared to a ruthless warrior from the sun itself. He trembled with a growing fear. Fear his rival undoubtedly noticed. Had he gone too far with the boy? No, he needed to see what that young man was capable of with his skills. He stopped looking at the Senju in front of him at the same time the Daishirin stopped spinning. He attacked swiftly and powerfully, giving the young man with the leaf no time to react. Uncertainly, the boy swung his weapon, his speed insufficient. The armored ape maneuvered to stand behind him, using his staff to do so. He slashed at the Senju, trying to hit him with one of the burning ends. He almost missed. It grazed the boy's tactical vest, burning it slightly. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and proceeded to swing the Daishirin to strike the boy horizontally. Naruto, seeing how the staff moved to strike his torso, used the wakizashi as a shield. He felt the heat of the flames as the fire from the end he had attacked with licked his hand for a few seconds. He held back the urge to moan in pain, gritting his teeth and tightening his fingers around the hilt of his weapon. He planted his feet on the ground and stood firm. Wukong, seeing this, stopped applying force to the blow and slid behind the young man, launching a blow below his knees with his leg, destabilizing him with the intention of knocking him down. Something he narrowly missed. The boy spun backward in a somersault and landed on his feet 2 meters away from the ape warrior, his face contorted with exhaustion and a slight burn on his right hand. He would need quick healing if he wanted to continue handling his weapon in combat. He had no other choice. He breathed calmly and let the chakra flow through his body. Black marks covered him and the wounds, both the one on his temple and the slight burn, healed instantly. Good. With the Byakugan no activated, our Taijutsu and Kinjutsu combat will be more entertaining, the boy declared, looking into the primate's eyes. He was at a clear disadvantage in the fight. He couldn't use his Sharingan because Asura blocked it, as well as his Kaiten and Raiten, leaving him only with the Suiton, and there was no water nearby to use it. In this fight, he could only face his rival with the Byakugan no in. With the Mokuton and with his Forest Sage mode. And of those abilities, the only one he controlled was the first. And if Wukong wanted to, he couldn't even get close to him. His 2.5-meter staff, added to the length of his arm, gave him the necessary space to defend and attack. He really had it rough. Red marks on his eyelid and forehead showed that he had begun using Senjutsu. Thanks to the natural nature of that place, he had managed to enter more quickly, and he felt an immense power far greater than he had felt anywhere in the elemental nations. Sun Wukong viewed the changes with respect and admiration. He knew the sage mode of the forests and the Byakugan no in. His long life in the world had equipped him with tremendous knowledge. He extinguished the flames of his Daishirin and placed it on his shoulder as he crouched. He blinked once, and the boy was gone. He ducked lower, avoiding a horizontal kick that sailed over his head, then leaped back, dodging a vertical one that literally split the ground in two, frightening the local wildlife even more than they already were. He was smiling. The boy in front of him was smiling slightly, his teeth showing. Surely, the Uchiha blood in him was boiling from the fight he was waging. Wukong understood his attitude. As a warrior, he also enjoyed a good fight. Naruto charged, launching a series of punches with the clear intention of hitting his opponent squarely. Wukong dodged each hook and punch by shifting his body as the blow approached him. He watched as the Senju, desperate to match him, tried to corner him using Taijutsu in addition to Byakugan no in and Sage of the Woods mode. He deflected one of the punches Naruto threw at him with the palm of his hand, letting it pass by his ya. Naruto stopped and spun, attacking with his left arm again. The attack was stopped dead in its tracks by his knee. Taking advantage of the fact that they were just inches apart, the shinobi finished spinning, attacking with his right fist, which he sent towards the ape's face. He hoped to land that attack. Wukong swung his arm, stopping the young ninja's attack and landing a powerful kick in the stomach, knocking him back. He threw his Daishirin into the sky with his tail, catching it in his hands. He lashed out with a slash that sent it straight into the young man's chest. Naruto was forced back, away from the 2.5-meter staff. What was left for him to do? Wukong had withstood a couple of blows at full power and was now forcing him back using his bow staff. He was at a clear disadvantage. If only Asura had left him his Raiten and Kaiten. He couldn't use ninjutsu because there was no water in the area, and even if he used his Kekkei Genkai, it was still too weak to have the desired effect, even adding in the fact that he was using Senjutsu. Not really knowing how to approach this confrontation, he positioned himself in the Uchiha clan's intercepting fist Dojutsu stance. However, without a Sharingan, his defense would be a sieve. I was lost. It's over, the legendary summoner declared, his voice a certain seriousness. I've seen what I wanted to see. The great battle. A hero is born. Before he could say anything, Naruto was thrown out of Wukong's territory, engulfed by a huge cloud of smoke. When he blinked, he found himself back in Konoha, right next to the summoning scroll of the legendary monkey warrior. He scratched the back of his neck, unsure of what had happened. He hadn't even said goodbye to the man who seemed to be his personal summon from now on. That battle had cost him a lot, not to mention the fact that he wasn't at his 100%. Asura having taken away his Uchiha side had been a blow too strong for him. He hadn't shown his opponent his true power. And that frustrated him. He rolled up the scroll and stared at it for a few minutes, unsure what to do with it. He didn't have his Sharingan to send it to his personal dimension. And he couldn't carry it around during battles. Naruto. He turned his head, seeing the Yondaime appear next to him, dressed in his Jonin uniform, and followed by his daughter Mito, Sai and Kushina. Yondaime? He asked, confused. He was quickly shaken by a tearful Mito, who held him tightly in her arms, barely letting him breathe or say anything. He was shocked. He knew from his clone's memories that they were now a couple. But it shouldn't have been that way. The clone wouldn't have disappeared so quickly, and he'd left another one behind in case something happened. You've been missing for a month. Where have you been? Ka-san sensed your chakra, and we came quickly to see what had happened to you, she said, hugging him and sobbing softly into his chest. A month. Something quickly clicked in his mind. The dimension of his summoning took place in a different timeline than Konoha's. A few hours there could be a month in the elemental nations. I was in the summoning world. He pulled the reed away from him and looked into her eyes. I'm sorry if I worried you. Mito nodded, wiping the remnants of tears from her eyes and smiled. That doesn't matter now, the blonde said seriously, taking a step forward. I managed to hide your offense from the council, but that's not the most serious thing. Kurigakure, Kumagakure and Sunagakure have been attacked by a certain Nagato, the new leader of Akatsuki, he reported, a gleam of concern in his sapphire eyes. Iwa is now engaged in battle against that man. Naruto opened his eyes in astonishment. He separated from the red-haired Kunoichi and tied the ninja headband tightly over his forehead, his Uchiha visage now replacing the Senju that had been his until then. When do we leave? Frontier to Iwa. The battalion of rock shinobi advanced through the trees on their border. Their land was unsuitable for trees, and they were well accustomed to moving among rocks and dry land, devoid of plants due to the hard ground. A Jonin stood on one of the trees, looking down at three figures in black cloaks with red clouds. The redeeted one of the trio raised his head, looking at the girl with short black hair. Guritsuchi, granddaughter of the Tsuchika Jinoki of the two scales, she said, raising both arms towards the young woman. She opened her eyes and jumped, dodging a barrage of black slashes that took out several of her companions. Cursing, she wrapped her right arm in rock and attacked the one who seemed to be the leader. Nagato moved her arm and pushed the young woman against a group of trees using her Shinra Tensei, using gravity against the Jinin. The fourth great village will be destroyed. Guritsuchi stood up, pushing aside the trees above her, and looked at the three S-rank criminals. She cursed as her arm returned to normal. Doten wouldn't be useful against that type of power. Leave this boar to me, sir, demanded the man with the katana, dressed in samurai armor and a mask. Jingoku drew his weapon, revealing a truly beautiful dark gray blade. With a nod from the Rinnegan user, the one who had once been considered a great Ronin, launched himself at high speed against the granddaughter of the rock leader. With a blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Kuritsuchi hadn't expected such speed from that man. She was finished. The katana swung down, intending to cut the young woman on the rock in two. Seconds before it sliced through the Kunoichi's skin, a second blade stopped the first. It was black with a dark purple-gray edge. The Senju symbol gleamed on the handle. Using force, the intruder and savior forced the Akatsuki to retreat, while coldly looking at the one in front of him. Twice, said the one who had interrupted the confrontation between the criminal organization and the members of the Rock. His dark blue eyes glanced at the girl, still keeping an eye on his enemy. This is a coincidence. Guritsuchi smiled, watching the Senju's back in front of her. She'd already expected to die, and she'd never thought he'd save her again. Four figures appeared, all with Konoha headbands. "We arrived at just the right time," declared the blonde with sapphire eyes, clutching two tri-pronged kunes as he looked at the redeed. "Kushina, Mito, and Sai. Take care of the purple-haired woman. I'll take care of the leader, and Naruto will take care of the samurai." With that, Madara and Hashirama's grandson smirked. He gripped the handle of his ancestor's katana and moved toward his target, launching a horizontal slash. Jingoku leaped, dashing into the forest, followed by the dark-haired man, who had a revenge plan. Kushina drew her own katana. With a simple glance at her two students, the trio from Team 6 charged at the paper user. The woman, using her paper wings, flew away, drawing the Konoha team to another part of the forest. "Guritsuchi," Minato called, catching the brunette's eye. "Leave and tell your grandfather. He might need help." Naruto and Jingoku. The clash of metal could be heard among the trees, scaring away the wildlife in the area, leaving the two Kenjutsu users to battle on the spot. Senju hadn't held a sword in quite some time. He smiled at the battle he was having, giving him the opportunity to exact his revenge. His blood boiled with the adrenaline of combat. Like any self-respecting Uchiha, Naruto loved combat, being the strongest. Something that was held back by the Senju and Uzumaki. Thanks to that, he was quite balanced. He swung his weapon, striking his enemy's protected abdomen, who grunted at the undefended gap. He had made a mistake by being so confident against an opponent he had already defeated. Jingoku took a few steps back to analyze the boy in front of him. No use of Sharigan. Instead of responding, the Senju charged at the samurai who had tossed aside his cloak. He deflected the dark-haired man's thrust, swinging his own. He smiled beneath his mask as he saw a gap in his opponent's attack and attacked with a powerful downward slash. The ground split in two as he touched the ground. Drops of blood could be seen on the grass. He hadn't moved me, and he'd split me in two. A faint cut could be seen on the dark-haired man's left cheek as he stood on a tree branch to the right of the Akatsuki, who quickly turned his head to look in that direction. Cursing, he raised his katana and lunged at the Senju, who blocked the slash with his weapon. The branch gave way under the blow, forcing them both to separate, standing on different branches, facing each other. "In our first battle, I got overconfident," he declared, while black marks, the symbol of the Byakugan no In, ran across his body at the same time as those of the forest Senjutsu. "Something I regret and will never happen again. I hope you can win, Naruto-chan. I've given you back your Uchiha legacy," declared Asura's cheerful voice in her mind. Naruto proceeded to open his eyes, displaying the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan in them. Without blinking, golden chains advanced against Jingoku. The Akatsuki deflected the 9 Konfuksa with his weapon, leaving the brunette defenseless right in front. He was going to launch himself to stick his weapon in the Senju's chest. It was not necessary. Black flames of Amaterasu came out of his enemy's right eye, advancing towards the samurai. He was surprised. He had fallen into that young man's trap. Moving his weapon, the Senju stopped Jingoku's slash at him. He had escaped his attack and hadn't seen him. He was better than he remembered. Separating, they both stopped their fight. Jingoku knew most of his enemy's abilities. While Naruto barely knew his opponent, which complicated the battle. He could last for hours against the Akatsuki despite using everything against him. He gritted his teeth and stopped thinking about it. This was Uchiha Senju Naruto, grandson of Madara and Hashirama. He wouldn't be intimidated by anyone. He swung his left arm upward. Thinking it was stupid, Jingoku prepared to charge. He stopped, watching as tree branches tried to pierce them. Cursing, he created a dome of fire around his body, turning the branches to ash. His defense fell, and Naruto was before him. Again, their katanas clashed, raising an immense wind that shook the trees and frightened the few animals that were there. Another Kenjutsu dance took place in the forest as both combatants met their enemy with everything they had. 10 minutes later, they fell to the ground. Jingoku saw a few cracks in their armor. Something that impressed him. No one had ever gone that far. He was the first to crack their protection. He had earned their respect. Naruto, for his part, watched his wounds heal. His outfit was riddled with cuts. Thank goodness he had several Senju uniforms ready. Otherwise, perhaps his grandfather Hashirama would scold him later. That man had surpassed his dojutsu. "I see you've improved somewhat, kid. But I haven't given it my all yet," he declared, tossing aside his straw hat, revealing a head of white hair. "I'll give it my all to kill you. Kenjutsu. 1,000 souls cut." He felt the air around him drain away, entering a state of hyperventilation, searching for oxygen to pump into his lungs. Naruto didn't understand what was happening. He heard the sheathing of his enemy's katana right behind him. 2 seconds later, the Senju felt his torso split in two. A cut appeared on his chest, staining his body with abundant blood, while his dark blue eyes, like the deepest ocean, remained open in shock. He fell to his knees, his throat filled with blood. His fingers abandoned the handle of the katana, letting it fall to the ground. "You're not on my level, kid. Your swordsmanship is good, but you still have a lot of room for improvement, he sighed, turning his back on the Senju. It's a shame you're not still alive to reach my level and watch your people die. He started walking towards the rock village. Where are you going? A muffled voice asked, causing the man to stop. I'm a Senju, he said, coughing afterward, spitting out some blood. You can't kill me with that chopstick. Uchiha Senju finally stood up as the wound on his torso closed and the blood stopped leaking from his body. With his right forearm, he wiped away the remnants of the red liquid that adorned his lips. Interesting, she whispered, turning around to see an unharmed Naruto, his eternal fixed on him. Fine, since I see you want to die, I'll oblige. With slow movements, he removed his breastplate, throwing it to the ground, revealing a black t-shirt covered by a light mesh. He pulled his katana from the ground and prepared to face the shinobi in front of him. He was a little surprised he was still alive. Before he could launch himself, some root stopped the man from taking any action. He looked down and cursed. He didn't see the leg that connected with his abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain. Soon, 2 punches connected with his stomach and a knee to his face, sending him flying into a massive group of trees that creaked and snapped. Naruto had moved quickly. It didn't take long for him to start making stamps. Pain. Fire annihilation. He spat out a massive fire in the direction of the Akatsuki. Flames flooded the entire area, causing the Uchiha to look at the flames. He jumped, dodging Jingoku's punch, which emerged from the ground beneath him. Apparently, he knew how to use Doton. They connected punches, creating faint shock waves that echoed throughout the room. Each of them moved their bodies in coordination, preventing their opponent from landing a blow. Above all, they avoided letting one wrong blow lead to their deaths. Looking more closely, one could see cracks forming on the ground from the immense power that both of them were letting out of their bodies without realizing it. They separated, staring into each other's eyes. Jingoku stamped his foot on the ground, creating rock spikes that advanced toward the dark-haired man. Rain. Electric assassin, the Uchiha Senju whispered, slamming his hands into the ground. Blue lightning bolt struck the Doton jutsu, turning it to dust, leaving no trace of it. He quickly got up, dodging a slash that would have split him in two. Using chakra in his feet, Naruto moved to dodge a barrage of fireballs that ignited a great sea of flames that surrounded him. Sweating slightly, the boy shifted his body to make way for the Akatsuki samurai, who swung at the leaf shinobi. The latter ordered the nearby trees to trap the swordsman. But like the previous ones, they were reduced to ashes. Appearing beneath Jingoku's defense, he struck his right abdomen with a Rasengan that sent him flying, crashing into several trees again, creating a powerful blue chakra dome that devastated a vast area. Most likely, there would soon be no more trees left in the area. Especially if the other battles were as fierce as this one. With one movement, he tore off his upper clothing, revealing his torso, devoid of scars or wounds. You're not Kairoi Senko's student for nothing, the albino declared, appearing behind the boy and receiving a blow that threw him against a tree. He spun around, avoiding hitting it. Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and also a student of the Yondaime. You have everything to be a great shinobi, boy. But as I said before, it's a shame you're going to die so young. Flaming dragon, he fell upon the dark-skinned man, surrounding him with flames that would melt anyone. That's what you think. The young man retorted, appearing behind Jingoku with a Rasengan in each of his hands. Double Rasengan. He slammed both into his enemy, creating a chakra dome twice as large and leaving a massive crater beneath it. But with a nearly unharmed Jingoku still standing, blood trickling down his left temple. Duration, he growled, annoyed by the famous Kairoi Senko's technique. Apparently, the boy had learned it. If only he knew that the technique actually belonged to the Nidaime Hokage. You surprise me more and more. He burst into chakra, sending the former Hokage's student tumbling backward. Now, the Senju felt a pressure preventing him from moving normally, which also seemed to slightly alter his chakra. He couldn't stop the series of blows the Ronin dealt him, sending him to the ground, completely wounded. Wounds that healed thanks to the Byakugo no In. But he couldn't get up. His enemy was holding him down with his foot. Now, die, he declared, raising his katana and bringing it down on the boy. Naruto opened his eyes. He couldn't use Hiraishin or Kamui. The katana pierced the boy's head, creating a puddle beneath it and remaining embedded there. The old samurai smiled. The seal he placed on the boy prevented him from escaping death. His great skill in Fuinjutsu had given him victory. He was grateful for who he was. He opened his eyes as a blade pierced his body through and through. Blood escaped from his mouth and his incredulous eyes searched for the killer. Never underestimate anyone, old man, declared the Senju's voice behind him, right in his ear. The Akatsuki turned, seeing that the boy was unharmed except for his right eye, which had lost its light. Izanagi. I never thought someone would force me to use it. Ah bastard cough, I underestimated you. The man was clearly shocked, losing his last breaths of life. He fell to his knees, right in front of the young man who had killed him. I cough one of the last Uzumaki's cough killed by a child, the great Uzumaki Masaharu. But that last statement, the man collapsed to the ground. Slowly, Naruto approached his opponent, his right eye closed, and withdrew his katana, gripping the handle tightly and pulling it from his enemy's body. Something truly tragic, declared Asura, materializing in front of his descendant. His body was completely intangible, a ghost. I never thought an Uzumaki would create such destruction and death in the world. In this world, it doesn't matter if you're an Uchiha, an Uzumaki, or a Senju, he said, wiping the blade of his weapon clean and putting it away. If your soul is corrupted, it doesn't matter who you are. But Minato and Nagato. They both stared at each other intently. They had experienced Naruto and Jingoku's battle, as well as Team 6's battle against Konan. Beside the former Hokage, his wife appeared, with minor injuries all over her body. You defeated Konan. No, the Uzumaki denied, spreading her legs lightly, looking seriously at the Akatsuki. She said she'd rather watch you kill us. It was a bit arrogant of her. Nagato laughed, looking at the most powerful pair in Konoha after the legendary Sannin. They didn't seem to understand the true extent of his power. He had single-handedly wiped out 3 villages without help from Madara or the rest of the Akatsuki. And he wasn't even at 100% yet. He needed to recover even more so he could defeat the Uchiha controlling them. He only had to wait a few more weeks and no one would be able to defeat him. He was a god on earth. Namikaze took up position, gripping his 2 signature 3-pronged kunai. He looked seriously at the leader of the most powerful organization within the elemental nations. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his wife. The Uzumaki nodded imperceptibly to the enemy and the duo launched into battle. Kunai flew toward the man with Rinnegan eyes, who deflected them with a black slash that, seconds later, blocked the Riteid's downward slash. She smiled, giving the man a hint that something was up. He whispered a few words, and a gravitational energy field pushed the woman away from him. But it also took with it the blonde who had appeared using Hiraishin, right behind the most powerful Akatsuki. Such basic combos wouldn't be able to defeat him. His eyes saw everything and would devastate everything there. He leaned back, dodging the Yondaime, who had launched an upward attack. Seeing that this wouldn't land, he spun around to launch a sidekick, which the Riteid blocked with his hand. He opened his eyes when the Namikaze disappeared in a yellow flash, reappearing to his right. He again blocked Minato's attack, who disappeared again, only to reappear to his left. Thus began a barrage of blows that the Akatsuki leader blocked or deflected, always keeping his eyes on Kushina. Quickly, he landed a blow with his open palm on the former Hokage's chest, who shot back, surprised that he saw him. After a while, I got used to your speed. You're rusty, Kairoi Senku, the man pointed out, laughing after his last sentence. Nagato looked down on the former leader of the Leaf with contempt and superiority. The Hiraishin would no longer be of use to him. He had grown accustomed to it and could see its movements. He jumped, dodging 5 golden chains that tried to impale him. The Team 6 Jonin moved swiftly after the first attack, positioning herself to the right of her opponent, her katana perpendicular to the ground and ready to use. The man looked at her, ready to use his dojutsu on her. He didn't expect Minato to appear next to him, a Rasengan ready to be used. He moved, grabbing the man's wrist and throwing him at the woman. She moved, narrowly avoiding her husband and throwing her katana at him. Nagato caught her and a cloud of smoke covered him. Another Kushina appeared, kicking him in the face, sending him to the ground. He spun and managed to land on his feet, facing the woman. He ducked, letting the Uzumaki's leg pass over his head. He shifted his body, a bar appearing in his hand, and attempting to plunge it into the woman's abdomen. This action was stopped by Minato with one of his kunai when he replaced himself with his wife. Suiton. Water bullet. The Uzumaki spat a ball of water from her throat towards the Riteid. Nagato extended her left arm and absorbed the jutsu of one of her rivals. Not neglecting the other, he swung his right arm and knocked the Namikaze away, freeing himself to stop the woman's katana that was almost slicing his neck. It had nearly reached him. The fight was taking too long for his own liking. He had to separate the pair and kill them one by one. He could handle both of them, but he didn't want to waste chakra on them. Minato seemed to read his rival's intentions. His body moved on its own, covering his wife in a shower of black slashes, pushing her away and taking them all in. He dropped the kunai, spitting blood, and falling to his knees. Truly, that Akatsuki was too powerful. Mina-kun. His wife shrieked, seeing the state of the man she loved. She gripped her katana and deflected the last slash, which was heading straight for her husband's heart. She glared at him, her attention still on her enemy. I'll take care of him, Mina-kun. At least I'll stall him long enough for Mito and Sai to arrive, she declared. 9 golden chains appeared around her. Just hold on. Without her husband being able to say anything, Kushina moved, attacking Nagato directly with her katana. Slash and sword clashed a few times, as if nothing were really happening. The man hadn't moved an inch no matter how much force the woman applied. The Uzumaki spun, attacking the man's back. He stopped the blade using Shinra Tensei, but failed to expel it with his gravity attack. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, and chains fell, forming a circle around the Akatsuki. Above him, in the sky, Kushina was completing a sequence of seals. Suiton. Great waterfall drop, the woman roared, thick drops of sweat falling from her. A torrent of water fell on the man, pushing him hard against the ground, creating a crater from the water pressure. 10 minutes later, Kushina and Minato were together. The woman was crouching over her husband, ready to tear off the black bars. With that jutsu, he won't get up. At least he'll be in. She spat blood on her husband's face as a rod pierced her stomach. Kushina. He cried helplessly, watching as his wife was pushed into the water-filled crater, while the bare-chested and soaked Nagato emerged, with only a few scratches, and walked towards the Namikaze, katana in hand. Bastard. Yeah, I know. No need to point out the obvious, Kairoi Senku he retorted mockingly. Without waiting long, he swung his katana and pierced the blonde man's chest without showing any mercy. With that, 2 obstacles have been eliminated. Now, it's time for Iwa's fall. He walked towards the rock village without looking back. Shortly after, Mito arrived, followed by Sai. She saw her father's lifeless body with horror and sensed her mother's weak chakra. Sai jumped into the improvised lake created by his teacher's immense Suiton jutsu. He didn't need to look at his partner. They understood each other with just a few gestures. Mito coughed. She looked at her father, crying into the man's chest. Find Naruto cough and tell him to kick those B bastards cough, and that IG give him my B blessing cough to be by Yoyu side. He's a great B-boy worthy son of his parents, and worthy successor of Hashirama Tobirama, and anyone who is Hokage before him. Worthy grandson of Madara and Hashirama, grandson of legends. But those words, the Yondaime Hokage's life drained from his body, losing the warmth and life that shone in his sapphire eyes. The Namikaze's wailing echoed throughout the forest. Iwa. All civilians from the rock village were evacuated away from the village. It wasn't long before Nagato made an appearance, the only difference being that his torso was uncovered, the only indication that he had entered the battle moments before. Those who greeted this man were the young Sandaime Tsuchikage, a Jinten user, and his granddaughter, an expert in Doton and Imton. I see that I will be able to remove other obstacles to my plans. Others? The rock leader asked, looking at the red-haired man in front of him, his purple eyes fixed on him. Iroi Senko and Bloody Habanero. He opened his eyes. The man who had killed nearly half of Iwa's forces in the Third Great Ninja War had fallen to a single man. No, he couldn't believe that. It was impossible. Ridiculous. Taking advantage of the old man's uncertainty, he launched his Shinra Tensei technique. Kuritsuchi attempted to create a rock wall. But it was too late. The invisible force struck them, sweeping away the houses behind them and creating great devastation. He lowered his arm, looking at the cloud of dust. HMP, is that it? You really were pathetic, old man, the Rinnegan user declared. He turned his head in time to see a vortex form, revealing the figures of Inoki and Kuritsuchi. Behind both Iwa members, a brunette appeared, his right eye hidden by his locks and his left eye revealing the eternal Uchiha Naruto. Madara's grandson took a few steps forward, standing in front of the Iwa brothers. His torso was exposed, with no visible wounds. You're the cause of all this chaos. It wasn't a question. Nagato noticed a certain angry tone hidden beneath the calm. You're the second Rinnegan user I've seen and faced. Haha, I'm not second. I'm first, he replied mockingly, looking at the Senju. I created pain and the paths of pain, boy. I am Uzumaki Nagato, true god of this world, and to whom those 6 bodies belonged. He stopped laughing, looking at the trio of shinobi. Now that the Rinnegan's powers return to me, no one will be able to stop me. Be careful, Asura's voice warned him in his head. The Otsutsuki could feel the Uzumaki's chakra growing with every second. It was getting stronger with each passing moment. This isn't Jingoku or Wukong. He nodded, pulling out a kunai. Fine, he threw the weapon at the red-haired man. Bored, Nagato deflected the weapon. Rasengan. Black flashed and the Senju was beside him, slamming the chakra sphere into his chest. Or would have been if he hadn't positioned his right forearm to absorb the attack's chakra. Duration. He disappeared. Naruto reappeared behind the enemy, using 2 Rasengans that he attempted to hit. They didn't have the desired effect. He was sent flying backward. He disappeared again in a black flash, appearing in front of the Uzumaki, with Senjutsu markings on his face. He attacked with a right punch that Nagato blocked. He grunted slightly. The boy was strong. He grabbed the boy's arm as a black rod appeared in his right hand, ready to be impaled on the young man. Chidori cracked and broke the rod, forcing the man to let go of the boy and walk away. How he was incredulous. The boy had attacked without his eyes seeing it. He frowned and focused on the boy. It doesn't matter. Let's continue. Naruto launched himself at the red-haired man, attacking with the kunai he picked up from the ground. Nagato reared back, dodging a side slash the young man threw at him. He had become faster and stronger than the last time she saw him. But it wasn't him. Nagato attacked, using 2 slashes against the boy. The boy dodged the thrusts, moving his body with the agility of a dancer. He stood behind the man, a kunai flashing, ready to stab the Akatsuki. He felt himself being stopped and thrown backward again. Using his legs, he managed to stop, leaving furrows of earth on the ground. He raised his gaze and his arm, stopping the slash with his kunai, standing face to face. "Heh, you used Izanagi against Jingoku," he said mockingly. Growling, Naruto expelled black flames from his eye. They were absorbed by the Uzumaki's Rinnegan. "I don't think you can beat me." He spat out blood as one of the bars pierced his chest, feeling immense pain. He fell to his knees, gasping for air. "Arg. You're like Yondaime." "A fool," he pointed out, his right arm extending toward the boy. "Chibaku Tensei." Pieces of earth surrounded the shinobi, creating a perfect sphere that enclosed him. Naruto's mind. Uchiha Senju spat out blood. He couldn't pull the rod through him and felt his strength draining away, just as that black piece drained his chakra. He felt himself growing weaker, losing strength with every second. "You fool," the figure of a dark-skinned man with purple marks around his eyes appeared. "You've let yourself be led by my idiot brother." "Indra?" the brunette muttered, offended by the first Uchiha's words. "Don't treat me like that in front of our direct descendant." "I was hoping to use this later, but I have no choice." He brought his left hand toward the boy's head and Asura imitated him, bringing his right hand forward. A light flooded the room, enveloping the black-haired boy. They lowered their arms after a full minute. "Good, you'll be able to face that bastard copycat of our father now. Those eyes aren't meant for humans." He blinked, puzzled. The bar disintegrated and he felt his strength returning. Incredulous, he stood up. "Thank you," she whispered, shedding a couple of tears. Little girl. Tears aren't Uchiha tears, Naruto. You are my descendant and as such, you must do my bidding." "Hey. That's mine too," the younger Otsutsuki complained, tearing up. "You're an idiot," the first Uchiha replied, turning around. He glanced at the boy. "I hope you used that eye well, Gaki." And it vanished. Not understanding, he raised his arm in front of his right eye. Out of Naruto's mind. Mito was thrown backward, colliding with Kuretsuchi. Both Kunoichi, breathing heavily, were leaning against a tree trunk with minor cuts all over their bodies. In front of them, an unharmed Nagato walked calmly, holding 2 black slashes, one in each of his hands. He was serious. He knew he could kill them at any moment. They were no match for him. Tsuchikage watched this from afar, next to the dying Uzumaki Kushina, who was being treated by a Kunoichi from the Rock's medical corps. Inoki couldn't move. He had to protect them. In a blur, Sai launched his tanto at the man, who deflected the weapon with his slash and threw one of his weapons at the former rude Anbu, catching him squarely in the right shoulder. The boy groaned in pain, falling to his right knee, his breathing ragged. He felt the slash draining his chakra bit by bit. "Enough games. You will die here and now. No one will leave here alive," the Uzumaki declared, preparing to use Shinra Tensei at full power. With that, he might completely devastate the entire area, sweeping every living thing for miles into the roundabout. His power would soon be at its peak and no one, not even Madara, could stop him. Crack. He was thrown, crashing to the ground, all the work of a figure that had escaped from the enormous rock sphere that had imprisoned him. Now, he stood before the exhausted Kunoichi, his attire straightened. He wore black combat boots, black Anbu pants, a maroon t-shirt, and over it the grey tactical vest his grandfather Hashirama had given him. The only difference was that the Uchiha fan was drawn on his back in all its glory and right in the middle of it, the Senju symbol could be seen. Uchiha didn't wait for his enemy to get up. Determined, he charged at him, a kunai in hand. The Akatsuki, recovering from the initial shock, blocked his enemy's attack with one of his slashes, exerting all his strength while staring at the dark-haired man's serious face. He got rid of him with a flick of his arm, pushing the Konoha man away. Naruto landed on his feet, a few feet away from Nagato, his legs slightly bent, ready to launch himself at the retreat again. "You escaped from the Chibaku Tensei," he said, somewhat surprised that a boy would escape from one of his Rinnegan's jutsus. "And you seem to have recovered from the fatal wound I gave you. What happened to you in there?" He slowly raised his face, revealing his left eye, revealing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan within it, spinning slightly. A light gust of wind moved the black locks that hid his right eye, revealing a purple eye with black rings. The young heir of Madara and Hashirama possessed the Rinnegan. Before Nagato could say anything, Naruto appeared in front of him, striking his torso with an open palm. If anyone there had a dojutsu, they would have realized that those were 3 blows similar to the Hyuga's Jukken. Unable to avoid it, he was thrown backward, spitting blood from his mouth and crashing into a group of trees. Some of them fell on him, burying him completely. It didn't take long for him to use Shinra Tensei to escape their pressure. A serious mistake. Suiton. Great water wolf, the Uchiha whispered behind him. He didn't have time to turn around. A water wolf dragged him away, gripping him with its jaws with great force and making no attempt to let go anytime soon. With great effort, he moved his right arm and placed it on the dog's nose. He absorbed all of the jutsu's chakra and the wolf vanished, leaving Ahsoka Nagato kneeling on the ground, teeth marks on both sides of his body. He shook his head, getting to his feet. That boy. You'll decide if we continue. He turned his head, meeting the Senju on a branch. I've fully recovered my chakra and I'm not tired. You, on the other hand, have been fighting all day, and no matter how much you recover and increase your strength, you will reach a point where your body cannot withstand the stress of so many battles. He stood on the branch, looking down at Nagato in particular. I also know that I must not let you escape from here. You have an absurd idea of what the world should be like, and I cannot allow you to kill more people. He said the last part with contained anger. You killed Jiraiya and Minato, two men who gave everything for their home. They had achieved peace. Shinra Tensei. He opened his eyes when he felt a strong, invisible pressure hit him. He coughed, covered in dust and most likely with several of his bones shattered. He hadn't expected the boy to learn how to use the jutsus of that eye so quickly. He held the dark-haired man's leg with his hand. They stared at each other for a few seconds, then proceeded to separate. I won't let some brat who hasn't suffered teach me life lessons. Raiden. Rain of furious lightning. Uchiha raised his face, watching several bolts of lightning fall upon him. He didn't even flinch. A bow staff appeared in his right hand and struck the Akatsuki jutsu, dissolving it without even touching him. You've made your decision, Nagato the boy declared, looking at an incredulous Uzumaki. You could have done good with those eyes. But you were fooled by empty, dark words. Golden flames surrounded the Rakishaku BM, the 6-foot-long staff that had appeared in his hand. This is our first battle together, son-sama. Heh, let's go, said Wukong's voice, coming from the staff. The Uchiha didn't wait any longer and launched himself at the Uzumaki, who made a black slash appear. The two staffs collided, creating metallic sounds with each clash. Naruto looked for an opening in the man's defense to finish with a fiery thrust. He had to finish that man off once and for all. The Rinnegan drained a lot of chakra from the boy and he wasn't used to it. For his part, Nagato looked to slice off the dark-haired man's head, always watching the Uchiha's movements. They separated after a powerful blow. You can't beat me, Uchiha. The Redeed declared, his chakra rising again. Not even your grandfather can beat me. That masked man isn't my grandfather, idiot, the young man refuted, smirking. The real Madara would wipe his ass with you, he added, slamming his Rakishaku BM into the ground, generating tongues of golden fire that advanced against the Akatsuki. He swung his arm, using Shinra Tensei to undo the attack against him. Hein, Madara's grandson. You will die here. Kuchius no Jutsu. He growled, being enveloped by an immense cloud of smoke, from which emerged a chameleon, a three-headed dog and a bird, all of them with a Rinnegan in their eyes, looking at the brunette. Finish him off. Following their master's orders, they rushed at the young Uchiha, who was cursing at his enemy's move. He was engulfed in a puff of white smoke, and Wukong appeared before his summoner and companion. Without looking at the Uchiha Senju, he swung his arm, summoning his Daishirin and striking the bird with it, Nagato's first summon to reach them. He leaped toward the tailed dog, engulfed in the very flames of the sun, piercing it through and through, incinerating it. He shifted his body to the right, dodging the chameleon's tongue. Before the reptile's limb could return to its place of origin, he grabbed it with both arms and, displaying his immense strength, lifted the animal over him, throwing it at Nagato, who stepped aside. The three Rinnegan summons vanished in puffs of smoke, leaving only their summoner. Doing the same as the other summons, Wukong disappeared. We're alone again, the Uchiha reported, looking at his opponent. I'll be honest with you, Nagato. If I let you live, I probably won't be able to face you with my current power later. That's why I only have two options. Kill you or take out your eyes, since trying to reason with you won't help. Stop bragging, the Uzumaki muttered. Every second that passes, I get stronger. I beat you before, and I'll do it again. We're even. I beat you before, too. But you needed to kick me, boy, Nagato refuted, smiling maliciously. Alone, you will never defeat me. You are a child who has not seen the cruelty of war. I, on the other hand, saw my comrades die, my family. I saw what the world is truly like. And it wasn't some stupid dream of an old man addicted to alcohol and bores. No one will be able to bring peace for eternity. He shouted, letting out chakra from within him. He calmed his anger, seeing that with this he wouldn't be able to get anywhere. He felt truly enraged by the words of a brat who had barely begun to glimpse the truth of this disgusting and putrid world that surrounded them. After the capture of the Nibi, we only need two Bijuas, kid. No one will be able to stop us when the plan is completed. Ujido. Naruto jumped, dodging a series of ground spikes. From the air, he maneuvered to avoid wind slashes that tried to chop him up. He heard several branches and trees being cut. They were completely destroying an immense forest. Perhaps his Mokuton could recover it. He landed on the top of one of the trees surrounding them. But from there he couldn't face Nagato, who soon appeared on the top of the tree next to the Uchihas. You control the 5 elements. Uzumaki Ryo. The Rinnegan allows me to use all 5 elements, yes. But my actual elements are Fueton and Suiton, thanks to my Uzumaki heritage. But thanks to my Rinnegan, I was able to master the rest, he declared, showing no annoyance at giving information to a rival. Surely you can do it too, Gaki. It's a shame that before you do, you'll die by my hand, he declared, looking neutrally at the Uchiha. Pain. Great fire dragon orange flames formed a huge Chinese fire dragon, which seemed to await its master's command. Futon. Great wind dragon, he added, causing the air around him to gather together to create a dragon similar to the fire dragon, but this one being made of air. One last seal, and both lizards launched themselves at the boy, the first dragon empowered as the second joined forces. Naruto couldn't be more surprised. How would he stop this devastating combination? Instinctively, he raised his right arm, whispering Shinra Tensei. The force of gravity struck the dragon, bringing it to a standstill. But the Uchiha knew he couldn't keep this up. The dragon wasn't diminishing in size or power, and he couldn't keep his eye jutsu active forever. He felt sweat running down his face. He stopped using Shinra Tensei, allowing the Akatsuki jutsu to reach him, being engulfed by the powerful flames of the dragon created and empowered by the Uzumaki. A few seconds later, a mass of dark blue chakra rose from the flames, forming the immense four-armed samurai of the Uchiha Senju, carrying a katana ready to be used. Susanoo stood imposingly, demonstrating why it was considered the perfect defense against Shukaku's Sand and Gaara's abilities. The tree Naruto had been standing on split in two. Any more and I'll be roasted, the boy declared from the gem on the forehead of the immense four-armed samurai. Well, I think it's time to go all out. Susanoo moved his upper right arm, forcing the katana to move. Seeing the trajectory, Nagato dodged the slash, but he couldn't avoid the wave of wind it generated, devastating half the forest, leaving trees split in two and new clearings. Seeing that he had failed, Susanoo swung his arm in reverse, trying to reach his target, who was stunned by the shockwave generated by the slash. Being able to get up, Uzumaki Nagato used Shinra Tensei to deflect the Uchiha's attack. He, knowing that the Akatsuki leader would surely use his Rinnegan, forced his Susanoo to move his upper left arm, throwing a punch at the man with blood-red hair, creating a crater in the process. He withdrew his arm, revealing a slightly damaged Nagato, who was breathing heavily, while blood dripped from his body. One of his weaknesses was that he couldn't use Shinra Tensei and defend himself at the same time. But no one had ever managed to attack him while he was using that ability of his dojutsu. He stood up, his pants slightly torn and his hair disheveled and covered in dust. He was at a clear disadvantage against the Uchiha, who towered over him, inside the forehead jewel of his Susanoo. He knew perfectly well that the boy wouldn't hold back in the slightest against him, as he had on previous occasions. He had to match the boy before he could kill him. He would have to use the full power of his Rinnegan if he wanted to have a chance. He dodged the chakra humanoid's leg, jumping onto the top of one of the trees, facing Madara's grandson, who was looking at him from his safe zone. Nagato. He called. Stop this nonsense. If I really use Susanoo to its full potential, you'll die. Surrender. He ordered, looking gravely at the man in front of him. He had pushed aside his Uchiha side, trying to appeal to the man with his Senju side. He didn't want to let his blood get the better of him again. Don't talk nonsense, Madara's grandson. The Uzumaki countered, extending his arms out to either side of him as he began to soar into the sky. You'll experience my true power. Tengai Shinsei. Everything began to go dark. Susanoo moved his head, staring straight up at the sky. Clouds parted as a massive asteroid fell upon them, shocking the Uchiha, who stared in disbelief. A drop of sweat trickled down his face. He had to do something to prevent that thing from hitting the ground. He only hoped the others had fled. Full power. The boy roared, staring at the meteorite. Black markings covered the Susanoo, followed by the senjutsu of the forests, giving the samurai his natural chakra, while the Uchiha prepared himself, transferring much of his strength into the chakra mass. Wings formed on the back of the boy's spiritual manifestation, and he took off from the ground, launching himself at the meteorite. Susanoo moved his arms and halted the celestial body's advance, using Byakugan no In and senjutsu to slow it down to a standstill. The smile that had formed on his face was shattered when a second asteroid struck the first, shattering it and sweeping the Uchiha away. Shit. I have to destroy this one, even if I get hurt, the grandson of the Lease founders told himself. He closed his left eye, transferring all his power to the Rinnegan, which he had been given by his ancestors. Susanoo was fading away. Full power. Shinra Tensei. Roared the dark-haired man, opening his right eye to the maximum once the Susanoo completely vanished. The second celestial body, as well as fragments of the first, were evaporated by the dark-haired youth's technique as he never took his eyes off the asteroid. Light fragments, turned into miserable dust, began to fall on the forest, like rain, as the Uchiha descended, ending up in a crater after crashing into the ground, generating an immense tremor that shook the trees in the area. Very slowly, he opened his left eye and closed his right. The Sharigan appeared in its first stage, revealing the three tomos. I didn't expect you to use 2/3 of your chakra to save an entire country that is also an enemy of yours. You're strange, Nagato declared, hovering over the young Uchiha lying on the ground. Now you're at my mercy, unable to use your right eye and without access to Susanoo. Kaiten. Great fireball. He spat out a huge flaming sphere that completely covered the young man, leaving nothing visible. Confident, the Akatsuki leader began to walk away, turning his back on the heir of the two legends. Fire faded away, leaving an Uchiha Senju Naruto standing, wiping sweat with his right forearm and breathing heavily. He raised his head, revealing the eternal in his left eye. Never turn your back on a fallen enemy unless it's a sure death, the young man informed him. His new suit looked badly damaged, missing its right sleeve and left leg, and his vest was ripped open. I haven't had my last word yet, Nagato. He turned his head slightly, looking at the boy. If you continue like this, you'll exhaust your body, leading to death. You've used up 2/3 of your chakra just stopping one of my jutsus, and you can no longer access your perfect Susanoo. The advantage you had a few minutes ago vanished when you used Shinra Tensei with a tremendous amount of chakra, the man declared, turning his body, facing the boy. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Never give the bearskin before hunting it, the Uchiha pointed out, standing up straight, while the senjutsu marks covered his face. I am the next sage of the woods and, as such, I must know how to use this power 100%. I still don't handle it like my grandfather Hashirama. But I think I can face you with it. I hope you can keep up with me. He moved swiftly, appearing in front of the Uzumaki. Nagato deflected his arm with his own, surprised that he was moving so fast. How? Mokuton. Underground root technique, he growled. Roots burst out of the ground, trying to reach the Uzumaki. The latter, surprised that he could fight back, couldn't avoid having them entangled around his lower body. Once he was out of shock, he managed to escape, using Fueton to cut the roots and jumping back, avoiding the rest. Mokuton. Wooden shuriken. After changing two of the sequence's seals, Naruto threw a wooden shuriken at the Rinnegan using Uzumaki. He was still surprised the boy was still able to hold his own. He should have been dead by now, given the lack of chakra and the stress his body was under. Brain. Electric killer, he whispered, letting the shock completely shatter his enemy's wooden shurikens. Surrender, Uchiha. You're at the end of your tether. Mokuton. Birth of the world of trees, he whispered, slamming his hands against the ground after the relevant sequence of seals. Trees, hundreds of them, began to emerge from the ground, surrounding the Redeed, who watched this with some surprise. Mokuton. Binding center. A branch surrounded him, to his surprise, turning seconds later into a tree that prevented any movement by the Akatsuki. Shit, he muttered. Haten. Great flame bullet spit out a powerful amount of fire that completely engulfed the Rinnegan user, leaving him at the mercy of the flames themselves. Shinra Tensei. And the flames vanished, as did hundreds of the trees the Uchiha had created with his Mokuton. He panted with exertion, looking at the boy with a certain disdain. No one had ever managed to push him to such an extent in a battle. You're tiring me out, kid. You should have stayed in Chibaku Tensei and died there, before staining my hands with your blood. It is what it is, replied Madara's heir, sitting on one of the tree branches, looking at his rival with his eternal. His right eye, which he was forced to close due to wear, was strained. I will continue fighting until my last breath and the last drop of my blood. If that's what you want, I won't be the one to deny your desire to lose your life, he replied, raising his arms and launching a shower of black bars towards the young dark-haired man. He stood up. Pain. Great fire annihilation. He inhaled a large amount of air, then exhaled a wall of flames that completely disintegrated the bars. Hidden by the fire, the Uchiha moved towards his opponent, connecting with a punch to his face, forcing him to retreat. Nagato spat out a bloody phlegm, then deflected a punch from Naruto using his forearm and collided their knees, raising some dust in the process, beginning a taijutsu duel between both shinobi. Minutes later, reaching almost half an hour, the two separated again. The Uzumaki leader of Akatsuki looked slightly injured, but little more. The Uchiha, on the other hand, was agitated, breathing with some difficulty as beads of sweat trickled from his face down his chest. Senjutsu marks began to disappear, indicating to both the user and the opponent that his natural energy was leaving him. But the sidekick, the grandson of the two legends, was propelled backward, colliding with a pair of trees, becoming embedded in the trunk of an immense oak tree. It's too hard. Well, it's a great start for you to give it your all, like Indra already said, declared Asura's always cheerful voice in his mind. You can't lose here. There are many who still need the Uchiha pride. With difficulty, the Uchiha got up, dropping to his knees on the ground. His legs barely held him up. He was forced to channel chakra to get back on his feet and face his devastatingly powerful rival, who awaited him with a neutral face, devoid of any emotion at the return of the Uchiha Senju. You keep insisting. It wasn't a question from the Uzumaki, who uncrossed his arms. This battle is going on for too long, and I have plans to put into action. I can't delay any longer for you, Uchiha. Using 2 bars, he stopped a series of roots that tried to trap him. I don't think you can leave, the Uchiha emphasized, raising his face. His left eye was slowly rolling. If necessary, I'll die here too. I don't plan on falling with you. Banshmtenen. An invisible force pushed Naruto towards the Uzumaki, who was already waiting for him with one of the black bars ready to impale him like a skewer. Not a chance, the boy growled, beginning a sequence of seals. Mokuten. Great tree spear. Seconds later, roots began to sprout from the body of Hashirama's young grandson, which adhered to the ground and advanced towards the Uzumaki, beginning to exert great pressure, with the clear intention of crushing him, stopping using the Banshmtenen on Naruto, who fell to the ground and began to use the Shinra Tensei, containing the roots. Arg. Mokuten. Wood clone, the boy whispered. From behind him, an identical Naruto appeared, using the same jutsu as the original, allowing him to deactivate it and begin using another technique. It's now or never. I can't allow him to escape, he said, opening his right eye, revealing the Rinnegan his ancestors had given him, and pointing his right arm at the motionless Nagato, who was still trying to stop the crushing. Chibaku Tensei. He shouted, as pieces of the ground surrounded the Akatsuki leader, who was surprised and helpless, trapped in the spherical prison his enemy had formed around him. Chidori. Star rupture. He exclaimed, as he ran with a powerful Chidori in his right arm towards the asteroid where Nagato was trapped. The Akatsuki leader, seeing that he could do nothing, began to gather chakra to use a definitive Shinra Tensei, even if he would have to retreat later. But he didn't know that Naruto had other plans, jumping on the prison and hitting it with Hada Kakashi's star jutsu at full power, creating an immense explosion that devastated the forest and turned the Chibaku Tensei into dust. He fell to the ground, exhausted and without the eternal active, while he closed his right eye, lying on the ground, with scarce chakra reserves in his body. From the dust created by the collision of both jutsus, a bleeding Nagato emerged, with his left arm shattered and serious injuries on the rest of his body, but still alive and with chakra. I never expected Agaki to do this to me, he said, slowly walking towards the helpless Naruto, who was struggling to get up. You really are without a doubt someone amazing, he declared, standing with his legs up, standing a few feet away from the boy, who had managed to sit up, showing a mangled right hand. But I am not dead yet. From the sky, a woman with lilac hair and almond-shaped eyes descended, standing next to her companion, helping him stay upright. Nagato, he whispered, concern shining in his eyes. He never expected a teenager to be able to confront and push his companion to the limits, both physically and mentally. He'd never seen such a fight. Not even Hanzo of the Salamander had given them such a fight. We must go so you can recover. No, I won't leave you, the Uchiha warned, clearly struggling to his feet. No one knew what motivated him to keep going. Here, one of us will die. Both Konan and Nagato saw how a slightly silver chakra enveloped the young man in front of them, completely determined to end the battle with a clear winner. Interesting, the Uzumaki said, his voice slurred. Nagato was surprised by his opponent's willpower. Going so far as to almost destroy him only to defeat him in battle and not harm anyone else. Before you kill Nagato, you'll have to get past. She was cut off by Nagato's arm, who took a step forward. Nagato. Leave him alone, Konan ordered the man, now somewhat recovered from the attack. If necessary, he'll face you and then come for me, even though he's in critical physical and mental condition. To corroborate the Redeed's words, the boy fell to his knees and the silver chakra vanished. I'll give you a gift, he said, beginning to make seals with both hands, despite the fact that one of his arms was shattered. I hope to see you defeat the false Madara pride of the Uchiha. Outer Path Samsur Heavenly Life Jutsu. He shouted, making the last of the seals in the chain. An enormous demonic head emerged from the ground, shortly after opening its immense mouth and letting out green lights that wandered throughout all the elemental nations. Thanks to the fact that I'm complete, the reach is greater, he looked at Konan, planting a soft kiss on her lips. I'll see you when this is all over, I suppose, he turned, looking at the Uchiha Senju. As for you, Uchiha Senju Naruto, pride of the Uchiha, I hope you achieve your goals and stop the fake Madara who has been standing beside us. But be careful, something tells me his power is greater than he's shown. After the last word, he fell completely inert, without a trace of life force, before the eyes of the Akatsuki woman and the Konoha Uchiha. Meeting of the five cage. He blinked a couple of times, annoyed by the rays filtering through his window. Throughout his life, he had seriously considered destroying that sphere engulfed in fire that left light in the world. A world that had currently achieved a certain balance of peace. A fleeting peace that would soon be destroyed by those who desired to control the world for their own whims. With a huge, resounding yawn, the brunette finally stood up, feeling clear ravages in his body. 2 days had passed since he managed to defeat Nagato in all his power on the outskirts of Iowa. 2 days since the legendary Kairoi Senko was killed at the hands of the Akatsuki leader, and his wife will be in a coma after the fatal wound. After learning that the jutsu that the Uzumaki used brought back life, he demanded answers from Konan as to why Minato hadn't returned from the afterlife, to which she replied that only those who had died within a period of 2 hours revived, and Minato had been dead for almost 2.5 hours, to which Nagato and his Rinnegan could do nothing, no matter how much chakra he had. He moved his right arm, holding it up to his eye. It was bandaged from hand to elbow. After performing that devastating chidori, his arm had been severely injured. This, combined with the stress on his body after the battle, prevented its regeneration, allowing him to function normally and heal the boy. He made a fist and stood up, covering said eye with his ninja headband. He still had to hide his newly acquired Rinnegan, in case someone there tried something. He was in Iowa, where he was already considered a hero. But he didn't know if Akatsuki had spies around. It was better to be safe than sorry. He had to keep an ace up his sleeve in case something happened. Although he still had to learn to control that eye if he wanted to take advantage of it. He put on his usual outfit and left the room assigned to him after the battle, so he could rest. The rest of his companions had left to take Namikaze Minato's body to Konoha and admit Uzumaki Kushina to the hospital, to be under the supervision of Senju Tsanade, the goddamn Hokage, and the best medical ninja in the world. I must return to the Leaf as soon as I recover. Shimura will remain in hiding, waiting to be the next Hokage, so he can do his thing. He stopped in front of the door to the Tsuchikage's office. Apparently, the rock village wasn't badly damaged, so they barely had to make any repairs. And thanks to Nagato, they didn't lose any shinobi in the attack. Therefore, their military forces were at their maximum. He knocked a couple of times and a deep voice told him to come in, an action he did a second later, opening the door and entering a room filled with mountains of papers and a small man over 80 years old sitting there, signing paper after paper. He raised his head, looking at the Uchiha. "Oh, Naruto," she greeted, only to complain of a pain in her back. Oh, the years are not forgiving to this old body," she muttered, stroking her lower back, setting aside a pile of papers. Tsuchikage-sama, the young heir to the founders of the Leaf greeted respectfully, bowing to the man. "I wish to speak with you about a few matters, my lord." Okay, no problem with that," he said, waving his hand, dismissing the Anbu from the room. Sitting back down, the old man removed several of the papers he had on the table, unfolding a huge map of the elemental nations. "Your fight against that guy, Nagato, has reached the ears of every corner of this continent. As well as the news that many dead have been revived shortly after the death of the Akatsuki leader," he said, finishing unfolding the map on his table. "But I've also heard about Akatsuki's movements. Apparently, some of its members have been seen mobilizing in every corner, their objective unknown. They must be plotting something after the death of their leader by your hand," Uchiha cried. "I don't think so," the dark-haired man denied, with a hand under his chin. "Nagato was never the true leader of said organization. So they won't be worried that his death cancelled their plans. Rather, I'd say they're accelerating them to fall upon us given our current weakness. The 5 great villages were devastated by that Uzumaki, surely generating thousands of deaths, reducing our forces in the event of a confrontation with those mercenaries," the young shinobi explained, looking at the map. "It almost seems as if they're gathering forces for a war." "A war?" he asked, incredulous, not believing the Uchiha's words. "Yes, that's what it seems to me. Unless they have 5 members of Nagato's equal standing, their only chance of getting what they want is to pit the nations against each other in pitched battle. For that very reason, they move around the countries, looking for allies to join their cause, and thus confront us." Unki hadn't considered that possibility. But the boy was right. That's why Nagato eliminated Minato. That man would have decimated the Akatsuki forces in seconds, perhaps thwarting their plans. Now, many of that Uzumaki's actions fit the old Tsuchikage's mind. "Well, what do you propose?" "Konoha." Loud bangs could be heard in one of the already operational training grounds of a village hidden among the leaves. There, a young blonde man with sapphire eyes repeatedly struck a huge rock with his Rasengan, shattering it more and more with each impact. He felt fury and frustration. He knew of his father's death and his mother's coma, which had caused his younger sister to be with her as much as possible. He couldn't do anything about it because he'd been away, training with the toads to surpass his father. When he had achieved that, his father had been called away by death. He felt like something was missing. He needed to prove to his father that he had managed to reach a new level with his shinobi skills, even surpassing him, but he couldn't anymore. His desire to train, to surpass his father, vanished with the news of his death. What hurt him most was that he wasn't there for that battle, he wasn't there to help them when they needed him most. That hurt him in his chest, right in his heart. He struck a final Rasengan against the immense rock, shattering it to dust. He panted heavily, letting out a breath. Everything is so frustrating, I need to see my dad's eyes, his smile, his hand ruffling my hair, that's what I need most right now, I need him. He hated Nagato for taking away one part of his family, leaving the other to fade away. His mother in a coma and his sister having a nervous breakdown, he needed to fix everything as soon as possible. He had to finish what he started years ago. Iwaraki area. He dropped the body of what looked like a Chunin from the rock, falling into his own blood. He stared at it with red eyes, Maguekio visible. Black strand slightly obscured his right eye, while his left eye remained visible. He picked up a scroll from the ground and threw it without looking. It was caught by a white-haired young woman who was sipping from a bottle with a straw. HMP. So a cage meeting, he whispered, sipping from the straw again. A huge sword adorned his back. He was quite tall, and his smile showed off sharp teeth. What are you going to do with this information, Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke stood up, leaving the body of the Iwa ninja beneath him. The pool of blood grew larger with every passing second. We'll go to the land of iron, he said, glancing up at the sky, as if waiting for something to happen. Perhaps Shimura Danzo will appear there, and I can take my revenge. Our revenge, declared a beautiful young woman with hair like night, leaping from a branch in one of the trees behind them. Don't leave me behind, brother. HMP, he muttered, without saying a word to the red-eyed teenager. Anything unrelated to Shimura's death is of no concern to me. Even Naruto? He clicked his tongue at the mention of the grandson of the Leaf's founders, narrowing his eyes slightly, never taking them off the sky. Sasuke had nothing against the Uchiha. They were related, being from the same clan. But the fact that he was on the side of the Leaf sickened him. It made his blood boil beneath his skin. He can do whatever he wants, sister, he declared, turning around and facing Team Taka, the group now working for Akatsuki. Whatever he does doesn't affect us at all. He stepped down from the rock, standing in front of Jugo, Sagestu, Karen, and his sister, Satsuki. A light breeze stirred his black locks as his Maguekio returned to his main Sharingan. If that's so, why did you keep an eye on him for 3 years? In case he decides to join Danzo, the Uchiha replied. A vortex appeared a few meters away from the group, gaining their interest. An Akatsuki with an orange mask appeared, looking at Taka with little feigned disinterest, placing his 3 Tomo Sharingan on him as he asserted himself as the leader of the group. I finally found you, Sasuke, the man declared, taking a couple of steps forward. I have a mission for you. 2 weeks later. Iron Country. He breathed calmly, letting the snow fall over his upturned face. A black cloak had the Uchiha symbol on it, and in the center of the red part of the fan was the Senju symbol. He had let his hair grow long, hiding his right eye, which was no longer covered by his hide. Now, he wore the sash tied around his belt and fingerless gloves covered his hands. He lowered his face, leaving only his left eye visible like Sasuke had when he was older, and looked back at the Iwa group following him. It consisted of Akatsuki, a man who could possibly rival an Akamishi. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter, Kuritsuchi, in her Jimnin uniform. And the small, whiny Sandame Tsuchikage, Inoki of the 2 scales, who rode on the shoulders of the immense rock man, muttering that he could go alone, that he wasn't that old, and that he could carry his things. Naruto shook his head slightly, looking ahead at the mountainous group that formed the room where the 5 cages would hold the meeting, to see what would be done against Akatsuki. More so now that it seemed that Killer Bee had been captured. Although the Uchiha doubted that. That man, Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, would not be easy to catch. He was practically one of the best fighters he knew, not reaching the level of Nagato, but after years he had equaled the recently deceased Yondaime. The duo of the Reikage and his brother would wreak havoc on an army. He turned his head back, looking again at the group of Iwa representatives. Come on, Grandpa. You're at an age now. No way. The Jinten user shouted, yelling at his granddaughter as she turned her face away. He had almost spit on her. Before you can wear this hat, I'll let Akatsuki wear it, the old man muttered, shoving the massive man between his granddaughter and grandfather. He seemed genuinely confused as to why he had been brought into the discussion. He snorted, looking back at the meeting place. Had the other cages arrived? The truth was, they'd been delayed, more due to the constant arguments between granddaughter and grandfather than anything else. He caressed the katana that adorned his left waist, running his fingers along the handle of his family's beautiful weapon. He had a strange feeling, as if something was going to happen. He activated Sharigan in his left eye, and just as those on the rock reached him, they were engulfed by a vortex that left no trace of the group of four, only leaving footprints in the snow. Headquarters of the five-cage meeting. The vortex appeared in the room, cutting off all conversations and drawing attention. Mifune, the legendary samurai and practically their leader, stood up slightly, followed by his guards. The Godame Kazekage, Sabaku no Gara, mimicked the swordsman's action, followed by Tamari and Kankuro, his brothers and bodyguards. Yondaime Reikage didn't even move from his spot. The swordsman Dari and his companion Shi stood before their leader, ready for battle. The Mizukage Terumi Mei was covered by Chijuro, the last shinobi katana loyal to the village, and now, his right hand who, under the patch of his right eye, activated his Byakugan. Finally, the next Hokage, Shimura Danzo, stood up, having Fu and Torun, his bodyguards, take up battle positions. The surprise that Senju Tsunade had suffered a seizure that prevented her from leaving the village and that she had sent Danzo astonished more than one person in the room. And without a doubt, Uchiha Naruto did not hide his discomfort when he appeared, being followed by those from Iwa. Inoki complained about the Raven's movement while his granddaughter asked him to do it again. The Sharingan disappeared, leaving one eye of a very dark blue, almost black. Sandaime Tsuchikage, Mifune called, catching the eye of the rock leader. Thank you for finally attending the meeting, which has been going on for quite some time. We're sorry we didn't wait for you. But there were pressing matters, and we've been waiting for you for 2 days. I hope you understand. Of course, Mifune Dono. I understand your reasons and I share your sentiments. I would have done the same. He climbed down from his bodyguard's shoulders, standing right next to the Uchiha. A serious matter delayed our departure. If it weren't for this young man, we wouldn't have arrived yet. And what was that reason? Shimura demanded, staring at the dark-haired man, who returned his gaze with a cold, emotionless stare. Luckily for him, his Rinnegan right eye was hidden by his pitch-black hair. Shimura Dono, it's a pleasure to see you still alive, said the Tsuchikage, without taking his eyes off Mifune. We were directly attacked by Uzumaki Nagato, leader of Akatsuki, as you may know. After that confrontation, in which Uchiha Naruto managed to defeat the enemy with blood and suffering, we left as soon as we received the letter from the meeting, but it arrived a week late. Apparently, someone killed the person carrying the scroll, and if Naruto-san hadn't found the corpse with a note while returning to his village, we would never have arrived, he explained, now glancing sideways at the man who appeared to be the representative of the leaf, who did not take his only visible eye off the old man. And now, where is Tsunade Dono? Shimura tapped the ground with his staff, taking a step forward, leaving his guards behind him. The Godame suffered a breakdown after giving her all so that Lady Kushina could stabilize and not die. She was left in a very serious condition after the fight against Nagato, and, after her poor decisions as Kage, and the daimyo appointed me as leader of the leaf until she recovers and proves to be a suitable leader, he explained, looking seriously at the small man on the rock. Both were dangerous in different ways. Well, Uchiha made himself known, attracting the attention of all the cages, including Mifune. Now that I have your attention, I'd like to emphasize that we're not here to waste time, he looked at Danzo, who was showing no emotion. And that eye you have will take quite a bit of our time. How did you realize? Unconsciously, he brought his bandaged arm up to his eye, hidden behind the bandages, gaining the interest of the other village leaders. Mifune-sama. With a shout, one of the samurai entered the room, his armor covered in blood. Akatsuki. Headquarters corridors. Bodies fell to the ground, revealing a dark-haired man with his shakudo pointed at the ground, dripping with blood, as he raised his face. A stony face, his Sharingan activated, and with an unmistakable calm. He deflected the thrust of another guard, slamming his sword into the man's chest. He fell dead, inert, his body lifeless. Brain. Electric assassin, he whispered, unleashing an immense amount of lightning chakra on a group of enemies who had surrounded him, their weapons ready, prepared to cut the young Uchiha's skin. In a blur, a second figure appeared, using another Chukudo to snatch the lives of the paralyzed samurai, who could barely move. A brunette, slightly shorter than the boy, was the one responsible for the group's deaths, leaving bodies scattered across the ground. Her eyes were also visible, matching the boy's, implying that she was an Uchiha like him. Slow, she said, disappearing from the boy's field of vision. 3 more guards fell to the ground, their heads rolling off the ground, detaching themselves from the rest of their bodies. Very slow. He reappeared at the boy's side, smiling sideways. He seemed to enjoy it. Satsuki, the Uchiha, looked at his companion seriously. We didn't come here to play. We must finish Danzo off here and now. Madara told us that the murderer of our clan was here. Always thinking about death, Sasuke. Of course we should go after that old man. But we have to do it carefully, step by step. We mustn't rush things. They both stepped aside, revealing a muscular tanned blonde man wrapped in lightning as he slammed into the ground, creating a large crater where the twins had been standing. Sasuke wrapped his body around Susanu's ribs, slightly slowing the man's punch, but was thrown into some pillars instead. The Reikage stopped the rogue Kunoichi's leg just above her head. He charged more lightning chakra into it and slammed the young woman to the ground. She spat out blood and saliva from the massive blow. This is for B, you bastards, A growled, launching himself at the girl to crush her with his joined fists, forming a hammer. Thanks to Derry, Reikage managed to dodge the Uchiha male's black flames. Thanks, Derry, he thanked, getting up with some difficulty due to the blow from his partner. I'll attack again. Follow me. He shot toward the boy, while his bodyguard, armed with the immense sword, growled at his leader's command. But orders were orders. He had to follow them no matter what. Especially when he acted like this, pushing his Reiten no Yoroi to the limit. Sasuke shifted his body, ducking and dodging the man's fist. He watched as the pillar behind him split in two, pieces falling to the ground. He summoned his purple ribs again, covering his body as he once again received a blow from the man who was practically the strongest of the cage at the moment. He was fast, perhaps too fast for his Sharingan, which had made him activate the Mangekyo. He covered his ribs in Amaterasu's black flames, preventing the man from hitting him again. Something that didn't seem to matter to the older blonde, who dealt a devastating blow with his left fist, being engulfed in flames. He jumped, ready to kick the Uchiha, before his companion saved him. Arena intervened, forcing the Reikage to stand next to his guards. She quickly moved, healing her lord after cutting his arm. Sasuke rose slightly, blood on his eyes and lips. His sister imitated him, less damaged than the boy. Your gaze, the red-haired Sabaku made an appearance, earning the attention of everyone else, is the same as mine long ago. Darkness, I'd even say it's darker than mine back then. I don't need any sermons, the dark-haired man replied, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, removing all traces of blood. I have only one objective. I would suggest you remove your foul presence from me, he said, wrapping his body in a purple skeleton. The boy Susanoo was already taking shape, fueled by the boy's hatred. If necessary, I will kill you all. The skeletal arm moved, summoning a sword at the same time, which struck the two cages and their bodyguards. It unleashed its furious attack upon them, collapsing the ceiling on the group, who were forced to jump back. A wall of stones and fragments of the ceiling prevented them from following the Uchiha. Sasuke deactivated the spirit humanoid, looking back with a dark gaze, resting those red eyes with Tomos on a red-haired girl. Karen. Guide me to the cages, to where Danzo is. Why yes, the girl nodded, frightened by the dark presence of the young man who loomed over her. Meeting room. Everything stopped shaking, indicating that the fighting had stopped, leaving a winner. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo had been forced to remain still after being discovered using Sharingan Shishui on Mifune and the others. He cursed in his mind, glaring at the Uchiha in the room with him. He couldn't escape. A loud bang erupted from the scene, forcing those present to move, making way for a black-haired girl who appeared from the cloud of dust, searching for someone. Her eyes fell on the bandaged man. Velas lunged at the substitute Hokage, his Reiten chakra coursing through the blade of his weapon. He slashed downward at the man. Another blade stopped the first. The bodyguard named Aburam Torin stood in front of the Uchiha, holding the girl back. Satsuki grimaced, switching her Sharingan to Magenkyo and applying more force. A shadow appeared at the brunette's side, surprising her. Yamanak Fu was unleashing his Tanto against the young woman. She was about to be impaled by the weapon. She felt herself being pulled, disappearing into a vortex and appearing next to a long-haired brunette who quickly tried to grab her. Satsuki stopped the young man's arm and stepped away, slashing at his neck. The boy drew his katana slightly, stopping the Uchiha's attack. Naruto, she whispered, looking at the young man in surprise, in a slight state of shock. What are you doing here? The Uchiha didn't respond. He stared at the young woman with his Sharingan in his left eye, his right hidden by his hair. Another burst caught everyone's attention, causing the Uchiha to turn his attention away from the girl, who stepped away from him, standing a little away from all his enemies. Uchiha Sasuke appeared, with blood in his left eye, showing that he had used Amaterasu not long ago. She looked at the cages, seeing Danzo, who had begun to move away. He covered his body with the ribs of his Susanoo when the Mizukage attacked. Satsuki, seeing the siege her brother was receiving from the leaders of each nation and that he was practically at his limit, intervened, unleashing a wave of lightning at the red-haired woman. The leader of the mist dodged the attack by moving her body backward. Jinten. Technique of detachment from the primitive world. The grey cube covered both Uchiha, who were surprised by the swift movement of the elderly Sandaime Tsuchikage. The cube closed over both of them, creating a small glow, and then nothing of the jet-black body remained. Sasuke. A red-haired girl with glasses appeared, looking in horror as her companions had been turned to dust. How? "You'll follow him," the old man said, glancing sideways at the young woman, who looked in horror at the man with the enormous nose, the leader of the rock. The Uchiha sheathed his katana and began to approach the old man. A strange sensation stopped him, and he quickly turned his head, seeing a vortex appear, from which emerged a masked man wearing the Akatsuki cloak. A Sharigan could be seen in the single gap in the orange spiral mask. Beneath his arms, he carried both unconscious twins. Madara May growled, looking at the man who had appeared. "Oh? I see I'm done pretending and showing who I really am," said Madara, throwing the Uchihas to the Redeed, who caught them as best she could and soon afterward began to heal both brothers. "Well, seeing that you're all here, I think I should give you some news that's of interest to all of you. As the leader of Akatsuki, I'd like to declare the swift punch sent the masked man flying, slamming into the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole. Naruto glared at Madara, the eternal glowing in his left eye. A faint purple glow was visible under his hair, not noticeable to others. Madara stood up slightly, watching as the cause of his blow looked at him from the huge opening in the wall. "Naruto, my grandson," he said, standing up completely and brushing away the dust that had covered his cloak. "How is your stay in Konoha going? I had hoped you would seek me out when you found out I was still alive. Not when I declared war on the 5 villages." The Uchiha grimaced in disgust. Lightning bolts enveloped the brunette's right fist, which attacked swiftly, passing by and unleashing the Chidori against the wall. He twisted his body, now unleashing a furious Rasengan with his left hand. Madara grabbed the young man's wrist just as the Yondame's legendary technique was about to hit him. He didn't want to reveal his Kamui yet. It was a shame that Naruto had already seen him emerge from a vortex, guessing the ability his enemy possessed. Grabbing the young man's left wrist, he glared at him with his Sharingan, trying to force him into his own dimension. Naruto, seeing what his grandfather was trying to do, managed to break free, launching a spinning kick at the man. The man, surprised by the boy's skill, was unable to stop the attack and was thrown back once again, falling into the snow, his mask cracked slightly after the attack. He jumped, spinning backward, and dodged the Uchiha's downward slash, which drove his katana into the ground. He gripped the handle again, unsticking the weapon, making one-handed seals, and unleashed a barrage of blue lightning at the man. The man covered his face with his forearm, snow and dust surrounding him as the attack hit the ground. "Chidori!" roared the dark-haired man, appearing behind the immense 9 that had obscured his vision. Madara was forced to use Kamui, being pierced by the young man, as if he were a ghost. Anticipating this, Naruto spun around, launching a horizontal slash at the Akatsuki. Once again, he was pierced through as if it were nothing and kicked the young man's abdomen, who was thrown backward, separating himself from the masked man. "You move well, my grandson," the man declared, smiling behind the mask. "Stop pretending," he cut in, annoyed. "You're not my grandfather, so you can't be Madara. I don't know who you are. But I'll kill you for the simple fact that you're pretending to be someone you're not, giving my family a bad name." "Well, Naruto. I don't really have much time to play. Zetsu has declared war and I have a lot of planning to do." He readjusted his mask, preventing it from falling off. "Can we postpone this until the actual battle in the war? We'll definitely clash. I don't want to show too much here." Without listening to the Akatsuki leader's words, Naruto began making seals, placing his hand on the ground. Stone walls surrounded the man, who looked at them as if they were nothing. He was left under a stone dome from which he could escape. And Naruto knew it. He shifted his body, letting the boy's fist pass through. How had he gotten inside that place? The fake Madara didn't understand how he had managed to do it. He shifted his body again, this time letting the blade of his opponent's katana pass through. He stepped back, distancing himself from the dark-haired man. He really didn't have time to waste playing this game with a boy. He had to go and prepare everything to set the elemental nations ablaze. "Stop moving, bastard," the Uchiha declared, glaring at his enemy. He was letting his emotions get the better of him, something he couldn't allow himself to do against this man who used Kamui. "I'll kill you." "Well, wait for the war," he demanded, unleashing a powerful blast of wind that shattered the rock dome and sent the Uchiha tumbling out into the snow. "I hope to see you soon, Naruto." Without further ado, he was enveloped in a vortex, disappearing without a trace. He gasped softly, and the Uchiha sat down, staring at where his adversary had once been, the one who had pretended to be his paternal grandfather, the one who had taken care of him. He felt true rage. Much more than he felt for the Leaf advisor who had destroyed his clan and sold out his parents years ago. He hated the one who pretended to be his grandfather more than the one who had killed his parents. He deactivated the Eternal, leaving a dark blue eye in view. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you, bastard." Beginning of the war. Gun by Traveler. He stared fixedly at a red suit of armor on its stand, beneath a smiling portrait of Senju Hashirama, his maternal grandfather. Senju's katana and wakizashi were at the feet of the armor, inside their respective scabbards, with the Earth Clan symbol clearly visible on both the handles and scabbards. Uchiha Naruto raised his face slightly, revealing his left eye, a dark blue color he had inherited from his mother, and his right eye, which was the legendary Rinnegan, that dojutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths. Dojutsu that his ancestors had granted him. No one knew he possessed it, thanks to his hair, which covered him completely, and did not leave it visible until he used it. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the gunbai that had been given to him by his grandfather technically 8 years ago, before he had left the world before his eyes. He would use it in this battle, strengthening his Kaiten jutsus with this weapon, allowing him to scorch the enemies before him. Slowly she stood up, uncrossing her legs and undoing her traditional posture, and revealing the entire black yukata that covered her black body, with the Uchiha symbol that she had embroidered on her back, along with the Senju, which was printed in the middle of the fan, the Uchiha symbol. He looked again at the legendary gunbai, which was attached by a chain to his common Japanese sickle. Determined, he began to undress, removing his yukata and leaving himself naked. The time had come. This war was to protect Menma, Killer Bee and Mito. He wanted to kiss Mito again. But he had to wait until this was over. He was going to show why he had been the best mercenary for a while. 1 week later. Kumo Forest. It had all begun. Nara Shikamaru, perched on one of the high branches of an immense tree, waited for the signal to advance. According to informants, the forces of the so-called Madara had begun to move, formed by those revived by Ito Tensei, the Nidaime Hokage's technique that was going to make things very difficult for the Shinobi Alliance. The Ino Shikacho team was to march to the rugged western beaches to halt the enemy's advance before they reached them. But they were approached by the presence of White Zetsus, who had apparently been reinforced, though they didn't quite know how. Along with this group of strange beings was one of the most dangerous shinobi. Hanzo of the Salamander, one of the enemies of the Sandaime and the 3 Sannin in one of the ninja wars. Things were getting complicated, which is why Shikamaru began to devise a plan to stop the enemy. The reinforcements led by Mifune would take a while to arrive, thanks to the fact that the enemy had mobilized earlier, and the Nara didn't have enough men or Fuinjutsu masters who could seal this man, a salamander summoner. He pulled out a kunai, letting out a puff of smoke from between his lips. He had a cigarette in his mouth, a habit he had taken up after his master's death. A wave of wind swept past, and a series of trees were cut down. With his eyes open, he slowly looked back, seeing the back of the former leader of AIM, surrounded by a dozen lifeless bodies, dripping with blood. Red drops fell from the blade of the long-haired man's weapon, who stood upright, staring at Shikamaru. Shit. He's too fast. I haven't figured out anything that can stop him, the dark-haired man with the high ponytail thought, resembling a pine cone. He was tense, scared. It was his first real war, and he was at a disadvantage against the enemy, not knowing what to do. He didn't even move when Ino and Chaoji's screams warned him of his enemy's movements, which were about to run through him. The Tana clashed against another black-handled katana bearing the golden symbol of the Senju. A black blade with a dark gray cutting edge interposed itself between the Nara and Hanzo's weapon. The revived man moved backward, allowing a dark-skinned man to fall between them. He wore red armor over his body, a gunbai on his back with a chain reaching his kama. The scabbard of his katana was located on his left waist, while the wakizashi adorned his right waist. The Konoha sash appeared on his forehead, the one previously worn by his grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Around his waist, the hideate with the kanji for alliance shone. He truly looked like a true warrior. He raised his head, revealing Naruto's face, with the eternal in his left eye. Naruto Ino whispered, sighing in relief. Uchiha didn't answer. He moved swiftly against the former cage, his sword skimming the ground. He slashed upward at the man, who blocked the attack with his own weapon. Hanzo planted his right leg on the ground, bringing his left leg forward to attack the young man's side. The black-haired man blocked the leg with his left palm, deflecting the blow slightly, while continuing to exert force with his weapon. As he deflected his leg, he made a simple seal, and Raiten chakra surrounded the blade of his katana. An act that didn't surprise the salamander summoner. Hanzo slipped under the Uchiha's defense, letting the man's weapon pass over his head, slamming his elbow into the dark-haired man's stomach, knocking him back. The move had caught him completely off guard. Shikamaru. Leave, advance to your objective, he said, without taking his eyes off Hanzo, getting into a battle stance. I'll take care of this. Uchiha didn't wait long, launching himself against the former leader of the Rain, who blocked a series of slashes from the air of Hashirama and Madara, his eyes fixed on his rival, without taking them off for a second. The Nara nodded, looked at his 2 companions, and left without looking back. They could trust Naruto. Now that we're alone, are you going to continue, kiddo? The man asked, looking at him seriously. A crooked smile graced the Uchiha Senju's face. Now I'm serious, the dark-haired man declared, relaxing his body to the max. I hope you don't hold a grudge against me in hell. Show me what you're capable of, Gaki. Naruto began launching a series of continuous lashes, which were followed by the man facing him. None of them seemed to have any flaws in their defense, no opening was found by the opponent, who continued attacking his enemy. The clashes of metal against metal could be heard throughout the forest, frightening the animals that lived there. They separated, the Uchiha sweating slightly and breathing slightly raggedly. He breathed to relax his body, trying again to enter perfect calm. The black-haired man swung his katana at his target, something that slightly surprised Hanzo, who saw such an action as something stupid. He was surprised when, in a flash of black, the raven-haired man struck his face with his knee, appearing right above his katana, which he caught by the handle before lightly slicing into his armor. A movement that made the revived man step back, his eyes somewhat surprised, fixed on the boy dressed as a samurai. Naruto took advantage of the man's moment of surprise to stretch his left arm towards his enemy. "Tabaku-tensei," he growled, slamming his hand into a fist. Chunks of the ground quickly covered the aim legend, who was powerless to stop his enemy's sudden move. He ended up encased in a perfect sphere, but not as large as other Tabaku-tensei attacks. "Chidori. Star Rupture," he declared, rushing toward the asteroid that had formed, slashing out with his right arm with a powerful Chidori, just as he had done against Nagato weeks ago. It completely shattered the asteroid, turning it into dust. From the fragments of the enormous prison emerged a shattered Hanzo, missing the right half of his body. Fuinjutsu. Sealing of the Banshees. He quickly moved a scroll, unrolling it on the ground and placing his hands on the ground shortly after. Chains formed, surrounding the revived leader of Omegakure no Sado and preventing him from regenerating. Seconds later, the man was sealed. He picked up the scroll, placing it in his ninja bag, and stood up, looking behind him. From the thick forest, a large group of white Zetsus appeared, advancing toward him. He put away his maternal grandfather's katana and unhooked his gunbai, grasping the kama hanging from the chain with his right hand. He charged chakra into it and moved it vigorously. "Dueton. Wind devastation," he declared, generating a wave of wind that completely devastated a group of trees, sweeping away several enemies who were attacking him. He swung the enormous war fan again, launching the kama at Zetsu. It split it in half, eliminating the green-haired white being. Kaiten. Great Fireball. He spat out a flaming sphere that was reinforced by the wind generated by his grandfather's gunbai, creating a sea of flames that swept away perhaps 100 of the white plant-like beings. Madara's grandson lowered his fan and observed the blazing chaos before him. An immense wall of fire continued in its path, razing everything to the ground. Seeing that this could be dangerous, he absorbed the flames, containing them with his kamui. He had never used his Sharingan for this before, so some blood escaped from his eye. He placed a fan on his back and began to march west, where Shikamaru's group would be, holding off the enemies coming along the coast, alongside Dari, leader of the western group. The Eternal hadn't disappeared from his face, while the Rinnegan remained slightly visible with each leap he took as the strands covering it moved. He would end up showing off his new dojutsu in this battle that would leave many dead. "I hope Mito is okay." With Kakashi. Had Kakashi waited for the enemies to appear, his mind focused solely on the battle. He kept his Sharingan covered, conserving as much chakra as he could. It wasn't a good idea to exhaust his strength prematurely. His student Haruno Sakura was at his side, as were Guy and Lee. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think Menma will be okay? I think they'll probably find him." "Well, Sakura, that's what we're here for. By attracting the attention of Madara and his followers, we can keep their attention focused on us. That will give Mito, Menma, and B time to increase their power, giving them an ace up our sleeve. And you think Naruto will help us?" He disappeared after the cage meeting, leaving no trace of him. "Sakura. Naruto will do the right thing in this fight. He's practically the most influential young man in the village, being the grandson of its founders. Trust him." Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan, watching as a fog covered the place with each passing second. He knew the enemy had already arrived. He had to prepare. He opened his eyes when he saw Mamachi Zabuza with his follower Haku. Beside them were some former members of the Shinobigatana. Behind the 6 shinobi, Zetsu clones were moving towards them. They were in for a tough fight. Kakashi, Zabuza greeted in a monotone. "I suggest you kill me, please." "I'll do that. I'll take your suffering away," the silver-haired man assured, focusing his Sharingan on his next opponent, a member of the Shinobigatana. "Move." The alliance charged at their enemies, clearly intent on achieving their next victory. Kakashi halted Zabuza with his kunai, applying pressure. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Only to change seconds later to a much more serious and brutal attitude, making it clear that he was being controlled by whoever had invoked Ito Tensei. Haddock didn't really know how to stop his adversary. He had to slow down and stop the man, then seal him away shortly afterward. He ducked, letting the missed swordsman's enormous sword sweep over him, positioning himself right behind the man's back, striking him with his elbow and forcing him back. Zabuza didn't stop at trying to regain his balance. He gripped the handle of his enormous weapon to launch a horizontal swing at the Alliance's Jonin. The latter, as best he could, parried the attack with a simple kunai, which ended up breaking. The disadvantage between the two was clear. Kakashi was more of a ninjutsu expert, while his opponent excelled at kinjutsu. Forced to retreat, Kakashi dodged the blades of a red-haired woman. Amayuri Ringo appeared, supporting Zabuza in his confrontation. Looking around, Haddock saw no companion who could support him. He was almost alone. Surrounded by allies, but all of them occupied with enemies. He grabbed two kunai, parrying two attacks that would have split him in half. They were pressing against him, one from his right and the other from his left. He couldn't hold on any longer, he would be torn apart by the shinobi katana as soon as he gave in even a bit. When his defense broke. Amaterasu. A voice growled, drawing the two swordsmen's attention. Black flames forced the Kubikirabacho wielder to back away from the blade's Jonin, now looking at his new adversary. Surrounding the Uchiha were several charred Zetsu bodies, completely becoming fertilizer for the ground. Kaiten. Phoenix flames. Zabuza covered himself with the enormous blade of his sword, but he couldn't prevent the impact from throwing him several meters. He cursed at the attack, lowering the sword as the flames died down. He opened his eyes when he didn't see the one who had used the jutsu. Where was he? Instinctively, he shifted his body to dodge the gunbai. Kama pierced the other side of his abdomen, causing the swordsman to look at the sickle that had been stuck into him. That moment of uncertainty was seized by the Uchiha, who wrapped a chain that ran from the handle of the gunbai to the kama around the man, both of them connected. Trapped, unable to move, Zabuza saw a sea of orange flames completely surround him, thanks to the technique created by Madara. With a swift motion, she tore through the swordsman's body as she retracted her kama in a swift motion, splitting him in half as he burned with flames. The Uchiha watched as Haddock pierced Amayuri Ringo with his Chidori, delivering a thrust that pierced the woman's heart. It was time for the Seal Masters to act, doing their job. Naruto placed his gunbai on his back, walking towards the bearer of the implanted Sharingan. "Where have you been, Naruto?" "Over there," the young man declared, smirking as he caught up with the man. "But I'm just a wood clone, Kakashi. The real me is looking for Madara before he makes any sudden moves." "I see," the silver-haired man smiled with his eye, closing his Sharingan. "Thanks to your actions, we've gained some time. A slight advantage over our enemy. Seeing that everything is in order around here, I'll have to move elsewhere. Before I go, I must inform you that it's very likely those white beings will try to recapture the revived," the wood clone informed him, soon after beginning to walk away, jumping from branch to branch, without looking back. Haddock watched the young man's back, smiling. The boy was acting like the Sandaime and Yondaime, like a future leader leading his people. Without a doubt, he could one day be a great Hokage. He hoped both Menma and Mito would learn something from the Uchiha and Senju. He breathed heavily and looked back at the battlefield. He had to act and lead his group's forces. With real Naruto. The Uchiha stopped his advance just above one of the tree branches as a cloud of smoke appeared beside him, revealing a small brown-furred wolf cub who looked at its summoner with some interest. The truth is that the wolves, a contract obtained thanks to Wukong, were good combat companions, capable of tracking, sending messages, and fighting. Naruto-sama. According to his clone, everything has been resolved with Kakashi's group. He helped the Haddock defeat Zabuza and Amayuri, two missed swordsmen revived by Ito Tensei. "Well, thanks Yum-chan." The wolf girl nodded, disappearing just as she had arrived in a white puff of smoke that left no trace. The Uchiha, now aware of what had happened, set off on his way to reach the battle zone where Shikamaru would be waiting and to release the cargo the Alliance shinobi had been carrying. He stopped moving when he reached a clearing surrounded by several towering trees. He jerked his head back, finding himself facing a man with white hair, his bare torso exposed, Sharingan eyes on his stony face, which was adorned with a sly smile. "Nephew," the eldest Uchiha greeted, placing a glove on his right hand. "Finally, we'll be able to see each other again. You know. I killed Haku a long time ago, that's why he was a revenant." Uchiha opened his eyes in clear astonishment at Kenta's statement, which widened the smile on his face. "I'll send you back to hell," the young Uchiha assured, charging at the revived man. He moved, letting the young man pass. Naruto stopped, spinning, and throwing a punch with his open palm, as if using the Hyuga's gentle fist. The albino stopped the arm with his hand, avoiding the attack by inches. "Never trust me." "Hey? Oten? Hell swamp." The entire clearing turned into mud, causing Kenta to sink into it, surprised at his grandson's use of that element. He hadn't expected him to be akin to that nature. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he blocked the boy's downward kick, sinking deeper into the mud, much to his chagrin. He had the advantage. He had let him get ahead. Naruto launched a combo of kicks and punches at his uncle, aiming for his chest. All he needed was a single blow, and he would have extended his lead. Taking advantage of the boy's lower form, he grabbed his uncle's right arm and slammed it into the muddy ground, covering the young man with mud. He was surprised when the young man burst into a puff of smoke. He quickly deflected a kick from a second Uchiha and a slash from a third. Showing off his speed, he snatched the third's katana, impaling the second, and then swung it back at the third, driving it through his skull. Hayton. Scorching blast, he declared, spitting a wave of heat at a fourth Naruto, who was trying to land a chidori on him. He breathed somewhat raggedly, moving his body away, letting the boy pass, grabbing him by the waist, and slamming him back into the muddy ground. Okay, come on, nephew. Show me what you're made of. Naruto appeared in front of him, revealing the Eternal with Madara's pattern fixed on his rival. If you so desire to face me at 100%, I'll give you what you want, the boy declared, his right eye slightly visible. He was being covered by Susanuo's cloak, reaching the perfect state, with the sword of Totsuka in the hand of his upper right arm. He radiated power. With a smile, Kenta activated his own, which was black and exactly the same as his nephew's. Both were like Madara's. Let's begin. Both spiritual forms of chakra attacked. Their swords collided, generating a wave of wind that shook and uprooted trees in its path. It had been a powerful blow that undoubtedly alerted both forces, sending their members rushing to the scene. The blue Susanoo attacked again, not waiting for his rival to react. The black man stopped the sword with his hand, launching a second slash that both of the blue man's arms stopped, leaving the sword centimeters from the abdomen of the dark blue samurai. Using force, Uchiha Naruto broke his uncle's weapon, delivering a blow against the abdomen of his familiar Susanoo, forcing him to retreat. Wings appeared on the black man's back, who took flight, hovering over the entire battle zone, with a new sword in his hand. The boy raised his face, looking at his uncle. His Susanoo was larger, filled with dark energy that intimidated him a little. Wings appeared in the dark blue, also taking flight, placing themselves in front of their enemy. Second level, declared the albino Uchiha, charging at his enemy, his thrust deflected by the Yada shield that appeared on his upper left arm. He slashed down hard, attempting to slice through his opponent. Another Yada shield appeared on the black Susanoo, stopping his nephew's attack. Did you expect me to have nothing hidden? Come on, show me more. He struck his opponent, knocking him back. Cracks appeared on Naruto Susanoo's body, and he opened his eyes in surprise. No one had ever managed to damage his spirit before. Letting out a scream through his spiritual representation, he charged at his enemy. Fresh waves of wind swept through the skies, whipping the trees with great fury, nearly uprooting them. They moved through the sky, slashing down in an attempt to injure their opponent or, in this case, to shatter their defenses. Naruto unleashed all his chakra toward his spirit summon, glowing slightly before turning darker. Susanoo. Enten. Sword of the Sun. He raised the arm that wielded his sword, which was engulfed in flames as black as the night itself. Ah! He unleashed a powerful downward slash, unleashing a suffocating wave of black flames that slammed into his uncle Susanoo, sending it tumbling back into the sky. Naruto took advantage of the moment to appear behind his enemy, wrapping his forearms around the neck and waist of the dark Susanoo that he now had imprisoned, unable to move. What? He shouted, astonished by his nephew's movement. Before he could deactivate it and free himself from the key, Naruto descended from the sky, slamming the two spirits into the ground and generating an immense cloud of dust that covered both Uchihas and their spiritual representations. The first to be exposed was Kenta, who emerged from the cloud with the right side of his torso sunken in, leaving his ribs exposed. I didn't expect that, he declared, while regenerating again. Not for nothing was he one of the revived from Edo Tensei. From the other side of the crater, the younger Uchiha emerged, his armor shattered by the blast. It hadn't lasted long, or so he thought. His breastplate was cracked, no longer protecting him. With a slight movement, he removed it and tossed it aside. Blood trickled from his left temple and right arm. He looked clearly injured. It was risky, the boy pointed out, spitting out some blood. You regenerate, and I don't. The advantage of being dead, the albino declared, grinning sideways. Keep giving it your all, nephew. I've never felt so good. Neither your father nor your grandfather showed such willpower. Madara and Izuna must be truly proud. Naruto blocked his enemy's fist. It had caught him off guard. He would have to take it up a notch. He shifted his body, throwing a hook at the man. He connected with his fist on his uncle's chin, knocking him back. He followed up with a side kick that his enemy deflected. Spinning in the air, he connected with his heel on the albino's neck. He barely moved. He had stopped his leg with his palm. He wrapped his hand around the young man's ankle and threw him to the side. The Uchiha flipped, quickly stopping and deflecting his opponent's fist. A short exchange of blows ensued between the two. They were too good at deflecting and dodging the young man's attacks. They connected with a punch and separated upon impact. Naruto felt his body growing tired. He couldn't drag this out any longer if he wanted to find that fake Madara moving in the shadows. He wanted to kill him. Hatred was driving him to destroy his enemy. It felt so good. Shinra Tensei, he muttered, raising his arm. Kenta was thrown backward, crashing into the crater wall. He had stopped hiding his Rinnegan, which he now displayed with confidence, letting the power flow through his body. He felt the inverse side of him increase its influence. I will destroy your existence, bastard. Just as I killed that fake Madara, I will do the same to you, he assured, sending black flames against the man, preventing him from moving. Then, he began to be surrounded by pieces of the ground, the Chibaku Tensei being what began to enclose him. Making a great effort, he created the Susanoo with a Chidori with black flames, while wings formed, lifting the ground. Take Mikazuchi. Roared the young Uchiha within his spiritual representation, falling against the asteroid formed by the Chibaku Tensei and impacting the Chidori Kagetsuchi, combining all the techniques into one, creating a devastating explosion with Amaterasu flames and lightning, along with pieces of rock being scattered around the place. He descended and deactivated the Susanoo, falling to one knee shortly afterward, panting heavily and sweating. He had used quite a bit of chakra to combine all those techniques into one. Luckily for him, it would have surely destroyed his uncle's revived self. There should be nothing left of him if he had remained in Chibaku Tensei. He didn't feel his enemy's chakra. He leaped, dodging shards of glass that formed beneath his feet, creating spikes that would have pierced him had he not acted so quickly. He covered his face, receiving a kick that sent him crashing against the other wall of the crater, creating a sinkhole. He grunted in pain as he hit the wall, spitting saliva and blood. Forming, emerging from the rubble, dust, and black flames, Kenta emerged, his body reforming, the regeneration of the revived much faster than he had expected. Nephew. You let your guard down with that wonderful attack, declared the revived Uchiha, walking toward the brunette who had begun to stand with some difficulty. You've gotten too confident by possessing that eye. I think I'll keep it. Naruto, panting from the effort of standing up, glared at his enemy with the Eternal and Rinnegan, sweat dripping from his body. He had hoped to exterminate his enemy with that attack. He never expected him to survive that combination that had left him exhausted, with only 2/10 of his chakra left. Ito Tesne is annoying, the young man declared, wiping away some of the blood that was dripping from his lip. You're strong, stronger than when you were alive, I'll admit. But that's only because you're practically at full chakra and constantly regenerating. Honestly, you'd never surpass me if you were alive, he assured, finishing his straightening, with a serious gaze on the older Uchiha, who was smiling. Oh? Shoten. Triple crystal dragon, he roared, after the appropriate hand seals. Out of nowhere, 3 immense mythological reptiles fell upon Madara and Hashirama's grandson, who didn't even move. He took the attack full on, only watching its end, his enemy's jutsu. With a flick of his gunbai, the Uchiha brushed away the dust covering him, proving that he hadn't suffered any damage. In fact, he seemed stronger than before, less tired. Thank you, uncle. The chakra from that jutsu has completely restored me. Senjutsu marks appeared on his face as the Susanoo appeared, immense, powerful, but darker than before. Sword of Totsuka. With this, I will seal your soul for the rest of eternity, from which you will not escape again. And how will you do it if you don't catch me? You're alone, huh? Golden chains trap the man, preventing him from moving. The golden figure of Namikaze Mito appeared beside the Uchiha, staring down at the enemy in front of them. She unleashed the full power of Kyuubi from her body, slightly intimidating Naruto, who had never felt such power before. Do it, Naruto-kun, the Redeed ordered in Kyuubi mode, with slanted eyes that would frighten fear itself. The young man didn't wait long. He pierced the man with the blade of his Susanoo, making him disappear completely. He vanished his spiritual representation along with Sage mode, leaving a dark-haired man with his gunbai on his back, his torso bare and with one dark blue eye that rested on the young woman who was smiling at him. Before the boy could do anything, Mito kissed him for several seconds, taking both of their breaths away. Afterwards, they separated, the girl smiling and the boy with his stony face, devoid of emotion. I see you survived the war. HMP, I'm the gunbai traveler, what did you expect? The boy replied, smiling sideways. I see you've gained control of Kyuubi Ying. Kurama, his name is Kurama, the Kunoichi replied, while a voice in the girl's head thanked her. Now my brother and Killer Sensei are looking for Madara to defeat him. I sensed your chakra and came as soon as possible. That asteroid looked really good, I'll have to regulate the Chibaku Tensei, the young man declared, revealing his Rinnegan to his girlfriend. He had lost the alliance's hit. Good, Mito-chan. We must join up with the front line as soon as possible. I don't want the enemies to obtain the rest of the Bijuus. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and both were enveloped by a vortex, disappearing, leaving behind an immense crater created by the battle between the two Uchiha's descendants of Madara, a son and a grandson. Fourth Great Ninja War. Uchiha Madara. Two figures advanced, jumping from branch to branch, searching for their target. One of them shone with an orange aura, emitting a dense and powerful chakra. He was barely recognizable in that state. The other figure was an immense blonde man with tanned skin, with 4 tantos adorning his back and the Samahito also on his back. These two were Namikaze Menma and Kyler B, 2 of the 3 Jinchuriki still alive, on the side of the Shinobi Alliance. Another group appeared in front of the duo. In seconds, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki collided with a man with a white mask with a Rinnegan pattern on it and 2 tomos that left his Sharingan in his right eye and Rinnegan in the left visible. On his back, he carried an immense gunbai and dressed in purple with the Uchiha logo on his clothing. They separated after the crash, facing each other, staring at each other. Madara. Menma roared, looking at the Uchiha man standing in front of him, shaking his head. Not a scratch showed on his mask. I finally found you. He arrived, appearing at the exact same moment as the former Jinchuriki. He opened his eyes to see Ujito standing in front of him, one eye Rinnegan and the other Sharingan. They had all been revived. Oh, Kyuubi and Hachibi, the masked man declared, looking at both members of the alliance. You've finally appeared before me. It's a shame Mito isn't here. Shut up. The boy shouted, taking a step forward, which was imitated by Han and Rashi, the 2 Iwa Jinchurikis, who looked like puppets in the hands of Madara. Menma backed away, gritting his teeth. Don't bring my sister into this, bastard, he warned, squinting at his adversaries. He didn't wait any longer. He made a decision. He charged at the fake Madara, moving like a flash, almost looking like his father. Yagura moved, spinning his staff, taking out the Kurama mode boy, who was launched into the trees. B was distracted for a few seconds. Moment that Ujito took advantage, attacking her former cloud companion. The man of immense muscles stopped the woman's kick inches away. He grabbed her ankle and spun, throwing the woman to the side. After long clashes, B stopped Han with his forearm, deflecting the blow and landing a knee to the Iwa man's stomach, sending him flying backward. He moved away, dodging dust scattered by the 7 Tails Jinchuriki, who attacked the blonde when she saw an opening for them. She was at a disadvantage. That's why she had to give her all. In a yellow blur, Menma hit Fu, throwing her back and spun, creating a Rasengan that he launched at Utakata, the young man from Kiri who didn't see his enemy's attack. He skidded on the ground, stopping the former Mizukage's staff, gripping the piece of wood tightly. 2 chakra arms dealt a powerful blow against the green-haired one, which ended up on the ground, creating a crater. Menma and B stood back to back in a battle stance while the 6 dead Jinchuriki surrounded them. Everything was observed by Madara, who did not stop analyzing his adversaries. The ox octopus's voice drew the attention of its container. Use my power, B. Otherwise, you'll probably die here. It seems that way, the rapper declared, with a firm and serious voice. A burst of smoke and chakra enveloped him, revealing the immense 8-tailed Biju to his adversaries. Before they could do anything, it spun like a top, generating an immense treeless base, sweeping all of its enemies away. Come on, Menma. We have to move. He nodded, leaning on one of the immense octopus's tentacles, while Rasengan formed in its 9 golden chakra tails. Bijayuki launched the young man with his tentacle towards Madara, who hadn't expected such a move from his enemies. He placed the gunbai in front of him like that, receiving the immense impact and being enveloped by the chakra that exploded, shooting out of the attack, sliding across the ground. It had been fast and forceful. He couldn't activate Kamui to protect himself from his enemy. But Menma didn't wait for him to recover. He charged at the Uchiha with everything, being stopped by the Yonbi's immense fist, which appeared, shattering the entire ground and taking the boy with the powerful attack. The Namikaze didn't wait for his enemy's move. He was lost. The Yonbi opened his mouth, ready to swallow the Namikaze. He tried to move, but the Jubi's shell appeared, creating chains that trapped him and began pulling him in. Above the Jubi's head was Madara, with a seal formed. Minutes later, he, tired of moving, struggling to attack the Yonbi, began to be dragged by the Jito Meizo. He was exhausted by his end. Why fight? It was useless. A dark blue beam cut through the chains, freeing the Hachibi from its prison, surprising it. The dark blue Susanoo stood between the Jubi's shell and the Hachibi, watched by Madara with some annoyance. It had finally arrived. Uchiha Senju Naruto, he hissed, undoing the seal. The chains disappeared and the chakra being stood up, following the orders of its summoner. It's about time, it declared, smirking. It crossed to the side and with a gesture, ordered the 7 tails to attack. The emerald-colored beetle attacked the enormous chakra samurai from the sky. Susanoo swung his sword firmly and quickly, launching a half-moon slash, hitting the enormous insect that represented the 7th most powerful Biju. The spiritual being advanced towards the Jubi's shell, with the sword forming a furrow in the ground. The masked man watched in disbelief as the Uchiha advanced firmly towards him. He made another pair of seals, spitting out a mass of flames that he fanned with the gunbai and hit the blue chakra samurai squarely. The blue beam cut through the flames, creating an immense wind that forced the enemy to cover himself with his left arm, pulling it away seconds later to see his enemy still standing, advancing. "I see you're not going to give up," the man said, looking with his Sharigan and Rinnegan at his enemy. He relaxed his body, bringing his hands to the handle of the enormous war fan. He spun, blocking Mito's fist, surprised at not having sensed the Jinchuriki. He quickly jumped from the Jito Meizo, in time to dodge the brunette, who fell right where he had been a few seconds ago, impacting a Rasengan against it, creating an explosion that completely vibrated the figure that would be the vessel for the Bijuas. Madara was truly surprised by the speed of his enemies. Kamui had been forgotten by the pressure he was under. He had to activate the Jubi at once and create the infinite Tsukuyomi. It had to end once and for all. He now blocked the Uchiha, using the gunbai as his only protection against his rival's onslaught. Naruto planted his leg on the ground, creating a 180-degree spin that pierced the enemy's head. When his left foot touched the ground, he attacked again, switching to his right leg. This time, he hit the enemy Uchiha's mask, sending him back a few inches. Finishing the movement, he spat a ball of flames toward the legendary Madara. Madara swung his fan forcefully, sending the jutsu back toward its creator. Naruto slammed the ground with both hands, creating a wall that stopped the jutsu his enemy had repelled back at him. He ducked, letting the kama pass over his head. Using his katana, he cut the chain connecting the sickle to the fan, but still passing through the cloaked man. He leaped back, sliding across the ground without taking his eyes off his enemy. The seal and trees grew from the ground, striking the former Uchiha ghost. The boy didn't believe he could do it. He possessed Kamui and knew how to use that ability very well, better than he did. His girlfriend didn't wait any longer at the top of Jito Meizo. In an orange flash, she set the grove surrounding her enemy ablaze. This action was used by the Senju to perform a Fuitin jutsu that fanned the flames, generating an orange whirlwind that grew with strength and ferocity. He couldn't control the flames even if he wanted to. Namikaze stood next to the Senju, looking at the chaos they had created together. The immense power the girl gave off, immersed in Kurama mode, could be seen. "I didn't expect you to be so coordinated." From a spatial warp, the Uchiha leader of Akatsuki and summoner of the war appeared. The purple suit he wore seemed slightly burned and cut, but not visible to the duo in front of him. "Well, I think it's time for you both to die. I'm sorry, my grandson." Naruto grimaced in disgust, revealing his right Rinnegan, while faint sparks enveloped his right arm. Black flames struck the enemy. Madara, he created another vortex, absorbing the black flames that would have surely killed him. He opened his eyes in surprise, seeing Naruto and Mito charge at him. He blocked the boy's attack with his gunbai, stopping the katana with the edge of the enormous fan. Namikaze took advantage of this, with a Rasengan ready to strike the man. He pierced him thanks to Kamui, remaining behind the Uchiha. Senju spun to launch a roundhouse kick at him. Taking advantage of the fact that he returned to his solid state, he managed to be hit by the young man's attack. Releasing a curse, he generated a tornado that forced the Kunoichi and the Senju to move away from him. He was tired of the two of them facing him so easily. He cursed that the true Uchiha Madara possessed a grandson of such a high level. He cursed himself for not having killed him earlier. If he had, he wouldn't have to deal with him on the battlefield now. He placed his gunbai on his back, standing up and looking at the two young men. He would finish them off. From the girl, he would take the Kyuubi she possessed. Well, he would torture the boy until he stopped screaming. He would go all out on these two. Naruto stood up, covered in dust after being thrown into the whirlpool his enemy had created. With wisps of hair in his eyes, he glared at his rival. No matter how hard he tried to claim to be Madara, he knew perfectly well he wasn't. He opened his eyes, receiving the memories of one of his wood clones. He covered the right one, the Rinnegan, with his gloved hand, while hair covered the left. Blood and the 5 cages defeated, almost to death. In front of them stood the real Uchiha Madara, staring at them with purple eyes with black rings adorning them. His grandfather, the real one, had almost killed probably the most powerful shinobi. The girl noticed the state her boyfriend was in. She couldn't let the enemy go after him. "Let's go." Of course, Mito agreed, the thick voice of an orange fox who smiled sideways while clasping his hands as if he were about to pray. The girl launched herself at Madara, generating more and more chakra. It exploded with force, generating cracks on the ground, gaining the attention of the enemy Uchiha. She jumped, with several spears of water that pierced the masked man's body. Thank Kamui he didn't die. But he missed when Rasengan hit his head, sending him far away. He crashed between several rocks, generating a cloud of dust that covered him. The Jinchuriki didn't hesitate to generate several spheres of water that she lashed towards that cloud, where her enemy would be. she couldn't give him any rest. She received a heavy blow, flying backward. She felt her back crack and was thrown to the ground by a second kick. Groaning in pain, she tried to stand up. A blunted leg was placed over her head, pressing her down hard. Pieces of the mask fell away, revealing the scarred face of a man Kakashi never expected to see again. Uchiha Obito smirked, revealing several of his teeth. "Come on, Kakashi. Don't look at me like that," Obito demanded, kicking the Yandame's daughter. She was caught by her brother, who escaped from the Four Tails. "You escaped and you're still alive," he said, somewhat annoyed at seeing the man standing next to his sister. "Nothing can be done," the dark-haired man pointed out. He snapped his fingers. Chains grabbed the Bijuas, which were swallowed by the Jubi's shell shortly after. "No one can stop me. Not even two imperfect Jinchuriki, barely capable of controlling the vast power of their beasts," the dark-haired man declared, laughing after the sentence. Haddock took a few steps forward, unable to believe that his former comrade was the one who had caused all this chaos. He thought he'd died years ago, in the war. No, it couldn't be Obito in front of him. Both Namikazes stood up, both unleashing the immense power of the nine-tailed fox, the most powerful being on Earth itself. They positioned their bodies in battle poses, launching themselves shortly after against the Uchiha in a fierce dojutsu battle, generating excitement in Guy and Kakashi, who watched as both young men exchanged blows against their rival. Obito, using his kamui, began to deflect the blows that both young men threw at him. He deflected a kick, shortly after dodging a kick from the young woman, throwing his body back. Both created a Rasengan that they tried to hit in the abdomen. Both techniques collided, throwing the boys back. Uchiha used Kami, which forced the brothers to clash their techniques. They were surprised by this fact. They regained stability almost in time. Obito hit Menma in his side, pushing him away from him. He moved his body, letting Mito pass, then grabbed her arm and threw her over his body. The girl fell to her feet, to the surprise of the dark-haired man, who tried to hit the girl. She moved her body back, letting the man's fist pass over her, who did a backflip while kicking him in the chest, causing him to step back. She created Rasengan, which impacted the latter's chest. He was thrown backward and hit a piece of the ground, generating a blue chakra dome. Mito, breathing a sigh of relief, let her body relax. "You're taking too long," Obito said, a deep firm voice, that of a true man of war. Dark-skinned, with long hair and wearing wine-red armor, the wielder of a fake Rinnegan appeared, standing on a rock that stood over 2 meters tall, almost 3. It was clear he had been resurrected by Kabuto's Ito Tensei. He looked with clear disinterest at everything around him, his eyes fixed solely on his companion and student. Obito looked at him. "I'm sorry, Madara. But both Kyuubi Jinchuriki were clearly giving me problems," he declared, as if that were something that degraded him before the resurrected brunette. The Uchiha ghost jumped, standing next to the initiator of the Fourth Great War, looking at the Leaf Shinobi. But especially at the Namikaze brothers, who were just getting to their feet, somewhat discomforted after the confrontation. "I was trying to take your beast away from you to end this. The Hachibi is over there." He pointed to the enormous octopus bull that was watching them, located next to the Taijutsu master and the silver-haired man. "With a little more we should get both of them." The two Uchiha covered their faces as an intensifying wall of flames appeared in front of them, forcing them to hide their eyes from the powerful flames. Obito was the first to look at the new intruder, the other Uchiha who was in the battle. Strands of his dark hair slightly hid both of the young man's eyes, creating a gloomy, dark image. The resurrected man's true gunbai was on his back. "Naruto," the young Uchiha hissed, glaring at his comrade's grandson with a hint of anger. He should have killed him, no doubt. Madara lowered his arm, looking at his grandson. He looked so much like his deceased son. "My grandson," he whispered, slightly stretching his arm toward the young man. He lowered it, refusing the possibility of a hug between grandfather and grandson. "It's been a while," he declared, smiling slightly. "You don't have to give me that, Grandpa," the young Uchiha declared, raising his eyes. Eternal and Rinnegan fixed on the resurrected man. "I didn't expect this." Yes, the elder, the oldest of those present, simply stood, staring at his descendant, his greatest pride. "There are things that must be done, Naruto. I'm sorry you have to see this, the end of each and every war, eternal peace finally coming to this world, my grandson." "Shut your mouth, please," the boy cried, looking at his father figure with tears in his eyes. "I never expected you to be the one planning all this, killing so many innocent people, so many of my friends." A dark aura began to surround the boy, an aura that resembled the real Indra, all filled with darkness. "I'll have to stop you, Grandpa. I'm sorry I have to do this to you." Susanoo formed, rising in all its power, much darker than before. It was emitting evil intentions, authentic dark chakra. Madara raised his head, looking at the spiritual figure that was like his own. He smirked, obtaining Obito's gunbai and summoning his own Susanoo, a blue clearly lighter than his grandson's, with its 4 arms and 2 blue swords. Both spread their wings, rising above their companions, leaving them behind seconds later, flying towards another area where both would face each other. Minutes later. Two figures landed in a clearing littered with white Zetsu corpses. They folded their wings and stared at each other. The spiritual representation was twice the size of its grandson, who was forced to raise his head to look at his enemy. The blade of Totsuka formed on the younger Uchiha's upper right arm of Susanoo, while the mirror of Yada formed on his left, as if he were a knight facing a monster. Madara's Susanoo sword swung down, attempting to slice his grandson in half. Mirror of Yada moved, stopping the attack. The ground cracked beneath Naruto's Susanoo, who glanced at this out of the corner of his eye. He unfurled his wings and stepped away, letting the sword finally hit the ground, creating a loud tremor. "You handle Susanoo well," his grandfather declared, smiling at his grandson's strength. "But I can't let you ruin my plans, Naruto. I must achieve peace, even if it's the last thing I do." Totsuka's sword swung, blocking Madara's Susanoo inches away from slicing him in half. The blue samurai's strength was overwhelming compared to the smaller, darker one. Naruto knew his grandfather was powerful, too powerful. But he wouldn't allow him to go through with his plans. He would eradicate the revived man, despite being his grandfather, the man who raised him. He flew towards Madara's Susanoo's head, guiding the sword towards him, to plunge it into the jewel in his forehead, where his grandfather would be located. He slashed with all his might, surrounding the blade with black flames. Madara's upper left arm Susanoo swung, guiding the second sword towards his grandson. Eyes wide, Naruto watched as his Susanoo cleaved under his revived grandfather's attack. The chakra-like spiritual figure vanished, dropping the young Uchiha to the ground. Amui enveloped him and appeared behind the blue titan, who slowly turned to face the brunette. Uchiha Senju raised his head to look in amazement as his grandfather stood in a superior pose, lowering his head from the Susanoo towards his grandson, who gasped at the enormous size of his adversary. He activated his own Susanoo again, reaching half the size of his adversary. Once again, Totsuka appeared in his hands, throwing it towards his adversary's torso. Madara's Susanoo stopped the sword with his lower hands and looked at his adversary, who struck a chidori against his upper right arm, causing it to stagger. Madara's Susanoo moved his left hand, guiding the sword to cut his grandson again. He opened his eyes, seeing how a vortex swallowed the sword in his arm. Uchiha Madara was amazed to see how his grandson used the Sharingan's abilities within its spiritual representation. Naruto Susanoo spread his wings, standing over his opponent, with 4 swords, one in each of his arms, burning with the flames of Amaterasu that he would use to reduce his revived grandfather to nothing. He charged at the immense blue figure, dragging the swords, launching 4 slashes at his opponent. Madara Susanoo covered himself, receiving his grandson's attack directly, being displaced backwards. Then. "King's crown," the younger Uchiha whispered, letting a huge sphere of black flames fall upon his grandfather, striking him squarely, knocking down the armored blue humanoid. He summoned his swords again, once again surrounded by black flames, and pierced his enemy's stomach with all 4 of them. Madara looked at his grandson, his right eye closed. He had to grant his grandson this point. He deactivated Susanoo, crouching on the ground. If he were alive, he would be panting from the immense wear and tear he had caused his spiritual representation. Naruto mimicked his father figure, returning to his normal appearance, no longer shrouded in his dark-colored spiritual representation. My grandson, you've certainly proven that your growth as a ninja has been rewarding, overwhelming, surpassing many." He stood up, looking at his grandson with his Rinnegan. "You also have this eye," he said, pointing to his own purple eye with black rings. "So you can certainly give me more than you've shown." Senju launched himself at his paternal grandfather, slashing with his katana. Madara shifted his body, allowing his grandson to pass. He swung his leg, driving a knee into the young man, who spun in the air and landed on his feet, rubbing his abdomen. He didn't stop. He couldn't. He came back for his enemy, lightning enveloping the blade of his weapon, emitting coldness and pure evil from its very soul. Gunbai moved and blocked his enemy's attack. Naruto braced himself and leaped over his grandfather's defense, striking him with a kick. He covered himself with his forearm and deflected the young man, who slid across the ground, launching himself at his grandfather again. He reared back, allowing the blade to pass in front of him. He shifted the handle of his gunbai to push the katana away from him. Naruto spun around, elbowing his grandfather in the back with a light blow. Finishing the maneuver, he grabbed the handle of his katana and swung it downward, which was again stopped by his father figure, who moved the gunbai to block his grandson's attack. He was proud of him. They separated, staring at each other. The older one slammed his hands against the ground. Trees sprang up behind him and attacked Naruto, who swung his katana into the ground. "Raiden." Devastation of the Susanoo's lightning, the young man declared, raising his arm towards the sky. He quickly lowered his limb, ordering the clouds to discharge powerful blue thunderbolts that struck the trees and branches that came towards him, creating an immense cloud of dust that covered both Uchiha, also generating a wind that whipped against them, slightly displacing them a few centimeters. Madara swung his legendary war fan, blowing away all the dust that covered them. He struck the ground and launched himself at his grandson. Naruto met his grandfather, elegantly swinging his weapon, deflecting the gun by, and throwing a punch. The revived man blocked the attack, spinning around the young man and launching a kick that the boy blocked with his forearm. He swung his arm, deflecting his grandfather, who fell to the ground and launched himself at the boy again, whose left eye opened sharply, and black flames launched themselves at the revived man. Madara moved to the right, avoiding his grandson's Amaterasu. He braced his legs to the ground. He looked to where his young descendant should be. He had disappeared from the scene. He searched, moving his head to try to find his grandson. A shadow fell over him, growing larger and larger, forcing him to raise his face to the sky. Uchiha Naruto fell upon him, Chidori glowing on his arm. He moved his gun by in time to block his young grandson's attack. Lightning bolts erupted as the jutsu struck the fan. Seconds later, the blast threw the descendant of Konoha's founders backward. He managed to stop, staring at his grandfather, who stood up, looking at the boy in front of him with a smile. He moved the fan, generating an immense wind that rushed towards the boy. Naruto covered his body with his arms, letting the wind blow him several meters back, leaving marks on the ground. He lowered them, focusing his eyes on the figure running towards him, gun by on his back. Madara jumped, throwing an axe kick. Senju moved to the right, letting the man's foot slam into the ground, creating a small crater and several cracks. He didn't wait long, moving again towards his grandson. A skeletal arm emerged, wielding a sword and slashing down at the young Uchiha and Senju. Naruto turned his body intangible, letting the attack pass over him, and kicked the ribs covering his grandfather. He only moved a few meters, deactivating the ribsage and spitting out a wall of flames, with the clear intention of scorching the young man with the blade. It was what the revived man had expected. The vortex formed behind Madara and a kick sent him to the right, surprising the co-founder of the Leaf, who managed to keep his balance and stop the blade of the boy's katana inches from piercing his head. The two Uchiha stared at each other for a few seconds before separating. Naruto couldn't find a gap in his grandfather's defenses and couldn't waste chakra using the Rinnegan in his right eye. He was at a disadvantage against the man in front of him, looking at him with both Rinnegan eyes. He knew they were fake. But in death, they served him just as well. The elder placed the fan on his back, looking seriously at his young grandson. "It seems Obito has moved Jubi," he declared, as the ground shook beneath his feet. Explosions could be heard in the distance from where they were battling. "I don't have time for this, Naruto. I must be reborn and become the sage of the six paths. For them, I will absorb the Jubi and gain its full power. I hope you will forgive me, my grandson. Peace comes before family. For that reason." The figure fell beside Naruto. Slowly, building anticipation, the man began to rise, displaying a serene, calm face, with Sharingan in his eyes. Long hair fell back in a ponytail. Anbu armor covered him completely, with the Uchiha symbol on the armor, over his heart. He was taller than the youngest Uchiha. "Father," the man greeted, glancing sideways at the boy. "My son." Naruto opened his eyes in astonishment, letting the words spoken by the resurrected man sink into his body, his soul, his heart. Tears fell from his eyes, running down his cheeks. "Izuna, Madara looked at the man with a slight smile. He hadn't expected someone to revive his firstborn son. "I never expected someone would use you in this war." Uchiha Izuna gave his father a cold look. He had come to save his son, not to argue with the man who had given him life. He sighed, relaxing his body slightly, but still keeping an eye on Madara. "Orochimaru sent me," he declared, turning his body completely towards his son. "Naruto. It is an honor to see you. I know Hitomi would have loved to meet you. I will tell her about you. You are a young man I am proud of. Minato has told me everything about you, as has Sandaime-sama. If I have time, we will talk after I finish with my father and Jubi," he informed, giving way to the eternal in his eyes and looking at the Uchiha ghost. Nato's father turned towards Madara, staring at him intently. "My son and grandson facing me," he declared, sighing at this. He had endured facing Naruto. But adding Izuna, it was becoming somewhat difficult for the revived man. He moved the gun by and faced his son with it. "Good, let's see my son and grandson face me united." The Susanoo covered him, once again towering over both of his descendants. "Naruto. Let's combine our Susanoo to match my father's size," the young man requested. Naruto nodded. A pillar of blue light enveloped them both, and soon after, he was defeated by an imposing samurai. Susanoo stood tall, a dark blue, a sword gripped in his right hand. Only two arms were visible, and behind them, imposing wings. A darker blue armor covered the body of the humanoid protecting father and son. Both spiritual representations clashed their swords, generating an immense wind that they would undoubtedly feel everywhere. Slashes, one after another, tried to reach the other, to cut him completely. The swords clashed for the umpteenth time, creating a hurricane force wind that tore the ground apart, taking trees by the roots. They separated. Naruto and Izuna's Susanoo moved towards their enemy. Madara's sword Susanoo moved towards him. He ducked his body, passing under his enemy's defense. He delivered a powerful upward slash that severed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and everything exploded. Father and son fell to the ground and got up. A column of dust completely covered Madara, making him invisible to his descendants. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the legendary Uchiha, missing an arm and with his head smashed in. He was smiling. Izuna Naruto, the missing parts of his body began to regenerate, becoming whole again, without any wound that his body will represent. Completed and with his eyes fixed on his descendants, he walked out of the crater, with remains of smoke enveloping his body. I didn't expect your Susanoo combination, matching the size of mine. He smiled sideways, now standing in front of his son and grandson. But it's late. I must do things and you are in the way. The black mass prevented Izuna and Naruto from moving. The father looked at his son, indicating that he should use either Hiraishin or Kamui. But it was too late. Blood splattered the dark-haired boy's face, who turned his head, watching as a body protected him. Chakra faded, revealing Uzumaki Namika's Nieto, being pierced by the Senju's katana. Naruto tried to move again, while his grandfather removed the blade from the girl's chest. At the same time she fell to the ground with a thud, raising some dust. With shock in his eyes. Shining with anger at the figure of his grandfather. He moved his body with great effort, freeing himself from the grip of the black mass. A black and white Zetsu appeared while the grandson of both legends hugged the body of his girlfriend. The sphere, what should have been Kurama, was stolen by Madara, who shortly after left, along with a strange bicolored being. Myth. The young man roared, holding the girl in his arms. Tears were escaping from his eyes. Nari, to give me a kiss, the last one, she begged, looking down at her boyfriend, caressing him weakly. The Uchiha descended, kissing the young woman during the last seconds of the Kunoichi's life, which ended up extinguishing. He let his hair cover her eyes, shedding more and more tears on her body. He couldn't lose her, didn't want to lose her, not at the hands of his grandfather, his family. But nothing could be done now. She intervened to save him from his grandfather. She died for him. UB confrontation zone. Two figures sent Uchiha Obito back, moving him as far away from the Jubi as possible. One of the figures, wrapped in a layer of orange chakra, moved quickly towards the enemy Uchiha. He grabbed the young man's arm and threw him to the other side. Menma slid along the ground, deactivating Kurama mode due to the wear and tear on the Biju. He needed to recharge his chakra to give power to its container again. The other figure, a dark-skinned young man with the eternal Magenkyo Sharingan shining in his eyes, looked clearly exhausted, with wounds that made it clear how cruel the fight had been. He grabbed the handle of his Shakudo and ran towards Obito, while a purple figure covered him, demonstrating the complete Susanoo. He slashed, which Obito dodged, and then unleashed a wall of flames that overwhelmed the humanoid, knocking the young Uchiha to the ground, exhausted. Madara's students snorted at the fallen youths and looked at the Jubi, who stood over him. With a gesture, the two merged into a single being. It shone for minutes, giving way to a new Obito Rakuto Sennin, who carried a black metallic staff. He stared at each other for a few seconds, then laughed extremely coldly, emitting an immense power that overwhelmed shinobi from every village. His eyes, both dojutsu, looked at the two youths who stood, clearly in a battle stance before him. He struck the ground with his staff, still smiling. Naruto Sasuke. I must have been surprised you were still standing, he declared, his eyes on the boys, who had gotten back to their feet despite how worn out they were. They were starting to feel the weight of the constant clashes with the Jubi and Obito. But without you guys, this wouldn't be fun, if I'm honest. No one will be able to match my current power. But this field, it will be your grave. He launched himself at them, and they didn't wait to face their adversary, the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. They were surprised when the man dismissed them with a simple movement of his staff, sending them flying in different directions. Obito touched the ground, stretching out both arms. Two Gojudamas moved, attacking each young man and raising dust that covered the boys. Obito raised his face, watching as Menma fell upon him with a Rasen Shuriken. He let it hit him, creating an explosion of chakra that engulfed him for a few seconds. After that time, the Sage of the Six Paths was seen, intact, looking indifferently at the blonde with sapphire eyes. He struck the boy with his staff right in the stomach, sending him backward, crashing into the Shinju tree, the one that would bring peace to the world and end all wars. Uchiha Obito, wielder of the Jubi, towered over both young men, carrying his metal staff. Before ending everything, he would have to obtain the Kyubi to finally destroy everyone. He looked at the blonde and descended toward him. He would take the most powerful Biju once and for all, without any consideration. He would obtain what he had longed for since Rin's death at Kakashi's hands. Blue eyes stared at the Uchiha with the power of a god. He couldn't move. Where was his sister? He hadn't felt her presence for some time. He closed his eyes, only to open them shortly afterward, bursting into orange chakra, revealing the Toad Senjutsu eyes, combined with the power of the Biju. He leaped, knocking the man with albino hair and skin backward. He charged more chakra, generating the figure of Kurama enveloping the boy's body. This created a Buju Udama that he spat toward the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. It generated a huge explosion that devastated the area. Menma and Sasuke watched the chaos, hoping they had finally killed their adversary. "Nice, yes," declared Obito, who had survived the attack, indifferently. Suddenly, a sword pierced him, followed by a hand. The Uchiha looked back, seeing Madara. How had he gotten there so quickly? Wasn't he facing his grandson? He spat out blood and staggered, feeling the Bijuu's chakra being sucked out of him. More blood escaped from him, falling to the ground. "Zetsu?" he demanded. Black Zetsu possessed Obito, forcing him to revive the legendary Uchiha ghost, who dropped the breastplate of his armor. He smirked, accepting the eye that another Zetsu extended to him. He placed the Rinnegan in his left eye. "I'm finally back," the man declared, feeling the power course through his veins. He looked at Sasuke and Menma, both young men who launched themselves at him. Madara just smiled. He punched the ground, generating an immense figure of trees, preventing the young men from advancing further. Without remorse, he pierced Sasuke in the chest, while snatching the rest of the Kyuubi from the boy, taking it with him, smiling at the death of the two boys. He took the appearance of an Otsutsuki, with white hair and the clothes that covered it, with the same staff as Obito's in his right hand. It gave off much more power than the incomplete one that the initiator of the war had previously carried. He glanced at him. He had to obtain the other Rinnegan before someone else got in his way. Black Flash and his grandson, the one he had stolen from the love of his life, appeared before the new sage of the Six Paths, who looked at his grandson with some surprise. "Naruto," he whispered, not quite believing that he would once again face the young Uchiha, who looked at him with a certain resentment, bordering on extreme hatred. "I'm sorry about the girl, Naruto. But peace must be achieved with some sacrifice," the man declared, while one of the 9 black spheres took the form of a bar. "I'm truly sorry, Naruto." The young man tried to launch himself at his grandfather, but was stopped again by that dark form. "But you must die. Peace must be achieved." Faster than the boy expected, the bar shot toward him with the clear intention of piercing the young man's chest, killing him. He wouldn't have time to use his defensive skills or dodge the attack. Another figure intervened again, saving the boy, who opened his eyes in surprise. She had saved him. The girl who used it. He held Uchiha Satsuki in his arms, who looked at Naruto in sorrow. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips as she caressed the boy's face. "Why?" he asked, watching in horror as the brunette lost her life. Because I love you, Naruto," she declared, kissing the boy weakly, her arm dropping as the life drained from her. Another person important to him had fallen again without him even being able to move. All the skill he possessed, the power he had gained in his battles had been of no use to him. He let out a scream filled with despair and rage, staring up at the sky with his eyes closed. He focused both on Madara, looking at his grandfather now with a blind rage that clouded his thoughts. He shot towards his grandfather, ready to face him. He didn't expect the Uchiha to drive one of his rods through his chest, stopping the boy in his tracks. "I'm sorry, Naruto," the man declared, dropping his grandson to the ground. "Peace must be achieved, even if it means killing you." Otsutsuki Kagaya. The end of war. Darkness. He blinked several times, observing everything around him. He was nothing. Nothing surrounded him, only darkness that didn't allow him to see anything. Was he dead? Yes, he was. He remembered being pierced by the black staff his grandfather had summoned with the Gudadamas. He still felt frustration, complete anger. He wanted to kill the man who had cared for him since he was a child, when his parents died in the Kyuubi attack. He had taken away the two people he loved most. Mito was his love, the person he cared for most, the one he had given his heart to. And Satsuki was the person he had given his love to even though she was using him. Why had they saved him? He was worthless. They should have let him die and fought his grandfather before he became a threat. Now, there would be no one to stop him and halt this madness of peace for which his grandfather was killing so many innocent people. He covered his right eye with his hand. Rinnegan had done him no good. Indra and Asura would be disappointed in him, as would Hagoromo. Oppressed. He turned his head, looking at the figure of Uchiha Madara, who was looking at him with a slight sad smile on his face. He looked like he had before absorbing the Jubi. He growled, showing annoyance. His grandfather erased his smile as he took steps toward him, placing his hand on his grandson's shoulder. He was a head taller than him, and he was forced to raise his face. A face with a furious dark look. "You must hate me for killing you and those two girls," she said, lowering her arm and looking away. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I got carried away by everything I learned from the Uchiha tablet, she assured, turning her back on her grandson, moving away from him a little. I really didn't want to do all that. Kill so many people. All those innocent people who have a family waiting for them back home, praying for them to come back to life. She lowered her head, caressing her neck with her hand, showing genuine sadness and desolation. But Black Zetsu absorbed my will, broke my soul until I was a mere puppet of his and Kagaya's. Uchiha looked at his father figure in amazement. Kagaya? Otsutsuki Kagaya, the rabbit goddess, mother of Hagoromo and Hamura and grandmother of Indra and Asura. She turned her face, looking at her grandson. Right now, the creator of chakra, the one who ate the Shinju tree, is awake, resurrected thanks to Zetsu, who took my life to awaken her. Menma and Sasuke are facing her, my grandson. They travel through dimensions, fighting her until they defeat her. But they need you. I'm dead. He hissed, annoyed by his grandfather's words. He'd killed him, and now he wanted him to face a goddess while he was dead. How was he supposed to do that? As an Edo tensei. Even then, he wouldn't be able to use his full power. That can be arranged, an old voice assured him, an ancient one he had heard before. Otsutsuki Hagoromo made an appearance, followed by two female figures. Namikaze Mito and Uchiha Satsuki. Both of the young women's eyes radiated sadness. Both had given their lives for him, and now he was dead. I never expected both of them to give you their chakra. It seems they prefer you to save the world, descendant of Indra and Asura. What do you mean? He asked, puzzled. Before the wise old man could say anything, the Redeed stepped forward, getting closer. She reached up, caressing the boy's cheek. Naruto smiled, enjoying his girlfriend's gesture. Naruto-kun, she whispered, smiling. You really are amazing. I never expected to feel this way about someone. You must stop the war, she declared, lowering her arm as her eyes turned crystalline, on the verge of tears. Satsuki-chan and we will lend you the Indra and Asura chakra that we possess, so that you can aid our brothers. Old man Hagoromo gave us the chance to return to life, and we refused. We both know that you will be of greater help to our brothers on the battlefield. Don't say anything, Naruto-kun. We have already made our decision and we will not to go back on it. Just save the world and don't die. Go on. I will be watching. Mito stepped away, allowing the Uchiha to step forward and look Naruto in the eyes with determination. I don't have much to say. I'm just sorry for using you and never telling you what my heart felt. Now, just take our power and defeat Kagaya. Save the world. Battlefield. A burst and two figures moved backwards, one surrounded by golden chakra, taking the form of Rakuto Sennin and the other with a Rinnegan with Sharingan Tomos, being the supreme Rinnegan. Reincarnation of Asura breathed somewhat agitated as he looked at the figure floating above them, with one eye on its forehead. A pale woman, with white hair and Byakugan eyes, highlighting the veins near her eyes. The third eye, the one on her forehead, was red, taking the form of a Rinnegan, but with black Tomos, being a Rinne Sharingan at full power, the ultimate eye. The woman, releasing a dark chakra superior to both young men, raised her arms and bones shot out towards them. Menma knew they would not be saved. Obito had already done it and Kakashi and Sakura were behind them. They could not get away. He formed two black bars, which he held in both hands. He would return the bones to their owner with a blow. A silver beam fell right in front, completely disintegrating both bones and surprising Kagaya and Black Zetsu, who was hidden in her left sleeve, observing everything and keeping his mother stable. The new figure, surrounded by silver chakra, rose, revealing eyes with silver irises and black pupils. He felt really powerful. His hair was slightly raised, also silver, and black marks surrounded his body. One of the marks ran from his right arm to his eye, passing through the boy's cheek and reaching said eye. Rinnegan and Eternal were not active. But the power it gave off was truly considerable, equaling Menma Rakuto Sennin and Sasuke with the supreme Rinnegan in his left eye. Hamashi no Jot Eye, the young man declared, attracting the attention of the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, who looked at their new battle companion. Kagaya and Zetsu also looked at this boy, who seemed to be absorbed in contemplating himself, looking at his silver hands. It's like the incomplete Kurama mode, but silver in color, and paying no attention to those who were his enemies. He raised his silver eyes, now looking at the mother of the sage of the six paths. Let's see how this goes. Kagaya didn't wait. With a simple gesture, she sent several of her bones hurtling toward the young man, who simply waved his arm in front of him, disintegrating the bones, leaving nothing behind, not even ash. Naruto shot toward the woman, leaving a small crater where he had been before. He drew his fist back, charging silver chakra into it. Anyutan. Rising dragon strike, he whispered, as a powerful and ferocious dragon formed behind him, its eyes as red as blood. The dragon flapped its wings, releasing chakra that raised winds. Kagaya covered herself with a fist, followed by the mythological reptile, hit her full on, throwing her back. She managed to keep her balance by turning her head. Anyutan. Devastating strike, she whispered, bringing her right arm to her chest and then moving it horizontally. Behind the boy, the same dragon formed and it swung its tail as if trying to hit the Akatsuki. She disappeared into a portal, but the attack destroyed a mountain that had been behind the albino. Naruto spun around, staring at Kagaya with a cold gaze. The rabbit goddess stood still, not understanding how the boy had located her when she moved with her portals. Onmuten. Chakra pulse. He raised his left arm, pointing his palm at the woman. A silver force struck the Akatsuki, sending her tumbling back. Above her, Sasuke appeared, holding a sword made of Amaterasu's flames. He swung the weapon, attempting to strike the goddess. She opened a portal, disappearing. Bones were thrown towards the young Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra. He looked at the bones with his supreme Rinnegan, and black and purple flames scorched them, leaving nothing behind. But Kagaya appeared above the Maribo boy, her arm moving towards him. As she was about to strike the shinobi, a black bowl was placed between the goddess and the young man, creating a shield that stopped the blow. Shocked, Kagaya took a blow from the reincarnation of Asura, who appeared alongside his companion seconds later. "I didn't expect you to come back to life, Senju," the dark-haired man declared, his eyes on the albino. "Though Hagoromo warned us this might happen. If you die again, I won't hesitate to come for you, Naruto. My sister gave everything for you. Don't let me down." Same to you." Menma took a step, standing in front of Naruto and next to Sasuke, his back to the Senju. "Mito gave her life for you. Don't let us down." The reincarnations of Hagoromo's children charged at the Akatsuki, ready to finish her off. Meanwhile, Madara and Hashirama's grandson looked at his hands. Both boys were right. The girls gave him his chance to live so he could stop this woman. He clenched both fists, his eyes determined. The will of fire shone in the boy's silver eyes. Eyes that stared at the Akatsuki. He shot toward her, his mind clear. Kagaya shook off Sasuke and Menma. But she felt something hit her. She looked down, staring at Naruto's silver fist embedded in her stomach. How had he moved so fast? She stared with all three eyes at the young man, who looked at her with indifference, bordering on pure coldness. "Onmuten." "Impact," she whispered. A powerful slingshot sent the albino flying, crashing into a mound, enveloping the woman in dust. "Raisin Shuriken," roared the Namikaze, bringing the technique down on the rabbit goddess, creating an immense blue dome that enveloped her. "Sasuke." "Todori Kagetsuchi," roared the raven-haired youth, shooting towards the albino woman born out of the earth. He leaped, bringing his arm down on the Akatsuki, who disappeared into a portal, avoiding being pierced by Indra's transmigrator technique. The boy couldn't stop. Cracks crisscrossed the mound, shattering it. He turned his head, looking with his supreme Rinnegan towards the woman, who appeared at his side. He tried to pull his arm out, but it was impossible. Kagaya stretched her arm, while a bone began to emerge from her hand. "Amaterasu," she roared, while blood flowed from her left eye. Black and purple flames were shot at the woman. She simply created a portal that carried the fire away, avoiding being affected, and fired her attack. A space-time vortex surrounded the bone, causing it to disappear without a trace. The woman looked at the Senju, who was staring at his enemy with his silver eyes, ready to intervene. A golden blur struck a powerful blow that knocked the goddess away, who looked annoyed. She flew in front of the Uchiha, a black staff placed on her shoulder as she struck him with it. "I've got you," declared the Namikaze, charging at his enemy, the one about to destroy the world they were protecting. The Uchiha moved his right hand, grabbing the left arm trapped in the mound and forcefully yanking it free. With that movement, the mound finally shattered, falling to pieces. Before the last piece could hit the ground, the young man was thrown towards the woman, who was facing the Asura transmigrant, using bones to stop the boy's bars. Spinning, he fired several bones at the brunette and kicked the blonde, freeing himself from the pressure. He fixed the eye on his forehead on the golden one and prepared a portal for him to be absorbed. He was surprised when it disappeared behind a vortex that enveloped it, leaving no trace of it. "Onmuten." "Silver Chidori," the Senju growled, appearing behind the woman's back. She spun around, another bone ready to impale the boy. She didn't notice a vortex forming behind her, from which Menma emerged with a Raisin Shuriken ready to impact the goddess. Naruto took the bone, but instead it pierced the woman's shoulder. Letting out a soft groan of pain, he deactivated his Chidori and kicked the Akatsuki to the ground. The blonde took advantage of that moment, unleashing his devastating technique on the albino, who opened her eyes in surprise. Three young figures landed on their feet in front of a pink-haired girl and a silver-haired man. "Sasuke." "Menma," called the Senju, now healed from the wound caused by the Akatsuki. "Use the six-path Shibaku Tensei. We must seal her once and for all." "I don't think she can last long in this form," declared the boy, slightly exhausted. He felt the pressure on his body from all the chakra she was giving off. "I'll hold her back." He slammed his fist against his chest, staring at the woman. Susanoo formed around him. But this one was different. Instead of the dark blue it had been before, it was silver, with red eyes. And instead of 4 arms, it only had 2. It radiated power, more than the previous form of the boy's spiritual representation. It unfurled wings, raising a light wind, and formed a silver chakra katana. It swung it, slicing through more mountains, generating a burst of power that overwhelmed the Akatsuki. The woman faced the enormous samurai, glaring at him furiously. Susanoo attacked furiously, generating wind and cracks all over the place. The rabbit goddess avoided each of the boys' attempts using the portals generated by her dojutsu. She threw several bones, trying to reach the young man protected by the chakra humanoid. Ongyutin. Purifying flash, the boy said, raising his katana to the sky. A sphere of silver chakra formed, then descended against the woman, while Susanoo disappeared and the boy returned to his normal state without the silver chakra surrounding his body. The Rinnegan eye returned to his right eye and the eternal eye to his left as he fell to the ground. He was caught by Haddock, who turned his head, watching as the sphere swallowed the Akatsuki. Pagaya survived the attack, glaring at the descendant of Madara and Hashirama. "You brat," he growled, preparing to attack the dark-haired boy and the silver-haired boy. 6 Paths Shibaku Tensei. Roared Sasuke and Naruto, who, along with Sakura, struck the woman. Pieces of rock began to surround her, while she screamed in despair. Seconds later, she was engulfed by the sealing technique alongside Zetsu as she ascended into the dimension where Kagaya had sent them. The 5 figures disappeared, returning to the war zone, where the Bijuu, the revived, and the Rakuto Sennin awaited them. Menma undid his Asura mode, returning to his normal state, falling to the ground in a sitting position. He was exhausted. Naruto carried her master and Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the man in the lotus pose, in the center of them all. "I'm grateful you saved the world," the man declared, smiling slightly. "I know very well that you've all suffered losses." He looked at Naruto, who seemed impassive, though his heart ached. But it was all truly necessary. "Fine, now I'll undo the Ito Tensei. As much as I'd like to keep you here, I can't." I clapped loudly. A golden glow began to envelop the former cages and Izuna, who smiled at his son. "I'll tell Hitomi about you," the dark-haired man declared, vanishing completely. Naruto had looked away so as not to see his father leave. Minutes later, everyone had left the clearing, which was more of a crater than a clearing itself. "Well, on to something else," declared the wise man. 2 weeks later. Konoha. The Fourth Ninja World War had come to an end after stopping Otsutsuki Kagaya, freeing the imprisoned Bijuus, stopping the infinite Tsukuyomi, and cutting down the Shinju tree, all after the fierce battle between Menma and Sasuke, where each had lost an arm right and left respectively, and reaching the end of the cycle of wars between Asura and Indra. Now, 2 weeks after the conflict between Akatsuki and the 5 villages, everything was beginning to be restored, with the reconstruction of each of the countries and the burial of their fallen. Thousands of shinobi died in the war and now their families still mourned them. Right at the entrance to Konohagakure no Sato, a dark-haired figure stood, covering his right eye with a few strands of hair. A black cloak bearing the Senju symbol covered his body. He was ready to begin his journey. "Naruto," a voice whispered. The boy turned, seeing a red-haired woman with lilac eyes. Uzumaki Kushina had arrived in time to bid farewell to one of the war heroes. "I'm sorry. For everything, Naruto. I know Mito loved and appreciated you. But I always had doubts about you, about what she felt," the woman declared, lowering her head slightly. "And I'm glad I was wrong. My daughter gave her life for the man she loved. She did the right thing. I would have done the same for Minato. But I couldn't save him. He held you in high regard, even going so far as to train you to become Hokage. You're a great boy." "Thank you, Kushina-san," the young man replied, grateful for the words of the Uzumaki woman, wife of the late Yondaime Hokage. "I loved Mito with all my heart and suffered her loss with great pain, almost giving in to the darkness. But she also saved me from that," the boy stated, smiling wistfully. "That's why I'm leaving Konoha, Kushina. I can't stay in the place that brings back so many memories of the woman I love. Thank you for this conversation, but I must go." Uzumaki nodded, smiling sideways. Senju turned his back on the redeemed heroine of the Third War and began walking, leaving his past and present behind. Leaving what could be his home in the future and began heading down a path filled with uncertainty, surrounded by dangers that might help him overcome his life. Senju Uchiha Naruto left, perhaps never to return. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.